Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Stool the Heart of the Goddess of Justice Estree Movie 4. Before we start, please go support Astrea9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 52. Tears of Happiness. Shakti slowly emerged from a completely enclosed room with only one door, and the room contained a table and two chairs. Shakti let out a tired sigh, turning to look behind her as she saw a certain albino, whom she, or rather everyone, believed to be dead, sitting in one of the chairs with his gaze lowered and dull. "Let's go," whispered Ganesha, who was next to her, and left the room. Only a few hours had passed since the Estree family's great shock at seeing Belle again, and some still had doubts in their hearts, wondering if it was truly him. And since he was the person who had been murdering members of Evilis Shakti left and right, she decided to keep him locked up because he was dangerous. He hadn't murdered anyone innocent, but just by looking at him, I knew he was mentally unwell to let him wander around the city, not knowing if at some point he would completely lose his sanity. So, taking advantage of the fact that the albino would do nothing to resist, he took him away, not to a cell like a criminal, but to an observation room to be sure if he was someone who did not pose a danger to civilians. Or if it was truly bellcranel. Obviously, some girls from the Estree family didn't want them to take him away, especially Nies, who didn't want to allow it. She didn't want them to take him away. But after Estree spoke to her, she had no choice but to accept it, sadly watching as they took Belle away, who didn't say a single word, just letting himself be led away. Obviously, they weren't going to stay at their headquarters waiting for the Loki Familia to do everything, so they immediately went to the gods' headquarters, not caring that they hadn't slept at all since that clown's attack. All they wanted was to know if that albino was truly Belle. Of course, before that, they went with some members of the Loki Familia to the Rudra Familia's base, and fortunately, they were all still tied up and unconscious, so they put them under arrest. And so we arrive at the current situation. Did he say anything? Upon leaving the room and walking a short distance through the corridors, they found all the girls from the Estree family waiting for them, some sitting in seats and others leaning against a wall, like Kagaya, who had not said a single word since last night. "Shakti," Estree called. Enev spoke with him, Ganesha-sama did too, and he hasn't said a word, he just keeps his head down, refusing to answer any questions, she replied, shaking her head slightly. "If he keeps this up, we'll never find out if he's someone who doesn't pose a danger to civilians, or if he's the real Belle. Although at the moment he is not behaving in a hostile manner," added Ganesha. "I still can't believe it," Rihanna whispered, still clearly shaken. "This all feels like a dream. It all happened so suddenly," said Ryu. "How is it possible that Cranel-san is still alive? We're still not sure if it's the real Belle, and if it is, he's not the one you remember," Shakti said, noticing everyone's sad expressions. "You saw his face. I don't know what happened after Evilis took his body or what they did to him, but…" "No." Before Shakti could finish speaking, allies interrupted her. "I know it's Belle," she whispered, lowering her gaze. "Even though it wasn't the right way, he killed all the Evilis members on the surface to protect the civilians. Justice is still in his heart. I know he's Belle." Allies, Estree whispered, watching her daughter struggle to hold back tears. "Shakti. Please, let me talk to him, let me into that room. He refuses to talk, I don't know what's going on in his head. Please." But before anyone could continue speaking, a person came running at top speed towards them, catching their attention. "RD," Shakti whispered as she saw her little sister. "It's true." Before colliding with her sister RD, she stopped abruptly, her face showing how worried and confused she was. She could even see that she had cried a little. "Is it true that Belle is alive?" I asked, grabbing Shakti by the shoulders. The first thing I heard when I woke up was that Belle is alive. Is it true?" RD's eyes were practically begging for this to be true and not just a bad joke from her classmates. "Listen RD, we've found bellcranel, but we're still not sure if…" "So it's true?" she shouted, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Where is he? RD. Where's Belle? I want to see him." RD's happiness was evident in her eyes and she didn't bother to hide it. "RD. Is he in the isolation room? Belle. RD, calm down." Shakti, now fed up, raised her fist and hit RD on the head before she ran away, falling to the ground in pain with a bump on her head, and Ganesha smiled nervously. "Why did you do that?" she asked with small tears in her eyes. "Because there are other people who want to see him and who have waited hours for that." As she said those words, RD turned around and saw the entire Estree family looking at her. "Ryu?" With a happy smile, RD ran towards the elf and gave her a hug. "RD," she whispered nervously. "Isn't it amazing? Belle's alive," he said, pressing his cheek to the nervous elf's while still hugging her. I still can't believe it." Small tears of happiness ran down her cheeks and she didn't bother to hold them back. RD didn't dwell on the matter much. He didn't ask himself, why was he alive? How did he come back to life? Or was it really him? For her, hearing that they had found Belle was more than enough to make her heart leap with joy. That was just how she was. She never overthought things. Ah, she's a fool, Shakti thought, although she felt happy to see her smile again, a smile she thought she would never see again. But we still don't know if it's Cranel-san, whispered the nervous elf. It's Belle. My heart says it's him. I have no proof, but I have no doubt either. She exclaimed, flashing a huge smile of happiness as she wiped away her tears. She doesn't even hesitate a little, Lyra thought, surprised, wishing she had that optimism. Bulkagaya just stood with her arms crossed listening to everything, although she had a calm expression inside she was a bundle of nerves. Hey. Everyone's attention was drawn by a somewhat mocking voice. When they turned to look at that place, they saw that it was Loki approaching along with Riveria. Loki? What are you doing here? Estree asked, puzzled. Well, I came with Riveria Tan to deliver some reports to the Ganesha family, and I learned something surprising, she said, opening her eyes slightly. It turns out that your dear son Bell is still alive and, moreover, he's responsible for all the murders against Evilis in the last 2 weeks. It's a surprising story, really. We're still not sure if it's him. He refuses to talk, Estree explained, trying to hide her sadness. Well, that's not good, whispered Loki with a finger on his chin. What brings you here, Goddess Loki? Allies asked, puzzled. Huh? Nothing, I just found it very curious and strange that a dead person returned to life like that. It's very suspicious, so I came to see out of curiosity, he said with his classic smile. All this could be part of Evilis's plan. The girls felt a knot in their hearts at the thought of that possibility, feeling their hopes that it was Belle slowly crumble. I doubt it. But this time Riveria spoke. I highly doubt it was planned by Evilis. He murdered dozens of members of the organization by himself and didn't harm a single civilian. I don't want to give them hope, but it's likely that person is bellcranel. Or someone pretending to be him. Loki, shut up, Riveria pleaded, seeing how the girls were becoming increasingly discouraged by her words. What I'm trying to say is that I highly doubt Evilis is behind this, for the simple reason that he's only been harming them. They tried to assassinate the goddess Estree and failed because that person who looked like bellcranel protected her. Just as there's a possibility it's Belle, there's also a possibility it isn't. Estree just lowered her gaze, feeling that it was getting more and more complicated, not knowing how to verify if that person was the real Belle. They couldn't interrogate him because he refused to speak, and even if he did speak, they couldn't be sure he was telling the truth. With so many inventions by Evilis, it wouldn't surprise him if they had created a device to lie to the gods. Loki just stared at Estree and her worried face. He still remembered that meeting he had with her and Freya, recalling the happy expression she had when she introduced Belle. She knew that Belle was someone very special to Estree. It was the first time Estree had shown so much interest in a man, and honestly, I didn't want to see her depressed forever. Does it have a fauna? Huh? Does the boy have fauna? Loki asked again. No, it doesn't have it, Ganesha denied. Wow, it's surprising that someone without fauna could have done so much damage to Evilis, Loki whispered. Evilis may have been involved in this after all, but it got out of hand. What do you mean? Estree, there is a way you can confirm whether it's your beloved Belle or not, the goddess of joke said seriously. I can't believe you forgot. What is it? Easy, give it to him, he said, surprising everyone. If it's a corpse being controlled, then the fauna won't have any effect, since it obviously doesn't work on people who are already dead. And if it's a member of Evilis transformed into him, well, it doesn't matter if he has his appearance, his voice, his personality. The fauna never lies, so it will give the name of the Evilis member, no matter how perfect his transformation is. So that means. Exactly, if the name says bellcranel, then make sure you make him your husband, since I can see you care for him a lot, she said with a hint of mockery. I can't believe you forgot all that, though I don't blame you. So much has happened that some things get forgotten. Loki, you. Don't thank me. I only came here out of curiosity, she said, turning and starting to walk away. Now I'm going back to my headquarters for a drink. Good luck, oh. And you, Shakti, don't be so hard on him for his crimes. He murdered members of Evilis. No one will miss them. And with those words the goddess left the place. I don't know exactly what happened, but I believe that person is bellcranel. Don't lose hope, Riveria said, also walking away from the scene. The fauna, right, how could I have forgotten that? Ganesha whispered. Then all we have to do is give it a fauna, and that's it, said Allies, looking down. It's so simple, yet so difficult at the same time. And Estree couldn't agree more with those words. Give him my fauna. If you want, I'll do it, Ganesha offered. I imagine you wouldn't like the idea of giving your blessing to a potential member of Evilis if he turns out to be an impostor. In that case, I'll take the risk. It doesn't bother me. No, I'll do it, Estree said, walking toward the door. We're talking about someone who could be a member of my family. This has to be done by me and no one else. I'll go with you, Allies offered. No, I'd like to be alone with him, she said, hiding the nervousness she felt inside. Don't worry, I'll be fine, I feel like nothing bad will happen. The girls weren't very happy about it, but they respected their goddess's wish. Then take this. Ganesha took a needle out of his pocket and gave it to Estree. I always carry one with me in case I need to update the fauna of one of my children. Thank you, she said, taking the small needle. I'll talk to him for a few minutes, so don't worry if I don't come out right away. Estree felt very nervous, but it was something she had to face. She had to be face to face with the albino and find out if it was him. She had to get that doubt out of her heart. I know it's him, Nies thought, lowering her gaze and clenching her fists. It's him. Estree let out a long sigh and grabbed the doorknob. Okay, let's go. While in the room, Bell was still sitting in the chair with his gaze lowered, not moving a single muscle. His mind was still in a trance. Ever since the girls hugged him on that street, he didn't know what to think. Part of him was happy to be with them. His memories were vague, but they were enough to know that they were all very important to him. Enough to know that he wasn't always a monster, that he was also human. But another part of him told him that he couldn't be with them, that he didn't deserve to be by their side, someone who was consumed by darkness didn't deserve to be with them. I felt like I would just be a rotten apple on a tree where there were only good apples. Why does it hurt so much? He thought in pain. The mere thought of not being by their side caused him great pain in his chest. The vague image of them all gathered in a room saying, "Happy birthday" came back to her, causing a small tear to roll down her cheek. What do I do? Before he could sink further into his thoughts, the sound of the bedroom door opening caught his attention, making him look up for the first time since he arrived there. Hello. The person who had entered was Estree, that goddess who wanted to protect at all costs from that clown, that goddess full of kindness and gentleness. Someone who truly deserved to bear the title of goddess. Instinctively, Bell quickly lowered his gaze, not having the courage to look Estree in the eyes. The feeling of shame still remained with him, shame at what he had become. Slowly, Estree approached the table, feeling nervous. She still wasn't used to seeing Bell's face with that expression. Can I sit here? Asked the goddess, pointing to the other chair at the table. But he received no response from the albino. If I'm bothering you, then. Why, you can sit down, Bell whispered, loud enough for her to hear. Estree nodded slightly and took a seat, looking at Bell, who still did not look up. Part of her wanted to sit next to him, hug him while stroking his hair, and tell him how much she had missed him. But he still couldn't do it until he verified what Loki had told him. Honestly, her heart was racing as she stood alone with Bell in that room, just minutes away from seeing if he was the real Bell. He was afraid to place his fauna, and that it would give another name, or that it would not have any effect since it was just a corpse being controlled. She was afraid that her hopes, like everyone else's, would be crushed. The most affected would be Nies and RD, since they were 100% sure it was him and maybe allies. The rest still had their doubts, not wanting to have their hopes so high. Do you know who I am? Was the first question that came to mind. The goddess Estree whispered. That was already progress, according to Shakti. She hadn't answered a single question with her, Denver Ganesha, but she had with her. It seems he wasn't as mentally unstable as they thought. What I mean is, do you remember what I once was to you? I asked, my voice trembling. Memories of when you belonged to my family. In response, Bell only shook his head slightly without looking her in the eyes. Estree's heart ached upon receiving that answer, as it was already a bad step towards crushing her hopes. If he had no memories, the chances of him being Bell were lower. Just vague things. But before he could think of anything else, Bell whispered those words. Vague things? I asked. Like, what? Flowers, you and I in a garden, he replied, flashing an image of the smiling goddess planting flowers and him helping her. It's just vague stuff, I'm sorry. Estree's eyes shone with hope upon hearing those words, feeling her heartbeat increase even more. It would cost him nothing to approach him, place his fauna on him, and clear up his doubt about whether he was the real one. But no, she wanted to talk to him, she wanted to be much more certain before placing her fauna. She didn't want to end up placing her fauna on a member of Evilis transformed into him, whose memories had been altered or something similar to make it seem as if he was telling the truth. But with those last words, her hope was increasing. Why do you remember so few things? My mind gradually forgot it as I finished off more members of Evilis with my own hands. I'm sorry. Seeing Bell act that way broke Estree's heart, but she had to stay strong until the end. Do you remember anything else? I asked in a soft voice. The girls. I remember their faces and little things, and nothing else, I whispered. That's all I can remember. At times I remember other things. I understand. Estree concluded that he had a kind of amnesia. Relentlessly killing members of Evilis had caused his mind to deteriorate and he still didn't know what Evilis had done to him, so his memory loss could also be due to that. But all seemed not lost. Memories were still swirling through his mind. There was still hope that I could get them back to be by his side and help him recover little by little. Is it really you? She whispered very softly, feeling her heart beat rapidly. She didn't want to get her hopes up, but she couldn't help it. And no see. Bell kept his gaze lowered, refusing to look the goddess in the eyes. But Estree wanted to see his face. Look me in the eyes. That was all Estree said, making Bell nervous. Please. Slowly, and although he didn't want to, Bell raised his gaze and looked into the eyes of that beautiful goddess, beginning to feel fear again. Small tears trickled down Estree's cheeks as she saw him. Her skin was much paler than normal. She had dark circles under her eyes, a sign that she slept very little. And what broke her heart the most was his gaze, a gaze that once conveyed joy, but that was now in the past. Now there was only sadness, so much sadness. There are many things I'd like to ask you, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable anymore, she whispered, wiping away her tears, which would soon begin again because of what was about to happen. Show me your back. What? The nerves were starting to show on her face when she heard those words. I'm going to give you my fauna. There was no need to ask any more questions to confirm if it was him. Her heart was screaming that this was the Bell they had all lost and thought they would never see again. Just one more step and it would confirm that. Estree had to admit that she felt too nervous to know the truth. And Bell didn't quite agree with that. And no. Why? And I cannot receive her gift, I am not worthy of it, I am a monster, I am worse than that, he said, frightened. I am a psychopath. You're not. Of course she said so. Like a damn psychopath. The words Kagaya said resonated in his mind and although he didn't show it at the time, they hurt him deeply. And Estree knew immediately what he meant. Kagaya is confused and said that without thinking, I'm sure she feels sorry for what she said. But. I'm going to give you my fauna whether you like it or not. Estree stood up and walked towards Bell, who, no matter how much he wanted to back away, could not, remaining seated in that chair. Bell, please, we all want you back with us, let's just do this. He was still hesitant to do it, but seeing Estree's pleading look, he decided to accept, putting his fear aside. She slowly turned around and showed him her back. Thanks to Gassy burning her top, that was all she had to do. Estree, with trembling hands, took out the needle that Ganesha gave her and pricked her finger. Please, he thought, closing his eyes and placing his hand on the albino's back. The drop of blood fell. And Bell's back began to glow. Estree's heart was beating like crazy as more seconds passed, getting closer and closer to everything. Why Bell? The warm feeling appeared in his heart as he felt Estree's fauna return to him. He felt so nostalgic. My goddess, he thought, closing his eyes and feeling a great calm upon receiving the fauna, eliminating all that initial fear he had. After a few seconds the light disappeared and Bell's condition was visible to the goddess. So, gathering her courage, she began to read the most important things, preparing herself for any outcome. The seconds ticked by. And Estree continued to keep her gaze fixed on Bell's back. Small tears began to appear in her eyes. And a smile, still unable to believe that it was true. Name? Bellcranel. Race. Creature. It was him. It was Bell. It was on Bell. The boy who thought he had lost forever. Estree Sama. Bell whispered nervously as he felt the goddess hug him from behind, wrapping her arms around his stomach and resting her head on his shoulder. It's you, it really is you. Estree's tears kept streaming down her face, but they weren't tears of sadness. They were tears of happiness. I missed you so much I thought I'd never see you again. Estree Sama Susuro. I still didn't know what creature meant, but it didn't matter. That person was Bell, and no one could take away his happiness. So great was her happiness that she kissed him on the cheek, making Bell blush after a long time, showing another emotion she thought she no longer had. Welcome back to the Bell family, we missed you so much. The bedroom door opened, catching everyone's attention in the hallway as they saw it was Estree coming out. They quickly approached her to find out the truth and ease the anguish in their hearts. What happened? Allies asked nervously, as did everyone else. Should I put the fauna on him? Nies asked, wishing it was him. The other girls just stared at her, waiting to hear her answer. Tears streamed down Estree's cheeks, making everyone panic and fear the worst. But seconds later she smiled, even with her tears still falling. It's him, she whispered, making every heart leap. It's Bell, he's not an impostor, Bell, it's him. An immense happiness began to flood the hearts of all of them upon hearing those words, unable to believe it. But his goddess had just confirmed it. That person was Bell. And? The first to shout with happiness was RD, who threw herself into Ryu's arms, who couldn't help but smile happily, shedding a few tears. Thank you, Rihanna whispered with immense happiness in her heart. I knew it was Belle," Nies whispered, smiling through her tears. "Be that fool, haha, it seems I won't be alone in the workshop anymore," said Lyra, shedding a tear and with a big smile, not bothering to hide the great happiness she felt. Eyes whispered with a small beautiful smile. The Gaia was still leaning against the wall, and upon hearing Estree's words, she could only lower her gaze and shed tears of both sadness and happiness. But how is that possible?" Nguyen asked, still surprised but happy, which was evident in her expression. "There are still many things that haven't been resolved, but what matters at this moment is that it's Belle," Estree replied with a beautiful smile. Meanwhile, in the background, Ganesha and Shakti just watched happily as RD smiled with joy upon learning that Belle was alive. "Although there's a small problem," Estree said, capturing everyone's attention. "Belle has lost his memory." "What?" "We still don't know what happened to him, so it could be side effects, but he hasn't lost his memory completely. He still retains a few memories." "Then we have to work hard to bring back her memories," Iska exclaimed happily and positively. "If she still remembers something, it means the rest of her memories are still there." "You're right about that, Iska, we have to do our best to help Belle recover." "It seems you won't be reading stories of heroes alone anymore," said Mariu, stroking the hair of a happy harem. "Heavens, and I threw away all the decks of cards," Asta whispered regretfully. Selty just smiled happily, remembering how Belle protected her from that clown. From that moment on, she knew it was him. "Belle-san," he whispered with a small smile, thinking of the albino. "Can we visit him?" Eyes asked, wanting to enter the room and hug him. "Wouldn't it be better to take him to headquarters?" "To our home?" Lyra asked. The Estree turned to look at Shakti and Ganesha waiting for confirmation. "He still needs to be under observation and—" "Observation of what?" Lyra asked. "He was in a room alone with Estree Sama and didn't do anything to her. Isn't that more than enough to know that he's not a danger to civilians?" "Yes, but—" "Shakti," Estree called. "I know very well that you're still worried about everything Belle did to the Evilis members, and I understand. I feel the same way, but I'm 100% sure that he wouldn't be capable of harming civilians. I feel that he did all that to protect them, even though he took the wrong path. But I, along with all of you, will make sure he returns to the true path of justice, so please let him stay with us." They didn't want to be separated from him. They didn't want to leave Belle locked up like he was a major criminal. Shakti simply looked at everyone before turning to her god, who was smiling. I'll speak with the guild about this, and you too, Goddess Estree. Royman was planning to put a bounty on his crimes, so we need to explain the situation to him better and get his permission to have him at their headquarters." "Excuse me, those in the guild are idiots," whispered the hobbit. Ganesha, will also go with you. "Perhaps I can help in some way," said the god, arms crossed. "Can you stay with Belle while we talk to the guild?" Estree asked, looking at her daughters, who nodded without hesitation. Although some of his clothes were destroyed. "I'll go to headquarters and bring her clothes," Iska said, not bothering to hide the great happiness she felt. And in the blink of an eye, the Amazon disappeared from the place. "Then we'll go talk to the guild. I'm sure they'll accept my request and don't overwhelm Belle too much." "He's still a bit disoriented," Estree said, walking away from the corridor with Shakti and Ganesha. The goddess felt a great calm in her heart, a calm she thought she wouldn't have for a long time. There were still many things to figure out, like what happened to Belle when Evilis took him, or how he had been resurrected. Why did his status say creature? Or why he took such a dark path instead of going with them when his memories still remained within him. There were so many questions and so few answers. But that didn't matter at that moment. Belle had returned, and that was enough for the goddess. She didn't care what he was now, to her he was still Belle, her beloved Belle. "And I would do everything possible to get him back, to help him regain his memories and become the same as before, that kind and smiling boy who brought justice along with his daughters. This feeling is so warm," Estree thought, placing a hand on her heart and sporting a beautiful smile. Belle. Meanwhile, with the girls. They were still in the hallway, still chatting. "So, shall we go in?" Allies asked, sounding a little nervous. And the others were the same, even though they loved him and felt happy, they were also nervous. It was difficult to accept seeing someone again whom they believed to be dead. "We have to go in slowly," Estree Sama said that we shouldn't overwhelm him since he's still a bit disoriented, said Mariu. "Then I'll go," Selty whispered shyly. Late Noin said. RD took Lion's hand and they went into the room. At that moment they all realized that the elf and the lively girl were no longer in the hallway. "I wanted to go in," Nies whispered, dissatisfied. "In the room." "Hey." An embarrassed Belle was being hugged by a happy RD who had no intention of letting go. "I missed you so much, Belle. I'm so happy to see you again," said the girl, pressing her cheek against the embarrassed albinos. "ARD, don't bother Cranel-san," the nervous elf pleaded. Estree Sama said we shouldn't misbehave. You come too, Ryu. Taking her by surprise, RD took the elf's hand and pulled her towards them, falling onto the albino's shoulder in a half embrace. Her face turned bright red at what was happening, and Bell wasn't any better. It was all too sudden for him. He barely remembered them and there they were, hugging him. He still felt he didn't deserve to be with them. But the warmth that filled her heart was great when she was with them. I had really missed them. When everything returns to normal, the three of us will go out together. RD that is. We'll have a great time taking a walk around the city. Ah that. Bell just watched that and, unable to stop it, a small smile appeared on his face. It was the first time in a long time that she had smiled again. I'm home she thought, tears streaming down her face, worrying both of them who thought they had done something wrong. I've always had a home. You're not alone anymore, Bell. We'll always be with you, RD whispered, knowing those tears weren't tears of sadness. Welcome back, Bell. Just for today thought the embarrassed Ryu, hugging Bell. Cranrel-san. While outside the room. The girls chatted amongst themselves, their eyes showing happiness, a happiness that had disappeared since Bell had died. They were all chatting except one. Kagaya. Al slowly approached the Oriental woman who was still leaning against the wall with her gaze lowered. She hadn't said a single word for hours. What? Would you like to come in with me to see Bell? I'm sure he'll be happy to see you I asked, smiling slightly. No. I won't go and I'm going for a walk around the city. And with those words, the Oriental woman turned her back on him and began to walk away. Asked Kagaya. Allies tried to stop her, but she kept walking, ignoring the calls, until she disappeared into the hallways. Kagaya she whispered, having noticed the sadness in her friend's eyes. I know what's going on thought Lyra, shaking her head slightly. Don't torment yourself, silly, Bell won't reject you. As Kagaya walked slowly through the corridors towards the exit of the Ganesha family headquarters. You damned psychopath. A small tear rolled down the Asian woman's cheek as she remembered how she yelled at the one she thought at the time was not Bell. And in the end it turned out to be Bell, whom she had missed so much, and she said those words to him. I am sorry B. Bell. And with those thoughts, and trying to hide the tears that were running down her cheeks, she left the headquarters to start walking through the city. There were still many things to sort out, but the girls would put that aside for the time being. Bell had returned to them, feeling immense happiness in their hearts, although some also harbored sadness. But one thing was certain. This time they would make sure not to lose it again. They wouldn't lose the person they loved again. After a long time, the Estree family was complete again. End of chapter. Chapter 53. Welcome Bell. No means no, I'm not going to allow a criminal to walk free. These were the words that the elf Royman said to Estree, who was with Ganesha and Shakti. A few minutes ago, the three of them had entered the guild leader's office to make their request to let Bell stay at the Estree family headquarters, but he refused instantly. Bell is not a criminal, Estree whispered, not liking those words. Listen, Goddess Estree, I respect you, but I still don't want a psychopath running loose in the city. Everyone would turn against me for allowing that he explained, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Psychopath. Bell is not a psychopath. Well, his actions say otherwise the elf laughed. In his defense, he only killed members of Evilis, Ganesha said. And who says he won't murder innocent people when he loses his mind? I can assure you that won't happen, the flame of justice is still in Bell's heart Estree said, not liking how that man was speaking about Bell. I find it hard to believe you, Goddess Estree. I'm sorry, but that Bell doesn't give me a good feeling. He has a certain resemblance to the psychopath Sava, and that scares me, Royman whispered nervously. Did you happen to know the leader of Evilis? Ganesha asked curiously. I've been the guild leader for over 5 decades, I've known him since he was just a level 1 he said, still nervous, remembering how he had looked down on him hundreds of times in the past. I never imagined he would become like this. Don't change the subject, Mr. Royman said Estree, beginning to lose patience after many years. He was angry that he had been compared to the biggest psychopath in Orario, Sava. Bell would never be capable of taking the lives of innocent children like he did. I'm sorry Goddess Estree, but I keep my word, that psychopath will be behind bars. Don't call him that. Shakti noticed how Estree's brow was furrowing as the seconds passed, so she decided to intervene. Mr. Royman. What's wrong, Shakti? I think it's unfair that they want to imprison Bell as if he were a major criminal. Didn't the city finally have peace after he murdered the members of Evilis? Well, yes. A year ago, the Freya family caused a great massacre at an Evilis base without any mercy. Why didn't they receive the same treatment? That was because he is afraid of the goddess Freya. Ugh. Although Bell's actions were questionable, he killed the worst criminals walking the streets. You saw the names of those people and you know very well that they were true psychopaths who terrorized people. Me too. Is there any particular reason why you want to imprison him? Yes. That psychopath was dead, it's impossible for someone to come back to life. I already confirmed it and he is Bel, and for the last time, don't call him that. Yes, goddess Estree. Wow, this is the first time I've looked at Estree with that expression, Ganesha thought, a little surprised. Mr. Royman, I'm not saying I should reward him for his actions, but I also don't think it's fair that he's imprisoned, said the elder Varma. So what do you want me to do? Let him go free. If things get out of control, I'll be the one responsible. I can assure you that it won't happen, and if it does I will take responsibility for it by resigning my position as captain of the Ganesha family and being imprisoned for allowing a criminal to roam free in the city. Shakti, Ganesha and Estree thought in surprise, not believing that the greater Varma had said that. I will take full responsibility. I, Shakti Varma, will be responsible for every action of bellcranel. If he harms a civilian, I will be the first to blame and I expect to be treated as such. Why go so far? Royman asked, puzzled. With all due respect, that's none of your business. Then girl, he thought through gritted teeth. I, Ganesha, will also be responsible for every action bellcranel takes. The god shouted, startling them with his sudden outburst. But since I know nothing will happen, I'm calm, hahaha. Royman Estree called. Me too, my whole family and I will keep an eye on Bel, he will be with us at headquarters, we will take care of him until he is the same again, I would vouch for him with my life, and I know he will not harm any civilians, and if he does I will return to heaven. Would you go that far for him? Yes, I already lost it once, I'm not going to lose it a second time. Royman simply closed his eyes, thinking about those words, and then let out a long sigh. That's fine, but if he does anything wrong, the three of you will be the first to blame. Even if you are gods, there will be no mercy. My heart believes in him, so there's nothing to worry about, Estree whispered. But even so, it will have its limitations. For the moment, he will be alone in his seat, goddess Estree, and if he wants to go out, he has to be accompanied by one or two of his daughters. He cannot be wandering around the city alone. No problem, I'm sure you've all thought of that, said Estree with a nervous smile, already imagining how everyone will want to be with Bel, now that he's back with them. Obviously she would be one of them. I hope they're not mistaken, whispered the elf. Royman's office door was closed while Shakti, Ganesha and Estree were already in the hallway. Thank you so much for helping me, although it wasn't necessary for you to go so far, said Estree, looking at them both. That boy did a lot for the city before his death. I believe in him, said Ganesha. RD loves him very much. I wouldn't want her to be depressed if he's imprisoned, and I believe in him too, Shakti whispered. Like you said, he's just lost for the moment. I'm sure you and all your daughters will help him find his way. Bel was a good protector of the city when he was on patrol. I hope he'll be back soon. Careful, Shakti, RD had her eye on him long before you did. Shut your mouth, Ganesha-sama, I'm not in the mood for your jokes, I whispered with a vein throbbing in my forehead. While Estree just watched them with a smile, it seemed that they weren't the only ones who believed in Bel. And what will you do now, Estree? Ganesha asked. I suppose going to your headquarters where my daughters are and returning to headquarters with Bel, there's so much to do, starting with repairing headquarters. Before that, I'd like Bel to stay for a little longer, Shakti said. Why? I'm going to talk to Ermid so she can give him a medical checkup. Maybe she can help with his amnesia. You're right, Ermid is very good at her job, thanks for thinking of that. Haha, that girl is only 14 and she's already a pro, Ganesha laughed. Although Diane makes her work hard, I don't like that. Ermid seems to enjoy his work, so I don't think there will be a problem, Shakti shrugged, looking at both gods. I'll go tell him right now. I recommend that goddess Estree come with me. She was nearly sent to heaven just yesterday, so we must be cautious. Thank you, Shakti, the goddess said gratefully. Meanwhile, I'll do some work I have at the guild, I'll be back later, Ganesha informed. Thank you so much for your help, I'm sure Bel will be very grateful when he regains his memory. Alright, let's go, Estree-sama. And? Thus Shakti and Estree left the guild to look for Ermid, and Ganesha stayed behind to complete a job. Meanwhile, at the reception desk, a certain wolf and human had overheard the conversation. So it's true, Bel is alive. Misha whispered in surprise. But how? Did the goddess Estree make a mistake when she said she stopped feeling his presence? Rose asked, also surprised and still unable to believe that Bel was still alive. Heh, that fool. It seems so, Misha said, then smiled at the she-wolf. Isn't that good? Your dear adventurer is back, so you don't need to cry for him at night anymore, haha. Shut up, idiot. The rest of the guild members watched as a pink blur sped by, and seconds later a loud crash was heard. She's back to her old self, they whispered as they saw Misha embedded in the wall, something Rose had stopped doing since Bel died. I can't believe you're still alive, Rose whispered, though she smiled seconds later. Well, you're bellcranel, so I look at anything and everything. Meanwhile, in the Ganesha family's isolation room. Bell sat in his chair, a little nervous, watching three girls in front of him, trying to remember something. Rihanna. Whisper. Yes. That's me, she said to the girl, happy that he remembered her name. Rihanna was very happy that Bell was back, although at first she didn't like the idea of Bell having murdered in that way. Now her way of thinking had changed. She didn't like the path he took, but that didn't mean she had stopped loving him. On the contrary, now that he had returned, she loved him even more and was going to do everything possible to help him regain his former self. And this time she wasn't going to keep her feelings to herself, not anymore. Noin, Bell whispered again. For a moment I was scared thinking you wouldn't remember my name. Noin laughed, a little embarrassed. Noin was also happy that his friend was back. After all, Bell was his playmate with Astrea, playing cards, board games, or just looking at Ryu's stolen photo album. Good times which she thought would never return, but she was wrong, her dear friend had returned. Lyra, I whisper. I'm Al, said the redeed with an anime-style sweat drop. Lyra. How am I like Lyra? Sorry, I'm having trouble remembering some things, the albino whispered, lowering his gaze dejectedly. Al's became nervous when she saw that, and she became even more nervous when she felt Noin and Rihanna's glares. It doesn't matter. If you want me to be Lyra, then I'm Lyra. The nervous redeed exclaimed loudly. Ha ha ha. I'm Lyra. Kaboom. I like bombs. Ha ha ha. I'm crazy and all I think about is gunpowder. I fell out of bed when I was a kid. My hair is dyed. For some reason I feel like hitting allies, Lyra whispered from outside the room, frowning. Going back to the room. Meanwhile, Bell looked at Allies' actions with a touch of puzzlement. Don't pay any attention to her, Bell, she's a little crazy, Rihanna said, making the redeed groan in pain at those words. I don't see the falling out of bed thing as being so far from reality, Noin whispered, causing another stake to pierce the redeed. Sorry, girls, Bell whispered. I'm trying to remember more, but my mind won't let me. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Bell, Rihanna said softly, taking the other chair and sitting next to him. You'll see that little by little you'll remember everything, and I'll always be with you until you remember everything we went through together. Thank you, Bell whispered, a little nervous and embarrassed by the girl's closeness. Ahem, Rihanna, Estree Sama said we should behave, Noin said with a frown. Oh, sorry, she apologized sheepishly, stepping back. I'm just so happy you're back, I couldn't help it, Sorry. And no problem. Allies just watched that interaction a little jealously. She wanted to do it too, but she didn't want to bother Bell. Although he had noticed a certain detail a while ago. He doesn't want to touch us, she thought, watching the albino talking to Noin and Rihanna. She remembered how each of them hugged him, and although Bell didn't push them away, he avoided touching them with his hands, and when one of them got too close, he put his hands back, as if he were preventing them from making contact with them. At first he thought it was a simple coincidence, but after seeing that he did it so many times he began to believe that he did it on purpose. Allies knew it, although they had recovered Bell he was still far from them, they no longer had the same relationship they had in the past. But I still didn't understand. Did he feel disgust for himself because of all the lives he had taken? It hurt her that he behaved this way. She didn't feel dislike towards him, she would never feel that way towards him. And that's why she would strive to regain her old relationship with him. And after achieving that, she would make him her boyfriend. Unfortunately, she wasn't the only one who had that thought, both within and outside the family. I will not give up, he thought with a flame of determination in his eyes. Talk. I think we've taken too long, Noin whispered as she heard a knock at the door. I think we need to leave. But the time was too short, Rihanna complained. Don't worry, when Estree Sama returns, Bell will come back to headquarters, Ally said confidently. Bell became nervous upon hearing those words. For some reason, that feeling appeared whenever he heard that he would be returning home. Part of him desperately wanted to return, but the other part told him he was no longer worthy. But what did it matter? He was sure that even if he refused, all the girls would drag him to the headquarters. I hope I'm not bothering anyone, he thought. We'll see each other again soon, Bell. When Estree Sama returns, we'll go home, Ally said, giving a thumbs up. In the meantime, the others will visit you. They're eager to see you. I understand. Come on, girls. Allies turned around and started to leave the room, followed by Noin, who took Rihanna's hand and forced her to leave as well. Ugh, why do I feel so nervous every time I'm with one of them? Bell thought, looking down. Were we that close for me to feel this way? Although their memories were slowly returning, most of them remained sealed, recalling only vague things about their relationship with him. But after seeing how they treated him, he realized that he had become very close to each of them, a very special relationship. What had he done to make them love him so much? But it's still nice, I like feeling this, she whispered, looking down. Even though I feel like I don't deserve it. Outside the room. They kicked us out of the room too soon, Rihanna complained. Too soon? Nies said. They were there for about 20 minutes. There are so many things to talk about with Belle that we never finished, Noin laughed. Okay, then it's my turn, I want to see it, Nies said eagerly. I had so many things to tell him, so many apologies, so many thanks, there was so much I wanted to talk to him about. Her other half had finally returned to her. Her happiness was more than obvious. Then I'll go in. No one will enter. But before Nies could take a step, a soft but serious voice caught everyone's attention. When they turned around they saw that it was Shakti and Estree, and the owner of the voice had been a girl with silver hair. It was Saint Hermid. What do you mean I can't come in? Nies asked, frowning. Mr. Bellcranel needs a medical checkup, so I don't want anyone bothering me, he said seriously. Hermid was someone who took his job of caring for his patients very seriously. I'm sorry Nies, but Hermid has to do her job, Shakti asked her to. Estree apologized. Okay, the beastman sighed, disappointed. Then I'll go do my job, said Hermid, walking into the room with Shakti. When the girls were alone, they turned to look at their goddess, who was smiling warmly. Why a medical checkup? Astrea asked, puzzled. Shakti wanted to check a few things before we took him to headquarters, he explained, still smiling. So you're coming back to headquarters with us? Allies asked excitedly. Yes, it was difficult, but Royman agreed on the condition that we keep him under surveillance. Obviously Estree omitted the part where she, along with Ganesha and Shakti, made that oath. If she told them, they would probably go and complain to Royman or something like that. It's good that they accepted, otherwise we would have had other kinds of negotiations, whispered Lyra, throwing a bomb into the air and catching it as if it were a ball. Iska, is Belsan's room okay? Salty asked. When that clown attacked, I heard walls collapsing. Belle's room is fine, Iska replied. But I can't say the same about Kagaya and Mariu's room. Was my room destroyed? The human asked, surprised. Sorry, that idiot sent me flying and I knocked down a lot of walls in the process, she explained, embarrassed. You can sleep in my room, Miss Mariu, the bed is big, Haraham invited. If you don't mind, then I'll gladly accept, he said, stroking the girl's hair. Damn, Kagaya's going to be furious when she sees her destroyed room, Noin whispered nervously. Now that I think about it, where is Kagaya? Estree asked, not seeing her anywhere. She left, she said she was going for a walk around town, Allies replied, remembering her friend's sad expression. Although I feel like something's bothering her. I think I know what it is, Estree whispered, remembering how the Oriental woman insulted Belle when they still suspected him. She probably felt too guilty to approach him. Kagaya was a strong girl, but with the people she cared about, she could be very sensitive at times, even though she tried to suppress her emotions. I just hoped that this issue wouldn't affect him too much and that he would talk to Belle soon. I was sure that Kagaya was one of those who most wanted to hug him because of how much she had missed him. But his stubbornness would prevent him from doing that. Belle probably won't want to get close to Kagaya because he thinks she hates him. I hope this doesn't escalate, Estree thought worriedly, then looked at her daughters. By the way, what do you think of Belle? It's still strange to see him act so distant with us and it hurts, but it's understandable, he barely remembers us, Rihanna whispered dejectedly. Although it's kind of cute to see him act that way, it reminds me of when he first joined the family, Noin said with a small smile. Sorry, Noin apologized when she saw that everyone was looking at her. Are you sure Cranel-san can recover his memory? Ryu asked, worried that Belle might remain like this forever. Don't be negative, Ryu. RD scolded. Normally RD would have to be working in her office since she had a lot of paperwork, but with the whole Belle situation, she forgot about all of that. Later, the next day, I would remember that I had work to do. Don't worry, Ryu, I know he'll remember everything, Estree reassured her, seeing the elf's concern. That's why Hermid is in the room, to check how severe his memory loss is and if there's a solution. I know everything will be alright, Belle isn't one to give up, said the smiling Iska. Maybe if we relive moments from the past you'll remember something. What a great idea. Exclaimed Lyra. What if Estree-sama undresses in the bath and Belle comes in to watch? I'm sure that will stir up a lot of memories. The goddess's cheeks gradually flushed as she remembered the accident that had happened some time ago in the bathroom and she began to feel embarrassed. Lyra. Scolded Ryu angrily. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously, he said, downplaying the situation. Why yes, it's because of Belle. Don't even think about it, Estree-sama. We can steal Lion's photo album and show it to him, that'll probably help, Astrea whispered. What a great idea, we spent many hours together looking at the album, it might work, Noin said excitedly. Cooking with him was our time together, Rihanna thought with a nostalgic smile. I still can't believe those moments will return. Now that I think about it, Belle owes me a date, Nies reminded her eyes twinkling. She definitely needs to get her memories back. There are so many things I did with Bell. What could I do again to make him remember something? RD thought, tapping her chin with a finger. The kiss. It was a unique moment for both of us. I don't know what you're planning, but you won't do it, Salty whispered, scaring RD. What? How? Your expression says you're planning something bad, it doesn't inspire confidence, he said, narrowing his eyes, and RD smiled nervously. Allies was racking her brain trying to figure out what to do for the albino. While Estree simply watched with a small smile. All her daughters, a day ago they hadn't had that attitude, but now. I really missed Bell, she thought happily too. And to think that when you first joined the family almost no one wanted you in the family, and now Hera was right when she said how special you were. Hera. Estree opened her eyes in horror as she remembered the tyrannical goddess and Bell's grandmother. No, Hera. I'd completely forgotten about her. She thought, terrified, starting to tremble. No. If Hermes is right, then she'll probably come to the city right now, and when she sees Bell alive, she'll think it was just a sick joke on my part. She'll kill me. Or worse. She'll murder all the inhabitants of Orario in revenge, thinking Bell is dead when he's alive. When Bell was dead, Estree wasn't afraid of the consequences, so that's why she wrote the letter to Hera, but now that Bell was alive that had changed. His fear of that goddess had returned. He didn't fear her as intensely as other gods, but this time he knew he would receive the full wrath of Hera for lying to her. Maybe if I explain everything really quickly she won't do anything to me, but my tongue gets tied when I try to speak fast, Estree began, tapping her fingers together, feeling nervous. What do I do? If I am not mistaken, Hera is close to arriving in the city if she decided to come to Orario, which is the most obvious thing now. I regret writing that letter. What's wrong with Estree-sama? Hera him asked, watching the goddess pace back and forth in circles with a nervous expression. She's probably so happy that Bell is back that she can't hide her excitement, said Mariu, stroking the girl's hair. I'm dead, the goddess thought, accepting her fate. All that remained was to wait for the Grim Reaper to come for her. Knowing Hera, she would surely use so much power that she would even kill her divine side. Her existence would be erased forever. Or perhaps when she sees Bell her anger will disappear. I hope so. Meanwhile, Iska just stared at her goddess's nervous expression, getting an idea of what was happening. I told her not to write that letter, the Amazon thought. At that moment the bedroom door opened, catching everyone's attention as Ermid and Shakti came out. What a curious patient, Ermid whispered, letting out a sigh. The girls approached the saint to find out how serious Bell's condition was. How's Bell? Allies was the first to speak, sounding a little nervous about the albino's condition. Well, as is more than obvious, Mr. Bellcranel has amnesia, specifically dissociative amnesia, the saint began to explain. What is that? Iska asked, puzzled. That's why it's good to read from time to time, Salty whispered. What did you mean by that? Dissociative amnesia is a type of amnesia caused by a traumatic or stressful event for the person, Ermid said, causing some to gasp in surprise. Traumatic or stressful event, thought Estree. There were so many options, the hell they all lived through in the dungeon, and the death of their friend let right before their eyes. It could also be the fact of finding out that he returned to life as someone who was half monster, which would be shocking or traumatizing for him. Or perhaps constantly murdering members of Evilis gradually took its toll on him. Those weeks had been very difficult for Bell, so memory loss was inevitable. This type of amnesia causes the person to forget very important things in their life. As you could see, he doesn't remember them, or at least he has forgotten most of them. But can it be cured? Nies asked hopefully. Oh, of course, she replied, causing everyone to sigh with relief. But it depends on the person. Some take a few days or weeks, others months or years, it can even take decades. As I said, it all depends on the person. Is there any way we can help him recover his memories? Rihanna asked. Yes, since he's going back to his headquarters, you could show him places where he spent most of his time. That might help his memories awaken little by little. Also, having quiet conversations with him, telling him short stories about past events, can help. The girls were making mental notes of every word Ermid said. But I don't recommend overwhelming him by throwing all the information about his past at him at once, or showing him all the places he used to visit. Don't insist that he remember anything specific either. You know, maybe he doesn't remember one of your names, and you keep insisting he remember it. Doing all that can cause a great deal of stress for the patient, and whatever little he remembered he might forget for good. So I ask you to be patient if you truly care about him. If you follow all of this, I'm sure all his memories will return soon. We'll have to take very good care of him, whispered Lyra. We'll do our best. And most importantly, keep him away from all kinds of conflict, Ermid advised earnestly. I'm aware of everything he did to Evilis, so it's more than obvious that a large part of his memory loss is due to that. so it's best to keep him away from all that and stay calm. What would happen if you were to face Evilis again? Estree asked worriedly. I'm not sure, but it's likely the damage to his memory is much greater. His mind is deteriorated, but it can be saved. However, if he had spent a couple more days out there, I highly doubt he would have had any solution. The girls felt a pang in their hearts at the thought that Belle would never have remembered them if that had happened. So my advice is take care of it, take very good care of it, I advise Hermod. And if he recovers, can he go back to his normal life? Patrolling and all that? Allies asked. Of course, once she remembers everything, it's because the amnesia has completely disappeared. If you're lucky, she'll recover within a few weeks, provided, of course, that you've followed my instructions. Thank you so much Hermod, everything you've told us has really been a great help, Estree said with a small smile. How much money do we owe you? Don't worry, I won't charge money for this, take it as a thank you for everything you've done for the city besides. I'm also paying back Mr. Bell for this, he whispered, looking at the door of the room where the albino was. Huh? Do you know Bell? Nies asked curiously. Not at all, today is the first time I've seen him in person, but I'm still grateful to him. Why? Well, before, dozens of people would arrive at the hospital injured by Evilis, and some would arrive in critical condition, dying within minutes. It's very sad and frustrating to see someone die and not be able to do anything, even though I'm a healer, Hermod whispered dejectedly, though seconds later she smiled slightly. I know that the way Mr. Bell did it wasn't the right way, but thanks to that, the number of people harmed by Evilis has been greatly reduced. The last patient I had injured by Evilis was 4 days ago, and they had minor injuries because a mysterious masked man saved him before he was seriously harmed. The girls knew instantly that the mysterious masked man was Bell, making them all smile. The flame of justice still burned in his heart. That's why you don't owe me anything. If at any time you have any doubts about your recovery, don't hesitate to look for me at the hospital. I will help you. Thank you very much Hermod, you are very kind, Estree said gratefully. I'm leaving now, have a good day. And with those words, Hermod turned around and walked down the corridors, away from the girls, to continue with her work. It's a shame that such a kind girl as Hermod is part of the family of that greedy old man, the god Astrea whispered. Astrea, don't talk about others like that. But I'm only telling the truth, Estree-sama. Maybe so, but you still shouldn't talk about people that way. Good, Shakti said, approaching and speaking to capture everyone's attention. According to Hermod Bell, he doesn't pose a danger to people. Fortunately, he's still a sane person, so he won't harm civilians. Does that mean she can come back to us? Allies asked. Yes, and follow the instructions Hermod gave you, that's all, she said, then turned to look at her sister. I imagine you'll go with them. Hee. Okay, but don't be late returning to headquarters. Just this once, he would let it go. He hadn't seen his little sister so happy in a long time, so he would grant her wish to go to the Estree family headquarters. He would even do her paperwork so she wouldn't feel stressed when she returned. Just this once he would do it and never again. He didn't want to turn his sister into a lazy girl. Then I'll leave. If there's a problem, let me know. Of course, and thank you very much to you too, Shakti. See you later. RD called out, watching her sister walk away and disappear down the hallway. The moment they were alone, Estree turned to look at her daughters. Okay, I'll go with Bell and tell him we're leaving for headquarters, Estree announced with a happy smile as she walked to the room. After a long time, that empty part that had remained in the headquarters had returned. While Bell remained seated in that chair, he wondered why no one had entered the room. A negative and pessimistic part of him told him that they had left him when they realized what a monstrosity he was. I didn't want to think about it, but the thoughts kept coming. Although his heart calmed down when he saw the door open and his beautiful goddess enter. Bell. Why yes, Estree-sama. He whispered nervously. Estree just smiled warmly and spoke. It's time to go home. Bell felt a wave of nostalgia upon seeing the mansion in front of him, the headquarters of the Estree family. Was this my home? The albino whispered. Correction, this is your home, Ally said, placing her hand on the albino's shoulder. It never stopped being yours, welcome back Bell. Thank you Mariu. I'm Allies. Sorry. So what are we waiting for? Let's go inside, I've wanted to rest for a while now, Lyra said, stretching her arms. Now that I remember, that clown damaged the living room and some bedrooms, Estree said with a nervous smile. I hope the family savings will be enough for the repairs, Nies said, looking at a hole in the wall. Sorry, it was supposed to be my job to protect headquarters, and I failed, Iska apologized. Damn clown. At least we should try to repair something ourselves, we have wood in the cellar, Noin suggested. Why do we have wood? Selty asked, puzzled. Silly Allies bought it because she wanted to build a treehouse. That's right, I bought that wood, but the next day I forgot I had bought it, that was 2 years ago, he the Redeed laughed nervously. 2 years. Then that wood is no longer usable. While they were talking, Belle just curiously observed their interactions. For some reason, that also felt nostalgic. You'll see that little by little you'll remember everything, I know you can do it, Estree whispered, catching Belle's attention. So don't be sad if you don't remember something, we'll help you. Thank you, Estree-sama. The moment they entered the headquarters they saw an Asian woman walking through the corridors who stopped upon seeing them, noticing Belle's presence. Hey Kagaya, the guild allowed Belle to return to headquarters. Isn't that amazing? Allies asked, hoping her friend would be happy. Yes, that's good, she whispered, turning her back on them and continuing to walk. Hey Kagaya, there's something I haven't told you about your room, Iska said nervously. I know, it's destroyed, don't worry, I know it wasn't your fault. And with those words Kagaya continued on her way to her room and locked herself in. I think my presence displeases her, I don't blame her, Belle whispered, recalling the words of the Oriental woman. No, that's not it, Lyra said. Just give her time. That silly Kagaya is someone who's difficult to talk to, so just wait. She's just confused, Estree whispered, hoping that the problem wouldn't take long to resolve. Do you remember Belle headquarters? Nguyen asked, catching the albino's attention. Well, I try, but it just feels nostalgic, he replied, looking around. I feel like I'll get lost if I walk alone. Do you want to go to your room? The girls can show you around, Estree asked. I'll do it. Rihanna offered quickly. Come on, Belle, I'm sure you want to rest. Rihanna tried to take her hand, but Belle subtly pulled it away. Obviously everyone noticed. P.S. Let's go, said Rihanna, starting to walk alongside the albino, who was just observing the corridors, trying to remember something. While the others just watched them walk away. It'll be difficult to get Belle back, Lyra whispered. I feel like he's uncomfortable at headquarters but he doesn't feel worthy of being here, Estree said sadly. But we will do our best to change his way of thinking. He is our family, so we will not leave him alone, Nies said resolutely. But we shouldn't overwhelm him either, or it could get worse, Mariu said worriedly. Little by little, and before we know it, we'll be that unique family we once were again, Ally said, confident in her words. We still don't know what happened to him, but he's with us, and that's all that matters. We'll have time to investigate later, so if you want you can go and rest, you're probably tired. You can say that again, I haven't slept a wink, Lyra whispered wearily. I hope when I wake up it doesn't all turn out to have been a dream, and Belle isn't with us. Shut up, Lyra. So each of the girls went to their respective rooms, although they were happy that Belle was back and wanted to spend time with him, they also felt very tired and were sure that Belle felt the same. But Belle and Rihanna. Is this my room? Belle asked. Yes, I took care of keeping it clean in your absence, and sorry for coming in without your permission, but I swear I didn't go through your things, Rihanna apologized, a little embarrassed. Thank you so much, Rihanna, I really appreciate what you're doing for me. You're welcome. Belle took a couple of steps and entered his room, seeing that it was indeed clean. He felt nostalgic when he saw some parts of the room. It felt nice, very nice. Rihanna. And? Maybe I won't remember much, but I promise I'll remember every moment I spent with you and the others, he said, turning to look at her. I promise. Rihanna simply approached Belle and gave him a gentle hug. I still can't believe you're with me again, I missed you so much, Belle, the girl whispered. I know you'll remember everything, every moment we spent together. I know you'll remember it. Rihanna slowly pulled away, blushing slightly, and gave Belle a soft kiss on the cheek, which made him nervous. Welcome, Belle, I stammered, embarrassed, as I walked toward the exit. Well, I guess you're tired, so I'll leave you to rest. Goodbye. And before the embarrassment could overwhelm her any further, Rihanna quickly left the room, leaving him alone. Belle simply brought his hand to his cheek, a little embarrassed. All the girls liked him. He could tell by the way they treated him. She definitely needed to recover her memories. Belle slowly walked to the bed and sat down. He felt calm, very calm, a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Just 2 days ago he was killing left and right, and now here he was, at home with his family. Did he really deserve that second chance? Did he deserve to live with them again? Did she deserve to be happy despite what she had become? I want to keep feeling this way, she whispered, placing her hand on her chest. It's warm. His feelings of hatred, anger, his enormous thirst for blood and his desire to murder the members of Evilis had disappeared the moment he returned to them. Although he knew that all of that was hidden inside him, waiting to be released at any moment. But the tranquility and warmth that emanated from his family encompassed all of that. Each of them was like a cure for his problems. Little by little, Belle's eyelids began to feel heavy. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept, but tiredness was beginning to creep in. He slowly fell onto the bed and closed his eyes, falling asleep instantly. Finally, after so long, a moment of tranquility had come into his life. At Nasos. "Hey Sava," Lilith called. It's time, the others are waiting for you to start." "What's happening?" "Boy Lilith. And? I'd like to pay a visit to someone before going to the Loki family." "Why?" "It's a thorn that's been bothering me and I won't be at peace until I get it out." "Are you going to kill someone?" "What do you think?" You're the leader, so do what you want." "Well, it won't take long," she whispered angrily in her voice. The night that would mark Orario was near. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Sava. The sucks. The one that stinks. Through the streets of Orario, a young Sava walked slowly with a huge backpack on his shoulders, and next to him was his brother Silver, who also carried a huge backpack on his shoulders. "Are you seriously asking?" Sava asked, looking at his younger brother with an anime-style sweat drop. "I don't understand." Sava. 19 years old, level 3. Silver. 14 years old, level 1. Just look ahead. Silver followed the directions and looked ahead, seeing a bunch of men in armor with big weapons laughing and chatting as they headed to the dungeon. It was the Zeus family. "Our companions. What did they do?" Silver asked, still confused. "We're supposed to be from the same family, a family full of talented monsters. Why are we so weak?" he asked, looking down in despair. "Even though I train hard every day, I never make any progress. I reached level 3 5 years ago, and I'm nowhere near level 4. Well, some bring talent and others, like us, well, we have health." Silver never cared about levels and power. He felt comfortable in his family. He was just a 14-year-old boy and all he wanted was to have fun and spy on women with his god. For him, having entered the Zeus family was more than enough. And Sava, well, he wasn't interested in levels and things like that before, he was happy to be a support player and help his teammates. But all that changed when. Well, if it isn't the great Silver and the great Sava. A man came up behind them and took them by the shoulders, as if they were old friends. When he began to be looked down upon by some of his colleagues. "Hi Pete," they both greeted, Silver with excitement as was normal for him and Sava with boredom. The beastman named Pete, a level 6 executive of the Zeus family, someone known throughout the city for his great achievements and also for being arrogant and mocking his weaker colleagues. "Hey Sava, why the long face?" Pete asked the boy mockingly. "No reason." "Haha, are you complaining about being a support again? Don't get discouraged. Maybe you're trash, but at least you're strong trash. There's no other support besides you who's level 3, that's already an achievement. Perhaps being level 3 is a great achievement nowadays, but in the times of the Zeus and Hera family, being a level 3 meant being weak. An adventurer was not taken seriously until reaching at least level 5. In the past, standards were very high. "I'm not trash," Sava whispered. "Haha, if you say so," he said, giving him a few firm pats on the back. "You'd better concentrate on doing your job well. We'll be hunting a lot of monsters today." And so the guy walked past, leaving the two brothers behind. "Do you see what I mean?" "It's just Pete, he's always acted that way," Silver said calmly. "But it's still frustrating. I wish I were as strong as him and could prove to him that I'm not useless," he whispered, clenching his fists. "And I know I will." Despite being a weak person, Sava always tried to stand out in the family, whether in training, explorations or when there was a problem in Orario, he was always the first to run out to help. Like that day, a new family had illegally entered Orario. It was the Osiris family and, as was obvious, they began to cause damage in the city, but since they didn't have many strong adventurers, the Zeus family paid them almost no attention. But Sava does. "I wanted to help. He wanted to get noticed. I wanted to show others that I could be of use. That I could help in more ways than just being support." Boom. Explosions resounded in one part of the city. The Osiris family had placed bombs in several buildings and detonated them simultaneously. Sava, being the closest, quickly ran to help a group of children who were about to be crushed by a building. Fortunately, he arrived in time and saved them. "Hey. Are you okay?" Sava asked, looking at the 3 children, one of whom was carrying a ball. "Why yes," one of them replied, frightened, since other bombs had been detonated in other places. "I hope the others arrived on time," Sava thought. "Are they injured?" In response, the children denied it, still frightened. But seconds later, her fearful gaze lit up as she saw a man in armor approaching. "Oh. It's Pete," shouted one of the children, looking at the man with admiration. When Pete heard his name, he turned to look at them and smiled when he saw Sava there. "Haha, wow, kids, so they know me. Of course. You are a very strong person. When I grow up I want to be like you." Sava just watched as the children looked with admiration at their companion. When he saved them, they still had fear in their eyes, but all that changed when they saw Pete, feeling safe. "My son." 2 women arrived at the scene worried because they had left their children playing alone and became concerned when they heard the bombs. Although a great relief appeared in them when they saw that one of the children was being carried by Pete. You saved my baby. Don't worry ma'am, the Zeus family will always be there to protect others, Pete said confidently. Actually it was me, Sava whispered, somewhat nervously. Although no one heard him except his partner. Excuse me, Pete said, leaving the women who were looking at him with admiration, and approached him. Hey Sava, I heard there's a mess on North Street. Why don't you go help clean up the debris? But. Listen, I whispered, placing a hand on his shoulder. You're a support, so don't try to change that by wanting to become the hero. It's better to leave that job to the strong ones and you stick to cleaning up the trash. But if I hadn't done it, the children would be dead. So what? The city's overrun with kids. A population decrease wouldn't be so bad, really. They're just kids, she said dismissively. Now, get to work and clean up that beech tree mess. And with those words Pete turned around and approached the women and children again, beginning to recount adventures and feats. You conceited bastard, Sava thought, turning around and walking away. He saved the children, yet his partner was receiving all the credit. Was it because he's strong? Did he have to be strong for people to notice him? He didn't want people praising him every second or thanking him. All he wanted was for his effort to be recognized, to feel like he wasn't putting in any effort at all. A city where only the strongest survive, he thought. They're just children. Is the life of children worth so little? She thought, not liking Pete's way of thinking. And they were supposed to be the protective family of Orario. Well, although not everyone in the family was like that, the vast majority always tried to help, but others like Pete only sought glory. I wish I would level up quickly. Although for some time many family members had begun to belittle him and make fun of him when they saw that he tried to stand out, even people on the street did the same, but even so he did not give up on his goal. He felt there was a place for him. He didn't want to stay downstairs forever cleaning other people's shoes. But not everything in his life was just mockery and more mockery. There were certain moments that he really liked. And that was going to the guild. Well, I hated going to the guild because Royman was there, who also looked down on me, but I only put up with him for one reason. Your advisor. The only reason for going to the guild was to see his advisor. Sava, it's good to see you, whispered a beautiful red-haired werewolf woman tending the counter. Hello Emma, he greeted somewhat nervously. Emma Fannet, that was the name of Sava's advisor. Normally, members of the Zeus family didn't need advisors since they were an elite family, but since no one wanted to teach Sava the basics, he had to resort to the guild, and he didn't regret it. Thanks to that, he met that beautiful advisor. Do you need anything? I asked with a warm smile. I came to see that fat bee, Mr. Royman, he corrected with a nervous smile. All Emma could do was chuckle slightly as she watched him correct his words. I've known you for years, Sava, and I know you don't like Mr. Royman, so don't hide it, he said, still smiling. I understand. It could be said that Emma was Sava's first friend when he arrived in the city with his brother. The moment she became his advisor, she became someone special to him, her smiles always captivated him. And how are you? Sava asked, leaning against the counter. Weren't you supposed to be talking to Mr. Royman? Emma asked, amused to see him trying to get her attention again. She always found it cute when he did that. I'm fine. Are you? Meh, just a normal day like any other, helping everyone with my great skills, he replied proudly. I don't doubt it, although it's strange that nobody talks about you even though you save many people, as you say. That's because my family always gets the credit, he whispered in frustration. But I'm fine. That's good to hear. They would have continued chatting peacefully, but a certain elf appeared. You again, Sava? Royman asked, annoyed. Yes, it's me again, he said wearily. The god Zeus said he had to give you an important message, so he sent me to receive it. Exactly. An important message that has to be delivered by an important member. Couldn't he have sent Maximer Zald? And yet he sends a support staffer. I speak with displeasure when I say those words. Mr. Royman, don't treat Sava like that, Emma pleaded, not liking the way he was speaking to her friend. Don't worry Emma, it's always the same with this chubby boy. Insolent child, Royman whispered with displeasure upon hearing Sava's words. For some time now, the relationship between Royman and Sava had been this hostile. It was usually the elf who always started with his insults. It was always the same, Royman treated all weak adventurers from any family that way. The only ones he respected were the strongest. It was the same with the half-elves. Many half-elf advisors complained about their boss's pedantic attitude, but since he was someone with power, they never amounted to anything. And he had developed a certain hatred for Sava because he never backed down from his insults, he always responded with another insult. He was an insolent child, as he called him. Will you give me the stupid message? Sava asked, no longer wanting to continue arguing in front of Emma. DSK, next time tell your god to send a truly important member, and with those words, Royman handed him the envelope and walked away, muttering insults. I'm sorry about that, Sava Emma apologized. Don't worry, I'm used to everyone looking down on me, he said with a forced smile. By the way, Emma, are you free tonight? Why? She asked, shyly pushing her hair to the side. Well, I was wondering if you wanted to go out with. Oh. If it isn't my lovely Emma. Sava's brow furrowed upon hearing that voice. He knew it perfectly. Pete, don't shout in the guild, the beastman asked as she saw the armored man approaching. Huh? Wow. If it isn't little Sava. What are you doing here? He asked, giving him a rather hard slap on the head that almost knocked him to the ground. An errand, I whispered irritably. And you? As far as I remember, you never crossed paths with the guild. I've come so my lovely Emma can give me another dungeon lesson, he replied. What? Sava whispered in surprise. Stop calling me that, Pete. I told you I didn't like those kinds of jokes, Emma pleaded. Sorry. Advice. But you're level 6, you don't need that, Sava said, puzzled. Haha, there's always something new to learn. If you only knew how many new things I've learned thanks to this doll. Pete. Yeah, it's just a joke. I hope you come prepared for today's exam. There are more than 30 questions and they are not easy at all. Of course I'm prepared, I have the best teacher. Well, I can't deny that, Emma said, embarrassed by the compliment. Do you want to take the exam now? Of course. Okay, then let's go. They both started walking to one of the guild's private rooms, although Emma stopped when she remembered her friend. Oh, Sava, the girl turned around, seeing him still standing in the same place. What was it you had to tell me? Me too. Sava looked up and glanced at Emma, then at Pete, who was smirking at her. And nothing, I just wanted to tell you to have a good day, she whispered, lowering her gaze. I understand. Sava, with his gaze lowered, could not notice the disappointment in Emma's eyes. Okay. Sava has to go clean the bathrooms at headquarters, so let's not keep him any longer, Pete said, grabbing Emma's shoulder. Yes, goodbye Sava. Goodbye Emma. So the boy just watched as they both walked away and went into that private advisor's room. A sad sigh came from him. Hen. Sava jumped in fright upon hearing a voice behind her, finding herself face to face with a girl with short purple hair. You wretched Galatia. Stop doing that. He shouted angrily. Galatia. 16 years old, level 5. Chicken, the girl repeated again while eating a popsicle. Chicken? Why are you calling me a chicken? He asked, offended. Because you chickened out at the last second about asking her out, at this rate that idiot Pete will steal her away, he said with boredom. So what? It's not like I have a chance either. Women prefer strong men like that idiot, not a pushover. You're right about that. You're supposed to cheer me up. I'm sorry, but I'm not one to give words of encouragement. Galatia and Sava's relationship was that of mere acquaintances. They were neither friends nor anything of the sort. They simply met constantly at the guild, as they were sent to deliver papers or something similar, and they always ended up exchanging a few words. And what if I told you that you have a chance? Galatia asked, capturing his attention once again. Do I have it? No, but if you don't try you'll never find out, you lack the guts. Wretched woman, she whispered through gritted teeth. I'd better leave. And so Sava turned around and started walking towards the exit. By the way, tell that idiot Silver to stop getting so close to Materia. Alfia is about to explode with anger. She's only 12 years old, but she's terrifying. So what? Silver is 14 and Materia is 12, let the children fall in love. Well, it seems her sister doesn't think the same. Silver is a pervert, a bad match for the family's darling. It's Silver's decision if he wants to enter the lion's den, not mine. And with those words Sava left, leaving Galatia standing alone. Oppressed idiot, I whispered, taking out another lollipop and starting to eat. Meanwhile, on Sava Street, I kicked a stone in annoyance. Damn shitty life. He thought, remembering Pete's face. How I'd love to punch him a couple of times to knock him down a peg. Sir, take it. Sava's thoughts were interrupted by a boy with black hair and brown skin who was handing her a page. And? I recently created a board game and gambling establishment with some friends and it's completely legal. You are cordially invited to the opening. Sava simply took the paper and saw the drawing of some playing cards and a die indicating the time of the inauguration. Entry only costs 5,000 valis, but if you say you're from Noah, then you'll only pay 4,000. Noah is my name, the boy introduced himself. Please, you would be helping us a lot with this new project. I'll think about it, he said, taking the sheet and continuing to walk. Thank you. I promise it will be a fun place. Meanwhile, Sava continued walking, looking at the paper with boredom. Nobody will go, there's a huge casino in town, obviously people prefer to go to a real casino and not one that's just starting out. Fuck off. Sava's attention was once again captured when he saw a man dressed as a clown being kicked out of a building. Your jokes are crap, Gassy. You're fired. Shouted a man with a big beard. That's because they don't have a good sense of humor. Shouted the clown angrily. Get out of here. You unfunny clown. When you need a clown for a birthday party, don't count on me. What part of being fired don't you understand? Hey. Which came first? The chicken or the egg? Get out of here, Gassy. Your mother came first. You bucking old man. And with those words, Gassy walked away, seething with anger. Get out of the way. As he passed Sava, he pushed past him and continued walking under the watchful curious gaze of the people. Well, it seems I'm not the only one having a hard time, at least I'm not dressed as a clown, Sava thought, then shrugged. Oh, well. Such were Sava's days in the city of Orario, training, providing support, sometimes cleaning the headquarters or going to the guild to drop off papers, a boring life according to him, or annoying because of the bullying he received from some colleagues, with Pete always leading that group. But despite that, she felt that everything could get better, that one day life would smile on her. Yes, a big smile. We still need to clean the garden because Miguel broke his leg and can't do it. Because I'll train afterwards. Through the corridors of the Silver family headquarters, Sava and his wife were walking calmly towards the garden to do their work. A few weeks had passed in which nothing interesting had happened in his life other than training his brother so that he could withstand the future beatings he would receive from Alfia. Training. All you ever think about is training, relax, Silver said boredly. Let's go to that new fair that just opened. You go, I can't neglect my training. Too boring. As they walked, they saw a group of their classmates gathered at the end of the corridor, chatting. Pete was among them. Silver, who had no problem with them, decided to approach and say hello, and Sava reluctantly followed him. Good heavens, I envy you. Haha, I know, I'm amazing. Hey guys, what are you doing? Silver asked, arriving with Sava. Well, if it isn't the #1 pervert in the family. Have you pulled any new pranks with Zeus? I heard you were planning to go to the women's hot springs, one of them asked with amusement. Haha, that mission is for tomorrow, today I plan to give Materia a flower in her room and not die trying. Heavens, you're really crazy. And what are you doing? He asked curiously, and Sava just stared bored out the window. Oh. We were just talking about Pete's new hunt, the bastard never stops, he said, patting him on the shoulder. Really? And what girl was it this time? Silver asked curiously. Pete chuckled softly, glancing sideways at Sava. That guild advisor named Emma. Sava opened her eyes in shock upon hearing that name. The Beastman. Sava's advisor. Silver asked nervously, glancing sideways at his brother. She herself, he said proudly. It was easy, I just had to treat her kindly these last few weeks, giving her flowers and complimenting her. Little by little she fell for me, and yesterday I invited her to dinner at dinner that ended in a night of passion. And heavens. What a woman. Lucky bastard, I'm still looking for a girlfriend, one of them whispered in frustration. Haha, it's because I already have the gift. Good for you, Silver congratulated him with a nervous smile. I hope you weren't in love with her, Sava, Pete said, looking at the boy who had his head down. Sorry if I was. Nah, Sava didn't stand a chance, another one said mockingly. He's just a prop. Pete simply approached Sava and placed his hand on her shoulder to whisper a few words to her. I'm sorry, but a woman like that deserves a real man, he whispered mockingly. What if I told you I only approached her to take her from you? I hope there are no hard feelings, my dear friend, he said, patting him on the back and walking away. I suppose you're in a relationship with her now, Silver said with a nervous smile. A relationship? Of course not, you know I'm not interested in that. I just want action, nothing more. I have another date with her tomorrow night that will obviously end in hex. I'll ask her out about 5 more times and then I'll look for another target, he said calmly. I don't like being tied down to anyone. Sava just clenched his fists upon hearing those words. He was just using her, he was just playing with Emma's feelings. Why was a piece of trash like him praised by people? Is something wrong, Sava? Pete asked, seeing her clench her fists. And nothing, I have a job. And with those words he turned around and walked away from them. I had an immense desire to hit him for what he was doing to Emma, but I couldn't. The only thing he would achieve was to receive a beating like on previous occasions. He felt so useless, so frustrated. Goodbye guys, Silver said, starting to follow his brother. I think he did like his advisor, one of them whispered, watching him walk away. Poor thing. Ha 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 ha. They started laughing loudly. Let's have a drink, guys, and I'll tell you in more detail how this conquest went, said Pete, starting to walk alongside his friends. Meanwhile, in the entertainment courtyard. Sava. Oi Sava. Sava. Silver called his older brother who was training with a wooden sword and straw dummies, trying to improve his fighting style. Sava, I'm sorry, Silver apologized sadly. I know how much you like that girl Emma. I honestly thought you and she would end up together but that idiot Pete came into the picture, said Sava, ceasing to swing his sword. I'm sorry, brother. No. Silver looked up and saw Sava with a big smile while tears streamed down her face. I'm not going to fall apart over a woman. Pete's right. I'm just a support. She'd never go for a poor devil like me. Yours? But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to give up. Sava began to move his sword forcefully, all the while smiling and shedding tears. I will become strong. Very strong. The strongest adventurer in the city. The adventurer who never stops smiling no matter how bad things get. And then people will stop looking down on me. Women will sigh as I pass by. Children will look at me with admiration. Men will envy my great strength. Brother. I will be strong. Very strong. And when I am strong, my name will be known throughout the city. The name of the great Sava will be on everyone's lips. But the final ash, Sava smashed the straw dummy to pieces with his wooden sword. What did the doll do to deserve this? Silver whispered. I'm tired of being weak. I'll work harder than anyone else so that everyone will remember me in the future, he whispered, looking at his wooden sword with a sad smile. I swear it before all the gods, the name Sava will resound throughout the city, I'm sure of it. Present. It was night in the city of Orario, and the guild was almost empty with only a few people still working. Among them was Royman doing some paperwork in his office. He seemed nervous. Every 2 seconds he looked around to see if he was alone and to continue with what he was doing. He had been behaving that way for the past week, but he couldn't control it. No, there's nothing to worry about, Royman whispered, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. That bellcranel is being guarded by the Estree family, so it's impossible for him to come to my. Besides, I don't think any of the people I killed betrayed me, or at least I hope not. Something that no one knew, not even those closest to the elf, was that Royman was a corrupt leader making under-the-table deals with some members of Evilis, mostly deals where he benefited in exchange for overlooking some illegal work of said organization. And apparently Sava has forgotten I exist. Damn, I never thought things would get this complicated, he thought nervously. The biggest deal Royman had made with Evilis was regarding the casino, mainly with Terry and Noah, who were in charge of that sector. The deal was that they would be allowed to do whatever they wanted inside the casinos. He even allowed them to secretly kidnap women and turn a blind eye in exchange for receiving 30% of the profits generated by the casinos each month, a deal which benefited him greatly. That was the reason why the Ganesha family never messed with the casinos, no matter how much they suspected something bad was going on inside, because Royman turned a blind eye and didn't give permission to interfere. Or so it was until a certain albino, a redeed, and a blacksmith dismantled that place in a single night, ruining all their plans. Royman's biggest fear was that one of the casino criminals, like Noah or Terry, would betray him by saying that he worked with them. So to avoid that, I secretly hired a mercenary to assassinate them all in the event that they were captured. But things got out of hand, as the mercenary, in addition to killing Terry, Noah, and his henchmen, also murdered the members of the Ganesha family who were escorting them to prison. It was never his intention that those boys from the Ganesha family should also die, leaving him with that remorse, hoping to take that secret to his grave, and ceasing to make deals with Evilis, cutting off all relations with them. And so it remained for a while, but his fear returned when the Orario prison was attacked, freeing a large number of prisoners, including Sava. Royman felt afraid, thinking that he would seek revenge on him for all the times he had insulted and belittled him in the past. But time went by and he never felt any relief. The relief was short-lived when a masked stranger began murdering all the Evilis members on the surface. He was afraid that one of them would betray him and that he would be next on that masked man's list. But that never happened. They even caught that masked man, who turned out to be Estree's dead son. Royman didn't care who he was, he just wanted him behind bars, fearing that at some point he would find out about his actions and want to kill him too, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't convince Estree and Ganesha that he should be in prison. But now he felt a little safer knowing that he was being guarded by the Justice family. As long as he didn't leave that headquarters, everything would be fine for him. Meanwhile, he would hire another mercenary to assassinate the few remaining people who knew his secret, and thus he would have peace of mind. This year has been very eventful in Orario, Royman thought, packing a stack of papers into a briefcase. I hope Evilis falls soon and we can put this all behind us. With those thoughts, Royman stood up to turn off the lights in his office and leave the room. The hallways were dark, a sign that there was no one left in the guild. The only ones there were 3 members of the Ganesha family at the entrance, who always escorted him home. As Royman walked through the hallways, he noticed the lights on in one room and curiously opened the door. Bros. whispered the elf, surprised to see the she-wolf still working in her office late at night. Is something wrong, Mr. Royman? The beastman asked, stopping what she was doing. I thought you had already left here, he said, confused. I'll be leaving soon, I'm just filling out paperwork for someone, she whispered, looking at a page that said bellcranel. When she found out he was still alive, she decided to rewrite his entire profile since it had been deleted because he was dead. As his advisor, it was her job and she didn't mind staying late doing the work. She also wanted to take the opportunity to get some of her paperwork done so that things would be a little calmer for her in the future. I understand, then make sure you lock everything up when you have to leave and be careful. I won't be long, good night. Royman closed the door and let Rose continue doing her work. She's quite a hard worker, she reminds me of her mother, the elf thought as he got closer and closer to the exit. He was still thinking about which mercenary to hire to end his problems. It had to be someone good at their job. Tomorrow I'll look up the names of the mercenaries who are in the city. Obviously, that sheet with the names of the mercenaries was given to him by someone from the underworld with whom he occasionally made deals. Mostly it was just about bringing illicit substances into the city and receiving 20% of the profit sold. They weren't from Evilis, but they were still criminals, although Royman was seriously considering ceasing to do business with them. We can go now, guys. The moment he stepped out onto the street in front of the guild, he said those words, hoping that the 3 members of the Ganesha family who always escorted him would be there. But all he found were their heads lined up on the ground. What? She whispered, feeling a great chill run down her spine at the sight. Hello, fat piece of shit. Royman fell to the ground and fried upon hearing a voice behind him, remaining seated and horrified. Sava, he stammered with a fearful expression on his face. Did you miss me, Royman? He asked with a friendly smile. Aye. Nope, don't shout for your own good, he warned, making the elf close his mouth. What do you want? What do I want? Ugh, well, there are many things I want, he said calmly. Like, for example, killing you. And no please, he begged, frightened. What? What did you say? Don't kill me, I'll do whatever you say. I can make deals with you. He said, getting down on his knees. Even a proud elf like him would put his pride aside in order to save himself. Wow, are you asking for mercy from trash like me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I did to you in the past. It wasn't my intention. Ha 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 ha. See. Now you respect me, because I'm a danger, Sava laughed mockingly. Pete was right, with power you can achieve many things. Please Pete, forgive me. Of course, I forgive you, Sava said simply. Huh? Yes, even though you treated me like shit in the past, I'll let it go, just because you're important in the city and all your contacts will be useful to us in the future. So, do you forgive me? Of course. Or that was until I found out about a certain little thing. As she said those words, Sava's gaze darkened, frightening the elf. Noah was my friend and you ordered him to be murdered. Royman's blood ran cold when he heard those words. He was a good kid looking out for the best for the organization, he was always loyal to me even though he was imprisoned, he even managed to convince Abel to collaborate in opening the prison doors. Abel? So it was true. Was he a traitor? He was a great soldier, I had planned to thank him personally when he got out of jail, but then I found out that he was murdered and you were the main culprit. And no, please. Don't worry, Royman, when the 4 families fall, that chair where you sit every day will be taken by me. Sava took a dagger from his pocket and looked with amusement at the frightened elf. Let's make that smile on your little face even bigger, chubby boy, and then I'm going to tear you apart and put you back together like a puzzle. We'll have a great time, Royman, he knew. Well within the guild. And that's all, Rose whispered, putting some pages in a portfolio and placing it on her desk. I'll come in an hour late to work tomorrow, I don't care if they dock my pay, I want to rest. Rose turned off the light in her office and left, starting to walk down the dark hallways. I was still curious about Bell, I wanted to know how he was still alive, especially since I had heard rumors that he had lost his memory. I wonder if he'll remember me, she thought, not very sure. All I hoped was that he would recover soon and return to the guild so I could explain to him what happened. Rose, like all the civilians, didn't know what had really happened. They weren't aware that Bell was the one who caused the massacres towards Evilis, thanks to the Ganesha family's decision to keep it a secret, although some suspected that he was involved. But that hadn't crossed Rose's mind. She was just curious to know what had happened to him. One of these days, if I'm allowed, I'll go to the Estree family headquarters to find out what happened. I'm their advisor, so I don't think there will be a problem. Rose continued walking but was confused to see that the doors were open, which was strange since Royman always closed them when he left, although he didn't lock them if there were still people inside. Maybe he forgot, he thought, going out into the street. But when she stepped outside, her blood ran cold and her expression changed to one of horror at the scene before her. One leg by a beech tree, another leg by a beech tree, an arm in the middle of the street, a person's torso next to the door. And what horrified her the most was seeing a man sitting on the ground with Royman's head in his hands, cutting his cheeks with a dagger, appearing to be smiling. That was the most traumatizing thing Rose could have ever seen in her entire life. Unable to stop herself, she let out a scream of horror, falling to the ground in a seated position, catching Sava's attention. He released Royman's head, stood up, and turned around boredly to see who had shouted. But when she saw that person, her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. "Emma?" she whispered in shock. While Rose, despite being terrified of having Orario's biggest psychopath in front of her, was confused when she heard that name. How do you know my mother's name?" Rose asked with small tears in her eyes, believing that she would have the same fate as Royman or worse. "I see, so you're his daughter." Sava slowly walked towards the beastman, who wanted to back away, but fear wouldn't allow it. He slowly knelt in front of her and stared at her before smiling. "Wow, you really are the spitting image of Emma," I whispered, looking at her outfit. "You even work as a consultant like her." How do you know my mother?" Despite her great fear, Rose was surprised that this person knew about her mother. She had never spoken to her about meeting the leader of Evilis. She was my mentor," she said wistfully, looking into the she-wolf's eyes. "You know. I'm happy you're the spitting image of her. You didn't inherit a single trait from that piece of shit Pete." Pete? Could it be? No, never mind." Sava shook her head slightly, standing up and looking at the frightened wolf. "How is your mother?" Died 3 years ago from an illness." "I understand. What's your name?" "Rose." "Ahahaha." The she-wolf was startled to hear that laugh. She still couldn't believe that her mother had been an advisor to someone like that. "Oh. So in the end she named her the one I recommended," she thought with a nostalgic smile, gazing at the night sky. "Emma." Rose began to look around, hoping that some adventurer would pass by, but nothing. Everything was empty. "I was going to die." I still couldn't believe I was about to die. Still frightened, I observed Royman's head and the 3 members of the Ganesha family. Would he suffer the same fate as them? He couldn't even say goodbye to Misha or even see Belle now that he had returned to life. But his fear turned to confusion when he saw Sava turn his back on him and start walking with his hands in his pockets. "Let's go, guys," he said simply, without stopping walking. "What?" Rose watched in shock as people gradually emerged from the dark alleys, walking behind Sava. 159 14 17 20. More and more people came out of the alley walking behind their leader, accompanied by a smiling elf and a clown who was carrying a huge mace. Rose knew most of the faces. They were the most wanted and dangerous criminals in Evilis. Where were they going? "Hey boss," a man with many scars on his face walked past Rose and stopped, looking at her with a smile. "Can I kill this little wolf?" "No," but Sava quickly denied it. "If any of you touch a hair on his head, you're as good as dead." "Good. Our objective is the Twilight mansion." Rose opened her eyes in shock upon hearing those words. Are they going to start a war with the Loki family? She thought in surprise, watching them all enter different alleys and disappear into the darkness. With trembling legs, Rose stood up, observing such a grotesque scene. He still couldn't believe his boss was dead. He had just exchanged words with him a few minutes ago and now. I have to warn the Ganesha family," she thought worriedly, starting to run towards the Elephant God's headquarters. It would probably take about 10 or 15 minutes to get there. I just hoped I'd arrive on time and not be too late. Please," she thought desperately. Mom." Meanwhile, at the Estree family headquarters, a certain albino slept peacefully, showing no signs that he was going to wake up, unaware of the total disaster that was about to unfold in the city that night. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Fall. It was night in the city of Orario, a very quiet night. People were sleeping peacefully in their homes, unaware of what was about to happen in the city. Was the cry of fear that came from a drunk man walking through the deserted streets in front of the guild when he saw some decapitated people. Help. The disastrous night was near. Are you cold? Do you want me to bring another sheet? I'm not a child. And at the Loki family headquarters, a certain green-haired elf was in her adopted daughter's room covering her with a sheet as she was about to go to sleep. They were Riveria and Ace. Aren't you a child? You're only 11 years old, Ace, Riveria said playfully, watching the little girl puff out her cheeks. I'm an adult, whispered the girl with red cheeks. That morning Ace had woken up with a fever, so she had been in bed all day. It was worrying for an adventurer to get sick because of their great stamina, but luckily Ace was not in danger, she just needed rest, and Riveria took care of her. Don't try to act strong, Ace, you're sick and you'll be here until you recover. Okay, she whispered dejectedly. Okay, then go to sleep. I'm sure you'll be better tomorrow. So the elf stood up and walked towards the exit. And wait. But the girl's voice stopped her. And? See, can you give me the other sheet? Riveria only smiled slightly upon hearing those words. It didn't matter that she didn't have her blood, for her she was her daughter, she loved her as such. You should have said so sooner. I'm sorry. Don't worry. After a few minutes Riveria left the room, leaving Ace alone, who was now able to sleep peacefully with a second sheet. When she's sick, she shows her most vulnerable side, the elf whispered. It wasn't that she liked seeing her sick, but when Ace got sick she always needed her. It was the feeling of a mother taking care of her child, and she liked that. I hope I'll be better tomorrow. And with those thoughts, the elf began walking through the corridors to Finn's office and chatting for a while about the latest events in the city. The hallways were empty. The vast majority were sleeping or hanging out in their rooms, resting up for tomorrow. A quiet night for the members of the Loki family. Are you still working? Riveria asked, entering the office and seeing the hobbit working with some paperwork. Yes, I fell a little behind on this so I have to finish it. The elf walked to one of the sofas in the room and sat down. And Garrett? I asked, not seeing the dwarf. I think he went to Loki's cellar to steal some liquor, he said with a slight smile. It doesn't change. After that, they both remained silent, only hearing the sound of the pen writing, along with the ticking of the clock which marked 11:30. What do you think? Riveria asked. What do I think about what? The bellcranel. Upon hearing the question, Finn put the pen aside and looked at his partner. It's strange that he's come back to life, it's never happened before, but I think the same as you, he said, squeezing her hand. I feel like Evilis had something to do with him coming back to life, wanting to turn him into some kind of soldier, but apparently they failed at it, which is a relief, really. From what I've heard, he's forgotten many of his memories, but he remembers vague things. That makes it more than clear that he's the real bellcranel, the elf whispered. Honestly, I'm also glad he retained what he once was. With that power, it would have been a problem if he'd become a soldier of Evilis. And we still don't know how they revived him and made him so strong. What I'm about to say might sound bad, but I'm glad Alan's corpse was reduced to dust. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if they had resurrected him with a power greater than he had, and even worse, if he had been on their side. Whatever it is, it seems to be something new for them since they failed with bellcranel, and that's a good thing, the elf sighed in relief. But even so, it's best that he's under surveillance. We have to be cautious. Although he helped many people by killing members of Evilis, from what I've heard, he doesn't seem to be very sane. I hope he somehow manages to control whatever it is they did to him. Are you saying he has a split personality? It's likely, but apparently none of them have taken command yet. I hope he soon learns to control it and returns to what he once was. I never exchanged words with him, but he was someone who helped a lot in the city. Having him back with this new power will be a great help. You're right, there's a reason the goddess Estree accepted him into her family, Riveria whispered, looking at her companion. By the way, what's wrong? Why do you ask? You've had a grimace of pain and discomfort lately. Is your thumb hurting again? My thumb doesn't hurt, my whole hand hurts, she whispered, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Huh? This is the first time this has happened to me, the pain is very intense, he said, annoyed. Do you think it's a bad feeling? I hope not, because this great pain would mean something very bad. Perhaps you should go and rest. I don't know, there's something that's really bothering me, she whispered, painfully taking his hand. I don't think I'll be able to sleep because of this. Meanwhile, Riveria just watched from the window, beginning to feel that strange anguish inside her as well. I think I'll go keep Ace company, she's sick and I wouldn't want to leave her alone tonight, said the elf, feeling that feeling grow more and more horrible. I think it's for the best, Finn whispered. Meanwhile, in the hallways of the mansion. A certain cat was in the hallways leaning against one of the windows looking at the moon with a nostalgic expression. Aki hadn't been the same since that mission. When she woke up at headquarters after the mission and Loki told her that Raul was dead, she cried. Never in her life had she cried so much as that day. Finding out that she had lost her best friend was a hard blow for her. As the days went by, some of her friends tried to cheer her up, but it was in vain. Aki was no longer that smiling, friendly cat she used to be with everyone. I missed Raul, I missed him a lot. You died defending me, you didn't have to do that, you idiot. Aki had seen with her own eyes the monsters that those members of Evilis were, she still couldn't believe that such strong people existed. They even eliminated Alan Frommel. Can we win this war? Do we have a chance? He whispered, his eyes lifeless. Can we take back Orario? Boo. The cat, hearing a voice behind her, turned around and found one of her friends. The elf Alicia. Aren't you sleepy? She asked, leaning against the window next to her friend. No, Aki replied in a whisper, continuing to gaze at the stars. You should sleep more, it can affect your health, she advised, worried about her friend. It doesn't matter, I'm a level 4 adventurer, I can't get sick. Tell Ace the same thing, she's been in bed all day. Sama seems like a real mother when she takes care of her, it's sweet. Shouldn't you go to sleep, Alicia? Oh come on, I'm trying to cheer you up and you're acting so curt. I'm sorry. Alice sighed and placed her palm on the cat's shoulder. Forgive me, I know Raul's death hurts you a lot, it hurts me too, he was my friend after all, the elf said sadly. That damn muscle man broke his neck right in front of me, I couldn't do anything, she whispered, clenching her fists in frustration. They killed almost all my comrades on that mission, and I'm lucky I'm still alive. I was knocked unconscious while they killed the rest, it's frustrating not being able to do anything. The enemy was much stronger than we imagined, don't blame yourself for that, Aki. I know, but I can't help it, and even if I want to take revenge, I can't. I haven't improved at all since that day. It's difficult, we never imagined Evilis was so powerful, Alicia whispered. But I'm sure everything will get better and we'll win this war. They're strong, but not invincible. I wish I could be as positive as you, said the cat, looking down from the sky to the city. Would you like to train with me starting tomorrow? You're too strict with training, but I'll train with you. Together we'll become strong, she agreed with a small smile. What time do we start? At 7 in the morning, so you'd better be on time, she warned seriously, making her friend smile nervously. Now that Raul was gone, he had to work much harder in training. He would become stronger for both of them. I've barely managed to get to level 4, it will be very difficult to reach level 5, but I won't give up, he thought, clenching his fists. Boo. What? I asked, noticing that the elf was looking in one direction. What's that? The cat, turning her gaze to that place, saw a light a little way from the headquarters, which kept blinking and getting stronger every second. Aki was very surprised by that light, as was Alicia, not knowing what it was, only seeing how that light became stronger and blinked more rapidly. I think we should warn the captain just in case, the cat recommended. Alicia was about to accept, but at that moment she realized something, causing her to open her eyes in horror. I had just felt an enormous amount of magical power. That was it. Whoever bows down. Without thinking, the elf threw herself on top of her friend and both fell to the floor. And at that very moment, the enormous light shot out with great power towards the Twilight mansion, destroying everything in its path and hitting part of the headquarters. Boom. Both friends were shocked by what had just happened. That powerful magic had impacted its headquarters, leaving a huge hole in one part which went through the entire mansion to the other side of the courtyard. And no, whispered Alice, unable to believe it. That large part that had been destroyed were the bedrooms of some family members who were sleeping at that moment. And now all that remained was that enormous hole produced by that enormous magic. Ye guys, Aki thought, watching everything in horror. At the moment the explosion occurred, Loki's wine bottle fell to the ground with a bang, opening his eyes. The goddess of jokes had felt as if a large number of Felnas had suddenly disappeared. It was so sudden that she felt a sharp pain throughout her body. That alone was more than enough for him to understand the situation. His family was under attack. Ace. At the moment of the explosion, Reveria ran out of the office towards the blonde girl whom she had left sleeping, while Finn, with a sharp pain in his hand, also came out clutching his spear and looked out the window. Good evening, Loki family. From the darkness a man with black hair and tears of blood running down his eyes appeared with a big smile. Sava, Finn whispered, angrily gripping his spear. The rest of the family, who had been awakened by the explosion, left their rooms and found a large hole in part of the headquarters. I hope I didn't wake you. Sava shouted, noticing the dead guards behind him. I'm pleased to inform you that you will be killed today. We're coming to your home today. Take advantage of it. Finn gritted his teeth and then turned to look at one of the family's newcomers who was in the hallway. Evacuate everyone who's level 1 or 2, the rest of you join us, we have to take down the leader of Evilis. Finn shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. And don't let your guard down. The frightened boy just turned around and started running away. Finn knew that was for the best. The rookies would only get in the way of the fight. Oh, so these are the leaders of Evilis, Bet whispered in annoyance. They made a mistake coming here. I agree with you, Bet you made a mistake coming alone, Sava. No matter how strong you are, you underestimated the Loki Familia, Finn said, jumping out of the window and landing on the lawn, seeing the man standing on the mansion's gates. Don't think I'll show you any mercy after what you did. And who says I came alone? He asked mockingly. Have fun, guys, but leave the hobbit to me and Lilith, you know what to do, take your time. From the darkness a group of people began to run towards the mansion, and some stayed behind whispering words, and magical attacks shot out and hit the headquarters. Be damned, the hobbit whispered angrily. I never expected them to attack so suddenly. They caught the whole family off guard. The gates of the headquarters fell to the ground as each member of Evilis entered one by one, ready to fight. The SK Trash Bat angrily jumped out of the window and in a swift movement launched a powerful kick which was blocked by a sword, creating a great gust of wind. Not bad, little wolf," said a man with his whole face stitched up, looking mockingly at the wolf. "I'm going to wipe that smile off your face." The rest of the Loki family, seeing that their headquarters was being attacked, did not hesitate for a second to take up their weapons and jump in to join the battle with every member of Evilis who was entering. Come on Hobbit, show us what you're made of." At great speed, Sava appeared in front of Finn, gripping his sword tightly. But the Hobbit, in a swift movement, attacked with his spear, and the moment the two weapons collided, they created a great gust of wind. Attacking head-on. "That's a really stupid strategy in my opinion," Finn whispered, applying more force. What can I say, I'm somewhat suicidal with my plans," I laughed, starting a rapid exchange of attacks all over the yard. Finn found what they had done strange. All they did was launch a powerful magic attack that alerted everyone and then rush headlong into the attack like idiots. What kind of absurd plan was that? Something's not right, the Hobbit thought, his arm throbbing as he pricked Sava's body with his spear. What are they planning? "Hey, it's not good to get lost in your thoughts in the middle of a fight," he said, cutting Finn's cheek. "At this rate, you'll die." I never expected a surprise attack, I just hope my bad feeling is wrong." As Reveria arrived at Ace's room, she quickly opened the door, seeing the girl trying to put on her armor to join the battle, although just by looking at her, she could tell that she was weak. "No Ace. In your current state you cannot fight," Reveria said worriedly. "I am fine, my fever has gone down," said the girl, her cheeks flushed red. Headquarters is under attack, I have to help." Reveria clenched her fists upon hearing those words and at that moment began to recite a magical chant at great speed. It was the first time she had recited at that level. Reveria?" the girl whispered, confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the headquarters, a group of rookies were running for their lives, almost being caught by a group of Evilis. But before they could touch them, Gareth arrived with his enormous axe and attacked them, seriously wounding each one of them. "Mr. Gareth," whispered one of the rookies. "What are you waiting for? I know very well that this is not an enemy you can face. Run from here, I'll take care of it," said the dwarf as he was surrounded by a group of enemies. "I'll be fine, don't worry." The rookies, despite not liking the idea of leaving their superior alone, knew they would only be a hindrance in the fight, so they had no choice but to flee. "They made a grave mistake attacking us like that," Gareth whispered, gripping his axe tightly. "I hope they're prepared for the consequences." Come on, dwarf, try to defeat us all," shouted one of them, launching himself into the attack along with his companions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a huge wall of ice suddenly appeared, freezing some members of Evilis. That was Reveria's magic, which once she finished her song she launched without hesitation at her enemy, caring little if they were dead. It wasn't his style to kill his enemy, but his family was at risk of death, so he would attack to kill without hesitation if it was to protect them. It was her duty as vice captain of the family. "I have to go," said the girl, taking her sword with the intention of leaving her room. "You can't fight, Ace. You'd better escape from here until we completely defeat the enemy," Reveria ordered seriously. "Go somewhere safe." But I can help," the girl whispered. Ace obeys. But their conversation was cut short as a huge fire serpent rose into the sky and crashed into the ice wall created by Reveria, which released a large cloud of steam as it melted. "Fire magic?" the elf thought, confused. As the cloud of steam disappeared, she could see below, a little way off, a clown drinking a mind potion, smiling at the elf, before attacking the Loki family members who were standing around with his enormous mace. What are they planning? The elf thought with a bad feeling. They just launched an attack without warning. It seems strange that Evilis would make such a move. No matter, we have to fight. And as she thought about it, she began to whisper her song, seeking to help all those who were struggling below. She wasn't a hand-to-hand combatant, so she would help with her magic. I want to help, Ace thought, her vision starting to blur. Meanwhile, in another part of the headquarters. Finn and Sava were having their battle, moving at great speeds across the battlefield, destroying everything in their path. He's good, he's really strong, Finn thought in frustration, dodging Sava's attacks. And it seems that big guy who defeated Alan isn't here. Good, that's one less thing to worry about. With great speed, Finn tried to pierce Sava's stomach with his spear, but Sava agilely dodged it by clenching his fists, which seemed to be charging with energy. Magic, thought the hobbit as he realized it. Haha, big bang. Seeing Sava's fist approaching rapidly, Finn covered himself with his spear for protection. But he didn't expect that punch to have so much power. Finn gritted his teeth as he felt that punch wasn't normal, feeling his bones crack a little and his spear crack. And by applying a little more force, Sava managed to win that clash. Like a projectile, Finn flew out and crashed into one of the walls of the headquarters, which collapsed. In the distance, the members of the Loki family continued fighting, although they couldn't help but be surprised to see that this guy was just as strong as their captain. Haha, I like this magic, it's simple but effective, said Sava happily. I hope you didn't die, brave one. As Finn slowly emerged from the rubble of the walls, a trickle of blood running down his forehead, anger evident in his gaze. You're strong, there's a reason you're the leader of Evilis, the hobbit whispered with a serious expression, approaching Sava. Thank you, I strive to improve every day, my motto is never give up, he said proudly. Funny, now I understand why they call you Smiley, you never wipe that stupid smile off your face. No, 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 little one, be careful the way you speak to me, I'm mentally unwell, and it would be much worse for you if I become even crazier than I already am. Well, at least you admit you're out of your mind. Because that's the reality. In the blink of an eye, they both disappeared only to reappear face to face and clashed their weapons together forcefully once again. Finn was bleeding from his head. And Sava was bleeding a little from all the wounds Finn had inflicted on her with his spear. They were both equal in strength and skill. What are you trying to achieve with this surprise attack? Finn asked, dodging Sava's sword and launching a swift attack with his spear, which was blocked. It's a stupid plan, to be honest. We outnumber you, and although we've lost many, you're losing more. You're strong, but I can't say the same for the vast majority of your soldiers. I'm aware that it's very difficult for us to win. The ground beneath them shattered the moment their weapons clashed again, releasing immense pressure. So? Tell me, Finn, what happens when you cut a tree's roots? He asked playfully. Exactly, the tree stops receiving energy. What are you trying to say? Now tell me, what happens to mortals the moment the god who provides them with their soul is sent to heaven? He asked, his smile growing ever wider. Exactly, my little friend, their energy and power disappear, vanishing as if they had never been there. Now that I think about it, we depend so much on the gods. Without them, we would be nothing. Upon hearing those words, Finn opened his eyes in shock as he quickly understood the dark plan behind the entire absurd attack. Loki, Finn whispered, worried about his goddess. Sava took advantage of his distraction and caused a large cut on his chest. We mortals are useless without the help of a god, and you will become so again, he said with amusement. Why am I telling you my plan when we haven't even done anything yet? Simple, because I'm sure it will be a success. A leader has to have confidence in himself, and I have plenty of that. Finn's shock lasted a few seconds until suddenly the veins stood out all over his face, and his eyes glowed red, his power rising. They were going to murder their goddess. I couldn't allow that. Who, Alicia? Both girls, upon being named, turned to look at their captain, being the closest to them, leaving one member of Evilis knocked out. Go to Loki and protect her at all costs. Quickly. And as Finn shouted those words, he launched himself at monster speed toward Sava, who smiled with excitement at the great increase in power he had. Upon hearing that order, Aki and Alicia quickly understood what was happening. The goal of all this was their goddess. Boo. And using everything they had, they ran at great speed into the headquarters to protect their goddess. No. My family will not be defeated in such a cowardly way. Finn shouted, filled with rage, thanks to his skill in repeatedly clashing his spear with Sava's sword with great force. It's not cowardice, little brave one, he whispered, receiving a deep cut on his shoulder. It's ensuring victory regardless of the methods. You used that same strategy some time ago with some Evilis families. What makes us different? Be quiet. The destruction left by Finn and Sava wherever their weapons clashed was immense, demonstrating an incredible battle between two level 6 characters, an evenly matched battle. For the first time in many years, the Loki family was at war and at risk of being wiped out forever. They couldn't allow it. They were one of the pillars of Orario. They could not fall to Evilis. That couldn't happen. In a certain room, Loki was sitting drinking some wine, listening to the loud explosions and gunfire outside the headquarters, feeling as if every so often a fauna of one of her children disappeared. Running away at that moment would be suicide for Loki. Any stray attack could kill her, and all her children were on the battlefield. No one could protect her. Who would have thought that Evilis's first target would be my family? He whispered, looking down at his empty wine bottle. They caught us off guard. She knew that although Evilis was strong, she had Garrett, Finn, and Riveria, 3 warriors who rivaled the leaders of Evilis. It would be a tough battle with many casualties, but she was sure it would be her victory. Unless. Loki placed the empty wine bottle on the table and sighed, keeping his gaze lowered. Do you feel prepared to bear the burden of a god's death? Loki whispered his question. It's not like you're the first divine being I'm going to murder. Slowly the goddess raised her gaze, seeing a certain elf leaning against a wall in a corner of the room, staring at her with a smile. You're Lilith. How did you get here? The goddess asked. The window isn't even open. How did you do it? I have my methods, he replied with a slight smile. Loki knew it was useless to run or ask for help. That girl was a level 5, he would kill her in the blink of an eye. If she were even a goddess of beauty, she would be delighted, although she doubted that any charm would have any effect on those 3 sick leaders. So that's why they launched such a stupid attack, because they would leave all my vulnerable children without a mother. It's very clever and cowardly at the same time. Thank you, Sava doesn't make such complicated plans. If he wants to kill someone he just launches an attack. Well, Valletta thought things through a lot, that's why he didn't achieve anything as leader of the organization. You're right about that, you're all psychopaths who rush into battle without fear of death or failure, Loki whispered with a slight smile. It's often said that there's no enemy more dangerous than one who isn't afraid to die. After those words, Loki turned to look Lilith in the eyes. But you seem different, unlike that Fulax or Sava guy, you seem sane. You know very well that everything you're doing is wrong, he said, standing up. Why follow the orders of a psychopath? Lilith only smiled slightly upon hearing that question. Sava, he was the only person who believed in me. He didn't insult me, judge me, or despise me. He placed all his trust in me even though he'd never seen what I was capable of. He always believed in me no matter what, and even when I failed, he never left me alone. He always said he was giving me another chance, infinite chances, because he always said the same thing. Lilith drew a dagger from behind her back and looked at the goddess. He gave me a home, a reason to keep living. He made me feel useful for the first time in my entire life. That's why I will always follow him no matter what, and I will help him with all his plans. If he wants to conquer Orario, then I will strive to make sure he succeeds. Nothing else matters to me. Evilis is my family. Well, I suppose even monsters like you are capable of feeling those kinds of feelings. We are not monsters, we are just people who had bad luck in their lives. Even if you gods try to live like mortals, you will never feel what we feel. You will never feel how life treats you like shit, no matter how hard you try, no matter how much you want to do things right, and we are tired of it. You're right, mortals will always be an enigma to all the gods. Through the corridors of headquarters, Aki and Alicia ran at great speed to their goddess's room to protect her. With every passing second they felt that at any moment they would lose their fauna. They could do it. If they failed, it would be the end of their family. We're almost there, Alicia. Aki shouted, her heart racing. Throughout the courtyard they could hear the sounds of clashing swords. Their friends were dying and they could do nothing. The great wall of ice appeared in the courtyard, freezing some members of Evilis, the same wall that melted instantly due to a huge fire serpent. Reveria Sama, thought Alice when she saw that. Finn and Sava clashed their weapons at high speed, both suffering multiple wounds all over their bodies. Finn's eyes were completely red thanks to his ability, causing great damage to Sava, but Sava was not far behind, also causing injuries to Finn. They were tied. Barrett defended the rookies so they could escape, demonstrating why he was the defensive tank of the family by taking down members of Evilis. The battle was in their favor, although they would suffer many casualties they could win. They only had to protect their goddess and they would win. Loki. And after what seemed like an eternity, they both arrived at their goddess's room and kicked down the door, ready to protect her. But her blood ran cold when she saw the inside. Then no, whispered Alice with trembling hands. Loki, Aki thought, clenching her fists. The room of his goddess was empty. They had been wrong. Loki wasn't in her room. She was in the meeting room where she always used to drink, a room that was at the other end of the headquarters. They made the biggest mistake of their lives. Last words? Lilith asked. Perhaps my family will be eliminated tonight, but you will fall sooner or later, I'm sure of it, the goddess whispered with a faint smile, accepting this outcome. Now finish your work, Lilith. This short chat was pleasant. Goodbye, goddess of jokes. Time before the war between the Loki family and Evilis. Through the corridors of the Estree family headquarters, a certain she-wolf walked slowly towards a room. Her face showed how nervous she felt the closer she got to that room. I have to talk to him, I have to tell him everything, she thought, looking down. Nies wanted to hug Bell, tell him how much she had missed him, and apologize an apology for everything that happened. The she-wolf felt guilty about the way the boy she loved ended up. She felt that if she had been stronger, none of it would have happened. And now she had him back, but she barely remembered them, and that hurt her, it hurt her a lot. When he smelled her scent that night, he couldn't believe it. His heart almost stopped at that moment. And when she saw his face, an enormous happiness flooded her entire heart. So much happiness that she wanted to run and hug him without even stopping to think if he was the real one. But Kagaya stopped her and said all those words that, despite making sense, she and her heart did not doubt at any time. The boy standing in front of her was Bell, and she wasn't wrong. When Estree confirmed it was him, a great weight on her heart disappeared. She had so many things to tell him that she didn't know where to begin. Her happiness prevented her from thinking clearly. Calm down, Nies, we have to start slowly, with a hello, and then I'll kiss him. No. Bell barely remembers me, he'll think I'm weird if I do that suddenly, she thought, embarrassed and sad. But. I love you, Nies. His memories recalled the last words the albino said to him before dying. He said he loves me. Does he still feel the same way? She thought shyly, standing in front of the door. He forgot everything, probably even what he felt for me. He forgot everything we went through together, our training sessions, our patrols, our time alone together that night in the dungeon. He forgot it all. The feeling of sadness appeared in Nies's heart when she thought about it, but she immediately put on a determined expression. But I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try hard to make you fall in love with me again, so that you feel those feelings for me again. This time I'll make sure I don't lose you again, not again. And with those thoughts, Nies raised her hand and knocked on Belle's bedroom door. I had planned to chat with him for a bit, a quiet chat just as Ermid recommended. It was night, very late, and everyone at headquarters was still awake, chatting in the living room. It seemed that Belle's return had taken away some of their sleep, although some had slept a little in the afternoon. Belle? When Nies saw that he received no answer on the other side of the door, he put his hand to the doorknob. I'm going in. A little nervous, I entered the room, which was dark, illuminated only by the moonlight, the same light that illuminated a certain albino who was sleeping in his bed. Although several hours had passed since he returned to headquarters and fell asleep, he still showed no signs of waking up. The time he slept while hunting Evilis members didn't even reach half an hour, so he was replenishing his energy. He's still sleeping, the she-wolf thought, smiling slightly at Belle's peaceful face. She slowly approached the bed and sat down gently so as not to wake him, all the while looking at his face. You have no idea how much I've missed you, Belle, I whispered with a small smile. Having you here with me again feels like a dream, and the best part is that it's not. You've really come back to my side. When she saw him in that state, she also felt a pain in her heart upon seeing his eyes filled with sadness. She knew all the atrocities that Belle committed. She herself saw the state in which most of Evilis's corpses ended up. But she didn't care about that. He didn't care about that. Belle only killed members of Evilis, people who committed the same or worse atrocities against innocent people. Deep down she knew that although, as Estree said, she strayed from the path of justice, she knew she did it to protect civilians, regardless of the method she would use. It wasn't the right way, but it never harmed a single civilian. That was more than enough for Nies. Nothing else mattered. Belle had returned, and this time she wasn't going to let him go. I still don't know what Evilis did to you, but they will pay for everything they have done. She knew that Evilis had something to do with Belle returning to life, and that their goddess had told them there were some very interesting things about Belle's condition. She hadn't said anything yet, but from her expression it was something surprising. Perhaps they were all gathered in the room to talk about it and were waiting for her. But as she said, she didn't care what had happened or what they had turned the albino into. For her, he was Belle, and no one would take that happiness away from her, not even her goddess. And she would try very hard to get him back, to have that kind, smiling boy she fell in love with again. She would strive to make him remember every moment they lived together. Nies truly loved Belle. She almost seemed like an elf because of the deep love she felt, and she was sure she wouldn't feel that way about anyone else. You're a heavy sleeper, she thought with a smile, watching the albino sleep. I love you too, Belle. Saying those words, she leaned down slightly and placed a kiss on his cheek without waking him. Rest, you've worked hard. And with those whispers she stood up again and walked towards the exit of the room, not without stopping at the door and looking at him once more. I wish that everything would soon go back to the way it was before. And with that said, he left the room, leaving Belle alone, who was still sleeping and no one would be able to wake him up. The living room door opened and Nies entered, capturing the attention of the entire family. You're finally here, you said you were going to the bathroom, and it took forever, Lyra commented, sitting on one of the sofas. Sorry, the door was stuck, and I couldn't get in. The she-wolf apologized with a nervous smile, as she sat down too. What did I miss? Is Belle still asleep? Estree asked with a smile, looking at the wolf. I went to the bathroom so I don't know. Stop lying, it's more than obvious that you took so long because you went to her room, said Noin, making the she-wolf lower her gaze in embarrassment. Why yes, he's still asleep, he replied, accepting that he had been there. You don't have to deny it, Nies, we know you missed him a lot, just like all of us, Estree said with a warm smile. Goodness, it's still strange having Belle in the family, Lyra said. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy he's back with us, but it's weird seeing someone we thought was dead again. Well, I have to admit you're right, but nobody can take my happiness away from me, Ally said. Haha, it's a good thing I didn't neglect my beauty all this time. I couldn't let Belle see me looking like a mess. I'm going back to normal now, they all thought, with an I'm-style sweat drops. Hey RDE, aren't you going back to your headquarters? Rihanna asked, looking at the girl who was sitting next to the elf. Of course not, I'm going to sleep in Ryu's room tonight, replied the younger Varma. Whose room? The elf asked, raising an eyebrow. Shakti will understand when I don't return, I hope you don't mind. Don't worry RD, you're more than welcome here, said Estree. Shall we talk about what's important? But before anyone could say anything else, Kaguya said those words while leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. I know very well that you have gathered us all here in the room because there is something important you have to tell us. What is it? I asked seriously. Baruin's the Mutasta whispered. Boo, you're going to age faster if you keep that expression, Nies said. You all shut up. At that moment, Hera also entered the room with a plate full of cookies and placed it on the new table which they had all bought together. There were still some destroyed parts of the headquarters, but they would be repairing them little by little. Hera, if you're sleepy you can go to sleep, Estree said. It's very late. Nope, I want to hear the conversation, the girl said, taking a cookie and sitting down next to Mariu. I want to know what happened to Belle Sama. Well, in a while she'll receive Estree Sama's fauna, so technically she's already part of the family, said Lyra with a smile. Thank you so much Hera, they're delicious, said Allies, grabbing 5 cookies at once and starting to eat. Okay, but promise that everything we talk about in this room won't leave here. Do you understand? The goddess asked. In response, they all nodded, curious about what he would say. Is that a bad thing? Kaguya asked. Not at all, as I already told you, the person who is with us is the real Belle, so you have nothing to worry about. So? Iska asked. Well, there are 3 curious things I have to say, whispered the goddess. According to the fauna, Belle is no longer a human. What? They all said, not understanding. Is he no longer human? Then what is he? An elf? I ask because he still looks the same to me, Lyra said, puzzled. Well, I can't understand it, said Estree, lowering her gaze. According to its status, it says it's a creature. Creature? If they were confused before, now they were even more so upon hearing that word. Creature? What is that? Celti asked. Wow, not even Celti the bookworm knows about that, Iska whispered in surprise. Don't call me a bookworm. Well, I don't know, Estree said, also confused. It's the first time I've ever heard of this race called creature. I've never heard of anything like it in my life. Wow, besides returning to life, he returns as part of a new race. Belle is truly unique, said Lyra with a smile. But even if he's part of a new race, I don't see anything different about him, Rihanna said, confused. Do you think Evilis has anything to do with it? It's more than obvious that they are the culprits, Kaguya whispered. But other than that, he's the same old Belle, with the only difference being that he doesn't remember us, Estree said. We still need to find out what this creature thing is. We can interrogate one of the Rudra family members they captured. It doesn't matter, Nies whispered. Creature, human, elf, beastman, unicorn, Belle can be any race, and it won't change anything. To me, he'll always be the Belle I fell in love with. Some girls opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. They knew that Nies had feelings for the albino, but it wasn't the same as saying it in front of all of them. That's nice, said Estree with a nervous smile. But so many problems that had happened lately, he had completely forgotten that most of his daughters had feelings for Belle or all of them, he still didn't know what the others felt. I think the same thing. Allies shouted. Belle is Belle and nothing and nobody is going to change that. For me too, although we still have to investigate what this creature thing is, Rihanna whispered. We can investigate later, Nies said, turning to look at his goddess. That's one of the things she wanted to tell us. What are the others? Well, Belle's only magic, Comet Azure, has disappeared, the goddess said. Although I think we already know the reason. Yes, Denov said that Sava killed Von Astrea with that magic, and from what little information we have, that guy is capable of stealing magic from corpses, Kaguya whispered angrily. That means even though Belle-san has returned to life, the magic doesn't return to him. This is bad, Celti said, tapping her chin with a finger. Belle-san wasn't a mage, and yet that magic was powerful. I don't even want to imagine what it will be like in the hands of a level 6. And the worst part is, he doesn't need to sing. Stop talking, Celti, you're making me nervous, Astrea said. I never saw Belle's magic. Was it that powerful? RD asked. Believe me, I highly doubt there's anything more powerful than that, Nies replied. Of course there is, and his name is Fatman, Lyra said proudly. No offense to Lyra, but I highly doubt that an artifact is more powerful than magic, said Ryu. I'll just tell you one thing, when I use that bomb I want you to run as far away as you can, that says it all, he warned with a sly smile, making more than one of them shiver. I hope that doesn't happen, Estree whispered nervously. But getting back to the original topic, Belle's magic disappeared, but he has a curious new ability. Oh well, what else does the rabbit bring? Did they give us a premium version or something? Asked Lyra. What is that ability? Kaguya asked. One which allows her to become stronger the more magic stones she eats, she said, seeing how they all made a surprised expression, already expecting that. Does eating magic stones make you strong? Wow, that's new, Astrea whispered. Although I feel like I've seen that before, said Mariu, trying to remember. Gluttony, allies said, drawing everyone's attention. I remember that he could become stronger as long as he ate people stronger than him, whether human or monster. That's not pleasant at all, Ryu whispered in disgust. But hey, at least the rabbit will get strong by eating only magic stones, not by eating human flesh, said Lyra, seeing the bright side. But eating magic stones, I've never heard of anything like that, said Estree, puzzled. I suppose it all has something to do with that new creature race, Kagaya whispered. But it's not that strange. There are so many odd abilities in this world that anything is possible. I agree with you, Belle is still Belle, Nies said, arms crossed. As Estree breathed a sigh of relief at the girl's reaction, she felt happy to see that they didn't reject Belle, despite what he was now. And what else did you have to tell us? RD asked curiously. Oh right. Belle is level 6. This time, and for the first time all night, they were all shocked to hear those words. What? Lower your voices, you'll wake Cranel-san, Ryu scolded. But level 6, he whispered in disbelief. Wait. How do I go from level 4 to level 6? Rihanna asked. I don't know, when I placed my Falna on his back I saw that he was still at level 4, but that I could upgrade him directly to level 6, she explained with a nervous smile. It seems Belle returned to us like a box of surprises. So he upgraded it to level 6? Salty asked. No, I was so happy to see it was him that I put all that aside, she said, embarrassed. Heavens, level 6 and I'm still only level 3, whispered the hobbit, feeling envious. The only ones in the family who were very close to being level 5 were allies, Kagaya and Nies, although the latter could already level up, but she asked her goddess not to do it yet, she wanted to raise her stats much more. It seems Belle is much stronger now, Iska whispered, feeling happy, though she was soon saddened. Although I don't like everything he had to go through to become so strong. The level 6 in the family, incredible, said Rihanna, still unable to believe that Belle was so strong. Level 6, it completely surpassed me, ally said, her pride wounded. Meanwhile, Kagaya remained silent, processing all the information. Now Belle was of a new race called creature, he could become stronger by eating magic stones, which was already very rare, and now he was a level 6. Belle, she thought, not knowing how to feel. And that would be all? Mariu asked. Yes, that would be all the information I had to give you, the goddess replied, relieved to see that none of the news was taken badly. What do you think about it? Belle is in a different league now, said Lyra. I don't know what Evilis was planning, but it backfired. Thanks to them, we have Belle back, and much stronger. The only bad thing is that he doesn't remember us. That's easily fixed, like Ermid said, we just have to be patient and he'll remember us, RD said optimistically. Besides, I'm very important to him, so I'll probably be the first person he remembers, I'm sorry RD, but I'm the first one she'll remember, ally said proudly. Haha, poor thing, she doesn't even remember your name, Noin mocked, causing a depressive aura to appear around the redeed. Well, Belle-san said my name when he saved me, I might, Salty whispered sheepishly with a small smile. I don't care, all I want is for Belle to remember everything and for us to go back to being the family we always were, Nies said seriously. If I'm the last one he remembers from this family, then so be it. I'll be patient and wait. I like your way of thinking, Nies. Estree congratulated me. Hey, I have a question, Rihanna said. What will we say when the civilians ask how Belle came back to life? They all think he's dead. What will we tell them? That he was out partying, that always works, said the smiling hobbit. Yeah, I don't think that would work with other little people, said Iska, glancing sideways at Estree, who smiled nervously. Damn, the cookies are gone, Asta whispered, seeing the empty plate. Hera, are there still cookies? She's already asleep. They all saw the little girl sleeping peacefully on the sofa. She probably hadn't heard much of the conversation. I'll go see if there are any more cookies in the kitchen, said Estree, standing up. But before anyone could say anything, a loud crash shook the ground, putting them on alert. What happened? Kagaya asked, drawing her katana. A bomb? Lyra whispered. What? They all saw Rihanna staring out the window with a shocked expression, so they did the same. And seeing what Rihanna was seeing sent a shiver down everyone's spine. She was a pillar of light. In the distance, a pillar of light was rising into the heavens. That only meant one thing. A god. Isn't the Twilight mansion in that direction? RD asked in shock. Yes. It's in that direction, allies whispered, watching in bewilderment as the pillar of light slowly disappeared. Could it be Loki? Estree whispered, unable to believe it. Through the streets of Orario, a group of girls ran at high speed towards the headquarters of the Loki family. They were allies, Kagaya, Nies, Ryu, RD, Rihanna and Iska. The rest, although they wanted to go, had to stay with Estree. They wouldn't make the same mistake twice of leaving her almost unprotected. And for obvious reasons they didn't wake Belle up. They were relieved to know that he was still asleep. The Loki family was really eliminated? Iska asked, still unable to believe it. We don't know if it's her yet, let's not jump to conclusions. Allies shouted, gripping her sword tightly, but from her expression she felt nervous. Damn it. Won't those damned Evilis guys even give us one day of rest? Nies shouted angrily, clenching her teeth tightly with rage. And the full moon overhead didn't help at all. It was bringing out its most violent side. Shaktini and the others are probably on their way too. RD shouted, trying to hide her concern. Evilis Kagaya thought, gripping her katana with hatred. As they got closer to the place, they could see a cloud of black smoke rising into the sky and began to smell something burning. This can't be happening, Ryu whispered in shock, stopping running. And the others did the same, perplexed. They were all standing in front of the Loki family headquarters, or where it was supposed to be. Now all that remained was burning rubble and corpses scattered everywhere, belonging to both Evilis and the Loki family. There was a war before everything was destroyed. They could still hear screams in different parts. It sounded like people fleeing. There were still members of the Loki family trying to survive. They had to help them, they had to protect their comrades. Just by seeing the destroyed headquarters, they knew what had happened. The goddess Loki had been returned to the heavens. We have to help the survivors. Allies shouted, agitated, and the others nodded. But before any of them could take a step, footsteps began to approach them. From the flames, a black-haired boy with scars slowly emerged with a smile on his face and a few wounds on his body. They all knew immediately who he was. It was Sava, who carried a spear in his hands. A spear which they all recognized. Seriously, why did it take Valletta so long to do this? Sava asked, snapping the spear in two and throwing it to the ground. What he wanted so badly, I did in one night, even though I lost more than half of the members who came with me, huh? Then he noticed the presence of all the girls, making his smile grow. Well, some familiar faces here, I whispered with amusement upon seeing Nies and RD. Have you come to pay a visit to the giant-slaying family? I'm sorry, but it won't be possible. Their goddess and captain aren't available at the moment and probably never will be, Sava, Nies whispered hatefully as his fur bristled and his fangs and claws grew larger. What happened to Finn? Allies asked, ready to activate her magic at any moment. That a body without flames wouldn't withstand a big bang at full power, he said, turning to look at the flames behind him. Although it was difficult, he was very agile and strong. We were evenly matched. And they had to murder the goddess Loki in order to win a victory worthy of a coward, Kagaya whispered, her gaze darkening. The victory is a victory no matter what, that's what I learned in the past, and tell me, is there anything I can offer you? He asked, putting his hands in his pockets. I'm not interested in your family right now, so what do you want, girls? One of the pillars of Orario had fallen that night. It all happened so suddenly that nobody knew what had happened. The Ganesha family, Freya and Estree, were the ones left to stop Evilis. And one of those families was about to confront the leader of that organization. In the Estree vs Sava family. What did they do to Belle? Allies asked as a few flames appeared on her body. They'll have to make me talk if they want to know. The battle which would be the beginning of the end of a war. Agris Alvicent. Flames ignited all over Allies' body, causing Sava to whistle in surprise. Interesting magic, too bad my inventory is already full and I don't want to change anything. Then we'll force you to talk, whispered the Redeed, gripping her weapon as the others prepared for combat. Try it if you girls can. Meanwhile, elsewhere near the Twilight mansion. Reveria ran as fast as she could without Falna, carrying Ace, who was breathing with difficulty. By the time the fever disappeared, the girl's fever had gotten stronger, worrying Reveria a lot. This can't be happening, the elf thought, making a great effort not to collapse. Their goddess had been eliminated, much of their family had been killed, and those who remained alive were being hunted. Finn Garrett, he thought, wondering if his two companions were still alive. They had let their guard down. Evilis attacked so suddenly that they didn't have time to organize themselves. Even without realizing it, someone snuck into headquarters to send Loki to heaven. They knew it would be difficult to defeat Finn and Garrett, both were elite adventurers, so they came up with the cowardly idea of eliminating the source of their strength. After all, without Falna they were once again mere mortals. Evilis had planned everything from the beginning, and they launched their attack without caring about losing some members in that battle. Damn it, she whispered, not wanting to cry. Reveria Sama. At that moment, a short-haired elf from the family managed to catch up with Reveria. Reveria Sama, I know a place where we can hide, shouted the elf. Where are the others? Did you see anyone else? Reveria asked. I saw the captain die. Reveria bit her lip hard when she heard that. I had to accept reality. The Loki family had been eliminated. There are still members of Evilis hunting down those who managed to escape. We must hide, Reveria Sama. And pray that the others do too. Come on, I have to take Ace to a safe place. Okay, follow. But before the elf could start running alongside Riveria, a hammer struck her head hard, knocking her to the ground and killing her instantly. A person without a felna would not withstand a blow from someone with a felna, no matter how weak that person might be. Riveria watched in horror as one of her students was murdered in cold blood right before her eyes. When he looked up, he saw a smiling clown carrying a huge mallet in his one hand. Princess of the Elves Riveria, I never thought I would assassinate someone so important, Gassi said, looking excitedly at the elf. Riveria only took a few steps back in fear while hugging Ace, who was trembling uncontrollably from the fever. Do you want to die slowly or quickly? Or do you want me to kill the girl first? Gassi asked with a big smile. Don't hurt Ace, the elf pleaded, hugging the girl. Please. I'm a murderer, do you really think I'm going to spare his life? Riveria fell to her knees as a small tear rolled down her eye. I was going to die. She was going to die that way, murdered by a clown on a lonely street with Ace in her arms, unable to protect her. She felt frustrated, filled with despair. Just a few hours ago there was peace in his family, and now. Perhaps only she and Ace were alive and the rest had already died. It angered and frustrated him that his family had been eliminated in such a cowardly way without him being able to do anything. I had no other option but to accept that cruel fate. So all she could do was gently hug Ace and close her eyes, hoping that clown would kill her. Wow, this is the first time I've killed someone who simply accepts their fate, Gassi said, surprised. Just for that reason, I'll give them both a quick death. Gassi raised his mallet, ready to smash his head. Haha, and to think the day would come when I would earn the hatred of all the elves, this will be exciting, he whispered with satisfaction. This city will belong to Evilis. And as he said those words, Gassi brought down his hammer with great force to kill Riveria, who only awaited her fate without letting go of Ace. The sledgehammer was slowly approaching. She could feel the wind hitting her cheeks, a sign that it would soon reach her. And when the sledgehammer was about to crush his head. Gospel. A magical attack, which I couldn't see impact on Gassi, who opened his eyes in surprise, flying out and crashing into a house which collapsed. Riveria opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words and seeing how her assassin had flown away. Slowly I turned to look behind her and saw a silver-haired woman standing there in a black dress with her eyes closed. Eyes that slowly opened, revealing that they were heterochromatic. His breath caught in his throat. Riveria couldn't believe what she was seeing. It had to be a dream. She had returned to the city. Alfia. I had forgotten how noisy the city was. An unexpected person had appeared on the battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Sava vs Galadia. Riveria was sitting on the floor hugging Ace while staring in shock at the silver-haired woman who had saved her. Alfia, the elf whispered, unable to believe that this woman was in the city. Alfia opened her eyes, frowning as she heard sounds of battles in different parts of the place. I had forgotten how noisy the city was, Alfia whispered in annoyance. As Gassi slowly emerged from the rubble of the collapsed house, blood trickling from his head and pain in his body. More than one bone had been broken. It's so painful, the clown complained, standing up. Huh? Gassi looked up and opened his eyes in shock when he saw that gothic woman standing a few meters away from him. Alfia whispered the clown. Do I know you? The woman asked indifferently. Huh? You attacked me without knowing who I am. I shouted, unable to believe it. You're very noisy, he said irritably. You're a clown, and I hate clowns. Do I need another reason? Well, it's not the first time I've heard of someone attacking a clown for the simple reason of being one. What have we clowns done to deserve this contempt? He whispered bitterly. Pathetic. While Riveria was still on the ground, she watched the interaction between the two, not knowing what to do. Haha, what are you doing here, Alfia? As far as I know, what was left of your family was exiled from Orario, he said, gripping his mace with a rare, excited smile on his face. That's none of your business, you unfunny clown, he said, closing his eyes again. I want you to answer one question. Do you belong to Evilis? And what would happen if I said I belonged to that organization? I'll have to kill you. Gassi's smile only grew wider upon hearing those words. Facing him was an elite adventurer, the pinnacle of adventurers. He was excited to fight someone like that. I just hoped that this time Lilith wouldn't interfere in their fight and would get him out of there. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gassi loved fighting strong people. Wonderful, he whispered in a high-pitched voice that only caused Alfia displeasure. I'm a high-ranking officer, I see. Alfia turned her gaze to the dead elf on the ground, the elf that Gassi murdered before she arrived. In the elf's hands was a sword, so she took it in her hands, touching its edge. I remember you. You're that killer clown, you were the only ridiculous one who dressed like that when you were murdering people. For a while, Materia was afraid of clowns after hearing about you. Exactly. It's an honor that someone as amazing as you knows who I am, he said, gripping his mallet tightly. His blood was boiling with excitement as he watched Alfia continue to stare at the sword. Did you happen to murder someone named bellcranel? Haha, are you going to talk or are we going to fight? He asked, containing his great excitement. I suppose that's a no, he whispered, gripping his sword. Fine, you're no use to me. Finally Gassi whispered. She never thought she would have that opportunity. The opportunity to fight and see how far he was from the elite of adventurers. Fight with one of the legends of Orario. Seeing the indifferent look in Alfia's eyes only made him more and more excited. How long would it last? Would he put up a fight against a monster like her? Would he be able to hurt her? Would he be able to make her bleed? Her excitement grew more and more as she thought about it. This was the best night of his life. Hahaha. Let's begin. The sound of a sword falling to the ground was heard in the area. Reveria just watched as Alfia dropped the sword, then turned her back on Gassi and walked towards her. Hey elf, which god was killed? The woman asked. Loki. Reveria answered that question with pain. The goddess of jokes, I understand, I whispered disinterestedly upon hearing the goddess's name. What a pathetic generation. After that, Alfia turned her back on Reveria and walked back towards Gassi. But she walked past him and continued walking in the direction where sounds of fighting and shouting could be heard. While Reveria was still on the ground, she watched everything in confusion, especially the clown who kept smiling. What happened? She whispered, confused, not understanding why they didn't fight. Although then he noticed a red line beginning to appear all around Gassi's neck. And when the entire red line was completed around his neck, the clown's head fell to the ground, followed by his body, which fell on its back. Alfia had beheaded him. What? Reveria said, surprised to see that. At what point did he decapitate him? At the moment he dropped the sword. It was so fast that she couldn't even see anything, although it was understandable. Now she no longer had a fauna. That clown was strong, he could see it when they were fighting in the Twilight mansion. But she killed him in less than a second. It was madness. What is she doing here? Reveria thought, not understanding anything at all. But then he remembered that he had a very sick ace in his arms. So, taking advantage of the opportunity that had been given to him, he started running again, looking for a safe place or, if possible, a place where they could take care of Ace. I didn't know what was happening or why Alfia was in the city. So many things had happened that night that she no longer knew what to think. Her family had been eliminated and now this woman appeared. His mind was a mess. All she asked was that some members of her family were still alive, she didn't want only she and Ace to be the only survivors. It seems Alfia is on our side, or at least that's what I want to believe, that's reassuring, the elf thought, continuing to run. But why did she mention bellcranel? And with those doubts, the elf continued running, hoping that the bloody night would soon end. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Aki was hugging an unconscious Alicia who was bleeding from the head. When his goddess was returned to the heavens, he couldn't believe it. But he didn't even have time to process anything when the members of Evilis shouted with jubilation and began to coldly murder his now defenseless friends. At that moment, they both knew they had to flee that place as quickly as possible. The Loki family no longer existed. Immediately, Evilis's wizards began bombarding the headquarters with magic, causing it to collapse and catch fire with each impact. But fortunately, both managed to get out of the building in time before the rubble fell on them, although Alicia received a hard blow to the head from a piece of wall that had collapsed. Now that they had no fauna, they had become vulnerable to any harm again. Aki whispered in frustration, unable to believe that this was happening. So, hugging Alicia, she intended to run away carrying her friend, but before she could, a group of 5 Evilis members surrounded her. Well, look who's got a cute little kitty here, said one of them mockingly. He and also a cute elf. Tonight couldn't be better. Aki just clenched her fists in frustration as she saw how she had been surrounded with no possibility of escape. Hey, what if we have a little fun before we kill them? One of them suggested. I don't know, Mr. Sava really detests that kind of thing. If he finds out what we did, he'll kill us without hesitation, one of them said nervously. It doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't find out it will be fine. Haha, the boss is weird. He commits the worst crimes but hates those who do this. I don't understand it, said another, with a touch of humor, approaching Aki and the unconscious Alicia. We just have to take them somewhere where no one can see us. Don't come any closer, you damn bastard, Aki threatened, pointing his sword at him, even though his hand was trembling. I was scared. So what are you going to do? You don't have a girlfriend, remember? I asked mockingly. Just enjoy it, little one, at least your friend is unconscious. I won't let you touch it, trash. Then I'll start with you, guys. Grab her by the hands and feet and make sure Mr. Sava isn't nearby. It would be bad if he saw us and then wanted to kill us. Understood. Don't come any closer. Poor little kitty. But before he could do anything, a spear pierced the man's chest and punctured his heart. Aki opened her eyes in surprise at seeing that spear. She knew it. It was Alan Frommel's spear. "You won't touch her, you damn piece of shit," whispered a white-haired girl, pulling the spear from her chest as her body fell lifeless to the ground. "Denov!" Aki exclaimed upon seeing her former mission partner. "Hi Aki, I'm so sorry I'm late," the girl apologized with a sad smile as she saw the mess that had been made in just a few minutes. "You damned wretch." When the others saw Denov murder her companion, they rushed to attack her. "I've realized it's not worth leaving them alive," Denov whispered, swinging the spear. "They're trash who don't even deserve jail." And using her great level 5 speed, Denov plunged her spear into the head of one of them and pulled it out to cut the throat of another. The other two, seeing that the girl was strong, decided to back down, although they were slow. In the blink of an eye, their heads fell to the ground after being cleanly severed. "Trash," the girl whispered, wiping the blood from the spear before approaching the cat when she saw that no one was around anymore. "Are you okay, Aki?" "Why yes, thank you so much for helping us," she said, relieved by the girl's presence. "If it weren't for you, I don't even want to imagine what would have happened," she whispered fearfully. Never in her life had she felt so weak and so vulnerable. Without Falna they were practically nothing. "I'm sorry, my family is already helping and fighting with the other members of Evilis, but we were slow. If we had arrived earlier, the goddess Loki would probably still be here," Denov apologized sadly. "Don't worry, Alicia and I owe you our lives," he whispered with a sad smile. "And don't apologize, what happened was our fault. We didn't know how to react in time to a surprise attack. And to think something like this would happen, I still can't believe the Loki family," Denov whispered, clenching her fists in frustration. "It's best if you go somewhere else. It's not safe here anymore. I'll protect you." "Thanks again for your help, Denov, and have you found anyone else alive?" Aki asked hopefully, hoping that some of her friends were still alive. "I'm sorry, I only found you two alive. I don't know if my companions were lucky enough to find anyone, let's hope so," she whispered, starting to walk, looking all around to protect the cat and the elf. There were corpses everywhere. Aki, while carrying the elf, closed her eyes at times because many of the corpses were those of her friends. She didn't have the courage to look at them. The sounds of battles could still be heard in some places. They could even hear the sound of an intense battle a little ways away from them as they heard explosions and collapses. They didn't know what was happening. "We have to get away from here. I was ordered to protect anyone I found alive, and that's what I'll do," Denov thought resolutely. "I won't let them get hurt. Give me strength, Alan," she thought, looking at the spear that had once belonged to the cat. Although Denov and Aki suddenly stopped when they saw a woman in front of them. He had purple hair and pale blue eyes, empty eyes that reflected a great anger, carrying a blood-covered sword in his hands. "Are they from Evilis?" And the only words that woman uttered were that simple question. For some reason, Denov felt intimidated by the pressure emanating from that woman. She was unlike any warrior she had ever seen. She felt just as intimidated as when she faced Fulax. "Answer." "And no, I'm from the Ganesha family." The woman didn't even let her finish because the moment Denov said no, she jumped up and walked away from them. And the moment she left, Denov finally noticed the scene behind that woman who had left. There were at least a dozen mutilated corpses, all belonging to Evilis. It was more than clear that this woman had murdered them. Who was she?" Aki whispered in shock. "I don't know, but he's strong," she replied, recalling the pressure he exuded. "Is he an ally?" Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the now vanished Twilight mansion. The group of people were battling with everything they had against a single man who just smiled with excitement about it. "Answer me. What did you do to Belle?" Nies in her beast form, thanks to the full moon, attacked Sava at great speed, who could only dodge each of the wolf's powerful punches. Thanks to the full moon, he also couldn't control his emotions, his anger spiraling out of control. So you found him already. How is he? Is he still sane?" he asked playfully, which only made Nies angrier. "I forcefully throw another punch which only grazed Sava's cheek." "That's how you throw a punch," I whispered, hitting the she-wolf squarely in the face and sending her flying a few meters. But they didn't give him a chance to rest because in the blink of an eye Kaguya appeared beside him with a sharp gaze and her hand on her katana ready to cut him. And in a swift movement, he drew his katana, pointing it at his enemy's neck to tell him this. But he easily blocked it with his sword, making the Oriental woman clench her teeth in anger when she saw that she missed. His reflexes and speed are great, he thought, intending to back away. But before Kaguya could walk away, he grabbed her hand tightly and sent her flying towards Nies, who was running in her direction, causing them to collide and fall to the ground. "Family of Justice, don't you think that title is too big for you?" he asked mockingly. "Shut your damn mouth," Nies whispered, standing up with blood trickling down his head. And when Nies was about to launch an attack, Kaguya grabbed her hand, preventing it. Kaguya let go. "Yes." And at that moment the she-wolf understood why her friend had stopped her. With her body covered in a red aura as if it were flames, allies launched a powerful fire attack with her sword, which caused a large explosion where Sava was. "Look round you, fool, don't let anger control you," Kaguya whispered. "I know you're angry, I am too, but we're not facing just any enemy. We have to be careful." "You're right, I'm sorry." While allies stood observing the source of the explosion, hoping she had damaged it. But as was obvious, he came out of that explosion almost unharmed, only with his clothes a little burned. "Lovely magic, it's very original," Sava praised, which instead of cheering allies up, made her frown angrily. "Do you have more of that?" Although seconds later a huge burst of fire approached him at great speed, it was Raiana's magic. "There's a lot of fire magic around here," she whispered, her smile unwavering. And for the second time, a torrent of flames struck the place, creating another large explosion, with the heat of the flames felt in the air. "Your magic is getting stronger and stronger, Raiana," allies praised her friend. "I've been training a lot," the girl whispered, looking at the source of the explosion. "But I doubt it was enough." "Exact." In the blink of an eye, Sava appeared in front of Raiana with a few burns on his face, but still smiling. Raiana tried to protect herself, but he was faster and landed a powerful punch to her stomach, causing her to spit blood and fly a few meters. "Raiana!" Allies cried out in worry, running towards him with her sword ablaze. Hee. But with another quick movement, I dodged the Reintegrated sword, causing her to quickly change the course of her sword. A small cut appeared on Sava's cheek, causing her to become frustrated. And grabbing her by the hair, he slammed her hard to the ground. "I expected more from the justice system," he laughed, letting go of allies' hair. "Someone." Sava had to cut himself short as he felt two attacks heading towards either side of him. Iska was on his right side, gripping her dagger ready to stab him, and RD was on his left side with her sword ready to attack. But I easily dodged both attacks and launched a powerful kick towards Iska, who covered herself with her arms, but the power of the kick sent her flying and crashing into a wall that was still standing in the Twilight mansion. RD tried to back away, but Sava gave her a strong knee to the stomach, causing her to fall to her knees. "You're lucky to be alive. I remember almost killing you when I escaped from prison," he whispered, watching the girl clutch her stomach in pain as a trickle of blood ran from her lip. "I wonder if you'll be so lucky again." "You murdered my friend's luck," RD said angrily. "I don't know who he is. I've killed so many people that I only remember those who had a profound impact on me. The rest are irrelevant," he said, raising his sword. "And you'll be on that list. I highly doubt I'll remember your face tomorrow." "Die." But before he could touch RD, Nies appeared behind Sava and connected with a strong kick to his face, causing him to take a few steps back with blood running down his lip. And he didn't have time to strike back at Nies because Kaguya forcefully clashed her katana with her sword, beginning to launch a rapid barrage of attacks, blocking each one. But then Sava lost his balance as he felt someone give him a strong kick to his foot, seeing an Amazon behind him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kaguya launched a slash with the intention of piercing his heart. Ugh. Sava managed to dodge the attack in time, preventing his heart from being pierced, but his shoulder had been punctured by it. In a fit of rage, he gave the Oriental woman a powerful kick, sending her flying, and a strong punch to Iska's jaw, making her brain spin. But another hard punch to his ribs made him clench his teeth, looking at Nies with an angry expression. And then a cut on his back, feeling as if part of his skin burned, seeing the Reintegrated with a little blood running down her head. "They're annoying," he whispered angrily, watching them jump away from him. The moment they were far away, another torrent of flames struck where they were, creating another explosion. It's the first time I've used so much mana in a single spell," Raiana whispered, a little tired since she was putting all her mana into each attack. But it didn't do much good, as Sava slowly emerged from the flames with an annoyed smile on his face and a few burns on his body. "They may be weak individually, but together they're very annoying," I whispered, intending to attack Raiana. But before he did, he felt an enormous magical power approaching him. Luminous wind. Ryu spent all this time away reciting her magic while the others attacked. She was powerful enough to harm even the first classes, so I hoped all of that hadn't been in vain. The impact produced a huge explosion, sending pieces of rock flying everywhere and raising another curtain of smoke. The other girls, a little sore from the blows they received, looked attentively at the side of the explosion, hoping they had accomplished something with it. They knew very well that they couldn't win. During those few minutes of fighting, they realized that Sava was just playing with them and that he could kill any of them at any moment if he wanted to. And knowing that frustrated them. "Let's go," Kaguya thought, hoping he had been seriously injured by that magic. But it wouldn't be that easy. Blessing of the elves. When the smoke cleared, Sava was visible again with the upper part of his clothing torn to shreds. Normally, he should have had a large number of injuries from that magic at the very least, but he was unharmed. Even the previous injuries had disappeared. I used a lot of magic to leave him seriously injured, but Ryu whispered in frustration when she saw that it didn't work. TSK, I wouldn't be surprised if she had healing magic, Kagaya said irritably. This is starting to get annoying, Nies said, clenching his fists. Come on, it's 7 against me, I'm sure you can do more than this, Sava said mockingly, angering the girls, some more than others. Don't disappoint me, do it for Belle. Mentioning the albino only increased everyone's anger. Answer me. What did you do to Belle? Allies asked, still using her magic. Tell me already. Do you really want to know the truth? You're not going to like what you hear, he said mockingly, enjoying the moment. Let's just keep fighting. Speak already, you bastard, Kagaya insulted. Are you sure? I warn you that it won't be pleasant at all, and you'll probably never see him the same way again. Do you still want to hear the truth? Well, you asked for it. The girls couldn't help but start to feel a little nervous upon learning the truth, but they had to know. They had to know what they had done to Belle to make him act like that. It didn't matter what they heard, they had already accepted him and would continue to love him no matter what. They were already prepared to know everything. Okay, listen carefully. Belle was resurrected as a monster, he said, placing his hand on his chest. A magic stone is stuck to his heart. Do you understand what I'm saying? The girls opened their eyes in shock upon hearing those words. A magic stone. The creature Nies whispered in shock, her hands trembling, now understanding this new race her goddess spoke of. Half monster and half human, Sava said with amusement, observing everyone's reactions. Are you surprised? Are you scared? That boy you all loved is now a monster, a damned monster who could lose control at any moment, just like the ones in the dungeon. Sava's smile only grew larger as she saw that the girl's shocked expressions didn't change. She liked seeing that. That was what I longed to see. Are you going to reject him? He's not Belle. Belle died that day in the dungeon. Now he's just a damned lunatic. He'll unleash his monster side at any moment and attack you, he said, swinging his sword from side to side. Come on, despise him, he thought with amusement. I wanted to see their expressions of horror, sadness, rejection. I wanted to finish breaking Belle and separate him from his family. I wanted to give it one last push into the darkness. But the reactions were not what I expected. And? Sava's smile faded upon hearing Allies' words, seeing that their shocked expressions had disappeared and returned to a serious one. Didn't you hear what I said? He asked, puzzled. Yes, Belle is half monster and half human, said the redeed. When Estree Sama said that a race was creature, I thought it meant something like that, and it seems I wasn't wrong, said Kagaya. I was expecting something worse, but I'm glad it's not like that, Iska whispered. Sava just watched their reactions with surprise. He had expected anything but that. I had just told them that Belle was half monster and they paid almost no attention to it. Didn't they feel any revulsion towards him because of what he had become? Why? Sava whispered, unable to understand. Why? Isn't it obvious? We don't care what Belle has become, Nies said seriously. He's our family and someone we love very much. We'll never disown him for it and we won't abandon him, especially now when he needs us most. He's always supported us and we won't turn our backs on him. A psychopath like you will never understand the feeling of having a family and wanting to protect them, Rihanna said, gripping her staff. We will never abandon him. Maybe Belle is half monster now, but inside he's still the Belle we all know and love. You said it yourself, a part of him is still human, and that's more than enough for all of us. Allies finished speaking. I understand. Sava whispered those words, then looked at the full moon with a small smile. Wow, I'm so jealous, she whispered. Haha, I'm so jealous, damn. After that laugh, he gripped his sword tightly and turned to look at them again. Well, let's see if that great affection they have for him gives them enough strength not to die tonight, he said, taking a step forward. I will never forgive you for what you did to Belle, you will regret it, Nies whispered through gritted teeth. Little wolf girl, I gave you a chance to live down there, this time you won't get the same luck. Kagaya was about to say a few words, but then she felt someone approaching. In the distance, the Oriental woman observed a person slowly approaching with a sword in their hand, not being able to see them well, but beginning to feel a great pressure. I won't waste any more time with you, I'll finish you off quickly. And when he was about to launch his attack. The man suddenly stopped upon hearing a voice behind him. A powerful murderous instinct was directed towards him from behind his back. Who is she? Allies whispered, unable to recognize the person. Be strong, Ryu whispered, just sensing his presence. Slowly, Sava turned around to look at that person, and what she saw made her open her eyes in shock. What? A few meters behind him was a woman. Purple hair. Pale blue eyes. Gripping tightly a blood-covered sword. And a look full of pure hatred directed towards him. Valadia. He whispered, surprised to see her there. How? You. "It was you, wasn't it?" he whispered. "You murdered Belle." An image from the past flashed through Sava's mind. One where he was on his knees with a huge deep cut in his chest and standing in front of him was Galatea with multiple wounds all over her body, breathing with difficulty. That was the last fight he had before spending years in jail. "It was you, you bastard." And in the blink of an eye, Galatea appeared before Sava. Instinctively, he raised his sword and shielded himself from the attack. The moment the two swords collided, they created a huge crater beneath their feet and caused a great blizzard, forcing the girls back from the immense pressure. "Who is she?" Ryu shouted. "It's very strong." Rihanna shouted, covering herself with her hands from the flying stones. He called her Galatea, Kagaya thought, remembering that Belle had said that name a while ago. "She is." As Galatea continued to apply enormous force in her attack, Sava clenched his teeth. "You're a bastard." With great speed, Galatea launched a powerful kick at Sava's face, which hit him squarely and sent him flying like a projectile to crash into a wall. "Haha, I definitely wasn't expecting this," Sava whispered, blood trickling from his head as he watched her run towards him at great speed. I wasn't expecting you, Galatea." The girls could only watch in shock as the two moved at monster speed, clashing their weapons and causing destruction everywhere they went. They could barely see them. "Incredible," Iska whispered, surprised by the woman's strength. At that moment they understood that their fight with Sava was over. They had no business being in that fight, they didn't even have the courage to interfere. They were monsters. Belle's teacher, Kagaya thought as she remembered her. A cut appeared on Sava's shoulder and at the same time a cut also appeared on Galatea's leg, but neither of them paid any attention to it. "I should have killed you when I had the chance." Galatea shouted, filled with rage, swinging her sword at incredible speed. "But no. I had to listen to Silver's stupid pleas not to kill you." A crater over there, another crater over there, walls crumbling to pieces and stones flying out. They were the only thing the girls could see of the fight that was taking place. And for not having done it, Belle. Be Belle. Hahaha. Was Galatea that important to you? They clashed weapons again, their faces close together, she with an expression of pure hatred and he with a mocking smile. And to think that the indifferent Galatea would grow so fond of a brat. "Do you know what you did? Belle was your nephew. I knew that from the first bucking moment I saw him." And once again they clashed their weapons, creating great destruction with each collision. The fact that Ryu was the one who asked that question, with a perplexed expression, not believing that what she had just heard was true. "Nephew?" Allies whispered in shock, unable to believe those sudden words. "Belle?" The others were also perplexed by those words. They expected anything but such news. Perhaps hearing that Belle was half monster didn't have much of an impact on them, since they expected something like that. But those words, they never expected them. "What?" As Galatea, with an expression of anger, dropped her sword for a few seconds, Sava smiled, taking advantage of that opportunity to kill her. But before he could do anything, Galatea, in a swift movement, clapped her palms together with great force, creating a very loud and sharp sound. The girls overcame their initial shock to cover their ears in pain from the loud sound. And Sava, being the closest, felt one of his eardrums explode from the loud noise caused only by the clash of their palms and began to bleed from that ear. "Since when do you specialize in sound attacks?" he asked, losing his balance slightly as he received a strong kick to his face that slammed him hard to the ground. Galatea tried to stab him with her sword, but he quickly dodged the attack, stood up, and threw a powerful energy charge punch. Big bang. Galatea covered herself with her sword, but it shattered from such a powerful punch, connecting the fist to her stomach, causing her to spit out a little blood and fly a few meters. 3 times and my arm hurt," Sava whispered, watching his hand tremble from using the big bang 3 times in a row. As Galatea stood up, she wiped the blood from her mouth. "Good magic. Who did you steal it from?" he asked angrily. "I don't know, I've already forgotten that person's face and name," he replied, noticing how his sword had cracked. "It's no use to me anymore." So he dropped his sword without taking his eyes off the woman. "You came all this way just to see Belle?" he asked mockingly, making Galatea clench her fists. "How did you become so close to him? You always acted indifferently toward other people, were you forced to raise him after Silver and Materia died?" "Shut your mouth, you bucking piece of shit. I'll never forgive you for what you did. I don't give a buck about everything you've been through. I even felt sorry for you when I saw how you ended up, but now I just want to kill you in the worst way possible." "Hey, don't get angry, I didn't kill him, it was Fulax," he excused himself, raising his hands. "Fulax? What? Was there a mass prison break so you're all free?" "Exactly. You guessed right." She shouted playfully, making the veins on Galatea's face stand out. He appeared in front of him at great speed and landed a powerful punch in his stomach. But Sava also landed a punch to his stomach, causing both of them to spit up a little blood. Why, you have the same strength as 18 years ago, have you reached your limit? He asked with amusement. Galatea grabbed Sava's arm tightly and lifted him up to slam him to the ground. The girls noticed a strange stone fall out of his pocket that was shaped like an eye. Belle was everything to me. And you. And you. Galatea grabbed Sava's hair and slammed her face into the ground, then started running without taking her hand off her head and dragging her face all over the ground. Upon reaching a wall, he slammed it with great force, completely destroying it and revealing Sava's blood-covered face. But he, still smiling, took Galatea by both sides of her head and pressed his forehead against hers. Yes, I like that expression of pain, he whispered, looking into the woman's eyes. Shut your damn mouth. And letting go, they both began to throw a great, fast, and powerful flurry of punches at each other, connecting with each blow and splattering blood everywhere. They were evenly matched. For the first time since getting out of jail, Sava was fighting with everything he had. He didn't even get completely serious with Finn. But with Galatea. He knew that even the slightest mistake would mean his death, just like in the past when he miraculously survived. If you only knew how much I destroyed him before he died. She shouted mockingly, making Galatea's expression fill with even more rage. I murdered so many people in front of him while dragging him by the hair. I murdered his best friend right before his eyes. I broke him in every way imaginable. Ha ha ha, it was so much fun. At the same time, both landed a punch on each other's face, forcing them to retreat. Did you make him suffer? Galatea whispered, her gaze lowered. Belle. Both were bleeding, both had hurt each other. If the battle dragged on, the strain would affect them and they would lose due to some mistake. But Galatea wanted to put an end to that. I wanted to destroy him. I wanted to make him suffer. I wanted to make him pay for what he did to Belle. I hated him. The immense hatred towards him just kept growing and growing. So she would use her only magic to finish him off. I would make him suffer every second of his death. Give me everything you have, Galatea, Sava whispered, ready to continue the fight. Belle, she whispered, ready to recite her magic. But before he could begin reciting his chant at great speed, someone else appeared on the battlefield saying a few words. Wow, I was wondering who was giving you so much trouble, and it's this idiot. I thought he was dead. Nobody noticed his presence or when he arrived. It was as if he had arrived silently, making himself known with that calm yet superior voice. The voice and presence that gave goosebumps to the girls in the Estree family. And not only them. This time Sava froze completely upon hearing that voice. No, she couldn't be there. It had to be a joke. A damn joke. I slowly turned to look to the side, seeing that monster in a woman's body a few meters away from them. That woman. That woman was there. It was Alfia. What are you doing here? Sava whispered, still unable to believe it. Anything was expected, even the appearance of Galatea, which, although surprising, only lasted for a few seconds. But she. Of all people, I never expected her to appear in that place. I couldn't even believe I was still alive. Alfia just opened her eyes, showing an unfriendly expression. Seeing your face reminds me of that idiot Silver. He said with distaste. Sava. Sava frowned upon hearing his brother's name. Don't compare me to Silver, she whispered, clenching her fists. So you survived a battle against the Black Dragon. I expected you to have died, but apparently, weeds never die. You look older. How old are you? 50. If Galatea didn't do it, then I will, Alfia said, her eyes darkening. It's time you died once and for all. I will kill him, Alfia, so don't interfere, Galatea warned. Don't tell me what to do, I whispered. I'll kill Materia's son. Do you even care? You didn't even take care of him, you didn't see him grow up. If anyone kills that bastard, it'll be me. It's funny that you think you're going to kill me, Sava said, catching their attention. Sorry, but I won't die in this place. My time hasn't come yet. Are you sure? Alfia whispered, taking a step forward. I'm not in the mood to drag this out. I'll just exterminate what's left of this stupid organization. Alfia raised her palm and pointed it at Sava, who immediately knew what she was going to do. That woman would kill him in a matter of seconds if he didn't react quickly. Standing before him was a true monster. I had to act. Her eyes began to bleed, and she also began to expel blood from her mouth at the moment Alfia began to accumulate magic. The clash of magic was about to occur. Gospel. Hamid Azure. Galatea and Alfia opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, watching as a huge magical attack shot out from the palm of his hand. The two forms of magic collided. A huge explosion occurred at the site, sending the three flying in different directions due to the large shockwave. While the girls were forced to retreat, no matter how much they wanted to intervene, they had no chance in that battle of complete monsters. They would only die in vain. As Galatea stood up, she watched in shock the great explosion that was formed by the collision of such powerful magic. "See Comet Azure," she whispered, unable to believe it. And Alfia stood up too, feeling something warm on her forehead. Slowly, he brought his hand to his forehead and saw how his fingers were bleeding as he clenched his fists angrily. That idiot had managed to hurt her with that magic which was most likely stolen. Alfia also knew of that ability of Sava's. "The bitches," Sava whispered on his knees, blood trickling from his eyes and mouth. "I never expected that night to end like this. I didn't expect Galatia to appear, much less Alfia." Things had gotten complicated. They may have eliminated the Loki family, but those two were enough to replace an entire family. Their plans had completely changed. "You bastard!" Galatia shouted, filled with rage. "How dare you? That magic belongs to Bell. You stole it. Bell this, Bell that. What's so special about him? He's just another cranel," he whispered, looking down. A damn useless cranel." Filled with rage, Galatia launched herself into attack once more, ready to pummel Sava's face with blows, and Alfia was ready to unleash a gospel the moment she moved. Both were determined to kill him. "Bellcranel," Sava whispered, looking down. "In the end, Silver was right, so that's how things are." When Galatia was close enough, she raised her fist ready to hit him, and he had no intention of moving. But then the earth beneath Sava opened up, causing him to slowly fall under the watchful eyes of everyone. "Do you want to end this, Galatia?" Sava whispered, looking at the girl with a faint smile. "Then come to Nasos, I'll be waiting for you, and everyone who wants to come is invited. Let's have one last blood feast. That stone will be the key." And the moment Sava fell into that hole, the earth closed again and Galatia's fist impacted, creating a crater, clenching her teeth in anger. Sava had escaped without being able to avenge Bell's death. "That magic belongs to Lilith, so she's free too," Alfia whispered, wiping the blood from her forehead and trying to control her anger. They could have saved themselves all this trouble if they'd just killed them instead of imprisoning them. As she said those words, Alfia turned to look at the Twilight mansion, which was still in flames and littered with corpses. Bell would still be alive. Galatia clenched her fists in anger, not wanting to shed tears upon hearing Alfia's whisper. If only she had killed Sava in the past, then Bell would not have died. Even if she were there smiling, that smile that always calmed her. "Damn it!" I yelled, hitting the ground hard. What frustrated her the most was that her fighting style had become rusty. She hadn't fought in about 3 years, living in a quiet town that was no longer attacked by Rakia, and that had caused her battle style to decline, becoming slow. He could not avenge the death of his beloved student, his Bell. Curse. "Nasos? What is that?" Alfia asked, approaching Galatia. Neither of them knew of the existence of that place, since it was discovered by Orario years after the falls of their families, although they never knew how to enter. "I don't know, but I will find that damned place and kill Sava personally, and that damned Fulax too. They will pay for what they did," he whispered, clenching his fists. At that moment, Alfia finally noticed the presence of the group of women who were a few meters away from them, mainly Estree who was cautiously approaching. "The Disculpin." Alfia and Galatia turned their gaze to allies, who became much more nervous. She had seen firsthand how powerful they were, and the last thing she wanted was to create a misunderstanding and become their target and be destroyed. "What?" Galatia whispered. "Who are you?" asked the nervous Estree. So many things had happened lately that allies had forgotten certain details, like the day Bell told them a little about their teacher. Galatia looked at allies for a few seconds, then glanced at the other girls behind her and squinted. "Which family do you belong to?" "Estree family, the great allies," she replied, still smiling nervously. Even in moments like these, his narcissistic side always came out. Alfia and Galatia turned to look at each other for a few seconds before looking at her again. "Allies, take me to your headquarters. There is someone who wants to speak with your goddess," Galatia said seriously. A very long conversation was about to begin, a conversation that would be full of surprises. End of chapter. Chapter 57. My dear son. A new day was beginning in the city of Orario. The sun cheerfully began to rise, illuminating the city for a new and happy day. Or at least that's how it should be. At that moment the city was in complete chaos upon learning of the fall of the Loki family. Absolutely no one could believe it until they saw what was once the Twilight mansion reduced to ashes. People who were afraid before were now terrified, wanting to flee the city just like what happened in the Dark Ages. But that wasn't the important thing at that moment. In a certain headquarters made up of a family of women and a single man, a certain albino was waking up in his room. Bell let out a small groan as he opened his eyes after sleeping for more than 15 hours. He had never slept so much in his life. The physical and mental exhaustion he experienced from his nights of massacre had affected him so much that nothing and no one could wake him up. Fortunately, with those long hours of sleep he was able to recover much of his energy. Still a little sleepy, he stood up and walked to one of his drawers where he kept a towel, which he then hung over his shoulder. After that, he took a bar of soap and a bottle of shampoo from his dresser and left his room. I slowly walked through the silent corridors, still with my eyes half closed. I hadn't fully woken up. Upon arriving at the bathroom, I entered, but not before putting up a sign that said occupied. The sound of the shower began to be heard as Bell refreshed himself with the water, eliminating that sleepiness he still felt. The severe headache he had felt the day before had disappeared, as had the fatigue. That rest had done him a world of good. After showering and cleaning herself for about 10 minutes, she turned off the tap, put her towel around her waist, and walked to a sink to brush her teeth, taking a new toothbrush that was in a small cabinet in the bathroom. After doing all that, he calmly left the bathroom and began walking through the silent hallways, even though there was no one else around but him. She calmly entered her room to go to her closet and put on the clothes she would wear. A pair of black pants, which Iska had made herself, and a white shirt with a small rabbit print on the chest, another gift from Iska. After getting dressed, he took some shoes he had under the bed and started putting them on. But when he was putting on the last shoe, he stopped abruptly. What am I doing? Although he didn't remember much yet, without realizing it he had just done his old routine that he always did when he woke up before dying at the hands of Fulax. It was strange, he just moved as if his brain had already programmed everything. But at the same time, doing that felt so nostalgic. For some reason, being back home made him feel so calm without the need to be on guard every moment. His mind, after a long time, had some peace. I wonder why everything is so quiet, Bell thought, peeking out the window and observing the city, listening to the occasional noise in the distance. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he could even smell the faint scent of burnt blood in the air. But he didn't think much of it. Being at their headquarters gave him so much peace of mind that all he wanted was to see his family's faces again to confirm that what happened yesterday was not a dream. That they truly accepted him despite what he had become. So he slowly left his room and headed towards the living room. The hallways were empty. He was really surprised that no one was walking around there. According to his mental clock it was about 7 in the morning, and from what little he remembered at that time, the girls were already walking around doing their things like showering and walking to the kitchen. They probably woke up before me, he thought, not entirely sure. And with those thoughts he continued on his way to the living room, hoping to find them there. He felt somewhat nervous seeing them. A part of him still felt embarrassed and unworthy to be with them, but he still wanted to see them, he wanted to see those smiles that calmed him. Tell me what the hell happened, Estree. When Bell was already close to the room, he heard the angry voice of a woman, a very nostalgic voice that brought great warmth to his heart. First we need to calm down. Calm down? My dear grandson is dead. And you're asking me to calm down. Let me explain everything to you. Explain to me. What the hell do you have to explain to me? Tell me in detail how he died. Please, just listen to me. Along with the nostalgic voice, I also hear the nervous and frightened voice of his goddess. Come on, we need to sit down and talk like civilized people, the nervous voice of another girl was heard from inside. RD Bell thought as he recognized the Reteed's voice. You shut up, you graceless Reteed. What? Come on Hera, calm down a little, I know you're angry, but the goddess Estree and her family are not to blame. And another voice was heard, a voice which sounded muffled and sad. Huh? A small tear rolled down Bell's eye upon hearing that voice, not understanding why he reacted that way. That voice. If only you would let me explain. Explain what? Bell is dead, there's nothing to explain. Just shut your mouth and let me explain everything. Oh? And you dare raise your voice to me? You just won't shut up. Estree-sama, calm down. Things were starting to heat up in there. If someone didn't do something, Hera and Estree would soon be at each other's throats. Estree was calm, but even a kind and gentle goddess like her had her limits of patience. Luckily, someone entered the room, making all that tense atmosphere disappear at once. Hera was about to yell at Estree, but stopped when she saw a boy standing in the doorway of the room. The goddess's breath caught in her throat as she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, Bell just wandered around looking at the girls, who had nervous expressions, especially Estree. Then he saw a woman with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes who had a puzzled expression. Then he saw that young goddess who a few moments ago had an expression of rage, but which had now completely disappeared. And finally I notice a woman with purple hair. She had a perplexed expression upon seeing him there, noticing how her eyes sparkled, and his eyes also sparkled upon seeing her. It was strange. A great wave of emotions hit him when he saw those two women. And without being able to stop it, another solitary tear fell down her eye, sliding down her cheek and falling to the ground. "The Bell?" Hera whispered, her voice trembling. "Grandmother," whispered the albino, looking at the goddess, having a large number of flashbacks pass through his mind at great speed, memories with that goddess. Bel had unwittingly remembered his entire life with Hera, every moment he had lived by her side. She had remembered her grandmother. Bel. But a woman broke that silence in the room. Upon hearing the albino's voice, Galatea didn't think twice and ran towards him to give him a tight hug, unable to believe it and shedding many tears. "Is it you? Is it really you?" he asked, pulling away from the hug, still with tears in his eyes, caressing the albino's cheek to verify if it was real and not an illusion. "Why yes, I think so," he replied nervously, surprised that such a beautiful woman was hugging and caressing him like that. Although she instantly remembered her grandmother and felt a great deal of nostalgia upon seeing Galatea, she couldn't recall much about her. It seemed those memories were more deeply buried in her mind. "It's you. It's Bel." Galatea cried, unable to believe it, tears streaming down her face. But how, why you and I thought and I." Seeing that the tears kept falling, Bel raised his hand and gently stroked Galatea's cheek, wiping away the tears that were running down. His heart also felt immense happiness upon seeing her. "Bel." And with a big smile on her face, Galatea hugged him again, having the strange feeling that she wouldn't want to be separated from Bel for a long time. Hera slowly turned her darkened and angry gaze to Estree, who had a very nervous expression. "I can explain it. If this all turns out to be a sick joke, consider every one of your daughters dead," he threatened, his voice dripping with hatred, before pointing at Hera. "And I'll start with that little one first." The girls felt a great chill run down their spines upon hearing those words, especially the little girl who clung to Mariu, hoping she would protect her. While leaning against the wall, Alfia glanced sideways at Bel, who was still being hugged by Galatea. It seemed as if she was analyzing him with her gaze. "You look a lot like Materia," she thought, unable to help but remember her sister when she saw Bel's face. "But I don't like that look." It wasn't because his eyes were red, which he actually hated since they reminded him of Silver and Sava's. "I said that because Bel had a different look. It was the look of someone who had been through a lot in his life, someone who hadn't had it easy. Someone who had stepped into darkness for a while. The person who had been to hell." Some time later. Things had calmed down now, with everyone sitting on the living room sofas or some standing leaning against the wall, as was the case with Alfia. While one of the sofas was being occupied by only 2 people, Bel was embarrassed as he was receiving a lap pillow from Galatea at a request, who smiled happily while stroking the albino's hair. "I understand," Hera whispered, taking the last sip of her tea before crushing the cup with her hand, not caring that she had cut her hand a little, the pieces of the cup falling to the floor. The girls were frightened when they saw the goddess's expression darken again. "So those bastards did kill Bel," he whispered again, clenching his fists tightly. "But they managed to bring him back to life as half monster and half human, and that caused him to lose most of his memories, they're bucking pieces of shit." The air began to feel heavy as Hera began to release part of her arcanum due to the great anger she felt. "Why yes, and after many events we managed to recover Bel, although he barely remembers us, but with good help he will soon recover," Estree explained. For the time being, they would keep other things hidden, such as how Bel became one of the most bloodthirsty killers in the city in just 2 weeks, and how he was mentally destroyed by Sava on 2 occasions, although Galatea already knew that since he told her himself. But it would be best to keep it a secret from Hera. "So, half-monster," Hera whispered, turning to look at Bel, who was still on Galatea's lap, looking away, not having the courage to meet his grandmother's eyes. "I felt that she would reject him. It doesn't matter, he's still my Bel to me," Galatea said with a happy smile, continuing to stroke the hair of the embarrassed albino. "Yours?" Nies asked, a little uncomfortable with those words. "Any problem?" And from one second to the next, Galatea's cheerful gaze turned dark as she looked at Nies. "And no, none," whispered the she-wolf, feeling intimidated. "I thought so," and so her cheerful gaze returned to her face, caressing her white hair again, which was still a little damp from the shower that had been not long ago. Meanwhile, Alfia just watched that interaction with a small twitch in her eye. She had come from nowhere, she hadn't even bothered to raise him, so she had no right to give him orders or tell him who could be his partner and who couldn't, or who he could behave affectionately with. But he was still her nephew, the son of Materia, and he didn't much like Galatea's attitude towards him. He didn't know that they had lived together so that she would have a great affection for him, but he still didn't like her for the simple reason that he had known Galatea for years and because she was twice his age. It was the same feeling she had when she found out that Silver was after her sister. No, when she found out about it, her reaction was much worse since she hated Silver. She didn't hate Galatea, but she did irritate her from time to time. Excuse me," Ryu whispered a little nervously, catching the attention of the purple-haired girl. "That. On the advice of a healer, we can't bother Cranel-san too much, as it would be bad for his health, and the way you're treating him might be very uncomfortable for him, and since he doesn't remember her." "What are you talking about, elf?" No matter how many memories he loses, he'll never forget me, she said, turning to look at the albino with a sweet smile. You do remember me, Belle, don't you? Honestly no. The sound of something breaking echoed throughout the room as Belle said these words. No. My vase fell. Estree exclaimed as she watched one of her vases fall from a piece of furniture and shatter into pieces. And not only that, it had been torn to pieces. Galadia's heart also stirred upon hearing those words. Don't you remember me? He whispered with an expression that reflected pain. I'm sorry. Belle slowly sat back down on the sofa, staring at the woman with a guilty expression. He knew she was someone very important to him because of the great calm and warmth his heart felt when he was by her side, but he couldn't remember much more than vague memories. And I see, so you forgot everything about me, what I am to you, she whispered, lowering her hurt gaze. But don't worry, Miss Galadia, with good care Belle will soon recover his memory. Estree tried to encourage the grieving woman. Don't lose hope, allies chimed in. Galadia looked up again, seeing Belle's guilty expression. The fact that Belle didn't really remember her hurt her a lot. She was sure she wouldn't have felt that pain with anyone else, but Belle, without realizing it, that albino had become someone very important to her, so much so that she considered him the most important thing she had in her life. What are you to me? Belle asked nervously. What am I to you? He whispered. Estree was right, not all was lost. If he would truly remember her at some point, then he would be patient until that moment arrived. Meanwhile, she would give him only a little information to see if he could recover some memories. Yes, I would give him some undisturbed and unaltered information to see if he remembered it. Nothing bad. Only the truth. Galadia smiled sweetly, taking both of Belle's cheeks in her hands and bringing her face closer until their foreheads were together. The girls felt nervous seeing that, and even more so Belle because of the proximity. I am your wife, Galadia whispered with a beautiful smile. That? Everyone in the room screamed those words in shock at what Galadia said. Meanwhile, Alfia's eye twitched when she heard those screams, making her want to launch into a gospel song to shut them up. Wife. Belle stammered. Yes, your dear and sweet wife, he said without separating and without ceasing to smile. I see, Belle whispered, looking down. I even forgot the woman I love. Don't worry, you'll remember everything soon. She's lying. The girls shouted when they saw how Galadia was taking advantage of the situation. And Alfia's patience would soon run out if they continued shouting. You'll soon remember the great Louvre. Galadia's words were cut short by a cry of pain as she felt someone pull her hair very hard. When he looked up he saw that it was Hera, who had an angry expression upon seeing what he was saying. Stop lying to Belle like that, she whispered angrily. Don't take advantage of the situation. I agree with Hera, Estree said. Belle's situation is delicate and we don't know if altering his memories with lies could worsen things, so I ask that you put your jokes aside. Galadia looked down, feeling scolded by Estree's words. Sorry, I won't do it again, I just wanted to make that little joke, he apologized. Well, it looked like he was serious, Nies whispered, his eyes narrowed. So she's not my wife? Belle asked, feeling confused. Galadia let out a defeated sigh as she began to tell the truth. For now, all I can say is that I am your teacher and that I will teach you everything you know about combat. I can't tell you anything more because they say that too much information can affect you and well, I wouldn't want you to have a bad time because of me. Obviously she's not your wife, Hera said angrily. This woman is twice your age, so I'll never allow a relationship like that, and speaking of which, I'll have to talk to other people later. As Hera said those words, she glanced sideways at all the girls, who nervously looked away. Yes, me too whispered Galadia, mimicking the goddess's action. And I'm not that old, you're the old woman. Be quiet. So, my teacher, Belle murmured, closing her eyes and trying to remember something about her, but they were only blurry memories, feeling a slight headache the more she tried to remember. Don't strain yourself, Belle, Ally said, approaching the albino and placing her hand on his shoulder. It's best to take it easy and you'll see that you'll soon remember everything. You're right, thanks Rose. It's allies. Haha, at least this time she mistook you for someone else with red hair, Lyra mocked, watching her captain's eyes well up with angry tears. Alright, leave the room, Hera said, looking at all the girls in the family, including the goddess. Hey? I'd like to talk to Belle about a few things and I want us to be alone. Oh, I understand, Estree said, standing up and looking at her daughters. It's best to give them their space. I'm sure they have a lot to talk about. But I want to hear the conversation, whispered the hobbit. Shut up, Lyra, and keep walking, Astrea said as he pushed her towards the exit of the room. The others, a little curious to know what would happen, also left the room to give them their privacy, leaving only Galadia, Alfia, Hera and Belle. The albino became nervous when he was alone with the three of them. She remembered her grandmother, but she was still afraid of what she would say now that she knew she was half monster. He also felt nervous about Galadia's presence now that he knew she was his teacher. For a moment he truly thought she was his wife. And finally there was that silver-haired woman leaning against the wall. He didn't remember her at all, not even a little, so he came to the conclusion that he really didn't know her, although he still wondered who she was. A silence fell over the room as they were left alone, making Bell even more nervous as he didn't know what to do or say. He didn't even have the courage to look his grandmother in the eye, he was afraid she would reject him for what he had become. Of all his loved ones, that would probably be the rejection that would hurt him the most. I didn't want that. Hera called. Why yes. Can you stand up? I asked in a soft voice. The albino, obeying his grandmother, slowly got up from the sofa and stood in front of her with his gaze lowered. Meanwhile, Hera just stared at him as her gaze softened more and more. You're taller than when you left the village, he said in a soft voice that calmed the albino's heart. When Bell left the village he was about 1 meter and 72 centimeters tall, but now he is 1 meter and 77 centimeters tall. Some might think it was strange that he had grown so much in less than a year, but now that he had been turned into a creature, his body had changed a lot. Now you're taller than me, Galadia whispered with a small smile. Why your skin is paler, said Hera, her voice breaking for a moment. To your gaze. I still remembered when Bell left the village, his eyes filled with joy. But now. A small tear rolled down Hera's cheek. For that reason, Hera asked everyone to leave the room. She didn't want anyone to see her so vulnerable except her 2 daughters and her grandson. When I read that letter and it said you had died, I felt like it wasn't worth staying here on Earth anymore, she whispered, fighting back tears. They had taken away the only good thing I had in this place, but now. Hera is crying, Alfia thought, unable to help but be surprised. Never in her life did she think that a goddess as conceited, arrogant, and tyrannical as herself would become so fond of a human, not even with Materia was it like that. It is true that she loved her very much and she was her favorite, but when she died she did not cry, she was simply depressed for a long time. But with Bell. He still remembered when he returned to the cabin and the first thing he heard was Hera's cries of pain in her room, with Galadia leaning against the window, her gaze lifeless. At that moment she understood that Hera loved Bell more than anyone else. She looked at Bell not as a grandson but as a son, not like the children she places in a position of authority, but she looked at him as if he were her real son. She felt a mother's love. After all, she raised him alone. Galadia didn't appear in Bell's life until he was 7 years old, so Hera raised Bell completely alone for 7 years. It was understandable the enormous affection she had for him. She took the role that was rightfully mine, he thought, remembering how she chose to distance herself from all of that and travel the world searching for a possible cure for her illness. Although I doubt I was a good mother figure to him. Don't cry, Grandma. Hera froze upon hearing those words, looking at the albino. Do you remember me? She thought, surprised and beginning to feel happy. In response, Bell only nodded slightly, still with his gaze a little lowered. Well, she does remember, the old woman thought Galadia, feeling a pang of envy, though seconds later she smiled as she saw Hera's eyes sparkle with happiness. If the rest of the family were alive, they wouldn't believe she was our goddess. She doesn't resemble the one from the past at all. So you remember me, I whispered, smiling slightly. You're so rude, you haven't looked at me in ages, and you didn't even give me a hug. Me too. Bell felt nervous. Part of him wanted to run and hug her, but the other part didn't, looking at his trembling hands, the same hands that had been stained with blood for many days, coldly taking lives. As much as he wanted to ignore it, it wasn't so easy for him. Although he didn't show it, he kept hearing voices in his head from time to time, and that terrified him. And Hera noticed that just by looking at her expression. Bell, he whispered in a warm voice. Nothing matters to me, I don't care that you're half monster now, to me you're still my grandson, no, you're still Bell, my dear son. Tears began to form in Bell's eyes as he heard those words, which immediately reached his heart. And no longer able to resist and ignoring his fears, he ran towards Hera, who was waiting for him with open arms, and gave her a strong hug, beginning to shed tears on the goddess's shoulder. My little Bell, I missed you so much, Hera whispered, tears streaming down her face, tears of happiness. Never think I would ever reject you, I would never do that, you are my son, my beloved son. I'm sorry, sorry, Bell apologized in whispers, feeling another huge weight disappear from his heart. Galadia smiled happily at the sight, happy to have Bell with her again. But seconds later his gaze darkened. Sava, you're going to regret what you did to Bell. I'll never forgive you, you damned bastard, he thought with a great feeling of hatred. You'll regret the day you messed with him. This time Silver isn't here to stop me. I'll finish you off once and for all. But Grandma, Bell whispered. Yes? I asked, still hugging him. If I remember correctly, you were exiled from Orario. How did you manage to get in? Trifles of no importance, he said, stroking the albino's hair. Obviously, nobody would kick her out of Orario or complain to her. Loki, who was the one who loved her the most, left the city because she had been sent to heaven. She was sure that Freya already knew of her presence in the city. After all, she was always snooping around with her divine mirror, but as was obvious, she wouldn't do anything either. And lastly there was Royman, he had been present at the moment his exile was decided, and Royman was also dead. There was no one who could stop him from being in the city with his grandson's son, and if anyone complained, they would receive his wrath. So don't worry, I won't leave your side, he whispered, pulling away from the hug and kissing her forehead. She didn't usually act so affectionate with him, but since she missed him so much and thought he was dead, she put all that aside and gave him as much affection as he wanted. By the way, who is she? Belle asked curiously, looking at Alfia, who was still calmly leaning against the wall. I told you about her many times, although you probably don't remember. She's your mom's sister, in short, your aunt. Alfia's eye twitched when she heard that word. Wow, she's my aunt, Belle whispered in surprise, as it was the first time he had seen a blood relative. Don't call me that, Alfia said irritably. Just call me Alfia. But. Just call me Alfia. I understood. Haha, Aunt Alfia, Galatea mocked, further irritating the woman. Don't worry, Belle, I'll take that role. I can take any role you want. Aunt, mother, sister, friend, wife, girlfriend, lover, whatever you want, she said, winking at her. Galatea, stop bothering him, Hera said angrily. I won't allow you to pull another one of your stupid pranks that you used to play in the cabin. Ah, whatever you say. Meanwhile, outside the room, the girls stayed in the hallway waiting for them to finish their conversation, or rather, for Estree to finish, since some of them would soon be leaving. I wonder what they're talking about, allies whispered. They haven't seen each other in a long time, I'm sure Hera missed him a lot, said Estree with a small smile. Did you see your teacher? When Belle talked about her, I thought she was older, but she's very young and beautiful, Nies said, surprised. And very strong, Kagaya whispered, remembering how she was able to fight Sava on equal terms. And very playful, Nies said, a little jealous of how he behaved with Belle. But who is the other woman? Lyra asked curiously. She's Alfia, Estree said, surprising everyone. I see you know her. Oh, of course, she was someone very powerful from the Hera family, or at least that's what the stories say, said Celti, a little nervous. I thought I had died fighting the black dragon, Ryu whispered. Well, apparently she's still alive. Just by sensing her presence I can feel her great power, even training for 3 decades without stopping. I don't think I could surpass her, said Iska, not believing that someone so powerful existed. I wonder why she's here, Rihanna said curiously. Do you remember the Aunt Belle told us about a while ago? Estree asked, and the others nodded. Well, I think it's her. Really? Who would have thought Belle was the nephew of someone so powerful? Lyra said in surprise. Now I understand why he's so talented. Well, it was obvious. From the beginning, we knew that Belle was the son of a member of the Zeus and Hera family, so it's more than obvious that his family is very powerful, Mariu commented. Although I didn't think it was this powerful. Yes. Her family is very curious, Kagaya whispered, glancing sideways at Nies, allies, Ryu, Iska, and Rihanna. RD wasn't with them, as she had to go immediately to her sister at a request when the Loki Familia fell, although she said she would return later. Why are they looking at each other like that? Astrea asked, puzzled. For nothing, we would like to discuss the matter further with Miss Galatea, allies whispered, recalling those words she had shouted in the midst of the battle. Belle was your nephew. They hadn't forgotten it yet, and it was impossible for them to forget it. They still couldn't believe that Belle was the nephew of the biggest psychopath in all of Orario. Obviously they weren't going to despise him for that. They were simply curious to know how things had unfolded, and who better than Galatea to explain it to them. Although the best thing to do, and this was something they all agreed on, was to keep it a secret from Belle. They didn't know how she would react when she found out who her relative was, and they didn't want to find out. Besides, that wasn't their business, only her grandmother and teachers. Although I want to continue talking with Belle's family, there's a lot of work in the city right now, allies sighed wearily. The Loki family was eliminated, I still can't believe it, Ryu whispered. Even Finn was killed. I never thought this war would come to this, Lyra said bitterly. Loki Estree thought sadly, having lost one of her friends. Obviously she was still alive in heaven, but he knew very well that centuries would pass before he would see her again. He felt sad knowing that he would never again have those outings with Loki and Freya that he used to have from time to time. The city is in chaos. I think the best thing to do is leave and see how we can calm the civilians down, Iska recommended. But what will happen to Belle? Ryu asked. Right now she's with her family and they need their space. We have our duties in the city and we can't abandon her when she needs us most. The Ganesha family can't handle all of this alone, Ally said seriously. Although it would be best if 2 of us stayed here with Estree Sama and Hera. I know there's no danger since they're both here, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Then I'll stay, Celti offered. Okay, then Lion can stay too, Ally said, looking at her elf friend. Do you agree, Lion? No problem, the elf agreed. Although she also wanted to help in the city, she would stay at headquarters with her goddess and Belle, and she was also a little curious to meet his family. Then it would be best to head to the city, said Kagaya, starting to walk. My head is already starting to hurt just imagining the chaos that's unfolding right now, Lyra whispered. We'll come back later in case Belle asks about us, although I doubt it, he has a lot to talk about with his family, Ally said, happy to meet Belle's family. She felt that they would help a lot in her recovery. The SSLT, Nies whispered, approaching the elf. What's happening? Can you keep an eye on Belle's teacher? You know, so she doesn't joke around with him too much. It could be bad for his health. Understood, the elf accepted seriously. Take care and help the Ganesha family as much as you can. Estree said goodbye, watching her daughters leave. She knew they all wanted to stay at headquarters but couldn't abandon their duties as a family of justice, though she highly doubted Evilis would attack, not after seeing who arrived the night before. Things would probably stay quiet for a while, or so I hoped. Well, in the meantime we can prepare something to eat, I'm sure Belle is hungry, Estree suggested. That sounds like a good idea, Hera agreed, smiling, her happiness evident in her eyes. Although that happiness would vanish when he saw Hera again, after that declaration he made, he was afraid of his hero's grandmother. Meanwhile, in the living room, Hera, Belle, and Galadia had sat down on one of the sofas and chatted quietly about many things, listening to what little Belle remembered. While Alfia was still leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, listening to the conversation, specifically the words her nephew was saying, she decided that when she had the opportunity she would speak to him alone. The next few days in the city of Orario would be full of work. End of chapter. Chapter 58. A bad memory. In a certain infirmary of the Die Insect family hospital, a certain jade-haired elf was watching a blonde girl sleeping peacefully. He's stable now, all he needs is rest, said a healer boy from the family. Thank you for your help, whispered the elf with a dull look, stroking her adopted daughter's hair, and the healer left the room. Since that disastrous night ended, she hadn't had the courage to leave that room. She was afraid to go out and find out that she and Ace were the only ones alive in her entire family. I still couldn't believe it. I was making a huge effort not to cry at that moment. I didn't want to break down. The disaster must be immense in the city. People are probably more agitated than during the Dark Age, he thought bitterly. The Ganesha and Estree families are doing everything they can to calm the inhabitants. I highly doubt the Freya family is doing anything. Despite Riveria not having slept at all since last night, she wasn't sleepy at all, and even if she wanted to sleep, she doubted she could. His family was dead. A small tear rolled down Riveria's eye as she could no longer contain her emotions. My family. But before she could shed another tear, the bedroom door opened, causing her to quickly wipe away the trail of tears and see who had entered. Miss Riveria. What's wrong, Shakti? The elf asked, doing her best to maintain a serious expression. I'm so sorry for what happened to your whole family, I truly am, whispered the elder Varma with a sorrowful expression. The Loki family was a great pillar of the city. They were a wonderful family. Thank you for your words, Shakti, but they're not necessary, he said, looking down. How's the city? My family and the Estree family are doing everything possible to calm the civilians. We have also recovered the bodies of all the members of your family. They will be buried tomorrow. I understand. At that moment an awkward silence fell over the room. After the misfortune of the previous night, it was difficult to communicate. The atmosphere was very tense and depressing. By the way, would you like to visit the surviving members of your family? Upon hearing those words, Riveria looked up with hope. Are there any members still alive besides Ace and me? Yes, they were injured so they are also in the hospital. Please, take me to them, the elf pleaded quickly. Okay, then follow me, Shakti said, leaving the room. I'll be back soon, Ace, whispered the elf, stroking the girl's hair as she left. Now Riveria and Shakti were walking through the hospital corridors to see the survivors. How many are there, Shakti? Riveria asked hopefully. Shakti? Well, besides you and Ace. Only 5. Riveria's heart ached sharply upon hearing those words. Almost 98% of his family had been murdered in a single night. There are only 7 of us, Riveria whispered, still unable to believe it. Here we are in the first room, Shakti said, stopping in front of a door. He was very seriously injured after the battle, but he's stable now. Unfortunately, he's in a coma and we don't know when he'll wake up. When Riveria opened the door, she saw 2 members of her family there. The first of them was Gareth, who was lying on the stretcher with a large number of bandages all over his body with his eyes closed. It was more than obvious that he was the one who was in a coma. Gareth, Riveria whispered sadly upon seeing the state her companion was in. The second person in the room was Cruz, who was missing an arm but was conscious, sitting in a chair. he was taking care of the dwarf. Cross. Miss Riveria, I'm glad to see you're okay, the boy greeted, noticing how dull her eyes were. Mr. Gareth had already eliminated the vast majority of his enemies when his Falna disappeared. Unfortunately, one remained and he struck him with great force, leaving him in critical condition. Luckily, he managed to withstand it, perhaps due to the enormous resistance of the dwarves, but he has not woken up since then, Shakti explained to the elf, who was only looking at her companion. How are you, Cruz? Do you have any other injuries besides the loss of your arm? The elf asked, looking at the boy. Fortunately not, I only lost my arm, but others weren't so lucky, the boy whispered with a difficult expression. Riveria understood that he was talking about another of the survivors. He would soon find out who he was talking about. Don't you know when she'll wake up? The elf asked. The healers say it is very likely that he will be in a coma for a few weeks, they have not given an exact time, explained the elder Varma. I understand, Cross. Yeah? Please take care of Gareth while he recovers, I trust you, and you get some rest too. Don't worry, Miss Riveria, that was my intention from the beginning. I will take care of him, the boy promised seriously. Thank you. Let's go to the next room, said Shakti, leaving followed by the elf. Miss Riveria. But he stopped when he heard Cruz's voice. What will happen to us? What about the family? There is no more Cruz family, no more. And with those words she left the room, leaving him alone with an expression of sadness and frustration. Who is the other patient? Riveria asked. The next patient is someone complicated, he said, letting out a tired sigh. He's very delicate. I think I know who he is, she whispered, stopping in front of a door. Let me in alone, Shakti. I'll talk to him. Good luck, he's been very quiet. The elf simply took the doorknob and opened it, entering the room. From the way Shakti spoke, I already knew who she was, and apparently I wasn't wrong. There was only one person on the single stretcher in that room. And that person was missing both legs. Irabet. The elf, despite never having gotten along with a werewolf, was hurt to see him like that. He was her partner after all. That was still conscious, he was just lying down staring at the ceiling of that room with a calm expression. Seeing him so calm, Riveria slowly approached the stretcher to talk to him. Bet. Don't say anything, old woman, the wolf interrupted in a whisper. Don't say anything, I don't want anyone's pity. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because I've now become a legless piece of trash. Ha, you'd better keep your words to yourself. How is it? That damned man with the stitched face, the moment Loki went to heaven, he cut off my legs and ran away, he whispered, clenching his fists. Someone already told me there are only 7 of us left in the family. What did the healers tell you? I can walk again if I use prosthetics, but those prosthetics won't be strong enough to withstand my fighting style. There isn't a prosthesis strong enough for that. In short, my time as an adventurer is over. Very sorry. Keep your apologies to yourself, I don't need them. For the first time since she met him, Riveria watched Bat acting in a very calm manner. For a moment she thought he would be shouting with anger, wanting to do something to get revenge or something like that, but it was the complete opposite. She just stood there with her serene gaze fixed on the ceiling. If you have nothing more to say, leave the room, I want to sleep, he whispered without even turning to look at her. I understand. Riveria walked slowly towards the door to leave, but not before turning to look at him again. What will you do now? Nothing, was her short reply, closing her eyes to go to sleep. And with that answer Riveria left the room where Shakti was already waiting for her. How did it go? She asked curiously. I think Bet simply accepted his fate, the elf whispered bitterly. I never thought I'd see him act that way. Well, when he woke up he was screaming with anger and all that, but after an hour he calmed down. I think you're right, he accepted reality. Let's go see those who are left, Riveria requested, starting to walk alongside Shakti through the corridors. Although some of his companions had survived, they were in a coma or incapacitated for the rest of their lives. That was becoming increasingly painful for the elf. Why are we leaving the patients' rooms? Riveria asked as she saw them approaching the dining room. Well, the last 2 people said they were going to be eating around here. I think they're the ones who came out best in all this, Denov protected them very well. The moment Shakti finished speaking, she could see an elf and a cat eating at one of the tables in that dining room, or at least that's what it was until they noticed her presence. Riveria Sama! Shouted the elf Alicia, who was carrying a bandage on her head, standing up and approaching Riveria. Meanwhile, Aki calmly stood up and slowly approached. Aki, Alicia, it makes me very happy to see that you 2 survived, Riveria said, unable to stop smiling happily. How are you, Riveria Sama? Are you alright? The elf asked worriedly. Don't worry, Alicia, I'm just a little tired, she whispered. Of all the students she had, only Alicia was alive, she still couldn't believe that all the others were dead. And Ace? Aki asked curiously. She's resting in a room, she's already better, she replied, making the cat sigh in relief. Good heavens, what happened last night is unbelievable, Aki whispered, lowering her gaze. In a matter of seconds, the entire family was completely wiped out. We didn't even have a chance to process anything before everyone was being murdered. All our family is dead, the elf whispered sadly. Evilis caught us off guard, they launched into war regardless of whether their plan worked or failed, we underestimated them, Reveria said bitterly. Cruz, Gareth, Bet, Ace, Aki, Alicia and Reveria. Of a large family of more than 50 members, only 7 of them had survived. Nobody could believe it. It was something nobody expected. I saw Mr. Gareth, he's very ill, Aki whispered sadly. And Cruz is trying to seem calm, but I know he's not well. We also went to see Bet, but he didn't say a word to us. I thought he'd yell at us or something. I never thought I'd say this, but I feel sorry for him, Alicia said bitterly, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. And for the others, our friends, our family, they're gone. Unable to stop herself, Alicia began to shed tears and was quickly embraced by Reveria, who tried to comfort her. Aki was also very sad, but no matter how much she wanted to cry, the tears wouldn't come out of her eyes. It was a strange feeling. What will we do now, Miss Reveria? Aki asked seriously. What do you mean? Asked the elf, stroking Alicia's hair. Are we going to stand idly by? Are we not going to avenge the death of our friends? Aki. I don't want to just stand by and do nothing. I know it's useless, I seriously doubt I'll be able to fight Evilis, but I don't want it all to end like this. It's so frustrating. I understand what you mean, Reveria whispered. She felt the same way. She wanted to do something, she didn't want to stand idly by in that war, she didn't want to give up. He couldn't face his entire family if he left without even trying to avenge their deaths. Although Reveria didn't want revenge. He wanted to fight to prove that despite everything, the Loki family was still standing, even though it had been almost completely eliminated. I wanted to do something in that war. I think the best thing right now is for them to recover from this devastating blow, Shakti advised, joining the conversation. Their fellow survivors are in very bad shape. They should take things easy for the time being. We can't do that. Aki shouted angrily. My family was murdered in a single night. Tomorrow it could be yours or the Estree family if we don't do something. We have to act before they do. Yes, I highly doubt Evilis will try anything right now, Shakti said, glancing sideways at Reveria. So you already know, the elf whispered. It would be impossible not to notice, the oldest members of the family recognized them immediately, they are very nervous. Huh? Who are they talking about? Asked Alice curiously. Well, let's just say that 2 unexpected warriors appeared on the battlefield, explained the elder Varma. Warriors, Aki whispered, remembering that woman with purple hair. Huh? Is there another one besides Alfia? Reveria asked, confused. Yes, Galadia, do you remember her? Reveria opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that woman's name. Perhaps Galadia was not as famous as Alfia of Silence, but she had still made a name for herself over time. It was a terror for many back then. Perhaps there wasn't a family of justice, but Galadia took care of bringing order. Perhaps she did it for fun, or because she was bored, or because she genuinely wanted to help, but every time she went out on the street, if she encountered a criminal, she would destroy him until he begged for mercy, all while a very small smile appeared on her face as she crushed his bones. A smile that captivated many and terrified others. She seemed like an angel protecting people and at the same time a demon who liked to make her enemies suffer. He had many nicknames, but the 2 that always stood out the most were always 2. Fallen Angel. The laddie of the Little Smile or Little Smile. In his time he was someone who imposed order with an iron fist, regardless of who was in charge. He was someone who commanded a lot of respect. Wow, even she's here, Reveria whispered. Yes, and apparently they're on our side, and I'm not sure, but it's likely that their presence in the city will keep Evilis at bay. That's most likely. Who are Alfia and Galadia? Aki asked curiously. They are 2 members of the Hera family, level 6 and level 7, that tells you everything, Shakti replied, making the elf and the cat open their eyes in surprise. Hasn't the Union done anything about it? Reveria asked. Well, since Royman is dead, the current temporary head of the guild has requested an important meeting with some families, as it seems the goddess Hera is also in town, Shakti said, with a slight headache. I haven't slept much since bellcranel came back to life. What? Bell is alive. Aki shouted, unable to believe it. That's right, that topic hasn't been discussed much, so most people still don't know anything about it, Shakti whispered. We'll explain everything later. When will that meeting take place? Reveria asked again. I don't know yet, the application letters haven't been sent to the families, Shakti sighed wearily. All I know is that these days will be full of work. Reveria just lowered his gaze thoughtfully after receiving that information. Without a doubt, the presence of Alfia and Galadia would be of great help in this war. Both were powerful. Perhaps, just perhaps, they had a chance to win that war. Not all is lost, the elf thought hopefully. We can still win this battle, we still can. And as I told you, you need to rest, Shakti said, turning her back on them. I know you're angry and frustrated about the loss of your family, but negative feelings inside you won't do you any good. It's best to calm down so you can think things through. And with those words Shakti left, leaving the three women in that place. What are you going to do, Aki? Alicia asked her friend. I guess I'll have to rest, there's no other way, the defeated cat replied. Although I still can't believe Bell is still alive. How did he do it? And what will Reveria-sama do? Alicia asked again. Take care of Ace, she still needs me, the elf whispered. Afterwards we'll see what to do, rest. And with those words the elf also withdrew, leaving the two friends alone. We should get some sleep, Aki suggested, starting to feel very tired. Shakti's right, we won't achieve anything if we don't think clearly. I agree, the last thing I want right now is to go out and see the mess it's become out there, the elf whispered sadly. Can I sleep in your room? Alice? Please, I don't want to be alone. Okay, let's go. And so both friends also returned to the hospital room to rest and then worry about what to do from now on. Meanwhile, at the Estree family headquarters. And this is the family's training ground, Salty said with a shy smile. Alongside her were Hera, Alfia, Galadia, and Bell. She was giving the four of them a tour of the entire headquarters, since Bell had forgotten some places and the tour would also be useful to him. They call this a training ground. It's way too small, Alfia said, looking around. Haha, you're right, I think your room was bigger at our old headquarters, Galadia laughed, and next to her was Bell, who was curiously looking at everything. Oh really? I thought this place was big, Salty whispered nervously, now feeling embarrassed. Well, for a middle-class family, that's something, Hera said, observing the only tree in the field. See, middle class. I like it, Bell said, catching everyone's attention. I don't know why, but it feels very pleasant and warm. An image of him and Nies training in that place came back to him. Yes, I really like this place, the albino whispered. You've always been like this, Bell, you've never complained about things, that's what makes you special, Galadia said, pinching the embarrassed boy's cheek. Galadia, stop bothering him, Hera ordered without turning to look at them, she just walked through the field observing everything. Can't they make this place bigger? Alfia asked, opening one of her eyes. I still say it's too small. Well, there's another plot of land behind the wall that's for sale, but it's very expensive. Estree-sama had planned to buy it to enlarge her garden, but when she saw the price, she decided against it, Salty explained, a little nervous about talking to Alfia. Even though the woman did nothing, she unintentionally released a little pressure, making the elf a little nervous. Don't they like the patio? Estree arrived at the place along with Ryu and Haraham, catching Hera's attention. Your seat is very small, Estree, it's a quarter the size of my seat, said the tyrannical goddess, making the goddess of justice smile nervously. Well, my family isn't as big as yours, so I don't see any reason to have a gigantic place. She's right about that, it would be a waste of money, Galadia said, agreeing with Estree. Even so, the courtyard is very small, we won't be able to train like that. Training? Ryu said, confused. They're on the verge of war against Evilis, and they want to go in looking so weak. Alfia said, turning to look at Ryu. Their family is very weak. Ryu and Salty let out a groan of pain upon hearing those words. My daughters work hard every day to keep the city safe, so I ask that you not diminish their efforts, Estree said, not liking that he had called them that. I'm just telling the truth, the woman whispered. Come on, Alfia, don't be so harsh, Galadia said. I may not have seen them fight, but I feel they'd be very strong with proper training. What do you think, Bell? They are strong, very strong, the albino whispered without hesitation. I know they are. Bell-san, Salty whispered, happy at those words. Perhaps they are, but they still have a long way to go, Alfia said again. And if they don't receive proper training, they'll stagnate. Those were the same words her superiors used to say to her in the past when she was just a child and barely level 1. The training he received was hell. He could still remember that from level 1 to 3, he received the biggest beatings he had ever received in his entire life. It wasn't until he reached level 4 that he became a monster, able to face even level 5 players at that level. Perhaps her training was hell, but thanks to that she reached level 7 and was considered very talented, even surpassing her teachers who, after a few years, would get beaten up in training. Perhaps that led her to become very strict and harsh when she wanted to teach. Well, I think this courtyard is enough for a good training session, although they won't all be able to train at the same time because it's so small, said Galadia. They'll have to take turns. If it's to win the war then I'll do my best, Ryu whispered, unaware of the hell he was about to face. And I will try my best too, said the nervous Eltie. That's the spirit, the purple-haired woman congratulated her. Even that little one should start training. As he said those words, he pointed at Hera, who became nervous. Hera? She's still a child, Estree said, disagreeing with that. Children are the best time to reach their full potential, Alfia said. If that girl wants to be an adventurer too, then she needs to start training, or she'll waste all her talent, if she has any. That's true, look at Bell, he's been training since he was little, and now he's a powerful level 4, Galatea said proudly. In fact, it's level 6. That. Stop shouting, Alfia whispered with a twitch in her eye, although she was also surprised to hear her nephew's level. Level 6. You're level 6. Galatea asked in disbelief, turning to look at Bell for an answer. Not even I knew that, replied the albino, also surprised by it. Sorry, I forgot to mention it to you, Estree apologized, embarrassed by the small oversight. But how, whispered Galatea, unable to believe it. I suppose it's because he's now half monster, said Hera, who wasn't bothered by the news. It seems that transforming him into a creature made him advance 2 levels at once. How curious. Wow, so now we're on the same level, Galatea said, smiling slightly and stroking the albino's hair. You really are amazing, Bell. I knew you'd surpass me eventually, and look at you now, you've already equaled me in power I think. I wonder who would win if we fought right now. Absolutely not, Salty said quickly. Bell-san is too frail to start fighting. He needs to rest until he recovers from his amnesia, so I ask you not to. What? You know, since I arrived at this headquarters I've noticed you're very attentive to him in almost everything just like everyone else. Are you his girlfriend? Galatea asked, raising an eyebrow. Not yet. What did you say? Bell-san and I are just good friends, Salty replied, looking away, a little embarrassed. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead. Bell-san saved my life, so I'll do everything I can to help him with whatever he needs, he's very important to me. It was very embarrassing for the elf to say all that, especially because Bell was standing in front of her listening to those words, but she wanted to let him know how grateful she was to him and how important he was to her. I wanted to make him see what I truly felt. Salty-san, Bell whispered, moved by those words. Meanwhile, Galatea just narrowed her eyes, staring at the nervous Eltie, and then smiled. I'm starting to like you, elf, 5 points for Gryffindor I mean, I'll give you 5 points. Great. Salty exclaimed. Since when did they start giving points? Ryu asked, surprised by that. So? Well, I'll give you -5 points, Hera said, crossing her arms, causing Salty's spirits to plummet. Don't worry, Hera is a difficult person, I'm sure that with time she'll like you, Galatea whispered to the elf. I hope so. Estree smiled at these interactions, then looked at Bell, who also had a slight smile. It made Estree very happy to see him smile. Little by little, the Bell that everyone wanted was returning, the one she wanted, and that made her happy. When they least expected it, the memories would return to him, she was sure. Excuse me. However, at that moment, everyone's attention in the courtyard was captured by a female voice from behind the gates of the headquarters. When they all turned their gaze to that place, they saw a red-haired werewolf woman in the guild uniform standing on the gates of the place. She looks familiar, Galatea thought, confused as she saw the woman, feeling she had seen her somewhere before but couldn't remember. Ryu quickly went and opened the gate so Rose could enter. Hello Rose, what brings you here? Asked the curious elf. Hello Ryu, I'm here for guild work reasons, Rose explained, noticing small dark circles under her eyes, a sign that she hadn't slept well. And with good reason. He had seen firsthand how his former boss had been murdered in the most grotesque way possible, and he still couldn't get that image out of his head. And to make matters worse, she found out that her mother was an advisor and friend of the biggest psychopath in Orario. All of this prevented him from sleeping. He just hoped to recover soon since it would greatly affect his work. Can I come in? Sure, go ahead. So the elf and the wolf walked towards the entertainment yard where the rest were waiting for them, curious to know what she wanted. Rose's gaze wandered around the place until she found the albino standing next to Galatea. A small smile formed on Rose's face when she saw that Belle was really still alive. Belle, I'm so glad to see you again, the she-wolf greeted the albino. When they said you were alive, I couldn't believe it, but it's true, that's good. Hello Rose Belle greeted, somewhat hesitant as he said the name. He remembered Rose. He had vague memories of her when she would go to the guild to say hello, but he still hesitated to say her name since his mind wasn't sure if it was the right name and he didn't want to make a mistake like he had with allies. Why are you hesitating to say my name? The she-wolf asked, confused. Belle-san has amnesia and has trouble remembering many things, Salty explained. But apparently she was able to remember her name, which is good. I see, whispered the she-wolf, a little sad to see the state her friend was in. I really wanted to talk to him and find out what happened to him because he was still alive when his death had been confirmed. She had so many doubts but knew it wasn't the right place or time to talk about it, but at least she had seen him and knew he was okay, that was more than enough for her. I'm really glad to see you, the wolf whispered, giving Belle a light hug. He got a little nervous but managed to hide it. Ahem. A fake cough made Rose break away from the hug, seeing three women who were looking at her with serious expressions, and Estree, who was smiling kindly. She had completely forgotten about the other people and walked right past them to greet the albino directly. Now she felt ashamed of that action, since it was a great lack of respect on her part. I'm sorry. Rose apologized quickly. Sorry for ignoring you, it wasn't my intention. Don't worry, Rose, I know very well that you're friends with Belle, and it made you happy to see him again, Estree said with a warm smile. So there's no need to be alarmed. I'm sorry. Who are you? Although fear returned to Rose when she heard an imposing voice and saw a very beautiful woman with a very curious aura around her. She was a goddess. Why, you must be the goddess Hera, it's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Rose Vannet, she introduced herself politely to the goddess. What kind of relationship do you have with Belle? I asked quickly, ignoring the woman's introduction. My relationship? She whispered, glancing sideways at the albino, who remained silent, not wanting to interrupt his grandmother. I'm his advisor and we're also friends. I understand, she whispered, her eyes half closed, sending a shiver through the she-wolf. Rose Vannet, Rose Vannet, Rose Vannet. The laddie opened her eyes in surprise upon recognizing the name. You're Emma's daughter. I shouted, pointing at the beastman. Do you know my mother? Rose asked, surprised by this. He knew Galatea and also Alfia and Hera. After all, he had come to the headquarters for that very reason, because of their presence in the city. Emma? Alfia said, confused. Of course. Emma, the advisor. Don't you remember her? The one that bastard P forget it. Galatea decided to keep her mouth shut when she realized she was talking too much. I remember her now, so she's his daughter, Alfia said, not seeming very interested in it. While Rose was surprised that those two women knew her mother, it wasn't entirely strange to her. She had been an advisor in the times when the Zeus and Hera families still existed, so it was obvious that she had known great adventurers. But it was still surprising. Now it turns out everyone knows my mother, Rose thought, remembering Sava. What brings you here? Estree asked curiously. Yes, because I don't believe you only came to see my grandson, Hera said, still looking seriously at Rose. I bring a message from the guild, I announced, showing a letter. It's an important meeting that will be held with all the gods and their respective captains. We'll be discussing everything that's happened recently and about them. As I said those words, I turned to look at Hera, Galatea, and Alfia. Well, it's about time they spoke, Hera said wearily. I'll have to see the faces of all those stupid gods. I'm sure they'll just complain. That's all they know how to do. Meetings? I hate meetings, Galatea complained. I'll pass, I'd rather stay at headquarters with Belle. I regret to inform you that the presence of all three is mandatory, said the she-wolf, causing Galatea to sigh in disappointment as she realized she had no other option but to attend this boring meeting. And when would that meeting take place? Estree asked curiously. Tomorrow, although I don't know the exact time, the important thing is what the letter says. You have to be punctual since it will be a very important meeting. We'll be there. It's likely that Freya will be present at that meeting, that goddess, Hera whispered with distaste at the thought of Freya. By the way, grandson. Rose said, a little confused, turning to look at Belle. My grandmother raised me, so for me she is my grandmother or my mother. Hera held back from hugging Belle when she heard those words because many people were present, but she couldn't help but smile slightly. Wow, you're someone with a lot of surprises, Belle, I knew it from the first moment I saw you. And she's not wrong, Galatea said, making the albino smile nervously. He was still not used to that kind of environment. A few days ago he was massacring the members of Evilis in the worst ways, and now he was there chatting calmly with his loved ones. It was strange and pleasant at the same time, as long as he didn't hear a voice in his head. Well, I have to go now, I have 3 more letters to deliver. If you want, I can help you, Ryu offered, remembering how she, Celti, and Belle had helped the wolf with the letter delivery some time ago. Thank you for your help, but it's not necessary, he politely declined, then looked at Belle. It was nice seeing you again, and you'd better follow the instructions you're given to recover from that amnesia faster. When you're recovered, you can come to the guild and say hello. Misha is worried about me too. Of course, don't worry, Rose-san. Okay, then I'm off, have a good day. Hey, wait. But before Rose could take a step, Galatea's voice stopped her. Yeah? How is your mother? How's Emma? I asked curiously. I'm not very close to her, but I've known her for years and I'd like to know. She died 3 years ago. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Don't worry, I already accepted it. Your mother was an incredible and very strong woman, not physically, but mentally. She was a great woman, Galatea praised, smiling slightly. And I feel that you are just like her. You chose the same path of becoming an advisor, and you're even her spitting image from when she was young, although she had shorter hair. I'm not like my mother, she was better at everything, like you say, she was an amazing woman, I whispered with a small smile. Deep down, she wanted to ask Galatea about Sava and what kind of relationship she had with Emma, but it wasn't a good time, and besides, Bell was present. She didn't want to mention that name in front of him. She wasn't sure, but she knew what the leader of Evilis had done to Bell in the red light district, and it most likely had something to do with her current state, and the last thing she wanted to do was make things worse. So he'd better keep his doubts to himself. Then I retired, have a good day. And with those words, Rose turned around and walked away from them before leaving the headquarters. So, a meeting, Estree whispered, looking at the letter. It's a waste of time to listen to them all crying. I can already see them complaining about my presence in the city when I was exiled, Hera said irritably. Or perhaps relieved, Ryu whispered, looking at Alfia and Galatea, knowing how powerful they were and how much they could contribute to that war. I guess I have no other choice, Hera sighed wearily. You'll see that everything will be alright, Estree said, sensing that interesting things would happen at that meeting. Meanwhile, Galatea turned to look at the albino with amusement. It seems you're popular with the women, Bell. Huh? What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. I saw that girl Rose is close to you. Well, I don't remember much, but we're friends. Since I arrived I've only seen you surrounded by women who care about you, I'm starting to worry that you're so cute she said, smiling slightly and amusedly, embarrassing Bell. Yes, Bell is certainly popular. He's made a name for himself here in town since he arrived, Estree praised. And he's also accomplished many feats, earning the admiration of many. Plus, his kind personality makes people treat him kindly as well. It's more than obvious, I raised him after all, Hera said proudly. If a certain pervert had raised him, he surely would have corrupted him. The image of Zeus flashed through Hera's mind, causing her to put on an irritated expression. She still remembered how she argued with him about Bell, since he wanted to take him to raise him, but Hera stood firm in not giving him up. She had grown too fond of Bell to give him to that perverted old man. So one day she told him that they would discuss the matter further the next day in a cafe, and Zeus agreed. But that same night, while the old man slept, Hera packed many things and, taking Bell in her arms, fled from there to a very, very far away village. She never saw Zeus again after that. He must be angry about her trickery. Although it's a little annoying that he's surrounded by so many women, Hera whispered, not liking it much. But I was the one who asked him to join your family, so I can't complain. Estree laughed nervously, seeing how jealous Hera could be of Bell. She was jealous that they were taking her grandson away from her. In her eyes, he was something precious. Don't you have any male friends? Did you only focus on women? Galatea asked, playfully nudging him on the shoulder, forgetting certain words Sava had said. I didn't know you had that side to you. Friend? At that moment, Bell fell silent upon hearing that word. Friend? Did he have a friend? Me too. Small flashbacks began to appear in his memories about a black-haired boy and a red-haired boy smiling in a forge. Me too. Bell? Galatea's smile turned to concern when she saw the albino begin to breathe with difficulty. And the others began to worry too. Bell, what's wrong? Hera asked, approaching him. But he couldn't hear her. The flashbacks were simply passing by so quickly in her head that she didn't have time to process anything. A friend. He had a friend. I was sure of it. He wasn't crazy. I hadn't dreamed it. Ah. The image of a black-haired boy being pierced by a spear appeared in her mind. That same boy vomiting a large amount of blood as his life slipped away. Thank you, friend, for letting me be your blacksmith. Friend. At that moment, a severe headache appeared in the albino, who let out a cry of pain because it was unbearable, worrying everyone because of the sudden reaction he had. Ah. The girls were calling him, but he couldn't hear anything. His vision was beginning to blur, even as that horrible headache persisted, and he started to stagger. And when he tried to react, his eyes went completely dark, accompanied by the dull thud of someone falling to the ground. Cranel-san. Bell-san. Bell. And the last thing Bell heard before fainting was a loud, unbearable beep and the girls' voices calling him worriedly, feeling someone grab his shoulders. That was before his mind completely shut down. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Fears and Doubts. Where am I? Those were the words Bell whispered, not understanding where he was. The albino was standing in a completely white place. There was nothing around, just a white space where only he was. Or well, there was someone else in that strange place. A few meters away from him was another boy with white hair sitting on the ground with his back to him. It seemed strange to her because even though she was only seeing his back and his hair, she felt that it was him. Somewhat puzzled and looking all around, he slowly approached the mysterious boy and asked him if he knew where they were. He didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable in that place and didn't even know how he had gotten there. The only thing he remembered was having a strong and unbearable headache and appearing there. "Excuse me," Belle called, stopping about 2 meters away from him. "Where are we?" "In your mind." And immediately that boy responded with a mocking tone of voice, as if he wanted to laugh. But what Belle found most strange was hearing that voice very similar to his own. In fact, they were identical. "In my mind?" "I don't understand," Belle whispered, confused. "Who are you?" "I am you." Yeah. As he said those words, the boy turned around, showing his face to Belle. And he was startled to see him because it was true, it was him, but there was something different. That boy had his eyes wide open and a huge smile adorned his face, the smile of a psychopath. Seeing that face frightened Belle. "See? I'm you," he said playfully. "And no, you're wrong," he said, taking a step back. "Hey, how much longer are you going to keep playing this game? We still have many Evilis members to kill," he asked, tilting his head to the side, making him look even more terrifying. "How much longer are you going to keep playing at being a family? And I'm not going back down that road and I want to be with my family," she whispered. "Family? Ha 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 ha." Loud laughter began to be heard throughout the white space, making Belle even more uncomfortable and nervous. "That's not your family." "Yes it is." "No. That's bellcranel's family." "I am bellcranel." "Nope, bellcranel is already dead, Fulax killed him or rather we, are not him," he said, standing up without losing that huge smile. "Why yes I am." "You're a monster. You exist only because of the desire for revenge Belle left behind before he died," he said, slowly approaching him as Belle backed away. "Our sole purpose is to kill every member of Evilis without exception Fulax able Sava. And no. Before he died, Belle had the desire to avenge let his mission companions all those children that's why we exist. To fulfill the vengeance he couldn't achieve before he died. That's our purpose, not pretending to be part of a family we don't belong to. Monsters can't have that." "Be quiet." Belle covered his ears with both hands, not wanting to hear any more, and began to despair. "Come on, I'm bored of being locked up in this white space. Let me take control again," he whispered, placing both hands on Belle's shoulders. "Let me finish what we started. We have to avenge Belle's loved ones, his friends and comrades. That's what he wanted before he died. And I am Belle. I already told you that you're not him, you never will be. You may have his face, his voice, his memories, but the man raised his hand and pointed to Belle's chest, where he had a scar over his heart. "He's gone, you're just a monster who took his place to fulfill his last wish, stop pretending to be something you're not, friend we're monsters created solely to kill, in this case, members of Evilis. I know very well that you also have a strong desire to kill them. That's the only thing that drives us. And I am a monster," the albino whispered, beginning to shed tears and fall to his knees on the ground. "Exactly, it seems you're starting to understand," whispered the smiling boy, kneeling in front of Belle. And I. "Stop tormenting yourself and leave the work to me. Our hearts crave blood," he said, his smile widening. "Didn't you also want to create a better city for all those girls? Well, locked away in a headquarters with a family that isn't yours, you won't achieve that. Let's go." "No. Let me take command." "And no. I promise not to harm any innocent people." "Be quiet. Let me kill again." "Shut your mouth. You enjoyed it too, burning them, beheading them, tearing them to pieces." "And no, that's not true." "Yes it is." "And no. Let me. No. Let me out. No." And standing up, Belle threw a powerful punch at the chest of his smiling other self, piercing through and shattering his heart. A large amount of blood began to flow from his mouth as he looked at his pierced chest. "So this is your answer? And no, I am bellcranel. You can say that all you want, at some point you'll go back to being what you were at the beginning, a bloodthirsty monster." Little by little, the smiling Belle began to disappear into dust, still smiling. "Fine, I'll leave you alone. Keep pretending you have a family, sooner or later that will end, monster." And with those last words he disappeared into dust, leaving only Belle, who was breathing with difficulty. "Ah." Slowly she fell back to her knees as tears began to form in her eyes. "Ah. I. And a loud scream filled with pain was heard throughout that white space, making Belle more and more desperate. "I am Belle. I am not a monster. I am not. Ai. Belle was banging his head against the ground, trying to get out of that place. He felt desperate being there. His fears were consuming him more and more as the seconds ticked by. It seemed like a torture chamber to him. I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to go out. He wanted to be with his family again. With his family. They were his family. I want to get out of here. I wanted to wake up from that nightmare. That horrible nightmare. You're not a monster, a soft whisper was heard before everything went dark again. The sun's rays struck Bel's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, a little disoriented, not knowing what had happened. Where am I? He whispered, looking around a little dizzy, realizing he was in his room. He didn't remember how he got there. All he remembered was being in the playground with the others and suddenly getting a severe headache the moment his teacher said a few words. Bell whispered sadly, remembering his friend. Huh. Although then he realized that he was not alone in that room. Beside him, sitting in a chair with her face resting on the bed, breathing calmly, a sign that she was asleep, was a girl with black hair. Kagaya, the albino whispered, recognizing the Oriental woman and feeling a little nervous. Why was she there? Wasn't she supposed to hate him? I didn't understand. Although he hadn't told anyone, Bel's memories of Kagaya were the clearest after those of his grandmother, recalling many things he experienced with her. That was what he remembered most about his time as parents with that baby whose name he couldn't remember. Slowly, Bell brought his hand to the Oriental woman's hair and began to gently stroke it, feeling something warm as he did so. Although he instantly realized what he was doing, he pulled his hand away in fear, which for a few seconds he saw covered in blood. I didn't want to do it. He didn't want to touch someone so special to him with those rotten hands. Besides. She hated him. Why are you stopping? Although the voice of the Oriental woman pulled him from his thoughts, seeing how she stopped having her face lying on the bed and sat down in the chair without looking at the albino. You were? Yes, I was awake for half an hour, Kagaya whispered, adjusting her hair a little. How long have I been asleep? It's been a day. They say you suddenly fainted in the training yard, the Asian woman began to explain in a soft tone, no longer looking Bell in the eye. Lion rushed to the insect family to get Ermid and see what was wrong with you. Fortunately, he said it was just something normal for a patient with amnesia, recalling memories that were more deeply buried, although he scolded Galatia for blurting out information like that. Where are my teacher and my grandmother? He asked, curious and a little nervous about being alone with Kagaya in her room. Although they wanted to be with you, they had to go to the meeting that was to take place today. Estree, Sama and allies also went. They will probably return in the afternoon. I understand. After that conversation, there was a somewhat awkward silence in the room, with no one knowing what else to say. On one hand, Kagaya felt great remorse and guilt for those words she shouted at Bell at night, and on the other hand, Bell felt that Kagaya was forced to take care of him, and since she hated him and felt disgust towards him, she didn't want to be there. Their relationship was still as disassembled as a jigsaw puzzle. They had to rebuild themselves to become what they once were. How are you feeling? And the first to break the silence was Kagaya with a whispered question. And well, my head doesn't hurt anymore, he replied, remembering that strange dream he had. I was honestly afraid of that dream, afraid that that monstrous part of him would come out again. He didn't want that, he didn't want to feel alone again. Are you sure you feel okay? Kagaya asked again, turning to look at Bell for the first time since the conversation began. The albino could see worry in her eyes, but he couldn't understand why. Someone who hated him and felt dislike towards him shouldn't have that look. Celti said that judging by your reaction, the headache was very severe. Everyone is very worried because you haven't woken up, Kagaya whispered, bringing both hands to the albino's face and gently stroking both sides of his head. If you're feeling unwell, I can call Ermid to have her check on you again. And no, I'm fine, really, he replied, going from being nervous to being embarrassed by what she was doing. And Kagaya, realizing what she was doing, quickly pulled her hands away and looked away with a little sadness. If Bell had his insecurities regarding his relationship with the Oriental woman, then Kagaya had them too. She was afraid that Bell wouldn't want to be with her because of those hurtful words he said to her that night. Although she always appeared calm, the truth was that inside she was very upset and sad. From the moment it was confirmed that he was Bell, I had an immense desire to hug him and tell him how much I had missed him and so on. But for obvious reasons she never told him and never approached him to talk for fear that he would reject her because of the events of that night. So she had no choice but to hold back her feelings and emotions for a long time. But this time, thanks to a certain event, he decided to enter the albino's room to see him. He couldn't ignore those words he heard on the other side of the door when he was in the hallway. Flashback. Kagaya stood in front of Bell's door, hesitating whether to enter or not. Ever since I returned from trying to calm the civilians down a bit and heard that Bell had fainted, I had been very worried about him, wanting to go see him, but I didn't have the courage. All the others came in during the day to see how she was doing, except for her. He couldn't even sleep, feeling that unease in his heart about not going to see him. She hadn't exchanged a single word with him since he returned, and it was affecting her. She felt that she was drifting further and further away from him. She felt that the relationship, the friendship they had built over all those months, was falling apart. Belle hadn't even spoken to him. He hated her for saying that, or at least that's what she thought. He was tormenting himself over it. So first thing the next morning, when her goddess and the others left for that meeting, she immediately went to the albino's room to see if he had woken up yet. According to Hermod, it wasn't anything too serious, so he had probably already recovered. But when she was already in front of the door, doubts and fears began to invade her, wondering if Belle would reject her presence. She felt silly thinking that way. She felt foolish for acting that way. She was a confident girl, she had never shown herself like that before, she was always sarcastic and mocking towards others. She never cared much about what other people thought of her, and if she did care a little, she knew how to hide it very well. But with Belle, the thought that he would reject her caused her great pain, which she found difficult to hide. It was the first time she had felt something like this for a person. It only made her realize that she truly loved Belle. I wanted to recapture what they once were. I'm not like that, I don't overthink things, she thought, gripping the doorknob. I shouldn't be insecure about this, I shouldn't. Even though she was thinking that, her hand trembled on the doorknob, hesitating more and more to open it. That feeling was horrible. I look like an insecure girl, I whispered, letting go of the doorknob. I hate this. In the end, his fears won and he didn't have the courage to enter the room. He couldn't do it. I'd better go to the living room, she whispered, lowering her gaze, ready to leave. But just as he was about to take the first step, he heard something that made him stop abruptly. I'm not a monster. Pagaya could perfectly hear Belle whispering those words from inside the room. It was very low, but I hear pain and suffering in them. Belle. I'm not a monster. And when he heard the whisper a second time, he had the courage to finally enter that room, hoping to find Belle awake. Belle. But great was his surprise when he saw that he was still asleep, looking at him with an expression of discomfort. He could even see tears starting to run down her eyes, making his heart ache. I'm not a monster, Belle whispered sleepily, tears still streaming down his face. I'm not. Upon hearing that, Kagaya quickly approached the bed and gently took Belle's hand, beginning to wipe away the tears that were running down his eyes. I'm not, and I. You're not, Belle, Kagaya whispered softly, stroking Belle's hair. You're not a monster. Kagaya gently began to stroke Belle's hand with her thumb, and with her other hand, she stroked his hair. And apparently those caresses were calming him down, as he was beginning to lose those expressions of discomfort and pain. Why, you're not a monster, Belle, he whispered, getting closer to the albino's face. You're not that, you're bellcranel of the Estree family. Slowly, without waking him, Kagaya placed a soft kiss on Belle's forehead and whispered a few last words. You're the boy I love, sorry Belle. And at that moment Kagaya decided to stay in the room and keep Belle company until she was sure he calmed down, so she took a chair from the room, put it next to the bed, and rested her head on the bed, but without realizing it, she also fell asleep for about an hour. She didn't wake up until she felt someone stroking her hair, immediately realizing it was Belle. At that moment, a happiness filled her heart as she felt those caresses, although it didn't last long, as almost instantly she took her hand away from her hair, wondering why it didn't continue. And that led them to the current situation with that atmosphere of discomfort surrounding them. End of flashback. Now we return to the present with Belle and Kagaya still in that awkward silence in the room, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Kagaya wanted to make things right with him. I apologize for those hurtful words I said that night. But I couldn't. No matter how hard she tried, the words wouldn't come out. I simply couldn't do it. He was scared. Kagaya. Belle called when he saw that the Asian woman remained silent with her gaze lowered. Is something wrong? And no, nothing's wrong, he whispered back. Are you absolutely sure you're okay? Yes, don't worry. I understand, that's good to hear. Belle. Yeah. And I would like to ask for your forgiveness for being stupid. That. Knock, knock. But before anyone else could say anything, there was a knock on the bedroom door, interrupting their conversation. Go ahead, said Belle. The door was slowly opened, and Mariuu peeked out somewhat shyly, noticing Kagaya's presence. Sorry if I'm interrupting, the girl whispered. I heard voices and thought you were already awake. I just finished preparing lunch, so I thought you might be hungry since you didn't eat dinner. Thanks for letting me know, Mariuu, I'll be there in a moment, I'll just. Don't worry, said the Asian woman, standing up. Our conversation is over. Kagaya. I'm really sorry if I interrupted something important, Mariuu apologized again. Don't worry, Mariuu, I was just leaving, she said, turning to look at the albino. Rest, Belle, and don't overexert yourself. It would be bad for your health. And with those words Kagaya turned her back on him, leaving the room and leaving Belle and Mariu alone, who remained silent. I'm really sorry if. No, it's okay, Mariu, I hope I can talk to her another time, Belle whispered, smiling nervously. And although they told her not to worry, Mariu felt guilty. She knew how upset Kagaya had been because of those words she yelled at Belle that day. Everyone at headquarters wanted her to fix her problem with Belle, and apparently they were talking about it, but she interrupted them. And she knew Kagaya perfectly well and knew that she would leave immediately after that. I'm such a fool, Mariu thought, regretting having arrived at that moment. I'll have to apologize to Kagaya later, I don't want to keep seeing her like this. Thank you for coming to let me know, Mariu, she'll be here in a moment. Of course, we'll wait for you. By the way, are you feeling better? Does anything hurt? No, I'm fine now, it was just a headache, she replied with a slight smile, slightly embarrassing Mariu. I'm glad to hear that. I'll see you in the dining room. And with those words the girl closed the door, leaving the albino alone, who sat on the bed with his head down. Kagaya, he whispered, recalling those last words she'd said before Mariu entered the room. I need to talk to you. You're not like that after all, you only told the truth, nothing but the truth. Belle slowly stood up and began to change his clothes before going to eat. After hearing those last words, he had a small hope that she didn't hate him. He had to talk to her soon to eliminate those doubts. When Belle finished putting on his shirt, he stopped abruptly upon seeing his reflection, making him feel afraid again. Hee. It's just an illusion, it's just an illusion. He whispered, watching his reflection with a huge smile and wide open eyes, his arms crossed as if he were patiently waiting for something. It's just an illusion. Let me out. Upon hearing that voice in his head, Belle grabbed one of the many sheets he had in his room and covered the mirror so he would no longer see himself. Much better, he whispered, a little calmer, although still with that fear inside him. That dream he had also been bothering him a lot and he didn't want to think too much about it and all the words she had said to him. I'd better go eat or the girls will worry if I take too long, he thought, quickly leaving the room before he started hearing that voice again. It's just an illusion. And with those thoughts, she continued on her way to the dining room, hoping that it had all just been a bad dream. Just a horrible nightmare. Meanwhile, on one of the floors of the Tower of Babel. In one of the many rooms, a large group of gods were gathered with their respective captains, about to have an important meeting. The tension was in the air, and it was more than obvious, Loki and almost his entire family had been eliminated, things were tense. But that wasn't the only reason. Out of the corner of their eyes, some gods and goddesses looked at a certain tyrannical goddess sitting next to Estree, and beside them were allies, Alfia and Galatea. So, it's true. Hera has returned. Oh no, it's going to happen again. The fact that. I don't know, but I remember his time in government, he was a demon. And look beside you. Is she Alfia? She hasn't changed at all. She's still just as beautiful and imposing. And who is the one standing next to her? It's Galatea, a sadist, or at least that's how I remember her. Why is he with Estree? They're probably threatening her to let them live in her headquarters. Poor Estree, that's what happens to her for being so kind. Damn, Hera turned to look at us. Look down. Meanwhile, Hera's eye twitched as she listened to the whispers of the other gods, her patience beginning to run out. I swear if they say one more word. Calm down, Hera, they're just surprised, Estree tried to reassure him with a nervous smile. This is a waste of time, Galatea complained, rocking slightly in her chair. I should be with Belle. He needs me. I shouldn't be in this stupid meeting. What do you think, Alfia? This place is very noisy, the woman replied, annoyed. More importantly, what is she doing here? As she said those words, Alfia turned to look at allies, who had an innocent expression, sitting in her chair patiently waiting for the meeting to begin. What do you mean? Doridide asked, puzzled. Aren't the captains supposed to be at this meeting? Alfia asked, opening one of her eyes. Exactly, I am the captain of the Estree family, she said with a proud smile. Wow, what a terrible choice, for a moment I thought the captain was that Asian woman, she looks more capable than you. 300 stakes were driven into allies as hard as she heard those words, her face falling suddenly onto the table as blood poured from her mouth. You killed her, Galatea whispered, lifting one of allies' arms to see if she was still alive, and when she let go of the arm it quickly fell again. Come on, allies, I've proven myself a great captain on many occasions, Estree tried to defend her. She's a very intelligent girl who knows how to lead the family very well. That's why I chose her as captain of the family, and besides. She chose her because she was the first to join her family, right? Alfia interrupted with that question. Yes, and Estree quickly replied. A series of bombings began to occur inside allies, completely destroying her heart and the rest of her organs, murdering her corpse. Honestly, I thought the captain was that wolf or even that hobbit with a sly smile, But I never thought it would be her, Galatea added. And a huge rock fell from the sky, completely crushing Allies' body. You said that on purpose, didn't you? Hera asked, looking at the purple-haired girl. Yes. The smiling girl agreed. Allies, don't pay any attention to her words, you're a great captain, Estree tried to encourage, but it was useless. Allies was no longer responding. Wow. It's Hera. The women's attention was captured when they saw a god wearing a hat approaching them with a nervous smile. It's been so long, Hera. You're still as beautiful as ever. Your beauty always amazes me. When I heard you were in town, I couldn't believe it, and… Rod in hell, Hermes, Hera interrupted him with that insult. Okay, have a good day. And with a depressive aura surrounding him, the traveling goddess walked away under Hera's watchful, disgusted gaze. You don't like Hermes, Estree said with a nervous smile. He's just like that idiot Zeus, more than enough reason for me to hate him, whispered the tyrannical goddess. PSS Hera, I'm calling Galatea. That? Look who just arrived. The purple-haired girl pointed to the entrance of the room, watching as a certain goddess of beauty entered along with a huge man. Freya and Hera's gazes met instantly, making the entire atmosphere in that place even more tense. Freya simply walked around the place along with Otter, passing behind Hera and completely ignoring her. Why the coldness? Not even a hug? Hera asked, catching the attention of the goddess of beauty. Oh. Sorry Hera, I didn't see you, Freya apologized sarcastically. The rest of the people and gods in that room had remained silent just to watch the interaction between the two. Hera, smiling slightly, stood up to give Freya a hug, who also hugged her with a smile. This is the most hypocritical hug I've ever seen in my entire life, Galatea thought, with an anime-style sweat drop. I'm so glad to see you, Hera, Freya said, pulling away from the hug. Me too, I'm so glad to see you, Hera said with a kind smile. I see you haven't changed a bit, you're still the same bitch. Ooh. It was the sound that many gods made upon hearing that word. Haha, thank you, my dear, Freya replied, seemingly unaffected by the insult. It's not my fault the only man who pays attention to you is that decrepit old man Zeus. Well, it's obvious, old people attract each other. Oof. And the gods let out another sound upon hearing Freya's answer. Zeus is over. I broke up with that old man a long time ago, and in case you haven't noticed, I'm still just as young, Hera said, her smile unwavering. I broke up with him millennia ago, and if I don't have a partner, it's because I don't need one, unlike some others who flit from man to man. It's not my fault that my beauty attracts so many men, sorry if you're envious. Haha, it's not envy, little one, all I need is my son's love and nothing else, and you're wrong, you don't attract men because of your beauty, but because you have your legs wider open than the gates of heaven, letting anyone in. Ooh. It was the loud scream that echoed through the room, causing an angry expression to appear on Freya's face. So? Well. So what? Hera interrupted. Are you going to tell me you're a virgin? It's so obvious. And you expect to find true love like that? What would you do when you're with your ideal guy about to have sex? Tell him to go into the cave of hell. He could even build a little house in there, it's so spacious. Hahaha. Laughter echoed through the place, causing a few small tears of frustration to appear on Freya's face. Okay Hera, you win this time, but next time I'll come back with better insults, let's go Otter. And with those words the goddess of beauty turned around and walked away with the enormous man who only shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, Hera simply adjusted her dress with a proud smile and sat back down. That was spectacular, she attacked with such speed that she couldn't even defend herself, praised Galatea, who had watched the entire fight with excitement. I know, I'll never let that woman beat me, it's impossible, he said with a mocking smile, watching Freya sit down at the other end of the room with an angry expression. I'm glad you two get along after so long, Estree said with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Alfia just stood with her head down, counting to 1,000 to keep from exploding after all the shouting in that room. And Allies was still unconscious with blood dripping from her mouth. What time is this meeting going to start? Galatea asked, her expression turning annoyed once again. They're taking a long time, Hera whispered. Ganesha is missing, and he's the one who always starts these meetings, Estree remarked. He probably won't be long. And seconds after he said those words, the door to the place was opened and the elephant god entered with a serious expression, and next to him was Shakti. The moment he entered, the tension returned to the room, reminding everyone of the main reason they were gathered. Ganesha simply walked until he was in the middle of the place, looking all around. I see we are all gathered here, whispered the god, not shouting, I am Ganesha. It has been a long time since all the gods have gathered in this room. As I said those words, I turned to look at Hera. I'm glad you're here again Hera, welcome back. Just start this meeting, Ganesha, I want to go back to my son, said the goddess impatiently. Some gods looked at each other in surprise when they heard Hera say that for the second time, not understanding what she meant. He spoke as if he had a real son, even though that was impossible. "Yes, you're right, I think it's time to finally get this meeting started," I whispered, and everyone in the room adopted a serious expression, even allies returned from the dead, sitting upright to listen to everything. "Alright, let's begin." The very important meeting for all of Orario had just begun. End of chapter. Chapter 60. Reunion. In one of the many rooms of the Tower of Babel, an important meeting was taking place, if not the most important one in a long time. And things were very tense. Loki and his entire family were eliminated. If they lost, we small families will be wiped out like ants. I don't know about you, but I'm thinking of leaving the city. Can we reach an agreement with Evilis? Are you seriously asking to make a truce with a bunch of psychopaths? What kind of idiot would do that? So what can we do? The Loki Familia was the second most powerful, and they were eliminated. But there's still the Freya family. So? Have they ever bothered to help since the Dark Age ended? Those were just some of the many comments that could be heard throughout the room, comments filled with worry and despair. Meanwhile, Hera and her daughters were just silently listening to all the comments, as were Estree and allies. "What, my family doesn't help? I remind you that Alan died for participating in a mission to defeat you," Freya said, her expression angry at those words. "Exactly. Even Vana Freya and the Brave One died. The only one who can stop them is Otter. Who guarantees that he can win?" Freya's expression became angrier upon hearing those words. "Calm down, don't get upset," Ganesha said, capturing everyone's attention. "I know very well that the fall of the Loki family is a very hard blow for the city. It shows us that this is no longer the same Evilis as in the Dark Age. I think it's become more than clear how powerful they are. And what do you advise, Ganesha? Should we wait for them to attack again?" Hermes asked with a slight smile. "I know Evilis is strong, but I think they've forgotten about the presence of certain people." As Ganesha said those words, he turned to look at Hera, and the rest of the gods with their respective children did the same. "Oh. That's right. Hera's daughters are very powerful. But then we will win this battle. It seems we worry about nothing." Hera frowned upon hearing those comments. "Of course, now that they're in trouble they're coming back to me like dogs after having kicked me and my family out of the city," Hera said, glaring at everyone. "They're just a bunch of trash who can't do anything for themselves." "Hey. It was Loki and Freya who kicked you out, not us." "Yes. Don't take it out on us." "Huh?" said the tyrannical goddess, glaring angrily at everyone, causing more than a few to flinch. "If I recall correctly, when that stupid Loki and that lustful bitch Freya demanded my family and me be expelled from the city, no one objected. And you say you have nothing to do with it? Well, the few sons of Zeus that remained and the few daughters that remained of my family were more than enough to stop that shitty organization, but no, they expelled us, and that idiot Loki and Freya did nothing, allowing Evilis to grow more and more to the point where it became a real threat to the city. It was Loki and Freya. We thought. They reap what they sow," Hera said indifferently. "Now that it's difficult to manage, they ask for my help. Well, no, this is their stupid city, so learn to defend it, you bunch of incompetent idiots. Can't you do anything for yourselves? This generation is the most worthless of all the generations I've seen since I came down from the sky. I can't believe that out of thousands of adventurers, only one has barely managed to reach level 7. This city has truly become a pathetic place." More than one of the gods and adventurers felt a sharp stab in the back when they heard those words filled with hatred and contempt. And the worst part is that he was telling the truth. Well, I did everything I could to prevent you from being expelled from the city, but I didn't achieve much, Ganesha said, somewhat nervously. "Well, thanks for that, Ganesha, but it was just you. It was obvious you wouldn't succeed against a bunch of brainless idiots," said the goddess, looking at the rest with disdain. Wow, she really said everything she was thinking in that speech, Galatea thought with amusement, watching the expressions of all the gods. "I think she's finally let out everything she's wanted to say all these years." While Estree and allies only had nervous smiles after hearing all of Hera's words, she really was someone who said what she thought without caring about anything. His words were like sharp knives that cut even through the air. "So why the hell did you come back if you don't care about the city?" a god asked angrily. "Did you come here seeking asylum? First of all, speak to me with respect, you third-rate god. Galatea alone is more than enough to wipe out your entire miserable, shitty family, so watch your words," Hera warned, sending a shiver down the god's spine. "And the reason I returned to the city is none of your business." Hermes smiled with amusement upon hearing that, for he knew the reason why the goddess had returned to the city. "I'm surprised that bellcranel has become so important to Hera that she even considers him her real son. If Zeus saw this, he wouldn't believe it," Hermes thought with amusement. I understand you're angry, Hera, but the current situation in Orario is very critical. The participation of your daughters would truly be a great help in this war, said Ganesha, wanting to end the war once and for all. He and his family always tried to eliminate Evilis from the beginning, but they never achieved anything on their own. The Loki family only helped in the event that Evilis attacked the city, and the Freya family's participation was negligible. So the Ganesha family was the only one that searched for the organization's hideouts to gradually destroy it, but they never achieved much. It wasn't until the Estree family arrived that they received help from someone else to face them, but unfortunately by that time Evilis was no longer just a group of people, it was a fully organized and armed organization. Trying to eliminate them would be a sure war that would affect Orario, and that is why the Dark Era began. And now they had returned to those times once again. Please Hera, if you are in the city it is because someone important to you lives here. Upon hearing those words, Hera remembered Belle's face. It was true that she didn't give a damn what happened to Orario, but that city was now her son's home, where all his loved ones lived. Leaving that city to its fate would cause suffering to the only important person he had, and she didn't want that. Hera turned to look at her two daughters who were still sitting quietly. What will you do? Obviously the decision would be theirs since they were independent, it's not like they were a family like before. I came to Orario to finish off those bastards, and my goal hasn't changed, Galatea said with a sharp gaze. Alfia, Hera called, looking at the silver-haired woman. I'm doing this for Belle, not because I care about the city, the woman whispered, opening her eyes slightly to see the table. He's my nephew, after all. Galatea muttered under her breath, looking at Alfia and Alfia. Shut your mouth. Hera, after hearing those words, let out a long sigh and looked at Ganesha. What plan do you have in mind? I asked, bored. Some gods quietly celebrated when they saw that Hera and her daughters would help them, while others like Freya just rolled their eyes. Upon hearing that question, Ganesha turned to look at Shakti, who stepped forward to begin explaining. Well, for the moment I highly doubt Evilis will attack the city again for obvious reasons, Shakti said, prompting some to nod in agreement. So our objective will be to attack his main base, Nasos. Good idea, but we've never found that artificial dungeon. How do you plan to find it? Astrea asked, curious about the plan. Well, the leader of Evilis left the stone, Shakti said, showing a stone shaped like an eye. Supposedly, this is the key to opening the door to that place, which is most likely located somewhere in Daedalus. And how are we sure he's not lying? One of them asked suspiciously. He's not lying, Galatea quickly spoke before Shakti could. Sava may be a damned piece of trash who causes genocide, but he's not a liar. Some were surprised that Galatea spoke as if she had known him, but at the same time it didn't seem so strange to them. Evilis was formed in the times when both families still existed, so it was likely that they had met. The vast majority had forgotten that Sava once belonged to the Zeus family. Well, Miss Galatea knows about this, so it's very likely she's the real key, Shakti continued. The Ganesha family will be in charge of finding that entrance to Nasos, and when we find it, we'll go immediately to finish them off. Some people became nervous upon hearing those words. The question is, who is willing to go to that war? They must be aware that many will die, Shakti said seriously, looking at everyone in the room. The vast majority lowered their gaze, lacking the courage to go. Cowards, Hera thought. The Estree family. And, as expected, allies raised her hand, capturing everyone's attention. The Estree family will help in this war. Count on us, Shakti. Ahaha, Galatea laughed, looking at allies before turning to the others in the room. I can't believe a family full of teenagers has more courage than most of you here, who are practically adults. They're pathetic, but it's understandable. They're not going to take on a brainless goblin. Some frowned angrily upon hearing those words, wanting to say something to the purple-haired girl, but decided to remain silent when they saw her sharp eyes. Thank you for your help, allies. The Estree family has always been there for the city in its darkest hours. They're a truly righteous family, Shakti said, making allies smile happily. And of course, the Ganesha family will also be joining this war. Anyone else? At that point, Freya also raised her hand, surprising more than one person. Otter will go too, said the goddess of beauty in a calm voice. And I'll ask my other children if they want to go, but Otter will definitely participate. I see, I'm glad the king is helping us, Shakti said, then turned to look at Hera. Miss Galatea and Miss Alfia will also be participating, right? In response, the goddess nodded boredly. Anyone else? I would help, but my children are not trained in combat and I don't want to put them at risk, Hermes said with a kind smile. It's understandable. My captain will also go, said Hephaestus, pointing to Tsubaki, who was standing with her arms crossed. I recently reached level 5, but I hope to be of help. Someone has to avenge the deaths of Irene and Let, said the Amazon, remembering her two companions. Ahem Dian, aren't you going to help? Hera asked, looking at the god Dian sect. Huh? Ah. Why yes, I love helping others, said the god with a nervous smile. And my family will also help, though not in the fighting. They'll stay at the entrance to Nasos to heal all the wounded as they arrive. That sounds perfect, thank you for helping Diane, Ganesha said gratefully. It's nothing, I like to help and I won't charge anything for it, she said with a nervous smile. Everyone had an anime-style sweat drop when they heard that. It was more than obvious that he was afraid of Hera and very willing to help for free, something surprising to everyone who knew him. After that the room fell silent, a sign that no one would participate anymore. I suppose that's everyone, Shakti whispered, a little relieved to see that quite a few would be participating. We don't know what Nasos is like, so it's best to be as prepared as possible. And when would you go to Nasos? A boy asked curiously. By the time we find the door that connects to that place, Daedalus is large, and since we only have one key, it will probably take us a few days. Any questions? Ganesha asked, watching as a god raised his hand. Go ahead. This has nothing to do with the attack on Nasos, but I have a big question. With those words, he turned to look at Estree suspiciously. I heard recently that they managed to find your son, bellcranel, the boy who was killed. It's very strange, to be honest. Why yes, it's very strange, said the goddess with a smile. If I remember correctly, his body wasn't recovered and days after his death, massacres began every night. They didn't stop until your son was found again, he said as the others turned to look at Estree, who grew nervous. How is it possible that he came back to life? Even you stopped feeling his absence, and they say he's mentally unwell, or so I've heard. Estree, did your son have anything to do with all those murders? Does Evilis have anything to do with this? I feel like you're hiding something. I don't know what you're talking about, the goddess replied. Bell has nothing to do with Evilis, and as for him no longer sensing his fauna, that was my mistake. His fauna weakened so much that I thought he died, but the truth is he was wandering in the dungeon after the mission survivors left, and he managed to survive until we found him again. Although Estree didn't want to, she was forced to lie. She didn't want people to start accusing or distrusting Bell if she told them he was resurrected by Evilis as a half-monster. That would turn everyone against her, and she didn't want that. Only a few people truly knew what had happened, but fortunately they decided not to reveal any of it to the public. Did you stop feeling its presence for a few seconds? That's impossible. The moment a fauna disappears, it's because that mortal is already dead. Stop lying, Estree, and tell the truth. If Estree says she was wrong, it's because it's true, so shut your damn mouth. And as was obvious, Hera said those words angrily, staring at the god, whose accusatory gaze turned into a fearful one. Did you understand? See. The rest just looked away, not wanting to anger her further. Good heavens, in moments like these it's good to have Hera as an ally, Estree thought with relief. Well, then I suppose that's all, Ganesha said seriously. Then we'll consider this meeting adjourned. The moment the entrance to Nasos is discovered, we'll let everyone who's going know, so in the meantime you can train and not to scare you, but spend quality time with your loved ones. And with those words, he brought the long meeting to an end. Outside the room, Hera, along with Estree and the others, stood in the hallway watching as the rest of the people gradually left the room. Some greeted Hera politely, while others avoided looking at her. Almost all of them demonstrated the fear that the tyrannical goddess inspired. Sometimes I wonder why so many gods are afraid of you, Galatea said, a little puzzled. It's true, you've always been a conceited tyrannical pedant, but I don't think it's just because of that. Did you do something to them in heaven? What did you call me? Hera asked, her eye twitching. Estree Sama, don't you think there's a problem with Bell's situation? Allies asked worriedly. Don't worry, I highly doubt they'll bring that up again, the goddess reassured with a small smile. And they'd better, Hera whispered. Well, it's best if we head back to headquarters, Ally suggested. I'll go check on Bell and then go to sleep. I'm sorry, my little Redeed, Galatea whispered, putting her arm around Allies' neck. But I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why? Isn't it obvious? It's time for all of you to start training to the point of death. I'll break your bones until you beg for mercy. They say the best training is the one that hurts the most, so the more it hurts, the stronger you become, right Alfia? I still say the training yard is too small for training, the woman whispered. A shiver ran down Allies' spine upon hearing those words. I think my bank account is still active. How much does that land next to your headquarters cost? Hera asked Estree. He is very expensive. Just give me the price. You 15 million. 15 million? That seems like very little to me, said the goddess dismissively. Fine, I'll buy it so you can enlarge your yard for them to train in. I can't accept it. That place is also Bell's home, so I have no problem buying it, so you can't refuse. That's perfect. Galatea exclaimed, hugging the nervous Redeed. We'll have a wonderful time. At least I know that if you're blown to bits, the remains will still be at your headquarters, since it's going to be so big now. Our remains. Yes, remains. Allies was already mentally beginning to accept the painful fate that awaited her, knowing that it would not be easy at all. If he survived that war, he would take a long vacation if he survived. Meanwhile, at the Estree family headquarters. In the corridors of said place, a certain albino and a certain hobbit were walking slowly, with the latter looking at her companion. "Are you okay now?" Lyra asked. "And? They say your headache was severe. Are you really okay? And? Are you safe? And? Are you sure? And? Are you completely sure?" "I'm fine, Lyra, don't worry, the headache is gone," said the albino, smiling slightly. The truth was that Bell didn't want to talk about that subject because talking about his headache made him remember that the pain appeared because of remembering his friend and then having that strange nightmare with that person identical to him. The last thing she wanted was to remember that. She wanted to get those thoughts out of her mind. Of course, it was difficult because all the girls had been asking him if he was okay. Honestly, he was happy that they were worried about him, but at the same time, he didn't want them to keep bringing up the subject. His family truly loved him. Because yes, they were his family, and a stupid illusion in his head wasn't going to say otherwise. He was bellcranel. "Sorry if I'm bothering you, I just wanted to make sure you're alright," said the hobbit, smiling slightly. "You're strong, so obviously a headache is nothing to you." She laughed nervously. "By the way, where are we going?" Lyra's smile widened upon hearing that question. "To a special place for both of us," whispered the hobbit. "I'm sure this will bring back some little memories." "Huh? What do you mean?" Just follow me." So they both continued their journey through the headquarters where Lyra began to guide him to the basement, finding a door which said, "Access only for Bell and Lyra," and among the drawings there was a rabbit and a bomb with feet and hands. "Do you like the poster?" the hobbit asked. "I drew it the day before you went on that mission with Nies to show it to you when you got back, but well, you know what happened." "I'm sorry." "Don't apologize, silly. Besides, you're here again, so I finally got to use the sign," he said with a proud smile. "Remember what we used to do here together?" "Not really." "Well, let's go in, that'll refresh your memory." And so the hobbit opened the door and immediately the smell of gunpowder invaded the albino's nose, making him feel a strange nostalgia. "Wow," Bell whispered in surprise. There were many shelves full of bombs of different sizes and colors, also in one corner, there were many sacks full of gunpowder and other tools that they used there. "It's your workshop," the albino whispered. "Our silly workshop," said the hobbit with a happy smile. "Now you remember." "Yes, we made a lot of bombs together," whispered the albino, unable to stop himself from smiling nostalgically, remembering him and Lyra in that room inventing all kinds of bombs, from explosive to stink bombs. "I knew you'd remember when you entered our workshop," murmured the hobbit. "It feels so nostalgic," Bell said, looking around the room. "It feels like it was just yesterday that I made the last bomb." Bell took a few materials that were there and began to assemble a bomb. Obviously he wasn't putting gunpowder in it, all he was doing was creating the shell of the object, remembering every detail to assemble it. He hadn't forgotten any of that. "Wow, I'm still a bit slow at putting them together, but I still remember how," Bell said, a sparkle of excitement in his eyes. "But I still have a lot to learn." "Lyra?" When the albino saw that the hobbit wasn't saying anything, he turned to look at her and saw that she was still smiling, but with her hands she was trying to stop the tears that were escaping from her eyes. "Lyra, what's wrong?" Bell was obviously worried when he saw her like that. I'm sorry, it's just that I've felt very lonely in this place these past few weeks, but now you're here again," she said, still trying to dry her tears. Lyra didn't like to cry in front of others, but she couldn't help it. "I love all the girls in the family, they're all my friends, but you have the same passion for making bombs as I do, you became my coworker Bell, you're the first person I can call my best friend without hesitation, and when you died, I thought I'd never meet anyone like you again, but now." Lyra, after much effort, managed to dry her tears and saw Bell with a smile, going to hug him without hesitation, taking him by surprise. "I'm so glad you're here with me again, you idiot, you better not die again," I whispered, still holding him tight. "Do you understand?" "Why yes, I understand," Bell whispered, somewhat embarrassed and surprised to see Lyra acting like this. He hadn't fully recovered his memories of her, but he was sure she never behaved like that. It seems that Lyra had that side of herself hidden. "I hope so," whispered the hobbit, feeling the warmth emanating from the albino. "When all this crap is over, we'll come back to this workshop and create many more things. We can try making other kinds of weapons. I think it's fine." After that, Lyra broke away from the hug and looked at Bell with a big smile. You'd better have enjoyed the hug because I'm not one to give hugs very often, I joked, giving Belle a light tap on the shoulder, trying to hide the slight embarrassment I felt for having done that. Now come here, I want to show you something. Curious, Belle followed the hobbit, watching as she approached a table where she had an object covered with a blanket, having a slight suspicion of what it was. You probably already remember, but I'll show you anyway. And with an excited smile, Lyra removed the blanket, revealing a single bomb placed on the table in a special stand. The bomb didn't look any different from the others. It was small, a little bigger than a baseball, its color was dark, it had a skull drawn on it, and finally, it had a kind of safety mechanism in the center. Admin Belle whispered. I see you remember it, Lyra said proudly. 2.5 months, 2 blessed months it took me to finish this bombshell, but it was worth it. I still don't understand how you think this thing is capable of creating massive destruction, Belle whispered, without taking his eyes off the bomb. Easy, I've used much more than gunpowder in this thing, and it's so compressed in there that the moment the safety is removed, it will create enormous destruction. I don't even know the extent of its range. It might be small, but it's 1,000 times more powerful than any bomb I've ever created that we've ever created, since you also helped me with this one, I explained, covering it again with the blanket. This will probably be the last one I make, since they'll likely forbid me from making it again once they see what it's capable of. I had forgotten how diabolical you were. Haha, thanks, silly, she said, giving him a light nudge. Remember you helped me too when I was carrying it halfway through. I don't remember. Don't be a liar, he said, pinching the albino's cheek with a smile. Lyra was genuinely happy that Belle had returned and didn't bother to hide it. Welcome back to the club, my explosive partner. Thank you, my explosive partner, Belle whispered, smiling slightly. Yes, it didn't matter what that person was saying in his head, these girls were his family, he would never make him doubt it. Want to make a few? That way you can get some practice back, Lyra suggested. That sounds good to me, I accept without hesitation. But before anyone could do anything, the door to the place was kicked open, catching their attention. It was Nies, who had a worried expression. No. Didn't you read the sign? Lyra asked angrily. Only Belle and I have access to this place. Muscular men have entered the headquarters with sledgehammers and are knocking down the courtyard walls. Nies shouted, worried and agitated. What? Minutes later. Loud. 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 These were the words a man shouted to his companions as they hammered at the wall under the watchful eyes of the girls. Hey. What the hell are you doing? Nies shouted angrily at the man who seemed to be the leader. Huh? What do you want, girl? I'm working. Huh? You're destroying our home. Rihanna shouted angrily. This is trespassing. Astrea shouted. I told you we're working, so get lost. At that moment, Belle, Nies, and Lyra arrived at the scene and found the men tearing down the courtyard wall. Not one more move. Lyra shouted, pulling out a bomb the size of a football. No one will lift a finger. The moment anyone does, I'll pull the pin on this thing and we'll all be blown to bits. Lyra, there's no need to go that far. Ryu shouted worriedly. I'm watching them. I'm going to do it. Boys, stay still. That hobbit is crazy. Shouted the nervous leader. Perfect, Lyra, keep it up until we know what they're up to, Iska congratulated, eyeing all the men suspiciously as Lyra threatened to remove the lock. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the headquarters, Kagaya observed all of this before letting out a tired sigh. We've told you we're doing our job. Shouted the leader, trying to convince them. What job? We haven't hired anyone, Rihanna said, crossing her arms. But I do. All the girls, Belle and the men turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, seeing as Hera, Estree, and the others approached the place. And why aren't you working? The tyrannical goddess asked, looking at the men. Work. Of course, boss. They all shouted in unison, grabbing their hammers and continuing with their work. While the rest of the girls looked on confused, not understanding what was happening. Why are those men tearing down the wall, Estree Sama? Nies asked, unable to understand, just like the others. Well, Hera bought the land next door, so these men are going to destroy the wall to join our yard with the other land, Estree explained with a nervous smile. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing the words spoken by their goddess. Then our yard will be huge, Ryu stammered, unable to believe it. We can have our own football field. Iska exclaimed happily. Excuse me? Did I buy this for you to play on? Hera asked with a stern look, causing Iska's spirits to plummet. This field is for your training. My son isn't going to be in a family of weaklings. War is near, so you have to make the most of your time, Galatea said with an excited smile. But is it necessary to train in such a large place? Nies asked doubtfully. Sometimes Galadia gets too excited and the blood of her victims flies everywhere, even parts of her body, and we wouldn't want to fill a piece of land that doesn't belong to us with blood, so we'd better buy it," the goddess explained calmly. All the girls without exception felt a huge chill upon hearing those words, glancing sideways at Galadia who was already next to Belle, hugging him. "Are you alright? Does your head still hurt?" "I'm sorry for saying so much, I didn't mean to hurt you," Galadia asked softly, gently stroking Belle's hair, who was embarrassed. "You can count on me for anything, and I'll move heaven and earth to help you." The girls couldn't believe that this woman, who at this moment was behaving in such a sweet way, could also transform into someone sadistic. They simply couldn't believe it. "I'm going to die," most of them thought, terrified. "If you finish this before dawn, I'll pay you triple," Hera told the workers. "You heard me, boys. Get to work." Yes. The training hell days for the Estree family were about to begin. End of chapter. Chapter 61. First day of training. We find ourselves at the Estree family headquarters, specifically in the training yard which had now been transformed into a gigantic place where they could train freely with everything they had without worrying about damaging their headquarters. And in the middle of that courtyard were all the girls of the Estree family in a row, some more nervous than others watching Galadia walk back and forth in front of them. "Well, we don't know when you'll find Nasos, but what we do know is that we don't have much time. We have to make the most of it," Galadia said seriously. "All of you are levels 4 and 3. At levels like that, you won't last long in that war. You have to improve as much as you can." While Galadia was speaking and the girls were listening, in the distance sitting on the grass were Belle, Estree, Hera and Herahim watching the training. Alfia was there too, but she was at the other end of the courtyard, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, occasionally glancing at the albino. "Are you sure I shouldn't train?" Belle asked, not wanting to be left out. "You're a level 6, you left those girls behind a long time ago," Hera said. "They're the ones who urgently need to improve. Besides, Miss Ermid said she needs to rest," said little Herahim, handing Belle a cookie, which he took. Hera Estree called. "And? Promise me that none of my daughters will die in this training." "It depends." "About what?" "How strong their will is." Back to the girls. "Don't expect me to treat you kindly and affectionately just because you're Belle's friends. If you want to know, he received this training in the past. I even made the person I love most suffer with my training, so you'll get an idea that I don't have preferences. If I treated him like this, imagine how I'll be with you." "Hang on, Noin," Lyra whispered, seeing the girl showing signs of wanting to faint. "I'll make them live through hell, but if they survive this hell, they'll be machines of destruction," he whispered with a devilish smile. "By the way, who are you?" As she said those words, Galadia turned to look at a girl with bluish hair at the end of the line. It was RD, who wore a serious expression. "I heard about the training, so I came here to get stronger and improve my skills," he shouted in a military tone. "I'll give it my all." "RD, you still have time to leave," Ryu whispered, worried about her friend's safety. "Relax Ryu, it's not that big of a deal. Besides, I want to meet Belle's family, and what better time than now?" RD said with an excited smile. "So, another girlfriend of Belle's," Galadia said, approaching her. "What's your name?" "RD Varma." "There's no need to shout by the way, what happened to your face?" she asked curiously, seeing all those burn scars, or rather, blemishes. "A few years ago I was on the verge of death, but I managed to survive, but the scars from that moment remain etched," he explained with a slight smile. "I understand, scars are a way of remembering the difficult moments of our past and that we managed to overcome them. If you are still here alive, it means you have great willpower. Congratulations." "Thank you. I hope you're ready for this training too." "I promise I will do my best." Galadia smiled at RD's personality. She had to admit that she liked it. "Okay. Before we begin, does anyone have a question?" I asked, looking around and noticing that someone had raised their hand. "What's your name?" "That's it." "Okay what's your question?" "Can I go to the bathroom?" "No, let's get started now." Galadia put on a serious expression, causing more than one of them to tense up. "First, who are the magicians of the group?" Celti timidly raised her hand, followed by Rihanna and then Mariu. "The three of you will train with Alfia," he said simply. The three girls all turned to look at the same time at the place where the aforementioned girl was standing with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, feeling the pressure that she released just with her presence. "Alfia is a very experienced mage, so I'm sure she'll find a way to make her magic more powerful, so she's the right teacher for you," Galadia explained calmly. "On second thought, I want to be a hand-to-hand combatant," Celti said fearfully. "I accept." Rihanna, without hesitation, started walking towards Alfia, surprising the others. "Rihanna, are you crazy?" Mariu asked. "No, I just want to be strong," the girl whispered, turning to look at where the albino was. Watch me, Belle. I'll work really hard for you and the whole family. And with those thoughts, the girl continued on her way to Alfia. Sincelti sighed, defeated, and began to walk as well. Go on, go, said Noin, pushing Mariu, who fearfully also approached. When she was finally standing in front of the woman, she opened her eyes, sending a shiver down all three of their spines. They couldn't believe that just looking into her eyes could cause that in them. Miss Alfia, Ryan greeted, standing at attention. What will our training be like? They'll train later, the woman whispered, her expression suggesting she didn't want to train anyone but still had to. Why? Celti asked, puzzled. The mage needs to concentrate during training, and I doubt they can concentrate with Galadia's training, he whispered, closing his eyes again. They'll train when they're all incapacitated or unconscious. I understand, the three whispered with nervous smiles, now feeling relieved to be training with Alfia. Returning to Galadia. Alright. It's time to start training, she said with a wicked smile. Anyone want to start? But none of them said anything, not even RD, as she was distracted watching a butterfly. Allies. I knew it. As captain, you set an example by being the first to train. Congratulations. Galadia shouted, looking at the redeed. But I didn't even raise my hand, the frightened girl said. I saw your right hand move a little, that's a sign of how much you want to train. Just as expected of the great allies. Well, the captain has to demonstrate her power, whispered the redeed, smiling happily at the compliment. The rest of you should move away from the place in case you get blood or a piece of your companion's flesh on you, Galadia advised. A piece of what? Allies asked, her proud smile replaced by a frightened look. The rest simply obeyed Galadia and walked away, leaving their captain alone with her new teacher, who had a smile of excitement. Come on allies. Han. Show us what you're made of. Yes. When you're in pieces, we'll see what you were made of inside. The shouts of support from Iska, Astrea, RD, and Lyra could be heard in the distance, but instead of helping their friend, they frightened her even more. Very well, Redeed. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're one of the most powerful in the family, Galadia said, looking her up and down, as if she were analyzing her. Perhaps I made fun of you at the meeting, but the truth is, you seem like someone who takes her position as captain seriously when the time calls for it. Thank you, she whispered, feeling happy at the compliment. And what will my training be like? What's your fighting style like? Anything that characterizes you? She asked curiously. Well, my strong point is the sword, I can handle it very well, and my magic enhances all of that. Magic? What's your magic like? It's fire magic. It enhances all my abilities when I use it. I'm proud of it, she said with a satisfied smile. It's very powerful. Fire magic that only enhances your abilities. I'm not really convinced, to be honest, I whispered, tapping my chin with a finger. Hey. It's good magic, he complained. Okay, then show it to me, he said, crossing his arms. I want to see how strong it is. You'll see, she whispered, preparing to activate it. She's going to say it, Lyra thought, seeing her friend's excited smile. Come on, what are you waiting for? You're calling me. And the moment the redeed shouted those words, a reddish cloak like fire completely surrounded her, feeling her abilities being enhanced. Who are you calling? Ryu asked, puzzled. That wasn't the name of her magic. The thing is, that silly allies whispers her magic, and when she's finished, she shouts those words to make it seem like it's her song, Lyra explained wearily. She's a fool. As allies smiled proudly, surrounded by that bright aura. So? What did you think? The redeed asked. I'm aware that it's very powerful. Is that all? Galadia asked, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean that's all? Is that all your magic does? Surround yourself with that reddish cloak. Yes, as I explained, it enhances my attacks and speed. It has been my trump card on many occasions. Galadia let out a tired sigh upon hearing that. I don't know why, but I feel like you're not getting the most out of your magic, she said disapprovingly. Don't get me wrong, it seems to be good magic, but apparently you're only using a fraction of what it's capable of. Well, if I concentrate I can create a torrent of flames on my sword, creating a powerful attack, she explained, a little nervously. I understand, and have you tried concentrating that magic in any other part of your body? From what you just told me, you can concentrate it in your sword, and if you can do that, it means you can also concentrate your magic in another part of your body. Try it. Allies, a little hesitant, obeyed and turned to look at her feet, beginning to concentrate, though finding it a little difficult. But when she succeeded, she opened her eyes in surprise. Her feet began to burst into flames, burning the grass beneath her, but she did not receive burns. Incredible. After that, I tried to concentrate it on his fists as well, and as was obvious, they began to burn intensely, creating a great heat around them. Incredible. Are you serious? You never thought of doing that with your magic? Galatea asked, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead in an anime style, while Allies smiled nervously. Imagine how destructive your kicks and punches could be while you're on fire, and who knows what else you could do. That kind of magic isn't for sticking to the basics. You have to get the most out of it. As Allies threw rapid punches with her flaming fists, creating bursts of heat, even a small whirlwind that could burn her enemy. It's a very creative magic. If you think about it, you can also use it as armor, although you have to be quick. An example would be if an enemy were about to hit you in the stomach and you concentrated all your magic there. That would create a fire shield, but as I said, you would have to be very quick to do it. In short, you need training. Wow, Galatea is an excellent teacher, Estree said in surprise. She's a fool, but I have to admit she's a good teacher, Hera said. She trained Bell for years. If he'd had magic similar to that Redeed's, he would have made the most of it. Although Bell's magic was somewhat destructive, Estree whispered with a nervous smile. While Bell watched with admiration as Galatea, who had a serious expression, explained to Allies the use she could make of her magic and how to avoid excessive mana drain. In his mind he thought how incredibly cool she looked, starting to admire her again and also remembering why he respected her so much. Haha, Bell's watching me. I'm sure I've impressed him, Galatea thought with an excited smile. And he hasn't even seen anything of his beautiful teacher yet. I'm so amazing, come on, Bell. Keep watching me and praising me in your mind. While Allies continued testing her magic with a smile full of excitement, still unable to believe it, in just a few minutes she had improved a lot. She felt powerful. I feel like I can defeat anyone who gets in my way, said the Redeed with an excited smile, looking at Galatea. He had gotten a big head. Wow, you seem to be one of those people with a big ego, but the kind that's likable, Galatea commented with amusement. Although it's a bad idea to get too confident. A fight, Miss Galatea? Allies asked, dropping her sword. I feel I can accomplish a lot now. Luckily, I'm here to bring our friend down to earth, the purple-haired girl whispered calmly. Go ahead, attack me with everything you've got. Are you sure? I could hurt her. You won't even tickle me, little squirrel, he mocked. Well, you asked for it. And concentrating all her magic in her feet, which burned with a great amount of flames, she shot off at enormous speed towards Galatea. And at the same time as she shot out, she began to concentrate all her magic in her fist, creating one covered in powerful flames, ready to strike her enemy. Meanwhile, Galatea just stood with her arms crossed, waiting for the attack with a smile. Take this. And so, upon arriving in front of Galatea, he launched his powerful punch, which would soon be given an attack name. When the fist was close to hitting Galatea, she calmly dodged it, looking indifferently at Allies, who knew at that moment that she had screwed up. It's going to hurt, thought the Redeed. Fly high. As she whispered those words, Galatea launched a powerful kick, hitting Allies squarely in the stomach and sending her flying into the sky. Never let your ego control you, it makes you predictable, the woman advised. Ryu-san. Bell shouted worriedly when he saw the Redeed in the air. I'm Alfia. And after being in the air for a few seconds, Allies began to fall again with force, and since she still had her magic active, she looked like a meteorite about to impact the earth. But Galatea was there to prevent it. I hope this teaches you that you are not invincible and that you will strive to improve more and more, Galatea whispered, raising her fist. And before Allies hit the ground, the purple-haired girl's fist struck her squarely in the face, sending her flying backwards past her companions and crashing hard into the wall of the headquarters. Ah was the groan of pain she let out while embedded in the wall, before suddenly falling to the ground unconscious. Allies had been knocked out of the fight. Even I felt it, Astrea whispered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Poor Allies, Artie whispered. Perhaps that will teach him a lesson, Kaguya thought calmly. Galatea just let out a sigh and then smiled. You already have the basics, Allies level. When you wake up, I hope you start training in all of that and improve even more in that fighting style. You have potential, he praised, although unfortunately Allies was unconscious and didn't hear those compliments. After that, and still smiling, Galatea turned to look at the other girls, causing more than one of them to get scared. Okay, who's next? She asked, excited to continue the training. She was enjoying it more than she'd expected. You'll see, you'll improve a lot, just like your Redeed friend, or maybe even more. Just show me what you can do, and I'll see if I can improve it. Then it's my turn. The one who said those words was Kaguya, who took her katana out of its sheath and began to walk slowly towards Galatea with a serious expression. So, the Oriental one, the woman whispered, staring at her intently as if analyzing her. Just watching you walk, I can see you're very skilled and it's obvious that your katana fighting style some kind of magic. I don't think you can help me with my magic. It's family lineage and only our clan understands it. We've already gotten all the benefit we can from it, he replied calmly. I understand, then I imagine we could have a training match and see what we can improve on with you. Wow, Kagaya, what courage, Iska thought, seeing her friend's serious expression showing that she wasn't afraid. In fact, she was the only one who didn't feel afraid when they were told they would receive training from them. Then let's train, the Oriental woman whispered, assuming a battle stance with her katana. Show me what you're capable of. I hope the other girls don't take this the wrong way, but I feel she has the best skill and technique of all of you, Galatea said, observing Kagaya's stance. Although I wouldn't say the same in terms of brute strength. I think the wolf is the strongest, right? If there's a full moon I think so, Nies said, a little embarrassed. It's not necessary to have a full moon to prove that you are the strongest physically, but then I will focus on you, first you are my friend. Aren't you going to take a sword? Kagaya asked, noticing that the purple-haired girl only had her hands in her pockets. It won't be necessary, I simply want to see what you can do, attack me with everything you have. Kagaya frowned angrily upon hearing those words. She didn't like that woman's attitude. It was as if she were just mocking her and saying that she was superior to her in every way. Don't look at me like that, Galatea said. Just by looking at your face I can tell what you're thinking. I'm 37 years old. Do you really think I'm going to lower myself to a bunch of girls just to make fun of them and feel superior because I'm stronger? Well, you're wrong. I'm not here for that. I like to help others bring out their hidden potential. I don't do it to feel superior. I'm not a teenager anymore to act like that. Although sometimes you act like an idiot. Shut up, Hera. Galatea shouted, then sighed and continued staring at the Asian woman. I see you're like allies, though in a different way. You don't like feeling inferior to others. You want to be the one who's always one step ahead, the one who always knows how to respond to an insult and all that. In short, you also have a rather high ego, and that's good. Having a little ego isn't bad, but abusing it is another matter entirely. As I said those words, I turned to look at Allies, who was still unconscious on the floor. What I'm trying to say is don't get caught up in your ego bubble. When someone wants to give you advice, it's not because they're making fun of you, so take that advice and don't think you're inferior because of it. Receiving help from others doesn't make you weak. It shows how strong you are for accepting your mistakes. If you want to cry, cry. If you want to scream, scream. If you need help, ask for it. Doing all of that won't make you weak. It will help you mature as a person. As I said at the beginning, don't take this as a lecture or mockery. Take it as advice. The woman from the east remained silent after hearing those words, thinking about them over and over again. Accept my mistakes, he thought, his gaze fixed on the ground. When you do all that, you'll see how strong you'll become, both physically and mentally. There's nothing better than improving yourself as a person. There's always something new to improve on, Galatea said with a big smile, the typical smile of an older sister. And those words were not only engraved on Kagaya, but on all the girls except for Allies, who was still unconscious. If after those words you still think I'm making fun of you, it's because you're a stubborn little brat, Galatea said playfully. Now attack me and show me what you can do. As she said those words, Kagaya gripped her katana and launched herself at full speed towards the purple-haired girl to attack her with her tachi technique. She's fast, Galatea thought, watching the katana move towards her neck. But in a swift movement, she blocked the katana with the palm of her hand, avoiding touching the edge and deflecting it in another direction without any effort. Kagaya frowned slightly as she watched him deflect her attack with ease using only the palm of his hand. He was very strong. But that didn't mean he was going to give up. With great speed, he began to launch rapid slashes with his katana in all directions, but each one was blocked, deflected, or dodged with ease by Galatea, who simply watched with a smile, the great potential he possessed. This girl is good, she already knows everything, I don't see anything I could teach her, she thought excitedly, watching the sharp gaze of the Asian girl. But there's something that prevents her from concentrating completely, and I think I know what it is. The rest just watched in surprise as Galatea effortlessly handled Kagaya. It was the first time they had seen their friend fail to land a single blow on her opponent, which demonstrated how superior the purple-haired girl was in every aspect. She was in a league above them, and as far as they understood, Alfia was superior to Galatea. The Hera family was a family full of monsters. Kagaya doesn't stand a chance, Noin whispered. But she keeps trying even though she already knows, Ryu said, seeing the frustrated expression on the Oriental woman's face. Kagaya penciled bell. In a swift movement, Galatea dodged the sword again and threw a powerful punch that only grazed the tip of Kagaya's jaw, but that was more than enough to make her brain spin and fall to her knees, dropping her sword. Kagaya had lost. Wow, you're more skilled than that Reed, I have to admit, Galatea praised, watching her try to recover from her dizziness. You did well. For someone who's still at level 4, you're strong. Congratulations. I don't need your praise, she whispered, slowly standing up, still a little dizzy. Haha, I see that's your personality, I chuckled. Let me tell you, I have nothing to teach you. You're very talented. All you have to do is keep practicing your technique. We can have short sparring matches to boost your stats. Well, and I was hoping to learn something from you, said the disgruntled Asian woman. Oh well. Although if there is something preventing you from giving 100%, Galatea said, catching his attention. I can see that something is bothering you and preventing you from concentrating, and I already know what it is. As I said those words, I turned to look at the albino who had started talking to Hera the moment the fight ended. What happened between you two? He's not interested in that. That sharp tongue. I don't really know anything, but since I arrived in the city I haven't seen you exchange a single word with him. Did you two have a fight? Are you afraid he'll reject your company? I told him he wasn't interested. I don't know the details of what happened, but you should talk to him and resolve his issues. Once you resolve that, you'll be able to fight with everything you have. Don't be afraid. Just by looking at Bel's eyes when he looks at you, I can tell you're important to him, not as much as me, but you are. He won't reject you, so don't be afraid. I'm not afraid and he's not interested. 3 times you've told me the same thing, you really are very stubborn, maybe a good slap will make you reflect. When Kagaya tried to react, a powerful punch hit her stomach, knocking out all her oxygen and sending her flying like a projectile against a wall, where she fell unconscious next to allies. The others stared blankly as they watched him knock Kagaya out of the fight with a single blow. The family leaders were easily defeated. Great. Next. Galatea shouted with an excited smile. The training day was just beginning. Hell was just starting. I can't take it anymore, Salty whispered, trying to concentrate even more magic. Can I release the magic? No, keep concentrating more magic, concentrate as much as you can before you cast your spell, Alfia ordered with a stern look. But if I try to accumulate more magic, my head throbs with pain, Salty complained, feeling her head throb as she accumulated more magic. Well, you'll do this over and over until your body gets used to it and you no longer feel that headache. You need to increase your mana reserves, Alfia said, turning to look at Rihanna and Mariu, who were also training. And the same applies to you, especially the healer. Your role is important. I know, I'll try my best, whispered Mariu, her nose bleeding slightly from using large amounts of her healing magic, pushing her mind to the limit. The headache made her bleed, but even so, Mariu kept trying. Then a huge torrent of flames shot out and hit the wall. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in any longer, the headache was unbearable, Rihanna apologized, breathing heavily. Do it again, Alfia ordered. But. I told you to do it again, he ordered again with a stern look. If you don't feel capable, then tell your goddess to take away your Falna and get out. All you're going to do is get in your companion's way. You'll just be dead weight in the group. Miss Alfia, Salty whispered, feeling sorry for her friend because of those harsh words. Rihanna just lowered her gaze upon hearing that. Are you giving up? No. But seconds later Rihanna looked up again with a determined expression, ready to recite her chant once more and gather all the magic she could. I won't give up, I promised Belle I would try hard and that's what I'll do, the girl thought, starting her training again. And Alfia just crossed her arms watching them train. She had seen that they were good, but their mana reserves were small. They had to make their reserves much larger in order to use more magic and be more powerful. Honestly, all of that was a nuisance to Alfia. She never thought she would end up in Orario to train some girls, but she did it anyway. His journey around the world in search of a cure made him see many things differently, while also reminding him that he had to talk to Belle. I hadn't exchanged a word with him since they met in the living room. I wanted to talk to him about some things and at the same time apologize to him. Although it might not seem like it, Alfia had changed a lot since she left Orario years ago. Her change had been similar to Hera's. I wonder if that church is still standing, she thought, gazing at the blue sky with a calm expression, an expression that vanished the moment she heard her students groan in pain. Train without complaining, it's stressful. Sorry, they apologized, wincing from the immense headache of pushing their minds harder and harder, but they didn't give up. His training had barely begun. Back to training with Galatea. What do you specialize in? The woman asked. The bomb, everything that moves, Lyra replied. Wow. Finally someone with an original fighting style, everyone else was just swords or hand-to-hand combat. Learn from them. As I shouted those words, I turned to look to one side of the courtyard where allies, Kagaya, Iska and Astrea were unconscious on the ground. Well, Iska was still embedded in the wall. Tell me, Lyra, do you have any special techniques? I have a magic that creates mines all over the field around me, I also have weapons called carnivore, they are like boomerangs. Seriously, you're very original in your fighting style in a place teeming with swordsmen and hand-to-hand combat, he praised, making the hobbit smile proudly. Anything else? Any special bombs? I have a bomb of mass destruction, I'm sure no one would be spared from it, not even a level 7 or 8, the destruction of that thing will be something impressive. Yes, I know, when I use it I will become death, the destroyer of worlds. Daughter, I like you. Create more bombs that will be very useful to us in battle, and if you can improve that bomb of mass destruction, do it, Galati recommended. Good. And with a happy smile for having escaped training, Lyra ran off to headquarters, not without first greeting Belle and taking a cookie from Harahim's plate before leaving. The next one, said Galatia. Lion, I give you the honor, Noin whispered, gently pushing the elf, who became nervous but still mustered her courage and walked to the front. I will do my best. He shouted mentally, clenching his fists. Seconds later Ryu crashed into the wall next to Iska and fell to the ground unconscious. Your magic is very powerful, but it has a very long chant. You have to practice reciting it at great speeds and making sure your tongue doesn't get stuck in the middle of the chant and fight while you do all that. If you manage to control it, you will be a great warrior, said Galatia. Wouldn't it be better to advise them while they are still conscious? Noin asked, surprised by Galatia's behavior. Just for talking, you're next. So that she can talk, the girl thought, resigned to her fate, and walked towards her teacher. While they continued training, Bel spoke calmly with his grandmother, his goddess, and Harahim. I'm getting tired of seeing them all get beaten up, Hera said, standing up. Where are you going? Estree asked curiously. I'm going to the library. Do you want to come with me, Bel? He asked, looking at his son. No, I'll stay and watch the training until the end, he replied, a little worried about his friends' lives. As you wish. And with those words, Hera turned around and went inside the headquarters. I think I'll go prepare lunch for the girls. They're sure to be hungry, Estree said with a warm smile, avoiding the sight of the beating Noin was receiving. Are you hungry, Bel? To be honest, no. Well, I'll still prepare for everyone. Do you want to help me, Harahim? And? Then let's go. So the goddess and the girl also went inside the headquarters, leaving Bel alone sitting in the courtyard. He also had a huge desire to train, but he knew the girls would be angry since they recommended he rest. Even so, he wanted to train. He felt useless for just watching. But what could he do? Even though it had been a while since he touched a sword, his mind still remembered how to use it perfectly. Bel snapped out of his thoughts as he saw Noin's body fall to the side of him with multiple bruises all over his body. Are you okay? Be perfect. And with those last words she fell unconscious, no longer able to stay awake. Even if they didn't learn anything in that training, at least their endurance would increase significantly. For some reason, I feel nostalgic watching this, thought Bel, watching Galatia and Nies exchange punches, although only Nies was hurt. A vague blurry memory flashed through his mind of him as a child crawling on the ground as best he could, wanting to go home, only to have Galatia grab his foot and drag him back to the training field to continue his suffering. That's right, I used to receive this kind of training, he thought, remembering that childhood ordeal. It seems his training methods haven't changed much. Back to training. Nies was on his knees breathing in pain after having received many blows, and Galatia was standing with her arms crossed. I knew it, you're the strongest in the whole family, the purple-haired girl praised. You're fast, strong, and resilient. You're a complete warrior. Thanks. Unfortunately, your fighting style isn't very good, you should practice your fighting style more and improve it. Luckily, I know many fighting styles so I can teach you some. I think it's fine. Now you can rest a little if you want. Nies slowly stood up and walked away, only to suddenly fall to the ground seconds later, no longer able to withstand the pain of the beating he had received. Next. Galatia shouted. I'm ready. And with an excited smile, RD stepped forward. Well, what do you specialize in? I am a swordswoman. She said, showing off her sword. This is my weapon, Sacred Oath. Wow, it looks like a good sword, and it seems to have some special ability. What does it do? I can pass on some of my magic so that it does less damage to my opponent. Why would you want a weapon that doesn't harm your enemy? I don't like hurting people, even if they are criminals. I just want to use the power necessary to take them out of action and put them in jail. That's the job of justice. She's too pure and innocent, Galatia thought, watching RD's eyes sparkle with excitement, even her completely wide eye glowing with emotion. So what will we do to train? I'm ready for anything. I like your spirit, let's see how long it lasts. Galatia intended to throw a punch and see what RD's reflexes and defense were like. But just as he was about to raise his fist, he stopped. So what will we do? RD asked, her eyes still shining with excitement. Galatia's hand trembled every time he thought about hitting her. Why are you trembling, Galatia? She's just a child, he thought, wanting to raise his fist but unable to. I feel I will learn a lot from you, I hope to become stronger, RD said, motivated. You are a very strong woman. I wish I were as strong as you. I feel happy that someone so amazing is my teacher. Ugh. Little by little, Galadia's guard lowered and lowered until she had the posture of a normal person. What will my training be like? Well, what do you think about us having a theoretical training session instead of physical training? You explain to me what all your skills in magic do, and I'll figure out how to help you get the most out of them, I asked with a nervous smile. Really? That sounds perfect. I agree, excited to begin. Curse. Galadia did not have the courage to hit her. Seeing those bright pure eyes full of emotion prevented her from doing so. He couldn't hit that innocent face, no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't do it, not even when Belle was a small and innocent child did he have compassion but with her. She was too pure and innocent. She's a dangerous girl, Galadia thought nervously. She reminds me of Hana. This girl is definitely very special to Belle. She's a danger. Thank you so much for taking the time to train me, Miss Galadia, I really appreciate it, RD said before starting the training. And no worries, I'm happy to help, now let's sit down and you can explain everything to me. Good. The Estree family's training was just beginning. Once the others awoke, their ordeal would continue. Hours later. The sky was already orange, a sign that night would soon fall, and in the Estree family courtyard, everyone was already returning to headquarters. Alfia was in front and behind her were Mariu, Selti, and Rihanna, feeling like their brains would soon explode from pushing them to the limit too many times. Not even a potion could eliminate that pain. Behind them were Ryu and Nies, limping slightly, with the latter carrying an unconscious Asta on her back. Behind them was a completely unharmed RD chatting with a smile to Galadia, who was laughing at the girl's stories. Behind them were allies, Iska and Noin crawling as best they could on the ground, with Noin being the most damaged. And finally came Kagaya, who, despite having a sore body, walked normally. See, can you tell me why ARD is the only one unharmed? Allies asked, her vision blurring. She's a very clever girl, the woman replied. Besides, she tells very funny stories, you should hear them. Where were we? Let's see. Yes. Then at that moment the man said, she's not a Goran, she's my sister. RD continued, recounting the story. Ah ha ha. He preference, whispered Iska, stopping her crawling as she could no longer continue. Come on Iska, don't give up, we're almost there, Noin said, taking her friend's hand and trying to lead her away, but it was difficult for her. Damn it. Kagaya continued walking slowly behind the group, but then stopped. I slowly turned around to look back at Belle, who was still in the yard picking up some things. They were all the weapons that had been left scattered all over the place. They were so hurt that they forgot about them. Then I turned to look again at my colleagues, watching as they slowly entered the headquarters. I have to do it, Kagaya thought. Gathering her courage, Kagaya turned around and walked towards the albino to say a few words before returning to headquarters. And this would be the last one, Belle whispered, taking Asta's shield. Huh? Although then he noticed the presence of the Asian woman, which made him nervous. Hey Kagaya, do you need something? Belle. And? Tonight at midnight can you meet me here in the courtyard? She asked, trying not to appear nervous. Here? Why? Just say if you can meet me here at 12. Belle immediately understood why. She wanted to finish the conversation she had left hanging in the room. Okay, I accept. Then I'll wait for you here, don't be late. And with those words, Kagaya turned around and walked towards the headquarters, leaving the albino alone in the courtyard. Kagaya, I have to fix my problem with you, Belle thought, determined to resolve the issue once and for all. Very important talks for Belle were approaching. And the first day of training was over. A day remembered by all the girls as a living hell. And there were still more to come. End of chapter. Chapter 62. I don't hate you. It was night in the city of Orario, precisely 11:55 minutes past. The people, despite being afraid, tried to sleep as much as possible, while part of the Ganesha family patrolled and at the same time searched for the entrance to Nasos. And at a certain headquarters of the Justice family, a certain albino slowly emerged from his room, noticing that the hallways were completely empty. Obviously the girls were sleeping. After the huge beating they received in training, they would sleep until the next day, not even the loudest noise would wake them up. Although there was one of them who had not yet fallen asleep. Kagaya told me to meet her in the courtyard, I wonder if she's already there, he thought, walking slowly through the corridors. He felt nervous about meeting her and finding out what she wanted to tell him. Their last conversation was somewhat awkward when he woke up in his room, but thanks to that conversation, he had a small hope that she didn't hate him. Like a damn psychopath. But without meaning to, she always remembered those words he said to her that night, which, although she didn't show it, had truly hurt her. And the worst part is, he's right, Shut your mouth, Belle thought as he heard that voice in his head. From that dream onwards, Belle would occasionally hear that mocking voice in his mind. When he was sitting watching the girls train, he would hear sarcastic comments directed at him every 10 minutes. To the girls, it just seemed like Belle was sitting watching them train, but all the time he was arguing with that voice. Now I'm going crazy, Belle thought in frustration, continuing to walk. Yes, you are. Be quiet. He didn't know what was more stupid, arguing with himself in his mind or believing that the voice didn't belong to him. Because, yes, the more time he spent listening to that voice, the more he began to believe that it had a will of its own and that it was not a product of his imagination. It was as if another being lived inside him, and that was starting to become uncomfortable and annoying at the same time. Luckily, I knew how to control those emotions, and on the outside I seemed normal, although on the inside I was a disaster. She still wondered if after Evilis was eliminated, she could ever have a normal life again with the people she loved, or if she would live the rest of her life locked up in an asylum. She was afraid that things would get worse and he would try to hurt her friends. I thought it was some kind of mental disorder because his eyes were worrying. I just hoped I was wrong. I'd better put my paranoia aside, he thought, leaving the headquarters and starting to walk through the garden towards the training yard. The moon, even though it wasn't a full moon, illuminated the entire place where he walked, although it wasn't a problem for him if it was completely dark. Since he became a creature, he could see perfectly in the dark. See? Benefits. Be quiet. Having a voice in his head was really annoying. After walking for a few more seconds, he arrived at the training yard and saw that the beautiful oriental woman was already there waiting for him. She was sitting on the grass where he had been sitting watching them train. She was wearing a white kimono, probably her nightgown. She looked beautiful gazing at the moon in the sky. "You've finally arrived," Kaguya whispered, turning her gaze from the moon to him. "I'm sorry if I made you wait," he said in a nervous and shy tone of voice. "Stop acting." Belle wasn't even going to answer him, he was just going to ignore him. "No problem, sit down," Kaguya invited, gesturing to her side. Belle obeyed, approached and sat next to her, about a meter away, which the Asian woman noticed but decided not to say anything. "How are you feeling?" Belle was the first to start the conversation with a very interesting question. "You mean the training?" "Well, that punch to the stomach still hurts," she replied with a grimace of annoyance and pain. Galadia really couldn't hold back. "And please don't hate her." Although Belle didn't remember much about her teacher, the enormous affection she felt for her never disappeared from her heart, not wanting her dear friends to start hating her for the way she trained others. "Hate her? Of course not," Kaguya denied with a sigh. "I won't deny that sometimes her know-it-all personality irritates me, but I don't hate her. In fact, I think I understand her way of thinking a little." "Oh really?" "Yes, even though she may seem like just a woman who likes to joke around and torture her students, and I'm not far from the truth, she's also very wise," he said, looking at the moon again. "Just by looking into her eyes, I can see the vast experience she has. She doesn't speak just to boast. Every word she says has a reason. Besides, she's an excellent teacher. In just a few minutes, she greatly improved Alice's skills. She's very strong and wise." "How are you planning to tell her directly?" Belle asked curiously. "Never. I'd rather die than praise her directly," he said, smiling slightly as he turned to look at him. "You have a great teacher, Belle. Now I understand why you were so strong when you arrived in Orario." "I don't remember much, but yes, she's the best teacher," she whispered, lowering her gaze with a slight smile. "Tomorrow I will put much more effort into training, and I will give him a blow to wipe that mocking smile off his face." Hee. After those words, they both fell silent again, observing the moon, and that uncomfortable atmosphere began to appear around them. They couldn't let the money die. "And you? How are you feeling? Has your head started hurting again?" Kaguya asked, a little worried. "And no, I'm fine, my head is perfectly fine." "Lies. That's good, but if you experience severe pain, don't hesitate to tell us so we can call Airmed." "Understood." "I understood," he said somewhat doubtfully. How advisable was it to say that he heard a voice in his head? Would they label him as crazy and commit him to a mental institution? I'd rather remain in doubt. "The night is cold, isn't it?" the Asian woman whispered, lowering her gaze. "Why yes, these last few nights have been very cold," replied the albino. Although it was a lie. Besides being able to see in the dark, he had lost much of his ability to feel cold. A cold night like that was nothing to him, but much lower temperatures would probably start to affect him. "And it's also very quiet," Kaguya whispered again, not hearing a single sound. Normally at that time there was still a bit of noise in the city thanks to the bars, but since the fall of the pleasure district that had been gradually decreasing, and now that the Loki family no longer existed, it stopped abruptly. Although there was no law, it seemed that there was a curfew from 8 o'clock at night, since there was not a single person in the vicinity at that time. People were truly terrified. If anything else happened, no matter how small, people would start fleeing without hesitation. They managed to keep them calm about the fall of the Loki family, but they didn't know how much longer they could keep them like that. That war had to end as soon as possible before things got out of control. They both fell silent again. Belle just watched Kaguya, who had her gaze on the sky. Her eyes had a glimmer of not so pleasant nostalgia, she seemed to be remembering something she didn't like very much. Belle. And? Did I ever tell you that I belong to a family of assassins? He whispered, looking down. Belle tried to remember, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall anything. I don't think so. I could swear I told you, but I don't remember either. Well, now you know, I was part of a family of assassins when I lived in the Far East. So what about that? He asked curiously. When I made a living that way, I did horrible things, she whispered, recalling unpleasant memories. As a professional assassin, I received all kinds of jobs, most of them involving killing worthless people who threatened the peace of the town. I killed so many of them but. Belle noticed how Kaguya's eyes began to reflect regret. I also received orders to assassinate innocent people who had done nothing wrong, he said bitterly. Once I was ordered to murder an entire family. The father was a powerful politician from a neighboring clan with whom we'd had a long-standing feud. He hadn't done anything wrong. All he wanted was peace between our clans, hoping to sign an agreement. Kaguya clenched her fists as she remembered more. But the leaders of my clan didn't like that idea, as they were sure it was a betrayal, so they ordered me to assassinate him and his family and make it look like someone from his own clan killed him, since there were also problems among them, disagreeing with the peace he wanted. That way, a war would start among them. Did you do it? I was trained to feel nothing when carrying out those jobs, so I did it without hesitating for a second. It was the father and the mother. I murdered them while they slept. I planned to leave like that, but unfortunately the son of that couple saw me. I think he was about 11 years old, the same age I was at that moment, and I had to kill him too. Kaguya, Belle whispered, seeing the pain in her eyes. I killed 3 innocent people just because of the whim of my superiors. It was at that moment that I thought that this was not the life I wanted to lead. I no longer wanted to continue killing innocent people for no reason. That is why I fled from my clan, but no matter how many years pass, they will never erase all the atrocities I did when I was an assassin. I'm a hypocrite, aren't I? The Asian woman asked, looking at the albino with a sad smile. That night I yelled all those hurtful things at you. I called you a damn psychopath when I was a complete piece of trash back then. At least you didn't murder any innocent people, unlike me, who murdered children, even old people who hadn't done anything wrong other than disagree with my superiors' decisions. If there's anyone in this world who doesn't deserve forgiveness, it's me. Kaguya, no. You don't need to say anything, you know it's true, I whispered, lowering my gaze again. But despite all that, despite telling Estree Sama everything I did, she accepted me into her family with a warm smile. She didn't care about my past, she forgave what I did, and instead of following in her footsteps, I yelled at you, I insulted you, I rejected you when you needed someone by your side. Unable to stop herself, Kaguya began to shed tears, much to Belle's surprise, who felt a pang in his heart upon seeing her like this. When that mask shattered and I saw your face, I couldn't believe it. I had a flood of emotions. I wanted to run towards you, hug you, kiss you, tell you how much I had missed you. However, my stupid side came out at that moment and I shouted all those words, those stupid words. Belle knew that Kaguya had suffered a lot at that moment. Just remembering her face full of tears as she screamed at him, he knew that she had felt great pain upon seeing him again. It was more than obvious all the doubt she had at that moment, but she regretted it. If I had known from the beginning that it was you, I would never have called you that. I wouldn't have done it. But I hesitated and insulted you. On the other hand, Nies did trust you, she gave you the hug that you wanted so much and that I myself rejected. And when Estree Sama confirmed that it was you, I realized the stupidity of what I had done. I hurt you, I hurt the person I love, and instead of apologizing like a normal person, I ran away from the problem like a coward, avoiding talking to you. Kaguya was releasing everything she felt at that moment. It was the first time in a long time that she showed what she truly felt. The only time she did so was when Estree brought her into the family. And now he was doing it with Belle. I was afraid you would reject my presence, that you would resent me for what I said. I know, I sound like a silly, insecure girl, but I couldn't help it. And without realizing it, all those insecurities and fears were pushing me further and further away from you, and I couldn't bear the thought of ending everything we built together. I haven't seen you before. Are you new in town? Yes, I've been here less than an hour. Kaguya's memories of how she met Belle came flooding back. That day when a thief stole the albino's sword, the same thief she was chasing. Kaguya was the first girl Belle met from the Estree family. Sorry. What? Do you know where the goddess Estree is? And of course, their first meeting got off to a bad start as Kaguya distrusted him the moment he mentioned her goddess. It still feels like it was yesterday, Kaguya whispered with a small smile. Where are you going? I thought Estree Sama would give you her fauna. And so it was, but I think it's best to live outside the headquarters. I don't want to inconvenience anyone with my presence. And although Belle didn't know it, from that moment on he gradually began to gain the trust of the Oriental woman, although she didn't want to admit it. But those words, without realizing it, their story together had begun. You gradually became someone important to me, the Oriental woman continued whispering under Belle's watchful gaze, who was beginning to feel a great warmth in his heart. This time I mean it, Belle, welcome to the Estree family, it will be a pleasure to have us as colleagues and don't worry, this time I won't do any more tests and things like that. I hope so. Their friendship took a while to form, but that delay was worth it because of the great relationship of trust they formed at that time. So many things we experienced together. Don't you ever act alone again, okay? If you do it again, I'll beat you so you don't forget. I promise, Kaguya-san. But Belle making his suicidal plans at the casino and her scolding him for his actions. Although I didn't show it, I was worried that your stubborn mind would act on its own again. Great. It seems we found a temporary mother for the little one. Sorry for getting you involved in this, Kaguya-san. You'd better help me take care of him. And of course, the memories that Kaguya remembered most fondly were her time as first-time parents with a baby that wasn't even theirs. Perhaps that's when I started falling in love with you, Kaguya whispered, recalling moments of jealousy on her part. The truth is that baby already has a mother. And guess what? You're looking at her. Perhaps that was the moment when he truly felt jealous when that group of women approached Belle while they were shopping for the baby. That was just the beginning of the great relationship they were forming together. What are you laughing about now? Do you want me to pinch your cheek again? I'm simply happy that the baby has arrived in the family. Huh? Why? For some reason I feel that you and I have become closer and I know you better. I have seen sides of you that I didn't think you had and that makes me happy, it makes me feel that we are truly a family that trusts each other. Oh that. With just a few words he was able to make her heart race. He was the first one who had ever managed to make her feel such things. You just came into the family and took my heart as if it were nothing, she whispered again. You were even the first to notice what I truly felt without me saying a word. This is the last time I'll get attached to a baby that isn't mine. The last time, that's why I hate taking care of them. Do you need a hug? Just shut up and do what you have to do. When Belle Jr. left, he stayed by her side without her saying anything, encouraging her. It was at that moment that she finally accepted her feelings for him. She had fallen in love with Belle. But despite that, she was never honest about what she felt, not even when she confessed. Listen Belle, I like you and I'm tired of hiding it. I didn't plan to do this, but RD left me no other choice. Me too. I'm sorry, but I won't give up so easily just because RD kissed you. In fact, all that's done is make me want you even more. So get ready, because I'll do everything I can to make you mine. Although she confessed that she loved him, she was never entirely sincere, since the only thing that motivated her to do that was RD kissing Belle. Even at that moment she wasn't honest about everything her heart felt. Or at least it was the case until now, when she was saying everything she felt. Her love, her fears, her worries, and her sadness. For the first time in a long time, she was being honest about what she felt, leaving her pride behind, just as Galatea told her to. And when I lost you everything fell apart for me. Do you really think I don't care about Belle's death? And I didn't mean that. Why? Belle. Her grief was so great that she abandoned her cold demeanor and broke down in tears in front of allies, mourning the loss of the man she loved. And now you're here with me again, you have no idea how much I missed you, and despite that, the first thing I said to you when I saw you were just insults without knowing what you had been through. Kaguya's voice broke off again, tears streaming down her face once more. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I exclaimed in pain. I've seen how you avoid touching girls with your hands, and I know very well it's because you're disgusted with yourself because of the words I said to you, those words that hurt you. Belle just stared in surprise and pain, not wanting to see Kaguya in that state. I didn't want to see her cry. And nobody feels disgust towards you, don't you think that girls will reject your touch because of the stupid words of an Oriental girl? You're not a damn psychopath. You're not. Why, you never were. Kaguya knew that many of Belle's insecurities and fears were her fault. She had created them with those words, and knowing that hurt her the most. If you feel resentment towards me, I don't blame you. I turned my back on you when you needed someone the most, but don't think that the others will do the same. They won't reject you, so don't be afraid. Don't feel disgusted with yourself, erase all that. I made a mistake, a big mistake, and I'm sorry. I know I don't have the right to ask for anything, but don't hate me, Belle. I can't stand that idea. If I have to work hard to earn your trust back, I will, even if it takes years, but I won't give up. It was my fault that everything we built together fell apart, so I'll take care of fixing it. And if you don't want me around, I'll understand. But. Kagaya, Belle whispered, no longer wanting to see her cry, feeling a great whirlwind of emotions inside him. So she would do what her heart was asking her to do at that moment. And at that moment the Oriental woman again raised her gaze and turned to look at Belle with tears in her eyes and said a few words. Belle, yo. Or perhaps his intention was to say a few words. The moment I tried to speak, her words were cut off. And Kagaya opened her eyes in shock at what was happening. Belle was kissing her. They were both kissing. What? Thought the Oriental woman, surprised by Belle's sudden action, not expecting him to do something like that. Even the albino didn't expect it. He simply moved on impulse upon seeing her in that state. The only time they kissed was an intense and passionate kiss. But this time it was different. It was a sweet kiss full of affection and love. But that kiss, Belle hoped that Kagaya would understand what he was feeling at that moment. And Kagaya. After the first few seconds, she went from being surprised to slowly closing her eyes and feeling the affection that the albino was transmitting to her. Although she couldn't stop it, a small tear slowly slid down her cheek, though it wasn't from sadness, it was from a happiness that was beginning to grow in her heart. After a few more seconds, Belle slowly pulled away from Kagaya, nervously observing the girl's perplexed eyes. Sorry about that, I moved without noticing, he apologized nervously and embarrassed. Everything happened very quickly for Belle. Hearing that Kagaya didn't actually hate him and that she didn't feel disgust towards him made him feel a great happiness and at the same time a sadness when he saw her cry and knew how guilty and affected she was by all of it. There were so many things he wanted to tell her at that moment that he didn't know what to do, and in the end his body took over and he kissed her without warning. Although now he was starting to feel nervous, thinking that he hadn't done the right thing. He felt like an idiot. Kagaya was saying everything she felt, releasing all her emotions, and the only thing he could think of was to kiss her at that moment, interrupting her words and starting to believe that it wasn't the right thing to do. Although it was far from reality. Hey Kagaya, listen, don't think I hate you. I could never feel that way about you, never, Belle began nervously, looking into Kagaya's eyes, who remained perplexed. I wouldn't be capable of hating you, the only feeling I had was sadness at the thought that you hated me and didn't want me around. I don't hate you. It's not like you lied with those words either. If it weren't for you, I would have completely gone mad, so you weren't far from the truth. I thought you'd never speak to me again. But I see I was wrong, you have no idea how happy I am, I whispered, smiling slightly. I'm sorry for not noticing the pain you were holding in. I really am an idiot, a complete and utter idiot. There is no relationship that you have to build from scratch, our relationship has never collapsed, it has been standing all this time. And don't you ever think again that I don't want you around. If there's one thing I enjoy, it's being by your side. We were apart for too long to drift apart again, I wouldn't want that. Kagaya, yo. Again. Again, kiss me again. Elle was surprised to hear those words, seeing how Kagaya's eyes began to shine with happiness, a happiness that only continued to grow. Hearing those words come from the person she loved, knowing that he never felt resentment towards her and that his only concern was that she hated him. In short, they both had the same insecurities and fears that prevented them from approaching each other to talk. They were both fools for not speaking to each other from the beginning. But that didn't matter anymore. From the moment Belle kissed Kagaya, nothing else mattered to her. But that sweet kiss full of affection and love, she understood everything. That silly rabbit that she loved so much and that had been the cause of all her worries did not hate her, he did not despise her presence. And now all she wanted was to receive another kiss full of the same affection and love she had received a moment ago. Bessem. They'll do it. Kagaya took Belle's hand, making him nervous as she lifted her hand and placed it on her cheek for him to stroke. I don't feel any dislike for you, Belle, he whispered, feeling the albino's touch on his cheek. I feel nothing but warmth when your hand touches me. I love you, that will never change, she whispered, moving closer to Belle. My silly rabbit. And with those words they both slowly began to approach and join their lips for the second time that night, another kiss full of affection and love. There was not a trace of lust in that kiss, only a deep and sweet love. I wanted to hug you, Kagaya thought as she wrapped her arms around the albino's neck, continuing to kiss him. To kiss you and be by your side from the moment you reappeared, and now I'm finally with you. Slowly they both separated, staring at each other with a sparkle in their eyes, and seconds later they kissed again with great affection. Kagaya had made a mistake and she wouldn't make it a second time. She loved Belle and this time she wouldn't let him go even if he completely forgot her or took a different path. Somehow she would always bring him back to her side no matter what. Now that she had him back, she would never leave his side. I love you, Kagaya whispered, pulling away for a second only to kiss him again. Neither of them knew how much time had passed since they started kissing. All they knew was that they sat on the grass for a long time, kissing and hugging each other affectionately, something the Asian woman had wanted to do for a long time. And the only witness to that moment would be the moon rising in the sky. The beautiful moon witnessed their love. The next day. We found ourselves in the dining room where the vast majority were already having breakfast to start training. Some were a little tense because of the hell they would go through, mainly Rihanna, Celti and Mariu, because of the mental torture they would receive again from Alfia. The silver-haired woman was calmly having her breakfast, and next to her was the lively Galadia thinking of new ways to train her new students. "Where is Bell?" Hera asked when she didn't see her son. "He's probably still asleep. Since he came back to us, he's been sleeping a little more than usual," Estree replied. "And to think I used to be the first one up," Nies whispered with a nostalgic smile, remembering the times when she and Bell trained together first thing in the morning. She adored those moments. "I'm probably still a little tired, who knows. But it's strange that Kagaya isn't here yet. She usually wakes up early," Iska commented. Suspicious allies thought with narrowed eyes. And at that moment the dining room doors opened and Kagaya entered with a radiant smile, surprising more than one person. "Good morning," the Asian woman greeted, still smiling. "Good morning," some of them replied, surprised. "Wow, she's changed," thought Galadia, seeing how different Kagaya looked compared to previous days. She usually always looked dull, serious, quiet and distant from others for a long time. But now all that had completely vanished, replaced by a radiant smile that seemed to glow. "Well, she finally took my advice. I wonder if I can fix her problem," Galadia thought, watching Kagaya walk with a small smile on her face to take a seat next to Hera. The tyrannical goddess merely watched the Oriental woman's actions with surprise. Since she had met her, she had seen her as quiet and reserved, and her manner had made her seem polite and refined. That's why her acting like this now seemed so strange to her. She seemed like a different person, even though she had never met the Kagaya that everyone knew. "Can I ask why so much happiness?" Hera inquired. "It's nothing, I just woke up happy," she replied, serving herself food on her plate. "Anyway, good morning," the goddess greeted disinterestedly, turning her attention back to her breakfast. "Good morning to you too, mother-in-law. 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 Suegra. S. N. And. G. R. A." Those words echoed again and again throughout the dining room, leaving each of those present perplexed and unable to believe what they had heard. But much more so Hera. Those words. Those damned words echoed over and over in his mind. Mother-in-law. Over and over again, while the veins stood out all over his face and eyes, and he crushed a fork with his brute strength. Everything started to unfold in slow motion at that moment. It was as if time itself began to move forward in a very, very slow way. Hera stood up with an angry expression, grabbing a knife that was on the table, all while time continued to slowly pass. The girls remained perplexed, not knowing what to do, as Lyra's glass of juice slowly fell to the floor. At the same time, a certain purple-haired girl stood up and took a great leap with her arms outstretched in the direction of Hera. "Nolohgas." And Galadia's cry slowly echoed throughout the place, still in the air, in the direction of Hera. Even with her angry expression, she slowly brought the knife closer to the back of the Oriental woman, who, still with a small smile, began to eat. The knife was getting closer. Galadia was close to catching Hera. Lyra's glass of juice was close to hitting the floor. All of that was happening in just 2 seconds. And when the knife was close to touching the Oriental woman, Galadia managed to arrive in time, embracing Hera from behind and preventing it from happening. And at the same time Kagaya took the first bite of her food and Lyra's glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. And at that moment, time resumed its normal course. "Let me go, Galadia, I'm going to kill this bitch," Hera shouted angrily, trying to break free from the grip. "Calm down, Hera," shouted the purple-haired girl. "Mother-in-law? Who the hell gave you the right to call me that?" She continued shouting with a demonic expression, wanting to kill the Asian woman. "Just wait until I get my hands on you." "Today's breakfast is very delicious," Estree Sama Kagaya praised her goddess with a charming smile. Thank you," Estree whispered, beginning to feel fear as she watched Hera act this way. "What's wrong with you? Sit down and enjoy this delicious breakfast, mother-in-law," Kagaya said with a sweet smile to the tyrannical goddess and continued with her meal. Obviously Kagaya knew that there was still nothing formal between her and Bell, but nobody could take away her happiness and her desire to play a few pranks. "You're crazy, Kagaya," all the girls thought when they saw their friend's attitude. Although they didn't find it strange either. That's how he acted before Bell died. If she had acted like that again, it meant that her problem with Bell had finally been solved. The girls were happy about it but also scared, remembering how direct the Asian girl was about those things. "I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you, you bitch." Hera continued screaming, trying to break free from Galadia's grip. No one has the right to call me that, and if someone ever had that right, I'm sure it wouldn't be you. I think I put too much sugar in the coffee, it's too sweet, Kaguya whispered after taking a sip. Oh well. They all let me go, Galatea. While Hera was screaming, Alfia only had an irritated expression at the screams, seeing the Oriental woman smile and feeling a little annoyed by it, but despite that she would not complain about anything. After that, I glanced at the dining room door and saw it slowly close as if someone had wanted to enter, but ultimately changed their mind. He didn't have to think long to know who she was. While outside the dining room, Belle, with a nervous expression, walked away from the door, listening to his grandmother's angry shouts. I think I'll have breakfast later, he thought, walking further and further away. Yes, I will. Yes, let's go. Be quiet. It seems that things are now much livelier at headquarters, thanks to a certain Asian woman who fondly remembered her time with Belle last night. Their long-lost friendship had been restored. And perhaps something more. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Fight. The sounds of a great battle could be heard in the enormous courtyard of the Estree family. On one of the walls stood Galatea with her arms crossed, and Alfia was watching a certain battle that was taking place, and next to them was Belle observing every movement, not missing a thing. And all around the yard were the rest of the family watching their two friends fight. The people who were fighting in the yard were giving it their all. The blur of fire passed quickly all around, showing its feet which were burning with flames, taking great leaps, and launching a powerful kick towards a she-wolf. She clenched her teeth, blocking the kick with both arms, feeling them burn, but she didn't care. So in a swift movement I throw a powerful punch at Allies' stomach, who quickly concentrates her magic there, creating a shield of fire. The punch hit his stomach and thanks to his magic the damage was reduced and Nies' fist was slightly burned. Allies let out a soft laugh when she saw that she was hardly hurt, unlike Nies, whose fist was burned. And that laughter made the she-wolf frown a little. With great speed, she launched another attack towards the Reintegrating, who again set her feet on fire and dodged her friend's punch. But what she didn't expect was that she would already know that, moving quickly to the same place as her. Upon seeing this, Allies launched a quick and powerful fire kick, but it was dodged by Nies, who quickly positioned herself behind her, hugging her tightly from behind, caring little about the fire magic. And lifting her up, he performed a powerful suplex, slamming Allies to the ground with great force. Allies let out a groan of pain as she felt the bones in her back crack and a little blood escaped from her mouth. They had never trained at that level to the point of causing themselves that much harm, but by Galatea's orders, they had to train that way, or else they would never improve if they always held back during training. There was a reason the Freya family was currently the strongest, even though it was not even a shadow of what the Zeus and Hera family once was. Slowly, Allies got up, in pain from the suplex she had received, her magic weakening a little. That was a good one, whispered the Reintegrating. Are you giving up? Never. And concentrating, she made the flames increase even more throughout her body and shot out again towards Nies, who got into a fighting stance once more. But when she least expected it, a powerful punch surrounded by fire impacted her stomach, causing blood to escape from the wolf's mouth. What time did he do it? She thought, surprised, since she hadn't seen that punch coming. And then a powerful flaming kick hit her face, sending her crashing to the ground with a burn on her cheek. Well done, Allies, thought Galatea with a proud smile. On the advice of the purple-haired Allies, she hadn't used her full speed from the beginning. That way, when she used her full speed, she would take her enemy by surprise and launch powerful attacks, and apparently, that technique worked. What will you do now, Nies? Galatea thought, watching the she-wolf slowly stand up, wincing in pain. Do you give up? Allies asked with a mocking smile, even with her magic active. Normally I wouldn't be able to keep it active for so long, and even more so since I was strengthening it over and over again in different parts of my body, but thanks to the training that time had been extended. Nies? Allies called out worriedly when she saw that the wolf wasn't saying anything, believing that she had been affected by those blows. Although she was wrong. Nies's eyes grew sharper and sharper, and his tail and hair bristled as his fangs and claws grew longer. He was bringing out part of his beastly form. Although it wasn't a full moon and she couldn't bring it out 100%, after much training she had learned how to bring out a semi-beast side while she was angry. It wasn't a complete form like when there was a full moon, but it greatly increased its power. She had also learned to bring out that side of herself even when she wasn't angry. For some reason, if she wanted to, her anger would increase, bringing out her semi-beast side. It was the fruit of so much training. Once she was complete, Nies launched herself at great speed towards Allies, who didn't have time to create a shield with her magic, receiving a punch directly to the stomach which took away a large part of her oxygen. And before she could do anything, he grabbed her hair tightly and slammed her face into the ground. Ouch, some of the girls complained when they saw that. When he brings out his beastly side, he shows no mercy, not even to his friend. I like it, Gladia thought excitedly. After that, Nies let go of Allies' hair, causing her to stand up in pain. But again Nies, at great speed, threw 3 punches at Allies' body, causing her to let out a groan of pain. He's not holding back, Allies thought, blood trickling down her head as she watched Nies' fierce grin. And finally, Nies launched a powerful kick at Allies' stomach, hitting her squarely and sending her flying through the air. I can't keep watching this, thought Estree, looking down. She didn't like seeing her daughters hurt each other like that, but she knew it was necessary for them to improve. It seems the fight is over, said Noin, watching as Allies was close to hitting the ground. No, it's not over, Alfia whispered, watching as a smile began to appear on the Redeed's face. So that's how it is, Allies whispered with an amused smile, wiping the blood still lingering in the air from her mouth. Fine, you asked for it, Nies. She quickly concentrated her magic in her feet, causing them to burst into flames, and the moment she touched the ground she shot out like a missile towards Nies, covering her fist in red fire, preparing for a powerful punch. And Nies too, who clenched her fist tightly, the veins on her arm standing out, a sign that it would be a powerful punch. When Allies was close enough, she launched her flame-covered punch, and Nies launched his powerful attack as well. At that moment, with both of them smiling before their fists collided, everyone could see the image of a grey wolf showing its fangs behind Nies and an imposing red dragon behind Allies. And so both fists collided. A great blizzard of wind and heat formed the moment both fists collided, causing more than one person to be surprised by such power. Both fists remained together with Nies and Allies smiling, the Redeed with excitement and the wolf in a ferocious way, and neither yielding in that clash of force, the ground cracking beneath them from such power and the grass burning. More. But someone was gaining ground. Nies opened her eyes in surprise as she saw the flames all over Allies' body begin to increase more and more, making the air around her hotter. The ribbon that held the Redeed's hair together broke, causing her hair to become loose and appear to be burning, just like her entire body, further burning the ground around her. Nies' fist and arm began to burn the longer he stood there, starting to give way in that clash of fists. Further, the flames continued to rise. Allies never thought her magic would be capable of that. She always thought it was just about surrounding her entire body with that red aura, increasing her stats, and at the same time concentrating that energy in her sword to create a torrent of flames. But I was wrong. Gladia showed him that her magic was more than that. That she was powerful. It could get better and better. Incredible, Nies thought, seeing her friend's power. She was a hot girl, literally. When Nies saw that he could not withstand that clash of fists any longer, he tried to retreat, but that was his grave mistake. The moment he stopped applying force to his fist, Allies took advantage of that moment to launch his powerful punch. The she-wolf tried to dodge him, but it was too late. The powerful blow hit Nies squarely, creating a huge wave of flames all around, and he felt his stomach burning. And like a projectile, he flew out and bounced all over the ground until he stopped with his arms outstretched on the ground, the burn noticeable on his stomach and blood dripping from his mouth. I give up, whispered the she-wolf. The winner is Allies. Gladia shouted with a proud smile. Yes. The Redeed exclaimed, deactivating her magic and leaping for victory. Although it was agreed that her friend had been badly injured in the fight. Nies. Worried, she ran towards her, but as she took the first step she stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Huh? What's wrong? The Redeed thought, puzzled. Idiot, you used your magic for a long time, and that exhausts you quite a bit, plus Nies gave you some powerful punches, it's obvious that it would be difficult for you to move, said Gladia. Hee. Alfia only saw the 2 injured girls before seeing one of her students. Where are you? Heal them, Alfia ordered. Yeah. The girl quickly approached her 2 friends and swiftly recited her chant, casting her healing magic on both of them at the same time, beginning to heal all their wounds in a matter of seconds. Previously I wasn't able to do that. I had to heal one person at a time, and it took at least half a minute to heal them completely, if I could at all. But now, thanks to Alfia's training, she was able to learn to control her magic much better, being able to heal both of them at the same time without losing focus and in a faster way, no longer taking so long to heal all the wounds. Alfia's training had paid off. That hurt, Nies said, sitting down on the grass, all her burns healed, though fatigue still lingered in her body, but she was no longer injured. Wow, Allies, you really gave it your all on that hit. Sorry, I got carried away, the Redeed apologized with a nervous smile, also sitting down on the grass. Seeing that the fighting was over, the rest of the family approached the battlefield, which was destroyed and burned in some parts. You two are crazy, I hope I don't have to fight you at some point, said Lyra, a little surprised by the display of power from both of them. The week had already passed since the training had begun, a week that had also been full of patrols, calming civilians and training. The Ganesha family had not yet found the entrance to Nasos. It was proving more difficult than they had anticipated, but for Galatea it was better, as her students would train more. And as was obvious, Evilis had not made any moves since eliminating the Loki family. It seems that Sava's words were true, that they would be waiting for them in Nasos. I congratulate you both on this splendid battle, you both did incredibly well, Galatea praised, making allies and Nies smile, both embarrassed and happy. Now for the observations. Both of them put on a serious expression as it was time to tell him about his mistakes. Allies, you concentrate a lot of magic into all your attacks, and all you're doing is wasting your mind, since the vast majority of your attacks fail. I recommend that you use your magic more moderately, and only when you're sure that your punch or kick is going to hit your opponent should you concentrate all the magic possible. That way you reduce the strain on your mind. Understood, the Redeed noted the advice in her mind. Now Nies, your fighting style has improved a lot, but you fail a lot in your semi-beast form. In that form, you let your impulses get the better of you and launch absurd attacks. You managed to hit allies because you were at the same level and you overwhelmed her with your speed, but if it had been an opponent of a higher level, she would have dodged your attacks. You have to learn to control those impulses. Understood, teacher, said the she-wolf. And putting that aside, it was a splendid battle. Both of you have improved a lot, especially you, allies. You've grown by leaps and bounds. Although, not to take anything away from you, if Nies had been in her full beast form, you would have lost. I know that, Nies is very powerful under the full moon, the Redeed accepting her possible defeat. Although that doesn't take away from how amazing I am, That's true, you're very strong, allies, Nies said with a big smile, bumping her fist with her friend. They really have improved, thought Galatea with a proud smile, looking at the others. That wasn't the only fight of the day. Before Nies and allies fought, there were other rather curious fights. The first was Kagaya against Ryu, a battle where there was even more blood than what you just witnessed. It was an even fight, but in the end Kagaya got the victory, although she received more than one blow, mainly a strong punch that split her lip. Ryu felt proud of that blow. The second fight was Rihanna against Iska, and to everyone's surprise, Rihanna was the winner. It wasn't that they thought their friend was weak, but Rihanna was a mage and Iska a hand-to-hand combatant. The Amazon's advantage was clear. And so it was. Throughout the fight, Rihanna was hit with punches and kicks from her friend, not giving her time to defend herself or counterattack, but she still endured every blow. It seemed that Iska was going to win the battle, or so it was until Rihanna began reciting her chant at great speed. At that moment the Amazon knew she had to stop her, but great was her surprise that even though she hit her and she ran and dodged, she still did not stop reciting her magic. Rihanna had learned concurrent singing. And when her magic was activated, everything was decided. It wasn't a torrent of flames like previous times. This time, multiple fireballs shot out in all directions, surprising Iska and leaving her unsure what to do. Thanks to Alfia, he had created a new variant of his fire magic. The moment all the fireballs hit the field and the smoke disappeared, Iska could be seen on the ground with multiple burns all over his body, accepting his defeat. The girls were quick to congratulate Rihanna on her great improvement and also Iska who, despite losing, had shown that she had improved a lot in speed and strength. Galatea was surprised to see that. Her student had lost to a mage. She hadn't expected that, since Iska was strong. So all he could do was watch Alfia, who was just calmly observing Rihanna. I trained her, the result was more than obvious were the words Alfia said in a calm tone, hiding how slightly proud she was of her student. And there was one more fight before allies and Nies's fight. And that was Noin versus Lyra. A very curious fight. Because? For the simple reason that it ended in a tie. Normally everyone thought Noin would win since she was a level above the Hobbit, she was faster, stronger, had great swordsmanship, and thanks to Galatea's training, all of that had improved a lot. But Lyra was Lyra. Just as the Hobbit was losing, she grabbed one of her bombs and threw it to the ground, exploding and sending them both flying in different directions, leaving them both disoriented and hurt from the explosion. It was at that moment that Galatea declared it a tie, since she knew that the Hobbit would do something like that again. Noin complained to Lyra about it, saying it wasn't fair and that she couldn't show off in front of the others because of her crazy ideas, and the Hobbit just smiled innocently. In the end things calmed down and they shook hands like the good friends they were. And so the whole afternoon had passed at the Estree family headquarters with those multiple fights demonstrating how much they had all improved. Bulbel was just leaning against one of the walls, watching the girls chat amongst themselves about how much they had improved that week. He noticed the excitement and happiness in each of them. My family, he thought with a smile. Since that conversation with Kagaya that night, a great weight on his heart had disappeared. It was as if a part of him had been cleansed. Each time I spent more time with them, I felt myself gradually improving, recovering some memories from time to time. That paranoia she constantly felt was also beginning to disappear, along with that intense fear of rejection. It was as if little by little his soul was being purified and he was not far from the truth. Freya, with her divine mirror, had observed him from time to time, being able to confirm those words, although his soul had not changed much. It was a kind of good and evil, one part completely black and one part completely white. No matter how many days passed, that result did not change. It was as if that part full of darkness already belonged completely to him. It was strange. But even though his fear, paranoia and sadness gradually disappeared, there was something that, no matter how much time passed, never diminished a little, the main reason being that a part of his soul was completely black. And that was his enormous thirst for blood towards Evilis, mainly towards Sava. His hatred, resentment and intense desire to kill him never disappeared from him, no matter how much time passed. That, and the constant laughter she heard in her head, which, although uncomfortable, she simply ignored. Perhaps on the outside Bell looked fine, but on the inside he was still mentally unwell, but he would hide that so as not to worry the people he loved. Only one person had noticed that about the albino, but decided not to talk about it. "What's the next fight?" Astrea asked eagerly, wanting to be the next to fight. "None, we'll continue until tomorrow," and the dwarf spirits vanished upon hearing those words. "Huh? Why?" Allies asked. "I've pushed them to their limits since all this started. They patrol from very early in the morning, and in the afternoon they train until they drop, until late at night they've shown me how capable they are, so they deserve a break." The girls just looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. It is true that at the beginning of training they could barely walk because they were so tired, a sign of how exhausted they were from so much training. But as the days went by, that disappeared to the point that training intensely all afternoon was normal for them. Even at that moment they didn't feel so exhausted, being able to train for a few more hours, except for allies and Nies, who used more power than normal in their fight. But putting that aside, they still felt capable of continuing to train. It just showed how much they had improved. "Rest is also important," Estree said, approaching her daughters with a warm smile. "You should take advantage of this time and relax. It will do you good." "Exactly. Although that's in my case," Galatea whispered, turning to look at Alfia. "I don't know if you want to give your students a break." Rihanna, Mariu and Selti turned to look at the woman, waiting for an answer. "Let them do what they want," he said, making the three girls smile. "Then it's decided. We have to rest." Allies shouted excitedly, earning an irritated look from Alfia. "Then I'll go take a shower, that will relax me," said Nies, stretching his muscles. "We all need a shower, it's always relaxing," Noin said, then sniffed herself. "Especially me, because of Lyra I now smell like gunpowder." The proud hobbit laughed. "It's nothing to be proud of, you fool. Meanwhile, I'll prepare something to eat for everyone. I'm sure they'll be hungry," said Estree with a warm smile. "And a lot," said Galatea, hungry. "The day was a very productive day, wasn't it, Goddess Hera?" Kagaya asked, looking at the goddess with a kind smile. "Rot in hell," Hera insulted, looking at the oriental woman with disgust. The relationship between Hera and Kagaya had been very tense since that day. Hera could miraculously be in the same place as her without wanting to rush to kill her, remembering how she called her mother-in-law in front of everyone, immediately earning all the woman's hatred, although that only amused Kagaya. Although the humor disappeared when Galatea treated her like a punching bag that day, it seemed as if she was taking it out on her or something like that. The only thing Galatea said to him that day was, "I thought you were different with that mysterious and calm aura you carried, but I was wrong, -100 points for Slytherin." And from that day on, the beatings she received in training intensified, but she didn't complain. In fact, she pushed herself harder and harder in every training session. And on the other hand, as was obvious, Kagaya and Belle's relationship returned to how it was in the past. Although somewhat different. When Kagaya confessed to Belle, she only focused on making flirty jokes and other things to tease him. She wasn't sincere about what she felt, so that's why she behaved that way with the boy she loved. But that was different now. Whenever she could, Kagaya acted affectionately towards the albino, not to mock him, but simply because she wanted to. She wanted to be close to him and show him the enormous affection she had for him, whether by hugging him, wanting to feed him at mealtimes, or secretly kissing him on the cheek behind her mother-in-law's back. This time he was behaving sincerely with him. His jokes had been set aside. Well, not so much to the side, since she was provoking her companions with that behavior, and even more so Hera, who had an immense desire to smash her face against the table. Although Galatea took it out on her a little during training. The only one who always stayed out of it was Alfia, although she always wore a frown when she saw it. Galatea felt a little surprised by the woman's strange behavior. She was nothing like the Alfia of the past. He found it strange that she didn't complain or anything, considering it was the son of his beloved sister. That long trip certainly changed her, she thought, watching Rihanna slowly approach the woman. Interesting. This Alfia, Rihanna called, a little nervous. What do you want? I would like to thank you for everything you've done for me, he began, making the greatest effort to look the strict woman in the eye. I know that at the beginning of the training it was useless, not being able to keep up without getting exhausted quickly, but thanks to your harsh words I never gave up, and since then I've improved a lot. I even managed to defeat Iska in a fight, something I never thought possible. Alfia just listened attentively to the words of the nervous girl. And all of that is thanks to you, that's why I thank you for bringing out the best in me, I hope to continue receiving your classes, thank you very much. I finished speaking, staring intently into those heterochromatic eyes. You're wrong, you're still weak, and I haven't brought out the best in you, you still have a long way to go, and a lot more training ahead in the meantime, keep training. And with those words, Alfia turned her back on her and walked away, making Rihanna smile nervously. That's her way of saying you did amazing, Galatea said, giving a thumbs up. She's kind of a tsundere, that silly girl, so just understand. Gospel. The magical attack hit Galatea directly, sending her flying and crashing into a wall, causing everyone present to open their eyes in surprise. Ouch, I think this is the first time I've seen her get hit, Lyra whispered. Alfia lowered her hand after casting her magic, angrily watching where Galatea had landed, sitting on the ground with her clothes slightly torn and a small wound on her cheek. Slowly, he raised his hand and wiped the blood away, looking at Alfia with a serious expression. I take back what I thought, you're still the same crybaby who complains about the slightest insult, whispered Galatea, standing up and cleaning her dress. You can't even take a little joke, what a woman. Alfia's gaze sharpened upon hearing those words, making the atmosphere heavier. Shouldn't we stop them? Estree asked nervously. Nah, they used to argue all the time, they even hit each other until they bled, just leave them alone. And dismissing it, Hera left, leaving the rest in that tense atmosphere. I'm going to faint, Asta thought, feeling the pressure. You haven't changed at all, said Galatea, slightly moving her shoulder bone, which had been dislocated by Alfia's magic, the sound of a crack being heard in the place, causing more than one person to make an expression of pain. You haven't changed at all either, you're still the same lazy, irresponsible, loose-mouthed person you've always been, Alfia said angrily. I think it would be best if we calm down, Estree said with a nervous smile, although she was ignored. Galatea's gaze turned angry upon hearing those words from the silver-haired woman. So? Well, this lazy and irresponsible woman, as you say, took care of the nephew you abandoned, giving him the love he needed, idiot. Ouch was the sound Allies let out, as even she felt those words. As Belle felt the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, he intended to stop them. He didn't like seeing them fight like that, and worst of all, now he was involved in the argument. He didn't want that. Alfia slowly lowered her gaze, covering her eyes with her hair, causing more than one person to be frightened. They expected anything, from him launching into a gospel song to him hitting her. Whatever it was, everyone expected a battle in that place, feeling the atmosphere become more tense and heavy. But to everyone's surprise, Alfia simply turned around and walked away towards the gates of the headquarters that connected to the exit and left. Upon seeing that, Galatea's angry gaze turned to one of regret upon seeing the way Alfia reacted. I think that hurt her, the purple-haired girl whispered, realizing she hadn't thought before she spoke. This is annoying, and I don't know why I'm starting to feel bad when she was the one who started it. And they claim to be adults, Noin whispered. Just for speaking, tomorrow I will quadruple your training. So that she can speak, the girl whispered, accepting her fate. After that, Galatea sighed and began to walk. I have no choice but to go find her and talk to her, he said wearily. From her expression she seemed very angry. Will she be alright? Allies asked worriedly. Relax, I've known her for years and I know how to handle her, he said, stretching his muscles. I think it's time to have an important talk with Alfia. I haven't spoken to her seriously since she arrived in town. I need to know a few things and tell her a few home truths. After that I turned to look at Belle, who had a worried expression. Hey, don't worry, silly, she said with a slight smile, approaching the albino and giving him a hug. Alfia and I have always argued, it's normal for us, so don't think we've had a fight or anything just because we mentioned you. I know you very well, and I know you blame yourself for all the problems, even when it's not your fault. But just calm down, rabbit, and leave this to your lovely teacher. You'll see that when she gets back, everything will be sorted out. After that I turned to look at all the others. And he spoke seriously to you, rest because tomorrow I will increase the training, I have seen that you have already become accustomed to the current one, so it is time for a change. Some got nervous about it, but others like Allies and Nies put on a determined expression, ready for anything. Okay, I'll come back later, she said, giving Belle a kiss on the cheek, which made him blush. Goodbye. And with those words, Galadia left and departed from the headquarters, leaving the rest in the training yard. Was the kiss on the cheek necessary? Rihanna asked, a little jealous. Ever since he said she was his wife, he hasn't inspired confidence in me, Nies whispered, her eyes narrowed. I feel like he's hiding something. You're right about that, he's hiding a lot of important things from us, Ally said with a serious expression. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yes, I think it's about time she explained it, Kaguya said, looking at the place where Galadia had gone. And it seems my mother-in-law doesn't want to talk about it either. Stop calling her that, Nies asked, not liking how it sounded. It seemed like Kaguya was already the winner and that made her uncomfortable. Why? Sooner or later it will be, whether she likes it or not, she said with an amused smile, causing more than one of them to frown and Estree to smile uncomfortably. Anyway, what are you talking about? Lyra asked, puzzled. What is it that Galadia has to explain to us? Well, something important, whispered Allies, remembering what happened that night when the Loki family was destroyed. Do you know what you did? Bell was your nephew. Those who were present hoped that at some point Galadia would explain those words, although she didn't need much explanation, but they still wanted Galadia to tell the story behind it. But the days went by and the woman didn't speak about it, leaving them all with that big question. I think it's more than obvious that we have to ask him directly, Kaguya said. I feel like we'll find out some very interesting things. Yes, but we have to do it in secret, Allies whispered, turning to look at Belle, as did the rest of them, who were staring at the spot where his teacher and aunt had gone. I think she wants to keep it a secret from him. The seconds ticked by and the girls kept watching Belle, who was lost in his thoughts, causing more than one of them to notice something. Is it just me, or does Belle look more mature than when he joined the family? Iska asked, raising an eyebrow. You're not the only one, Rihanna whispered. He's taller. We used to be almost the same height and now he's taller than me, Nies said. Her hair has only grown a little, Mariu added. His expression also feels different, Noin said. He has learned to handle gunpowder perfectly, said Lyra. And what does that have to do with his appearance? Asta asked. Nothing, but I wanted to mention it. His voice has changed a little too, it sounds a bit deeper, Salty whispered shyly. I like his voice. He's more muscular, Kaguya said, looking Belle up and down with a smile. Her skin is a little paler, it's interesting, Ally said. When the girls saw that Ryu hadn't said anything, they turned to look at her. What? Said the confused elf. Aren't you going to say anything? Noin asked. Well, I don't know what to say. Say something, at least say that her underwear is bigger in the front, said Lyra with an amused smile. And why would I know that? The elf shouted, very embarrassed. Because you were stealing her underwear, Iska recalled. It only happened once and it was an accident. Aha, they all said at the same time, further embarrassing their friend. Upon hearing the screams, Belle snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at them. Is something wrong? Belle asked, puzzled, since he couldn't hear anything because he was arguing with himself. We were just talking about how handsome you look, Kaguya complimented with a flirty smile, embarrassing Belle. And about when Lion used to steal your underwear, Lyra added playfully. What? Belle shouted in surprise, turning to look at the elf. Is it true, Ryu-san? Cranel-san, I know you've forgotten, but I explained everything to you in the past, and you believed me. Please, believe me again. The embarrassed elf cried, not wanting Belle to look at her like a pervert. I didn't steal anything. Don't believe him, Belle. He told you that in the past and kept stealing your underwear. Lyra, shut your lying mouth. Well, I think you've made fun of Ryu enough already, so go inside the headquarters and rest. If Galadia says tomorrow's training will be hell, then it must be true, Estree said with a warm smile, trying to ward off the elf's taunts. Yes, Estree-sama, they all agreed, starting to walk towards headquarters, even Belle. Estree-sama, are you sure that Miss Alfia and Miss Galadia will be alright? Mariu asked worriedly. They are both adult women, they will know how to solve any problem they have, said Estree, although inside she also felt nervous since she didn't know the personalities of both women very well, but according to Hera, these arguments between them were something normal in the past. I just hope that if they clashed they wouldn't destroy part of the city. I was sure they would do more damage than Evilis if they didn't control themselves. Hey Belle. On the way to headquarters, Rihanna approached the albino with a shy yet eager smile. Yeah? Did you see my fight? I asked excitedly. Of course, I didn't miss a single detail, she replied, making a happy smile appear on Rihanna's face. How did I do? I've improved, haven't I? Honestly, I thought I would lose the fight, but I managed to win at the last moment. I still can't believe it. You were incredible, Rihanna. That variant of your fire magic was very powerful. It really surprised me, Belle said honestly. You've become very strong. A small smile adorned with a blush appeared on Rihanna's face, happy at those words. But as Miss Alfia says, I still have a long way to go to improve, but I won't give up, she said with determination. And I'll be there supporting you. Thank you, Belle, I whispered, moving a little closer to him. And well, I don't know if you remember, but you and I used to cook together. We were kitchen partners. Yes, I have many memories about it, it was nice. Really? Because I was wondering if one of these days you and I could cook together again like in the old days. I don't know what you think, he suggested shyly, hoping she would accept. Well, I don't really know if I've lost my cooking skills, so I hope I'm not a burden. Is that a yes? In response, Belle nodded slightly, watching as the girl's eyes sparkled. Great. I've been researching lots of dishes to make together, it'll be amazing, she said, her eyes showing the excitement of reliving those moments with Belle. Rihanna had already decided. Perhaps in the past when she had the opportunity to confess she backed out at the last moment, but now it would be different. She had already felt the horrible feeling of losing him without telling him how much she loved him, so she wasn't going to make the same mistake again. Like her friends, she too would strive to be a part of their hearts in a way that goes beyond friendship. I was thinking of preparing some spicy dish together or maybe a dessert, Rihanna said excitedly. She's happy being with a psychopath. Be quiet. Huh? What? Rihanna asked, hurt and saddened by what the albino had said. Huh? No. It wasn't you, Rihanna. Belle shouted, startled, not wanting the girl to get the wrong idea. What happened was a bee flew near me, and it was annoying. Oh, that, he. For a moment I was scared thinking I was bothering you, Rihanna laughed, embarrassed and relieved that she had been wrong. Ha ha ha. Damn idiot, Belle thought angrily, since he had almost hurt someone very dear to him because of that stupid voice. As I was saying, I've been researching lots of dishes we can make together. Maybe we can surprise your grandmother with a delicious meal. I'm sure she'll love it, she continued, her voice rising again. What kind of dishes does your grandmother like? Well, Belle, hearing Rihanna speak again, decided to ignore that annoying voice and focus her attention on the girl. Well, there are a lot of dishes, actually. I'm listening, she said, then thought for a moment. I'm not going to make the same mistake as Kaguya. I'm going to do my best to make Hera Sama like me and get her approval as Belle's future partner. Thinking that, I turned to look at the Asian woman who was watching me out of the corner of her eye with a small typical smile. Kaguya keeps laughing, you'll see later, the girl thought. Haha, fine Rihanna, I'll let you do your thing with Belle. After all, I'm 100 steps ahead of all of you, the Asian woman thought with a confident smile. I'll let you steal Belle's attention for a while. That overconfidence of yours will be your downfall, Rihanna thought, narrowing her eyes. Tomorrow I'm going to challenge you to a duel, and I'm going to defeat you in front of Belle. I'm not Iska, I'm going to crush you the moment you start singing your magic, but look on the bright side, Belle will be there consoling you for that crushing defeat, Kaguya thought mockingly. We'll see about that. I'm joining the competition too. Kaguya and Rihanna were surprised to hear a third voice in their mental conversation, seeing allies looking at them with an excited smile. I want to impress Belle too. Only the people Belle remembers will compete, let's just hope allies leaves. Yeah. A stake was driven into the Redeed's heart when she heard those words from her two friends. Funny, before you know it I'll be at an altar in a wedding dress next to Belle, and you'll be spectators. And then they'll come to you saying you didn't take your schizophrenia pills. Shut up, Rihanna. While Lyra just watched with an anime-style sweat drop as Rihanna, Kaguya, and allies stared at each other with lightning bolts shooting from their eyes, it seemed as if they were talking telepathically. How strange, thought the Hobbit. And funny. Hello. Just before everyone entered the headquarters, someone called to them from behind the gates, catching their attention. When they turned their gaze to that place, they saw the smiling RD greeting them with a book in her hands. RD, Estree whispered, walking toward the gates to let her in. I've told you many times that you don't need to wait for someone to open the gates to let you in. This is your house too, so you can come in freely. Sorry, it's a habit, he apologized with a smile. By the way, why didn't you show up for training today? Estree asked curiously. Sorry for missing you, but today Shakti asked me to help find the door to Nasos. And were they lucky? No, we've almost seen all of Daedalus and we still haven't found her. But I'm sure we'll find her lair soon. I exclaimed with determination. I just hope I haven't fallen behind in today's training. What training? All she gets are theoretical lessons from the teacher, Astrea whispered, his eyes narrowed. Preference 9 whispered enviously, since she received a lot of training for the slightest mistake she made, like the one now. By the way, what brings you here? Estree asked again. True. RD excitedly walked towards the group, specifically towards where Belle was, and showed him the book she was holding. Look. It was on sale at the store, she said excitedly. Belle only moved a little closer to see the title, noticing that it was an Argonaut story, specifically an extended version telling stories that were not in other books. According to the writer, they were true adventures of the hero. Oh, Belle whispered in surprise. When I saw it, I couldn't resist buying it. I feel like it'll be amazing, she said, her eyes sparkling. And since we both like the same story, I thought we could read it together. Before all this happened, you and I used to read together. I'd really like to go back to those times. RD's eyes sparkled, hoping Belle would agree. She really wanted to read with Belle and for him to recover many more memories about her and to have that special relationship they had in the past. That sounds good to me, Belle agreed, also wanting to read that story with RD. Great. The girl exclaimed. Estree Sama, is it okay if Belle and I stay in the living room and read? Not at all. Then let's go. Then taking Belle's hand, they ran together inside the headquarters and went to the hall, leaving the rest at the entrance. Perfect, he's not around all day, and then he comes and takes Belle away like nothing happened, Nies said, feeling a little jealous since she hadn't been alone with Belle for very long since she came back to them. She was sure he didn't even remember what happened that day in the dungeon, and that hurt her. I love you, Nies. Have I forgotten? She thought dejectedly, noticing in her ears that they drooped a little. RD always has something strange about her, I don't know, it's like she tells us to follow her, and without realizing it we're already following her, Ryu whispered. It's weird, I always ended up playing along even when I didn't want to. Ryu's memories brought back that time when they both danced in the middle of the street in the dark era, even though she didn't want to, she ended up doing it. It's frightening, Rihanna said. You can read as many stories as you want, it doesn't bother me, said Kagaya entering the headquarters to take a shower. Look at her, acting calm, but she's probably nervous, allies whispered, her eyes narrowed. It's normal for her to want to hide those feelings, Lyra said, also entering the headquarters. Little by little, the others entered the headquarters and were able to rest after that long day. Are you sure nothing bad will happen? Mariu asked her goddess, though worried. I'm afraid of what might happen between Miss Galadia and Miss Alfia. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen, I hope. Standing on the roof of a rather tall building, a certain silver-haired woman was observing the city and the sky, which was already orange in color, a sign that night would soon fall. The sound of footsteps behind her was heard. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. What do you want, Galadia? Alfia asked, not taking her eyes off the city. Alfia, the purple-haired girl whispered, standing beside her and looking out at the city. I've come to apologize. Because? An apology for having told you the truth. They're practically begging me to throw you another gospel song, Alfia said, a vein throbbing in her forehead. Haha, you'd need at least 10 gospels to knock me out, even though I'm a lower level, I'm very resilient and fast, the woman laughed mockingly. I had forgotten how hateful your personality was. Thank you, she said with a smile. But seriously, I'm sorry for saying those words to you. I didn't think they would hurt you so much. Be quiet. Galadia only smiled slightly upon seeing Alfia, then sat down on the edge of the roof and continued talking while looking at the city. I don't know why you left Alfia and refused to take care of Belle, I'll never understand it, whispered the purple-haired girl. I always hated that, she said, looking down. When Belle was born, everything became very lively at headquarters. He was the spoiled little baby of all the girls in the family. I still remember when I held him in my arms when he was born. He was so tender and yet so fragile. But for some reason you always avoided it, you never carried him even once, everyone in the family carried him, even the members of the Zeus family. Damn it. Even Sava carried him even though at that time he was already a damned murderous psychopath. Sava? Alfia said, surprised. I don't know the details, Silver told me once, although I don't know how things happened. Are you serious? What was that idiot thinking, letting the biggest killer of that time carry him? Alfia asked angrily. I don't know, and it was precisely because of that stupidity that I punched him hard for putting little Belle in danger, she said, satisfied with what she had done. But that's not the point. The point is that you never carried him. I simply didn't feel like it, she said, crossing her arms. That's a lie, I know very well there's something behind all that, he said, turning to look at her. That side of you always makes me angry. And a year later our family fell in battle alongside the Zeus family against the Black Dragon. I still don't know how the hell I survived that battle, she said, frustrated. Belle was close to turning 1 year old and Materia's condition was already critical. It had even worsened upon learning of Silver's death. A man stole a purse from an old woman in the streets and ran away, but Galadia broke off a small piece of the roof and threw it with great force, hitting the man on the head and knocking him unconscious. After that he continued talking. The city had already decided on our exile, the few survivors had already left the city, and I was also about to leave, but I decided to stay one more day at headquarters since Materia was close to dying. Alfia clenched her fists in sadness and frustration as she remembered that day. She still remembered it. Materia was in her bed near death with Bel in her arms, and in that same room were she, Hera, Zeus, Galatea and another girl from the family keeping Materia company in her last moments. "Do you remember the words Materia said before she died?" Galatea asked. "Answer the damn question." "Are you serious?" Galatea asked, looking at her with a forced smile. "Do you want me to remind you?" "Take care of Bel," Alfia whispered. "The fact that take care of Bel, that was the last thing he told me before he died," the woman whispered, clenching her fists. "So you remember," she said, looking down again. "When Materia died, I decided it was time for me to leave the city. I was a little hesitant to leave Bel with you, but I knew Hera would take care of him too, so I felt at ease. Besides, Materia asked you to, and she knew very well that you adored her, so I doubted you wouldn't do it. So I started my journey around the world, which was very boring, by the way. The only interesting thing was that I met the goddess Artemis and her daughters. I stayed traveling with them for a few months before going my own way again. But years later I arrive in a town and learn that a white-haired boy and a grumpy woman lived on the nearby mountain. At that moment I thought it was you and Bel, so I decided to pay them a visit. The descriptions matched, so I couldn't be wrong. And when I arrived at that mountain I found Hera sitting on the grass with Bel reading him a book about heroes. It was a lovely scene, as Hera was smiling in a maternal way. I never thought I'd see her like that, and as you already know, there was no trace of that Alfia. Hera told me that after Materia's death you left the next day without saying anything to anyone, leaving Bel behind. When she told me those words, you have no idea how much I wanted to punch you in the face. Didn't you care about Materia's last words? If you cared so much about him, why didn't you raise him yourself? Because you're his damn aunt." Galatea shouted, standing up and facing Alfia. "Bel needed a mother figure, and who better than you to be one, since he's your blood too. I couldn't take on that role when Materia asked you personally." "Don't shout. I don't give a damn that you don't want me to scream. What did you want me to say to Bel when he asked me that question? Hey mom, why do you have purple hair and I have white hair? We don't look alike at all." What the hell would I say to her? "Hey Bel, I'm sorry, but I'm not your mom. You only have two living relatives. One is a bucking psychopath locked up in jail, and the other is a bucking coward who abandoned you, not giving a shit about her sister's last words." Upon saying those words, Alfia, without warning, threw a punch at Galatea's face, hitting her squarely and causing her to take a few steps back. Slowly, Galatea brought her hand to her mouth and wiped away a trickle of blood that was slowly running down. "You hit me because you know what I'm saying is true. Be quiet. I was with Bel for much of his childhood. I raised him, advised him, and comforted him in his most difficult moments." Galatea recalled that bitter memory of Bel crying loudly for having lost his friend Hana before his eyes, without being able to do anything. Remembering that always hurt her. "Maybe I came into his life 6 years late, but when I saw his innocent face that day I arrived at his home and he asked me, 'Who are you?' That's when I decided not to leave and to always stay by his side, taking care of him and taking on the role you didn't want, even though I didn't want to be his mother. I wanted to be a kind of older sister, even though he started calling me teacher. I'm not complaining, really." "Why, Alfia? Why did you abandon him even though Materia asked you to?" he asked, letting go of his initial anger and relaxing. "Were you afraid because of your illness? Were you afraid of growing fond of him and leaving him because of your illness? But now I look at you closely. Did you find any cure on your journey?" "Something like that," the woman whispered, looking away. "Alfia, I can see in your eyes that you're sorry. That's why you haven't approached Bel to talk since we arrived, right? Don't come at me with your stupid therapies, I detest that side of you," she said, knowing that Galatea would start with her typical advice. "You act like you're some kind of wise person." "It's because I am. In the past, when you argued with Materia, I always talked to you about it, and after the conversation, you would go directly to Materia to apologize. It was funny. All you did was interfere." But thanks to me, her fights and silent treatment never lasted more than an hour," she said wistfully. "You loved her so much, and yet you abandoned the only memory she left behind. Listen, maybe I'm angry, very angry about what you did, and the only reason I kept all this to myself was because of Bel. I didn't want to upset him with an argument, but in the end, you forced me to," she said, letting out a tired sigh. "If you don't want to explain anything, then don't, but at least I ask that you talk to Bel. I can see in your eyes that you desperately want to talk to him, but you don't. Don't do it for me or for him. Do it for Materia, who has surely been wanting to punch you all these years because you didn't fulfill her last wish. Be quiet. If you came to this city because of Bel's supposed death, it's because you care about him, even if you don't show it. You're very proud, you remind me of Kagaya in that aspect, to be honest. Don't compare me to that third-rate Oriental woman," Alfia whispered angrily. Oh, so you don't like her, I guess it's because she called Hera mother-in-law, right? Well, I don't blame you, I also feel a certain annoyance that I released during training beatings, although I must admit that she had the courage to say that to Hera, even though unfortunately she lost a lot of points. She is hateful. And the worst part is that they are similar in their pride. Well, putting that aside, talk to Belle. If you want to explain to me later why you abandoned him, I'll be happy to listen, but you absolutely have to talk to him. I hope you do, Alfia. Stop talking like you're my mother scolding me, she said irritably. Haha, I'm 4 years older than you, so it's my duty to advise the younger ones. Alfia just looked at Galatea with annoyance before turning around to leave. Hey Alfia. That. The silver-haired woman, upon hearing Galatea call her, slowly turned around to look at her. And the moment he turned around, he received a powerful punch to the face, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Alfia was in shock, feeling the pain in her cheek as a trickle of blood ran down her mouth, looking at Galatea, who had her fist extended. There are 3 reasons why I punched you. The first is because of the gospel you threw at me in the training field, the second is because of the punch you landed here, and the third, and this is the reason you absolutely deserved it, is for abandoning Belle, she said with a mocking smile. Few are fortunate enough to strike the mighty Alfia, and I am one of them. Before Galatea could finish speaking, she received a powerful punch that sent her straight to the ground. That's the last time you hit me, Alfia whispered angrily. Galatea stood up slowly, spitting out a little blood, and looked angrily at Alfia. Damn it, you've already bought your ticket today, said the purple-haired girl angrily, cracking her knuckles. With great speed, Galatea threw a powerful punch towards Alfia, who managed to dodge it, but she did not expect the purple-haired girl to stretch out her hand to grab her hair tightly and pull her back forcefully before slamming her hard onto the roof. What did you think of that, you untouchable girl? Galatea asked mockingly, and seconds later she felt Alfia's palm land on her stomach. Huh? Gospel? Like a projectile, the purple-haired girl flew several meters, crashing into several rooftops until she stopped on one with a pain in her stomach. Slowly, Alfia stood up, her hair disheveled, since Galatea had ruined it when she slammed her to the ground, her forehead also red. Gospel this and gospel that, Galatea whispered, slowly standing up. You're nothing without that magic. So? I'm going to wipe the floor with you using only my strength, Alfia said angrily upon hearing those words. Come closer, old witch. With great speed, Alfia ran towards Galatea, who threw a quick punch connecting with Alfia's face, but at the same time, she threw a powerful kick to the purple-haired girl's stomach, sending both of them flying in different directions. Although both appeared to be fighting seriously with all their might, the truth was that they were not. It was simply a simple fight between them, something normal, as Hera said. Neither was trying to seriously harm the other, they just wanted to land their punch, and that's it. As some would say, they were just playing. But the civilians didn't see it that way, watching as rooftops flew off all over the place and 2 beautiful women moved at great speeds all over the place, causing huge gusts of wind with every punch they threw. For a moment everyone thought it was another attack by Evilis, although they were very wrong. Should we stop them? Asked a member of the Ganesha family from afar, watching the 2 of them fight. The other one doubtfully continued watching them, seeing the powerful punches they were throwing at each other. Nah, it's a fight between women, it's the law not to get involved in those things. That's it, said the other with a nervous smile. Galatea flew out and crashed into a metal post, while Alfia landed on her feet in the street, with her hair completely disheveled and punch marks on her face, just like Galatea, although she was in worse condition. What's wrong with you? You seem slower than you used to be, the purple-haired girl asked mockingly. Even in a friendly battle, it's strange that I'm landing so many hits, though I'm not complaining, to be honest. There are still plenty more I want to land on you. Funny, she whispered grumpily, launching herself into another attack just like Galatea. The friendly fight between the 2 of them was going to last a while. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Aunt and Nephew. It was night in the city of Orario, and through its streets in the direction of the headquarters of the Estree family, 2 beautiful women walked slowly and silently. They were Alfia and Galatea, who had bruises all over their faces and their hair was completely disheveled. Their friendly fight had ended a few minutes ago, having lasted a little over an hour, ending in a draw since they didn't continue fighting because they realized the damage they were doing to that part of the city. Idiot, Galatea whispered. Shut your mouth. It burns you a lot when people tell you the truth, doesn't it? Galatea asked, looking at Alfia with a grumpy expression. Listen, Galatea, it doesn't hurt. If it hurts you, admit it, she interrupted, crossing her arms. You're nothing but a stupid, conceited woman who doesn't like being told the truth to her face, and you've always been like that. Materia knew it and told you so all the time, which is why you argued with her so often, although you never stayed angry with her for very long. And you are a hateful busybody who always thinks she is right about everything she says, but she is not. You are nothing more than a woman who thinks she is still 18 when she is almost 40. And when did I ever say I was 18? You're acting like a stupid little girl who only thinks about joking around. Grow up. Grow up. Excuse me, but age doesn't bother me, unlike you, who gets upset when people call you a decrepit gray-haired old woman. Even though you're already old, you still hang around in a corner trying to act interesting and attention-seeking, but you're nothing more than a shitty antisocial bitch. Galadia, you'd better shut your damn mouth, you're testing my patience. Don't worry, I understand, the elderly tend to have little patience due to their age. Galadia, I'm warning you. What, old lady? You always think you're so great with your threats, trying to intimidate others, but let me tell you, that doesn't work on me. You may be stronger than me, but I don't care. I'll keep talking and insulting you until I feel like it, which? Just one more word please, just one. Engamendapio. Gospel. The moment Alfia cast her magic, Galadia moved with all her speed, managing to dodge it and crashing into an abandoned house, which collapsed. Calm down, woman, you're going to kill an innocent person, Galadia said, surprised to see that she didn't hesitate to cast her magic without checking if there was anyone behind her. Just shut up. And with those words, Alfia turned her back on him and continued walking towards the courthouse, followed by Galadia. Understand? Those? No, wait. I'm not going to joke with you, she interrupted before he could cast his magic. I want to get back to the original topic. Are you going to talk to Belle? Galadia asked curiously. I'm not going to tell you anything since you're probably eavesdropping on the conversation. So you'll talk to him? Just shut up. I think this is the first time my head has hurt so much from hearing your voice. I just want to sleep a little. Okay, but let it be known that you started the fight, not me, and my voice is beautiful, Belle has told me that many times. Whatever you say, and stop looking at him like that, you look twice his age. I look at it the way I want. And with that conversation, they both continued walking towards the headquarters, noticing that the lights were on, a sign that everyone was still awake, although it was obvious, it was barely 7 o'clock at night. Upon arriving at the place, they began walking through the corridors towards the room where everyone was probably gathered. And emotionally, everyone was there. RD and Hera were chatting on a sofa, and the rest of the family was in the other seats, except for Belle, who was catching their attention. Wow, what happened to you? Estree asked with a nervous smile when she saw how hurt they were. What do you think? Galadia asked with a slight smile. Did they fight? DSK Alfia clicked her tongue in annoyance. I'll take that as a yes. Belle asked cure. A nervous Mariu approached them both and began to heal them, most of the damage being to their faces due to the large number of blows. And who won? Lyra asked curiously. Ha! Obviously me, the purple-haired girl replied proudly. She never had a chance. I feel like I'm wiping the floor with you, Kagaya whispered with a mocking little smile. Not as much as I wipe the floor with you, Galadia said, staring intently at the Oriental woman. When you manage to land a hit on me, you can mock me all you want, but until then, keep your mouth shut so you don't lose any more points. As if I needed them. I hope they haven't caused any damage in the city, Estree said with a nervous smile, expecting the worst. Not at all, don't worry Goddess Estree, the city remained intact I think, but at least no one died I think. They can be impulsive, but they're careful not to hurt others in their fights, Hera said, looking at Estree. So don't worry about those two. I hope so. Now, where were we? Hera asked, turning to look at RD. I was wondering about my tastes, the girl said with a smile. That's right, I've noticed that you and Belle have the same taste in heroes, it's strange, really, said the goddess, looking curiously at RD. I've loved stories about heroes ever since I was a child. My older sister used to read them to me, so I became a huge fan. When I met Belle, I was so much happier. I had found someone who shared my love for heroes. We became friends instantly. RD said excitedly. Well, it doesn't surprise me. Belle wanted a friend who also liked heroes to talk about it with, but there was no one in town. He had a friend, but well, never mind, she said, shaking her head slightly, not wanting to remember those events. I used to read Belle a lot of stories when he was a child, so that's where his love for them came from. Yes, he told me a few things about it. A while ago Hera had entered the room and saw RD and Belle reading a book about heroes together, well they talked about what they thought of this and that scene. Hera merely watched the interaction between the two with curiosity, immediately realizing that this girl was a fan of heroes like her son. Honestly, since he met her he hadn't paid any attention to her, but now that he had seen that, it had caught his attention. So the moment Belle left, Hera approached RD to chat with her and find out a few things, and from there their conversation began. And he had to admit that he was starting to like RD. By the way, haven't you tried to remove those spots from your face? Hera asked curiously, looking at the scars on RD's face. Huh? At first, yes, but in the end I realized it was impossible to eliminate them, she explained, touching her cheek. Wow, that must be difficult for you. Not at all. At first it made me very uncomfortable, but Belle told me I'm pretty, so I don't care anymore. I'm happy with those words, RD said with a sincere smile of happiness as she remembered that moment, making Hera open her eyes a little surprised. Although seconds later she couldn't help but smile proudly. Wow, that boy knows how to praise someone at the right moment, the goddess whispered. She had raised Belle in the best way possible, so she was 100% sure that Belle didn't try to flirt with RD to achieve something. If he praised her in that way, it was because it came from the deepest and most sincere part of his heart, probably wanting to eliminate all those insecurities that tormented the girl, which he succeeded in doing. As a mother, she felt proud of her son's actions, realizing that she had raised him very well when it came to treating a lady. Although he also realized that it was a double-edged sword, since that week he had realized that many girls were interested in him, he had unintentionally created a monster. Your name is RD, right? And? RD, tell me something more about yourself. Of course. While they were talking, Galatea just watched them curiously. It was strange, very strange that Hera would act that way with a girl who was very close to her son. The only one she treated somewhat kindly was Hana, since she was Belle's best friend at the time, and given that RD resembled Hana in many non-physical aspects, she probably reminded her of her. After watching them for a few more seconds, I glanced at the rest of the girls who were scattered around the room, pretending not to care, each doing their own thing. But I could clearly see how some of them were looking at RD and Hera with some discomfort before continuing with what they were doing. And all Galatea did was chuckle softly at the sight of them. Galatea was more than aware that many, if not all, of them were interested in her pupil. She was very curious about what Belle had done during all the months he had been with them to achieve that, although she was sure that he had charmed them without realizing it. It was typical of him, he did the same thing with her. Hey, where's Belle? Galatea interrupted her thoughts upon noticing the albino's absence, asking about him. He said a little while ago that he was going to his room because he was feeling dizzy, Estree replied. I hope he's alright. He said he'd be down around dinner time, which, now that I think about it, I have to make. I'll help you. Rihanna offered. I understand, so she went to rest, Galatea whispered, bringing her hand to her chin. I hope her dizziness is temporary, huh? Galatea noticed Alfia turn around to leave the room. Where are you going, Alfia? She asked curiously. I'm going to take a shower, I'm dirty because of you. You deserved it, so don't complain. Ignoring those last words, Alfia left the room and headed towards the showers at headquarters. Do you hate each other? Ryu asked curiously. The truth is that everyone was surprised by the sudden argument between the two. All that week they hadn't behaved like that, although they didn't talk much to each other, but now out of nowhere they both exploded, ending in punches. It was as if they had both been holding that back all that time. Hate each other? Of course not. I don't hate Alfia, and I want to believe she doesn't hate me either, but let's just say this is a typical argument between classmates, she replied with a nervous smile. Besides, just because I don't hate her doesn't mean I won't tell that silly girl what she thinks. You know, the best friends are the ones who tell you the truth to your face. Upon hearing that, Lyra turned to look at Allies, intending to say something. Keep your comment to yourself, Lyra, but before she could say anything, Allies interrupted her, making Lyra burst out laughing. The point is not to worry about trivial things. In the past, Alfia and I argued every day. Today was child's play compared to our past fights. The girls couldn't help but feel a chill when they heard that. They didn't even want to imagine what it would be like for the two monsters to fight each other seriously. Okay, then I'll go prepare dinner, I won't be long, said Estree, walking to the kitchen, followed by Rihanna and Hera, who always helped with the cooking. She liked it a lot. And I'll relax on the sofa in the meantime. I'm tired from training them so much, Galatea said, sighing and sitting down next to Celti. What's up, little elf? What's new? Will I participate in the fights tomorrow? Exactly. And I'll be your opponent for more fun. Ugh. Meanwhile, with Alfia. In the bathroom at headquarters. Alfia was submerged in the bathtub of said bathroom to try to relax a little after the mountain of stress that Galatea caused her. Stupid, he whispered, wanting to strangle the purple-haired girl. What infuriated her most about all the words he said to her was that they were true, and that bothered her. She couldn't deny anything she said, and that frustrated her. She preferred to leave on her own and abandon the little boy that her own sister had asked her to take care of, and although at that moment her conscience bothered her, she still left. But now that remorse was greater in her heart, and that was what had prevented her from speaking to him since she met him. The moment he saw him, he was surprised to see that he was the spitting image of materia, except for his red eyes, and how traumatized his gaze was. According to Estree, Bell was a very kind and gentle boy, something that surprised her since the two people who raised him were not the most sane. Hera, a conceited tyrant who got angry over anything, and Galatea, a sadistic madwoman when it came to training other people. She was surprised that despite having grown up with two people like that, she had a personality very similar to her sister's. In short, both women had raised him with a lot of love, preventing him from copying their personalities. Alfia submerged herself further in the water, leaving only her nose exposed. I'll talk to him, she thought. It wasn't that I was afraid, but I didn't know how to start a conversation. How would I explain everything? Besides, she had noticed something strange about the albino's personality all those days. It was something she didn't like about him, although she knew there was a reason why he was doing it, she highly doubted that he was a fake person. Although she didn't find it particularly strange, after what she heard he had been through, she wouldn't be surprised if he was very affected. I have to explain everything to him and apologize, even if it's hypocritical of me, she thought, slowly getting out of the tub and covering her body with a towel. Besides, if I don't, that silly Galatea won't stop bothering me. So, taking a change of clothes she had brought with her since her favorite dress had been torn by the purple-haired girl, she now had much more comfortable clothes, but not very much to her liking. But that done, he decided to walk to Belle's room and take him to a special place. For some reason she felt a little nervous about talking to him, probably because of the great resemblance he had to Materia, since in her whole life her sister was the only one who managed to make her nervous, if only she didn't have those red eyes that ruined everything. Bellcranel genes, he thought with annoyance. He never liked those two brothers, especially Silver, who was a pervert who was always after his sister. But Sava it was different, she never exchanged many words with him in the past, but because he was Silver's brother she didn't like him much either, she always saw him as a boy apart from the rest of the people. Materia told her that he was a boy with a good heart, or that's what Silver told her in their many conversations. Although that good-hearted boy image didn't last long when he became the biggest assassin and founder of the most dangerous organization in the city, going from level 3 to 6 in just a few years, nobody knew how he did it, but they were sure it was due to his skill. In short, he became the greatest danger to all the people of Orario. Although it wasn't as if he cared about all that, the only reason he was in that city was to avenge the death of his nephew, although all that was in the past when they discovered he was still alive. And now she was the teacher of some brats, she didn't know how she ended up in that situation, and the worst part is that she did it without hesitation the moment Galatea suggested training them. She didn't know why, but she felt a certain sadness and anger, seeing how weak Orario still was. She felt that Zold's sacrifice was in vain because she was sure he was dead, even though no one had mentioned it. He had to be, and that angered and saddened her, remembering everything that man had done for her and for it to end like that. That's why I agreed to train them and see if I could strengthen that new generation, even if it's just the family of justice. It's the only thing I could do for him, who worked so hard for that city. And with those thoughts, Alfia arrived at the albino's room, seeing a small wooden sign hanging on the door with his name on it. So, letting out a sigh, knowing that this would be a long conversation, I knocked on the door. Talk, talk. The sound of things falling to the floor was heard inside, confusing Alfia. And already I'm coming. Alfia raised an eyebrow at the albino's voice. His tone was like someone holding back laughter. I knew it, there's something strange about him. Seconds passed with noises coming from inside until moments later Bell opened the door, peeking his head out a little, and was surprised to see the silver-haired girl there. Aunt. Miss Alfia. She quickly changed her words when she remembered that she didn't like being called that. Are you feeling okay? Alfia asked, surprised to see her nephew's uncomfortable expression. I'm fine, I just had a headache and came to sleep for a bit. I understand, I whispered, not very convinced. I knew almost nothing about Bell, but I knew he was lying, and I could also see through his active personality. From the very first days, she knew he was hiding something. Do you need anything? Bella asked. Are you busy? No, why? I'd like you to accompany me to a certain place outside headquarters. I want to show you a place, he replied calmly. Can you? As far as I remember, I'm not allowed to leave the headquarters by order of the guild, he said nervously. Does it matter what they say? Honestly, I don't care what the guild thinks. Bell stammered, flustered by his words and tone. Won't I get in trouble? It's nighttime and everyone's locked in their houses, no one will see us, the woman said calmly. Are you coming with me? Bell thought about it for a few seconds, knowing that he was forbidden from leaving the headquarters, but the truth was that he wanted to go out and breathe fresh air. He really needed it. Well, that's fine. Then let's go. And with that said, Alfia started walking, followed by Bell, who didn't bother to reach the door since Alfia went out through one of the many windows in the hallway. Where are we going? Bell asked curiously, running across the rooftops alongside the woman. I already told you, to a special place, she whispered a reply without turning to look at him. There we can talk quietly without anyone interrupting us. I understand. Belle was a little surprised. It was the first time he had spoken to his aunt since they met. The truth was that he had never approached her because he always had a grumpy expression and he didn't want to bother her, and apparently she hadn't approached him either until now. So she came to the conclusion that she wanted to tell him something important. By the way, you're fast, Alfia said, turning to look at him. I'm using a lot of my speed and you can keep up with me, although it's obvious, you're a level 6, although I never focused much on my physical abilities, my strength is my magic, and yet I'm good at both. It wasn't that she wanted to brag, but Alfia was aware of the enormous talent she possessed, the same talent that she hated since to this day she still believed that she stole all the talent from her little sister who spent almost her entire life in bed. And according to Galadia, Belle inherited her talent, albeit to a lesser degree. But Alfia was certain that Belle was just as talented as she was, since he reached level 4 outside of Orario, a feat achieved by very few, and he did it. She didn't even want to imagine how much he would have improved if he had been in Orario from the beginning. In fact, I'm using almost all my speed to keep up with you, you're very strong, Belle said with a nervous smile. What? Nothing, just keep running. So they both continued running across the rooftops until they reached a certain abandoned part of the city. Oh. I remember this street, Belle thought, looking at the abandoned place. I crushed the heads of a few Evilis members here. Belle's memories came back to a certain night where there were at least 6 members of Evilis with their legs and arms broken on the ground, begging for their lives. While he paced back and forth with a solid iron pipe in his hand, crushing heads one by one as they revealed information about the rest of the organization's members. That went on his list of one of the bloodiest deaths he had caused. It was wonderful. Be quiet. We arrived. Belle stopped arguing with his inner voice when he heard Alfia speak, stopping beside her in front of a somewhat dilapidated church. Let's go in, the woman whispered, entering the place followed by Belle. The interior of the church was almost in total darkness, with only some moonlight entering through the windows, managing to illuminate the path and revealing that it was very deteriorated inside. There should normally have been many benches, but there were only about 10. The rest had probably been stolen. And to think this place used to be full of life, Alfia whispered with a touch of nostalgia and sadness. Wow, even though I killed people near here, I didn't notice this church, Belle thought, a little regretful, not for killing them, but because he could have slept better and more peacefully in that place than in those abandoned buildings that were close to collapsing. But none of that compared to her comfortable bed. She really missed it. What are we doing here? Belle asked, a little nervous, looking around. Upon hearing him speak, Alfia turned around to stare at him with a serious expression. What? He asked nervously, puzzled by the woman's gaze. Can you stop acting like that? It's bothering me a little, Alfia asked calmly. What do you mean? There's no need to pretend with me, Belle. I hardly know you, but I can perfectly see when someone is faking their personality, and that's what you've been doing all week. I'm very surprised that Galadia hasn't noticed, although she probably doesn't want to see it. That woman adores you, so she won't notice that little detail, or she'll do everything possible not to. Don't act and just behave as you truly are, there's no need since it's just me and I don't care how you are. Belle just stared at Alfia and seconds later his shy and nervous gaze turned into a dull and bored one with a mixture of negative emotions. What do you want? Belle whispered, sitting down on a bench and looking at the ground. Much better, she said, sitting down beside him. It's not that I hate shy personalities, but I do hate when someone pretends to be something they're not. Well, I'm sorry for doing that, I didn't mean to bother you, he whispered, looking up curiously at the church. Why did you bring me here? For one particular reason, this was Materia's favorite place, your mother's. Although Belle didn't show it on his face because he couldn't, he was a little surprised inside. My mother. I wanted to talk to you in a place where I felt comfortable, and what better place than here? Your home is very noisy with so many snotty girls running around everywhere. I like it, listening to their voices calms and relaxes me, she whispered, closing her eyes. Belle. And? Why were you faking your personality? She asked, a little curious. It really felt strange to see you acting like a shy, somewhat nervous boy. It felt so forced, mainly because of the aura that always surrounded you. Isn't this something you want to talk about? That's not it, she said, looking down again. I just don't know how to behave around them, I don't know how to act. It's not that I don't have emotions. I feel happy when I'm with them, I love them very much, and my greatest wish is to see them smile, but since I woke up from death, I don't really have a personality, he said, looking at the palm of his hand. When I laugh, it's not that I'm faking it, because the feeling comes from my heart, but the rest doesn't, so I have to force a laugh, so they see that everything is alright. I heard you laughing in your room a while ago, and it didn't seem forced. Those are fits of laughter that appear suddenly. It's not something I can control, although it had been a long time since they last appeared. So that's why you left the room. Belle simply nodded slightly in confirmation. I didn't act like that because acting would also mean pretending the enormous affection I feel for all of them, and that's not a lie. Belle's memories included moments with the girls. His conversations with RD, his moments in the workshop with Lyra, his talk with Rihanna, his moment with Kagaya that night. All of that was genuine in her heart, but she didn't know how to express it. The only feeling he had been able to express without pretending was his tears. All the times he shed tears, like his reunion with Hera and others, were completely genuine, the few times he didn't have to act. In my memories I can see my personality before all this. I was someone a little shy and nervous, so I decided to act like that, so that they would all feel comfortable by my side. I was afraid that they would distance themselves when they saw that I was no longer the Belle that they all remembered. I can see that they all love you very much. I highly doubt they would reject you for something as small as that. I know, but no one can take away my insecurities, she said with a sigh. I apologize if my personality came across as annoying. I didn't mean to make anyone uncomfortable. Don't worry, I understand, so there's no need to apologize, he said, leaning back against the bench like Belle. Although I can see something's wrong with you. I saw you arguing with yourself recently. Normally at this moment I'd blush with embarrassment because someone saw me acting like a madman, but I can't express it, he said, his gaze dull. Is it normal to hear voices in your head? Not at all. Then I'm crazy, he said, letting out another sigh. Let's ignore that. I don't want to focus on my mental problem right now. Alfia just looked at Belle with a little sadness. Before, just by looking at him, she knew he was unwell, but she didn't think it was that bad, and apparently he was suffering a lot inside. So, will you tell me why you want to talk to me? Belle asked curiously. I imagine the reason we're here at my mother's favorite place is to tell me why she abandoned me, right? You're a very clever boy, did you know that? She whispered, looking down. And how do you know I abandoned you? My teacher talks too much from time to time. That damn loose mouth, she thought angrily, wanting to strangle the purple-haired girl. Well, you're right, I want to talk to you about it. Well, before we begin, let me tell you that I'm not angry with you or anything like that. I didn't know you until a week and a half ago. I imagine you had your reasons for abandoning me. They're just excuses, nothing more, she said with a melancholic look. Did Hera ever tell you about a serious illness your mother suffered from? Probably, although I don't remember. When this stupid war is over, we'll see what we do about your amnesia. Little by little I'm remembering things, so I'll soon recover my memories, I hope. Well, going back to the beginning, Materia and I had a very serious illness, although your mother's was much more advanced than mine. She could barely walk around the headquarters garden without becoming exhausted quickly, she said sadly, recalling those times. But despite that, your mother always had a kind smile on her face. She never let the illness lead her to depression. Rather, she lived each day to the fullest as if it were her last. It sounds like she was a great woman. She was much better than her sister, he said with frustration. The point is that the same illness led to her death a year after you were born. That last year was the happiest of her life because she had you. Even though her arms were very weak, she tried to carry you almost all day long, even though her weak body wouldn't allow it, but she was still happy having you. Belle, despite never having met his mother, felt a warm feeling of happiness upon hearing that, knowing that his mother loved him very much, even if only for a year. And my father? He asked curiously. Don't ruin the conversation. Sorry. Alfia let out a tired sigh, not wanting to think about that useless silver. The last thing your mother did before she died was give you a kiss on the cheek. Just by looking into her eyes, I could see her great desire to keep living and see you grow up, but it was something that sadly couldn't happen, she whispered sadly. I loved my mother very much, right? She was everything to me, and despite that, I put aside her only memory. And as I told you before, I also suffered from that disease, although to a lesser extent, but it was still there, and it progressed much more when I killed the Leviathan. At that moment, I knew that my time on Earth had been shortened considerably as I felt my body weaken. All Belle could think was that it was a horrible disease, feeling sad that his mother had died from it. From what he heard about her, he really wanted to have met her. Before she died, your mother said some last words, he said, looking up at his nephew. Take care of Belle. Her last wish was that I take care of her son, and I didn't. I don't blame Materia if she hates me. I imagine he had his reasons, Belle whispered. Yes, selfish and cowardly reasons, she said, lowering her gaze again. How I hate that Eladia is right. So? In short, the reason I refused to take care of you was out of fear. Fear? Yes, fear, she said bitterly. Fear of growing fond of you and you growing fond of me, only to end up leaving you alone because of my illness. I couldn't help but feel all of that the moment Materia asked me to take care of you. My illness had progressed so much that it was more than obvious that in a few more years I would die. I was afraid of going to live with you and dying suddenly when you are a child and leaving you abandoned alone in a world full of people with bad intentions. That's why I started feeling so insecure, wondering if I was the right person to take care of you. I was sure I wouldn't be able to live until you were old enough to take care of yourself in my mind. I always replayed the scene of a little 5-year-old boy crying because his adoptive mother died, leaving him alone in this world with no one to take care of him or guide him. That had been a very difficult decision for Alfia. The day Materia died, she spent the entire day and night going over and over her request, wondering whether she should take care of him or leave him to someone else. Deep down, she wanted to stay with that little baby and take care of him as she had taken care of her sister, even better. But in the end, his fears won out and the next morning he packed his things and left, hoping that his goddess would give him the love that child needed. There was also the option of taking care of you alongside Hera, but living with that woman. A look of distaste crossed Alfia's face at the thought. She had never gotten along with her goddess until now, when both had calmed down. So that's it. The reason I abandoned you was because of a fear I couldn't control, and to this day I still regret that decision. Bell just looked at Alfia with a certain compassion because he understood very well what she felt, the feeling of wanting to be with someone, but in the end fears win. The same thing happened to him when he returned from death. He had an immense desire to return to his family, but his fears of not knowing what he was now and that he could hurt them, prevented him from approaching them and led him down that dark path full of murders. That's why I understood what Alfia felt at that moment, since they both felt it. Fear of being with the people they loved because of their insecurities and fears. I understand what she felt, Belle whispered. Oh really? Yes, and I don't blame her, we're human after all, or well, I once was. In my eyes, you're still human. You cry, you sometimes smile genuinely, you have feelings, all of that makes you human. The only thing you're missing is accepting yourself and becoming who you once were. Accepting myself, he thought, looking down. On my travels around the world, I learned many things that my naive mind couldn't understand before. I met many people with different personalities, dreams, and motivations. I was able to see how vast the world truly is, leaving behind the bubble I had enclosed myself in. I suppose that changed something in my personality, although, unfortunately, because I chose to explore the world, I couldn't be with you and take care of you. I'm sorry. There's something I don't understand. The fact that you said that when I was born you had very few years left to live, but 18 years have passed and you're still here. How is that possible? He asked, surprised. I knew you'd ask that question, she whispered, looking up at the church ceiling. Well, it turns out I wasn't alone on my trip around the world. Someone decided to accompany me. Who? He was a member of the Zeus family, his name was Zold. Do you know him? Zold? No, I don't think so, he said doubtfully, as he felt he had heard that name before. Well, it turns out that stubborn man decided to accompany me on my trip, even though I didn't ask him to. He was always by my side, taking care of me like he was my father. He really was a fool. He kept insisting that we travel the world together to find a cure for my illness, so I wouldn't be afraid to be by your side anymore. He insisted so much that I finally agreed just to shut him up, because deep down I had no hope of finding a cure for that stupid disease that killed my sister, but that muscle brain never gave up. On the outside, Zold always seemed like a tough and serious man, and he was, but on the inside, he was a kind-hearted person who always tried to help others. I don't know how long we spent traveling, I think it was around 7 or 8 years. My body grew weaker and weaker with each day. The only reason I was still alive was because of some special healing branches that Zold always managed to get in the last 2 years of searching for a cure. He carried me on his back for most of our journeys so that I wouldn't strain my body any further. Since it was very weak, he took care of me as if I were his daughter. Elle didn't know Zold at all, but with those words his aunt had just said to him, he had already completely earned all his respect. I had completely lost hope. I could barely keep my eyes open for a few hours before they started burning intensely, forcing me to close them for the rest of the day. I only had a few weeks left to live, but Zold never gave up. He kept looking for a cure until the very last moment. A nostalgic smile appeared on the woman's face as she recalled those moments. Until one day, in the most remote part of the world, miles and miles away from Orario, we heard rumors of an elven forest completely isolated from the world. They possessed a healing plant and very curious magic that existed only in that forest and nowhere else. It was our only hope, so Zold immediately decided to go there. A small, amused smile appeared as he recalled a certain detail. Obviously, being an elven forest, they rejected all races other than their own. Well, they even rejected other elves. Only those who lived in that forest were allowed to enter. And Zald, although he didn't like the idea, had to act like the bad guy and threatened them, saying he would kill them all in the worst way possible if they didn't help me find a cure for my illness. Wow, he said, slightly surprised to hear that. So the strongest elf in that forest challenged Zald to a duel. Obviously, he was completely humiliated since he was facing a level 7 elf. So the others reluctantly let us pass to investigate my illness and see if I had a chance of receiving a cure. I think I spent about a week in that forest with them studying my illness and seeing what they could do. Zald didn't leave my side since he wanted to verify that the cure they would give me wasn't poison. I took great care of her. You could say he was the father I never had, she said, shaking her head slightly. So, after days of trying different healing plants that only grew in their forest, they found something very close to a cure, which they combined with a very curious magic possessed by the oldest elf in the forest. I'd never seen magic like that, but according to them, in the thousands of years their forest had existed, not a single elf had ever ventured outside. So it's more than obvious that they've never been known in these parts. A shame, since Hera would have done everything possible to improve Materia's condition. So you found the cure. Something like that, the disease is still there, but it's sealed off. Sealed? Yes, the cure greatly weakened the disease but did not erase it, so it was only a matter of time before it returned. But the old elf, taking advantage of the fact that the disease had greatly diminished, used that rare magic that only belongs to his forest, placing a kind of seal, so that it would no longer affect me, but it did not eliminate it. Unfortunately, part of my strength and magical power was also sealed. The old man told me that it was necessary to use part of my power to seal the disease, and that under no circumstances should I try to use that power again. The seal wouldn't break, but it would shorten my life the more power I used, so I'm very limited in that respect. I can only use enough to fight and defend myself. I think that's why Galadia's blows hurt me more than usual. Wow, those elves have some very curious magic. Yes, I think that's why they remain completely isolated from the world to prevent their knowledge from getting out, and also thanks to those magics and healing plants, they have a very long life, as I remember that old elf was 350 years old. I never thought that an elf could live for so many years. Bell, for the first time in the conversation, opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting such an age. So that's it, I'm still alive thanks to Zald and those elves, although part of my strength and magic was sealed away too, but I'm not complaining, I was never proud of it. And what happened? Well, after promising the elves not to reveal their location and their vast knowledge, we left that forest, our objective accomplished. Now I can walk on my own and have my eyes open without feeling any burning. I think Zald was happier than I was at that moment, she said with a touch of amusement. But now came the other question. Should I return to you now that I'm healed, or not? Apparently it was a no. I think you were already 8 or 9 years old at that time, practically the first half of your childhood had already been completely raised by Hera and Galadia. I had nothing to do, it would have been hypocritical of me to arrive many years later, to want to raise you now that the most difficult part was over, which was changing your diapers and giving you a bottle besides. I didn't know how to look you and Hera in the eyes. My grandmother says that was what she suffered the most from during my baby stage. I had nothing to do there, you didn't need me, or at least that's what I thought, so I decided to continue traveling with Zald, although he didn't like my decision since he wanted me to return to you, as that was the main objective of finding a cure. But since I'm as stubborn as he is, he had to accept that I continue accompanying him. Before leaving, I wrote a letter to Hera, since on our journey we met that idiot Hermes, so he would deliver it. We were very close to Zald. Where is he now? Dead, he whispered sadly. On one of our many journeys, we came across the school district and it was there that we decided to stay as guardians. It was a peaceful place, so we spent many years there until Erebus arrived with a request. Help me awaken a hero for this era, the world needs one. Erebus. The god who once belonged to Evilis. When the organization was mentioned, Bell's eyes sharpened a little like those of a reptile, but he quickly learned to control it. He asked us to help him create a hero for this world since the Black Dragon was still on the loose. He wanted us to be the villains for Orario, to become the barrier they had to overcome. Zald accepted without hesitation, since he said that he didn't have much time left to live because of the poison inside him and that he wanted to do something for the world. Poison? Couldn't he have healed himself with the abilities of those elves? Zald is a stubborn person and didn't want to, besides, the deal was only to heal me and no one else. Even if Zald threatened to kill them again, I highly doubted they would give in again, even though he said he didn't need to. I understand. The point is, Zald decided to go with Erebus to Orario and take on the role of a villain for the good of the world. I wanted to go with him too and help him, but he refused. He told me not to throw my life away like that and that I should come find you instead, even though it was many years too late, he said, clenching his fist sadly. He didn't even give me a chance to thank him for everything he did for me since he left without saying goodbye. He was a damn idiot to do that idiot. I never told Alfia directly, but she loved Zald, not romantically, more like a father-daughter or older brother-younger sister affection. After so many years together, it was impossible not to feel that kind of affection for him. But she also hates him for leaving without saying goodbye. He always told her he didn't like goodbyes, and she could see that it was true. He'd better go find Belle, don't he stubborn. And what she hated most was that the last words he said to her were a kind of scolding. He behaved like her father until the very end. It's very likely he's already dead. I would have liked to thank him at least once in my life, but it's never possible, I whispered sadly. And what frustrates me most is that his sacrifice was in vain. Orario is still as weak as ever. They haven't improved at all. Evilis has become much stronger than they have. It's so frustrating. Alfia wanted to hold them back as long as she could, but tears began to escape from her eyes uncontrollably. But that suddenly stopped when she felt someone hug her. Without realizing it, Belle stood up and stood in front of her, kneeling down slightly to hug her, taking Alfia by surprise. What are you doing? I'm hugging her, Belle whispered, since that was the first thing that came to mind when he saw her sad. I thought she needed one when I was sad. A hug from my grandmother always calmed me down. Even today a simple hug from Nies calmed my heart when I was at my breaking point. If she wants, I'll stop. No, it doesn't bother me, I whispered, feeling the albino's warmth. For some reason, his sudden embrace reminded him of the affectionate hugs Materia gave him every time he looked at her. They were warm, just like the albino's hug. He was his son after all, he was his spitting image. Unfortunately, those eyes. As if it were some kind of cure, his sadness gradually disappeared thanks to that hug which, for some reason, felt nostalgic. Thank you, Belle, he whispered. You're welcome, Auntie Miss Alfia. The woman only shook her head slightly, pulling away from the hug and looking the albino in the eyes. It doesn't matter anymore, call me whatever you want. If you want to call me aunt, then do it. I have no right to tell you what to call me. Huh? Seriously? Yes, but don't overuse that word, she said with a very small smile. I'm fine now, thank you. It's true that she hated being called aunt, but what could she do? That's what she was to him and nothing more. Besides, she was already 33 years old, so she didn't care much about that subject anymore, but if she told Galatea, she would seethe with rage. Seeing that Alfia had calmed down, Belle sat down next to her again and continued the conversation. Well, getting back to what I was saying, after Zald left I also made the decision to leave the school district and travel the world alone looking for you. I had no idea where you were, so it would be difficult. Yes, the truth is my grandmother looked for a very remote place to live. And after 2 years I heard a rumor that the goddess Hera lives on a certain mountain, and I decided to go there and meet my nephew. Even though it's 18 years too late, I knew nothing could be fixed, but at least I wanted to meet you and apologize to you just like Zald told me to, and when I arrived the first thing I found out was that you had been killed by Evilis and Orario. A mixture of negative emotions arose within me upon hearing that. Sadness, anger, regret, rage and all those feelings were directed only at me because of my insecurities. I couldn't even once look at the face of the son my sister asked me to take care of. I felt that all of that was my fault. But it wasn't. No one will change my mind, he said, looking down. So, as a way of apologizing, I decided to go to Orario to avenge your death, but it turns out you were a mage and you're still alive. Sorry, he apologized. Don't apologize, she said with a slight smile. When I saw you alive, I felt happy, believing that not everything was over and that I could fix things with you, even if it's very late. Or so I thought, since I spent a whole week without being able to speak to you, it took Galatea to give me the push to talk to you. How I detest that woman. My teacher is a curious woman. And that would be it. Now I'm here telling you everything that happened, filled with regret and guilt, trying to make amends, even just a little, for all the mistakes I made. I'm sorry, Belle, and you too, Materia, she whispered, looking around the interior of the church. Forgive me for being the worst sister in the world and not taking care of your son. After whispering those words, I turned to look at Belle, who was looking at me with a calm and subdued expression. That was the look he had maintained throughout almost the entire conversation. Anything to say? Alfia asked curiously. Even if I don't show it, I'm happy you're here with me, he said, surprising the woman. As I told you at the beginning, I don't hold any resentment towards you. I understand the fears and doubts you had at the time. You were resigned to the fact that you would soon die, and taking care of a baby you would soon leave orphaned again was very difficult for you, and I understand. But thanks to Zald, you're still here, alive and talking with that nephew you once wanted to take care of. Just because you understand me doesn't change the fact that I made a mistake. Maybe so, but what would we humans be if we didn't make mistakes? We would never improve as people and we would never advance, he said, looking out the window where the moonlight was coming in. It's starting to sound like Galatea, I thought. Everything would be different if you showed that you didn't care about the decision you made, in my mother's words, but it's the opposite. You spent 17 years regretting that decision, and although it's late, very late, you're trying to remedy what you did. I can't feel resentment toward you, no matter how much I want to. But Materia. My mother. From what she told me, she was a very kind woman. I probably scold her, but I doubt I hate her. I never met her, but it sounds like something she would do, I think. Maybe I can't get back all of my childhood that she didn't have with me, but it's not too late. We're both here, alive and talking. We can get to know each other and be the family she wanted someday, and honestly, I want to get to know her better, Aunt Alfia. I'm happy to know I have a living blood relative. For a moment, I thought she hated me because she wouldn't talk to me, but I'm glad that's not the case. It's never too late to start, or so my grandmother always told me. Alfia just stared in surprise at the albino's red eyes. Not only did he resemble Materia in appearance, his personality was also somewhat similar to hers. For a moment he saw his sister behind him with a typical affectionate smile. Even though he knew that all that time he had a living blood relative and could have raised him, and that he instead made the decision to abandon him, even knowing that he did not have any kind of resentment towards her. I didn't understand it. I really didn't understand it. A small smile appeared on Alfia's face as she felt that enormous guilt she had carried in her heart for so many years diminished greatly thanks to those words. Perhaps, just perhaps, it wasn't too late for her yet. So, will you give me the opportunity to remedy the mistake I made? If you want to be with a nephew with mental problems, then it would make me happy, to be honest. I want to get to know you better, Aunt Alfia. I told you not to overuse that word. Sorry. She didn't know why, but Alfia felt that at that moment Zalt was smiling proudly and happily, seeing that she had finally decided to be with her nephew, since he had insisted for years that she go see him, and she was sure that her sister was doing the same. Bell couldn't help but be a little surprised when he felt Alfia gently hug him. I never hugged you even once when you were a baby because of my stupid fears, he whispered, stroking the albino's hair. Even though it's late, I want to give you the hugs I never gave you. Hugging Bell somehow relaxed her. It was the same feeling she had when she hugged her sister. Also, his hair, the same hair she was caressing, reminded her of her sister's. It was just as soft. She wouldn't be surprised if from now on she stroked his hair more often, of course, as long as he didn't object. Do you want to go back to headquarters or should we stay here a little longer? Alfia asked, still hugging him. Well, I'd like to hear some stories from my mother, I'd like to hear more from her. Upon hearing his request, Alfia broke away from the hug. Honestly, she also wanted to talk to him about herself, she didn't want her nephew to live without knowing about her. I would let her know what a wonderful woman Materia was. As long as you don't ask me about your father, I'll be fine, she said, adjusting her hair. Apparently he hates my father. Like you have no idea. And with those words Alfia smiled nostalgically, beginning to tell a story about Materia, and Belle listened attentively to every word. The night was just beginning for both of them. Meanwhile, at the Estree family headquarters. Barham, after wandering around the headquarters looking for some people, entered the dining room where the whole family was having dinner, noticing her presence. I can't find Belle Sama or Alfia Sama anywhere, the little girl reported worriedly. She had been looking for them to tell them that the food was ready, but she couldn't find them. I wonder where they are, Estree whispered worriedly. They probably left the headquarters, Galadia said, calmly eating her food. But Belle-san is forbidden by the guild from leaving the headquarters, Salty said nervously. Does it matter what the guild members say? Galadia asked, bored. But. Belle is with Alfia, so don't worry, Galadia continued. I have an idea of where they might be, so they'll probably be back later tonight. Don't worry about them. How are you sure? Because I'm the best at giving therapy. Ask Kagaya if you want, the woman said with a proud smile. Upon hearing those words, everyone turned to look at the Asian woman, who simply looked away, unwilling to admit that it was partly thanks to her that her relationship with Belle was restored. Belle will be fine, she's with Alfia, and she won't let anything happen to her, so don't worry, Hera said, enjoying her meal. This is delicious, Estree. I actually prepared it myself, Rihanna whispered shyly, catching the goddess's attention. You? Wow, you cook very well, the goddess praised, making the girl smile happily, feeling like she was scoring points. RD, can you cook? The younger Varma looked up upon hearing her name. Since it was already getting late, RD decided to stay overnight at the headquarters and sleep in Ryu's room, who was no longer complaining, knowing that it was already something normal. Not really, the girl replied with an embarrassed smile. Never mind, Belle is a good cook so he can teach you the basics, the goddess said calmly. Understood. She said, excited about the classes. The rest just looked at RD with narrowed eyes, mainly Rihanna since she stole her moment of glory. Points, whispered Galatea, enjoying everyone's expressions. Well, I imagine Belle and Alfia have a lot to talk about, so it'll take a while, Estree said, sounding a little calmer. We just need to save them their share of the dinner. After that, they all remained silent, simply eating quietly. Although Kagaya remembered a certain detail which was the perfect moment to mention, taking advantage of the fact that Belle wasn't there. Galatea, I called. Miss Galatea, or teacher to you, the woman said seriously. What is it you want? I would like to ask you a question. If you're looking for my approval, let me tell you, you won't get it even if you're dead, she said with a mocking smile. It's not like I need it either, he said calmly. Believe me, you need them more than you think, Hera whispered, her gaze darkening, causing more than one of them to flinch. You cheeky brat. Although I would like to discuss it right now, the truth is that I have a really important question. Then speak. Galatea. Why did you say that Belle is Sava's nephew? What? Estree shouted in shock, and the rest who weren't present that night didn't know about it. Nephew? What do you mean, Kagaya? Lyra asked, her brain short-circuiting. Meanwhile, Galatea only put on a serious expression upon hearing that question. I had forgotten that I talked too much that night, the woman whispered wearily. Are you going to tell us about it? Kagaya asked. Galatea just turned to look at Hera, searching for some confirmation, and Hera simply nodded. Fine, I'll tell you, she said, setting her plate of food aside. But you have to promise me you won't tell Belle. I'm afraid of how he'd react. The girls adopted a serious expression, agreeing with it. Well, let's see. Where do I begin? He whispered, starting to explain everything while the girls listened attentively. Returning to the abandoned church. Wow, my mom was a wonderful woman, Belle said after hearing so many stories about her. She was, even though she was very sick she always smiled, Alfia said nostalgically. They had both been talking on that church bench for about an hour, finding the conversation very lively and interesting. Alfia was very surprised by this. Normally she didn't talk much, just giving short answers and such, but with Belle, for some reason, before she knew it, she was already talking about many things with him, telling him about her mother's adventures, even adventures from her travels around the world. She didn't know why, but she felt comfortable talking to him, and the same applied to the albino. Is my mother's grave here in Orario? Belle asked curiously. Yes, I've visited her a couple of times this week, we can go visit her together one of these days. That sounds good to me, I accept without hesitation. Although at first Alfia felt very guilty, as the conversation progressed, that guilt gradually disappeared. The more the conversation with her nephew went on, the more she saw his eyes filled with curiosity to know more about his mother and about her, and the more she erased her fears, since she didn't see any kind of resentment towards her. For a moment I even forgot that those eyes were red, eyes I hated for being similar to Silver's. And? I'm curious about something, he said, looking at his nephew. What will you do in the war with Evilis? Upon hearing that question, Belle's calm expression shifted to a slightly darkened one. Obviously I'm going to participate. As I understand it, Estree and your friends don't want you to participate in it. They're worried about your health, and so am I. I understand them, but that doesn't change my decision. If I don't participate in that war and Evilis is eliminated, I won't be at peace with myself for the rest of my life, he said seriously. I know they'll understand. And what is your objective in that war? Kill Sava, he replied without hesitation, his empty eyes surprising Alfia. It was the first time she had seen him like that. Apparently you don't know, the woman whispered, lowering her gaze. To know what? I can see that your hatred for Sava is immense. I won't be happy if I don't kill him with my own hands. Galatea told me not to tell you, but I feel you have the right to know the truth about everything. It's better you know now and not later, the woman whispered, turning to look at him with an expression of compassion. Sava hurt you a lot, didn't he? He killed a lot of people, he murdered my best friend right in front of me, I'll never forgive him, she said, her hatred barely contained. And what is it that's so important that my teacher doesn't want me to know? I know it's difficult, the woman whispered, gently taking Belle's hand, which confused him. Whatever your reaction, I'm here with you. If necessary, I'll hug you with all my strength and won't let go until you calm down. What do you mean? He asked, starting to feel nervous about the information he was about to give her. I'm sorry, Galatea, but he has a right to know, the woman thought, staring into her nephew's eyes. You're Sava's nephew. What? End of chapter. Chapter 65. Completely broken. Day number 1708 trying to do something remarkable to stop being looked down upon, let's see if I get lucky. Those were the words of a young Sava walking bored through the streets of Orario looking for something to entertain himself with. Although he was saying those words, the truth is that he had already lost hope in every goal he had in his life. Every dream had been crushed until nothing remained of him. Every time he did something, people didn't notice or didn't care. In the worst cases, his colleagues who were with him took all the credit, mainly Pete. For that reason, perhaps leaving behind all dreams and accepting that he would only be a support for the rest of his life was the best thing. Sava thought that by leaving his dreams behind his classmates would stop bothering him, but it was always the same with them, mocking him and even beating him up from time to time. It was a small group led by that wretch Pete who made his life impossible. He still didn't know what he had done to deserve so much hatred from them. All he wanted was to be of use to his family. Who would have thought that would be the reason why he was so hated by them? And the rest of the family, although they didn't bother him, did nothing to help him since they believed it was just a game between them, or at least that's what Pete told them. The only one who defended him when he saw them starting to hit him was Zold. Being a strong executive, the werewolf decided not to confront him and left. Why Silver? Well, he was so busy trying to win over Materia that he didn't realize how miserable his older brother's life was. This sucks. And out of boredom, Sava went to sit on a bench on a lonely side street of Dedalo Street. At least in that place most people were as unlucky as he was, he felt at home. As he called it, Daedalus, the city abandoned by the gods. And it was true, nobody cared about that city. A child could be starving to death in the middle of the street and nobody would care. It was like two different cities. The center of Orario, which enjoyed protection and a good economy, and Daedalus, a shitty place where people struggled to survive and crime was rampant. It really was a depressing place. Even their miserable lives were glorious compared to what all of them were going through. At least I'm not starving, he thought, his gaze lowered as he sat on the bench. Zold prepares plenty of food so that no one goes hungry. If it were that wretched Pete, he'd deliberately leave me without food. The truth is, all of this was very annoying and frustrating for him. He didn't see a future as an adventurer, and the only reason he worked so hard had disappeared his love for Emma. A month had passed since Pete announced his possible relationship with her, a month in which he had not returned to the guild. He didn't hate her, he could never feel that way about her, but he didn't have the courage to look her in the eyes, knowing that she was dating that wretch. Of all the people in the world, he had to fall in love with the most worthless person. It even seemed strange to him since Emma wasn't that type of girl. It doesn't matter, he thought listlessly. Maybe I should just give this up. Sava was seriously considering leaving the family and doing something else, who knows, maybe working in a bakery or joining a small family where he would feel more at ease. Or simply take your savings and leave Orario forever and go your own way. That sounds better. Excuse me. Sava's thoughts were cut short when he heard a female voice in front of him. Looking up, he saw a young elf who appeared to be around 15 years old, with brown hair and very worn and torn clothes, carrying a medium-sized box in her arms. Yes? He asked curiously. I'm selling some dolls, said the nervous elf, taking a doll out of the box and showing it to Sava. He took it in his hands and saw that it was a small doll with a sword. He had to admit that the doll was well made, but unfortunately the way it had been painted was horrible. It seems the girl had no talent for painting. I make them by hand, I know they're not the best, but I put my best effort into them. Interesting, he said, bored, seeing in the elf's expression that she was desperate to sell a doll. Would you like to buy one? Fine, I agreed, making the elf's eyes light up slightly. How much do you want for this doll? Well, whatever you want to give me. Upon hearing those words, Sava raised an eyebrow in surprise. Whatever I want to give you. So if I give you just one volley, would you be okay with that? Yes, even if it's just one volley, it tells me that my dolls have at least a little value, and that's more than enough reason to keep going and not give up. I'll strive to make sure that next time I have the value of 2 valis. Sava opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing the elf's words. Even though just by looking at her he could tell that her life was a complete mess, he still kept going, striving despite everything. Without being able to help it, Sava felt a slight admiration for her. Good. Sava reached into his pocket, took out a coin, and gave it to the elf, keeping the doll for himself. The girl opened it in surprise when she saw that the coin was worth 1,000 valis. Mil valis? He said, unable to believe it. Why? You said I should set the price, and that's the price I'm setting. Just by looking at it, I can see that the doll was made with a lot of effort and love. It deserves that and much more, she said, smiling slightly. Just take the money. You need it more than I do. I don't know what to say, said the girl, still perplexed since she had never had such a large amount of money in her hands. Don't say anything, but I'll give you some advice. Find a way to learn to paint, you paint horribly. Why yes, I've already been told, she whispered, embarrassed. But besides that, she felt happy, very happy. A boy she didn't even know had recognized her work. It was the first time someone had paid for something she did and praised her for it. Not even her own parents had done that, treating her and her work like garbage all her life. But he. Thank you so much, the girl said, starting to shed tears. "Hey, don't cry," he asked nervously, not wanting to create misunderstandings. "I am sorry, I'm just happy that at least once in my life someone has recognized something I've done," she said with a slight smile, drying her tears. Yes, to acknowledge someone's effort. It was something Sava always wanted, to have his efforts recognized, and he never received such a thing. And now he had been the first to recognize and praise the work of that elf. Something he always wanted, he ended up giving to someone else. How curious. And pleasant at the same time. I wonder if I'll cry when someone finally acknowledges my effort, Sava thought with amusement. Thank you very much, I will try much harder from now on. I won't give up. That's the spirit, little elf. Great. Goodbye. And with a smile full of happiness, the girl ran off, this time motivated to continue with her dream. Understand. But before she could leave, Sava stopped her. "And? What's your name?" he asked curiously. "Lilith, my name is Lilith." "Lilith is a lovely name." The elf blushed slightly upon hearing that praise, quickly turning around and continuing to run. Sava sighed and looked up at the sky with a smile. Seeing that girl has given me back a little hope and made me not want to give up on my dream, he thought, feeling a bit more motivated. Maybe I just need to be more patient. Yes, I will. I'm sure my time hasn't come yet. I can still prove myself. And with a motivated smile, Sava started walking, ready to work and help. Not all was lost for him. He still had more to give. I could help. He could make people smile. To earn the respect of his colleagues. Fulfilling their dream. And to save people's lives. That kind of crap only happens in fairy tales. Sava stared at the ground with a horrified expression. The same floor where there was a small child with his eyes open, bleeding from the head due to the strong blow he received, causing his instant death. And around Sava and the child's body was a group of people watching the scene in shock. Everything happened so fast. It was a normal day for Sava, who left his home to help people and go to the dungeon for a while to earn some money. It was always the same, helping and people not taking it seriously, but he was used to it by now. Unfortunately, that day he did capture everyone's attention, but not in the way he wanted. A building on fire. The mother and father screaming for help to save their son. But there were no other adventurers nearby. So, as was obvious, Sava entered the flames of the building to save that little boy who is on the top floor. Being a level 3, it didn't take him long to get to the top, entering the child's room, who was scared. "Don't worry, I'll save you." He promised it. He promised he would save her life. But in the end they were just empty words that gave him hope. Sava carefully took the child in his arms and walked to the window, ready to jump. It was a fall of almost 20 meters. The building was quite large. But with his skill level, he would be able to withstand the fall. All I had to do was protect the child, that's it. And when he took the leap, a small stone from afar came at great speed towards him, hitting one of his arms. The impact was so strong that the stone pierced his arm. And the pain loosened his grip, causing the little one to escape from him. "No!" was the loud scream that escaped Sava the moment he saw the boy's face covered in tears slowly falling to the ground. Sava extended his aching arm, trying to reach him. But it was already too late. Idiot, whispered a man on some rooftops a little ways away, walking away after completing his joke. And at that moment the child's head hit the ground with force, causing his instant death. And no. It was the faint whisper that escaped Sava with a horrified expression as he looked at the corpse of the little boy he had promised to protect, and the people around him stared at him. For the first time in his entire life, someone had seen him attempting a feat to save someone. But it was in the worst way. Sava's arm was bleeding from the spot where the stone had pierced it, but he didn't care much, his gaze lost, still not believing that it had happened. Slap. The sound of a loud slap echoed through the street, and Sava felt a slight burning sensation on her cheek as she looked at the person who had delivered the blow. "You're a damned murderer. You killed my son." The woman screamed, her face streaked with tears, glaring angrily at Sava, who stared at the dead child on the floor in complete shock. "You bastard, you're a bastard. TSK, and I thought I was going to save him, and he ended up being a damn useless idiot. I was hoping someone would show up who could really save him, but instead some jerk with weak hands showed up who couldn't even carry a child. Hey, I think I know him. Doesn't he belong to the Zeus family?" "The Zeus family? Why would the Zeus family have a useless person like that?" These were the insults that could be heard throughout the street as people looked with contempt and anger at Sava, who listened attentively, still unable to process what had just happened. "You bastard. Give me back my son." The woman shouted, slapping Sava hard again as the father held his little boy's bloodied body in his arms. They had only gone out to do some shopping, and when they returned the building was on fire. When they saw Sava go inside, they thought their son would be safe, but it turned out he was. "The damn useless man," whispered the words of those around him. And just as the woman was about to hit him a third time in the face, someone grabbed her arm. "Hey. Stop, lady," demanded a young girl with purple hair. It was Galadia. "Stay out of it. Listen. I saw what happened." Sava tried to save his little one with the best intentions in the world. Galadia tried to defend him. He did everything he could. Galadia was taking one of her morning walks when she saw what was happening, although all she saw was the child falling to the ground and Sava trying to reach him. He was far away so he couldn't get there in time to save him. "Well, that wasn't enough. My son is dead because of him," she screamed, filled with rage, trying to break free from Galadia's grip, but it was impossible. "I demand he be put in jail for murder." "I can't do that, he didn't do it on purpose, he just wanted to help." "Help? That bastard can't save people's lives. He murdered my son." Sava had simply stopped listening. I no longer knew what was happening. He just stared at the child's corpse. And I only felt one thing. A deep hatred and disgust towards himself for what he had done. He couldn't save him. It gave him hope. Damn hopes. And he himself caused his death. All because I wanted to help. That couldn't be happening. Hours later. It was already night in the city of Orario, and Sava was sitting on a bench in a lonely park with Galadia standing in front of him. After many hours and the arrival of some members of the Hera family, they managed to calm the civilians and stop blaming Sava for what happened, although it was reluctantly since people left looking at him with hatred. And Sava simply wandered aimlessly until he reached a park and Galadia decided to follow him. "Hey," called the purple-haired girl. "Sava, it wasn't your fault. You just wanted to help. It was just a mistake at the wrong time. So don't blame yourself for it." Galadia did not consider Sava her friend, he was just an acquaintance to her, but that did not mean that she hated him. She herself had seen how hard he tried at everything. Unfortunately, this time everything turned against him. It was as if life never wanted to smile on him. He wanted to do a good deed. "Just leave me alone, Galadia." And the only words Sava uttered were that weak whisper that conveyed immense sadness. "Okay, I won't insist anymore," the girl said, taking a step back. "But if you ever want to talk to someone, talk to me. I'm good at giving advice." And with those words Galadia left the park, leaving Sava alone. Even though she wanted to help him, if he didn't want her around, then she would respect that. The moment Sava was left alone, a huge silence fell over the park. All his life he had tried to make people see him. That he performed a great deed and people admired him. That they would stop looking down on him. But despite that. Despite all the good deeds I do. People never even looked at him. Not once. And now. For the first time in his entire life, he had captured everyone's attention by wanting to do a good deed. And the only reason everyone looked at him was because he made a mistake. It was as if all the good deeds he had done throughout his life didn't matter, and the only thing that mattered was the mistake he made that day, which earned him everyone's hatred. I didn't understand it. He just wanted to help others. Was he asking for that much? Ah. And then, unable to stop it, a large amount of tears began to fall from her face as she tried to hold back a scream of pain. I was crying. Just like Lilith cried in front of him that day. But not because they have recognized their work. If not for the complete opposite reason. Because he's a damn useless murderer. It was the loud cry of pain that she let out as she saw the dead child's face over and over again in her mind. From that moment on, his breaking point began. The days went by and things calmed down a bit. Sava was no longer himself, he no longer rushed out to save people. He simply stood back with a dull expression and his gaze lowered. Silver didn't find out about the event until a week later because he was trying to win Materia's heart by wanting to give his brother words of encouragement. Although he only said a few words to her. "Stop pretending you care and continue with your conquest of Materia." Sava was distancing himself from the family, wanting to avoid any possible conflict. She no longer wanted to stand out. He just wanted to live in peace, but Pete and his friends were always trying to make his life miserable. And the mockery intensified towards him when they found out what had happened to the child. "That's what you get for trying to play the idiot hero." Those were the words Pete had said to her with a mocking smile. And he was right. That's what happens when you want to be something you'll never be. "Sava, go and leave these papers with the guild." And now, on Maxim's orders, after a long time, he would return to the guild to deliver those papers. After a month I would see Emma again. I'll do it quickly, he thought, walking with his gaze on the ground, not wanting her to see the pathetic man he had become. She had probably already forgotten about him. And letting out a sigh, he continued walking, avoiding people. Although it wasn't always like this, Sava felt that their stares were judging him and that made him very uncomfortable. "I was seriously considering leaving my family and moving out of the city to live a quiet life far away from everything. Perhaps it was for the best. Upon arriving at the guild, he entered slowly, trying not to attract anyone's attention as he looked inside. It was still the same as always. That fat bastard Royman in a corner, yelling at a half-elf. The same old adventurers trying to flirt with a white-haired elf who always ignored them. Others receiving their advice. And finally. Sava's eyes sparkled slightly as she saw that beautiful werewolf woman at the counter, her expression focused as she signed some papers. She was as beautiful as the last time he saw her a month ago. And as if it were fate, Emma looked up to see the entrance, finding Sava standing there watching her. Emma's eyes sparkled with happiness when she saw him again, and she couldn't help but smile. "Sava?" I called, raising my hand to try and get her attention. The boy got a little nervous when he saw some people turn to look at him, but they immediately ignored him, thanking him for that. So with his heart racing, he approached Emma, who still wore that beautiful smile on her face. "Sava? You have no idea how happy it makes me to see you again," said the werewolf woman, making him nervous. "Hello," I greeted, looking down, confusing Emma. "Is something wrong?" "And nothing's wrong," I said quickly. Emma, not entirely convinced, decided to believe him and smiled slightly. "I'm really glad to see you, you haven't been around here for a month, for a moment I thought you were angry with me or something," she whispered with a sad expression. "No. I'm not mad at you or anything, I just had a few problems," he confessed nervously. "This month without seeing you has felt very sad, you have no idea how much I missed you." Sava felt a whirlwind of happy emotions upon hearing those words. But at the same time he was confused. Wasn't she supposed to be dating that piece of shit Pete? "How are you?" Sava asked, wanting to make conversation. "Oh okay, very well," she replied with a nervous and uncomfortable smile that he quickly noticed. I've just been a little dizzy and nauseous these last few weeks. I'll recover soon." "I hope so, I don't like seeing you sick," he said worriedly. He didn't know why, but talking to Emma gave him a huge warmth. He felt like he did back in those days when he was a stupid kid trying to stand out. In his eyes, she was the only good thing he still had. Well, she was Pete's girlfriend, so he was secondary. At that moment Sava realized that he no longer had anyone in that world, not even his brother Silver, who preferred to go flirt with a girl from the Hera family every day, rather than spend some time with his brother and chat. Because that was what Sava wanted, just someone to be by her side to talk to. But Silver didn't, he didn't even try when he wanted to cheer him up, he just approached him telling him that everything would be alright and not to pay attention to the words of others and blah blah blah. All his words seemed so forced, as if he was impatient to do something else, just wanting to say those words and fulfill his role of supporting his brother. It felt so fake that he simply asked her to leave and not do something he didn't want to do. And Silver didn't think twice and left, probably to flirt with Materia. Sometimes she wishes she had his carefree personality. "And will you start coming to the guild every day again?" Emma asked, her eyes shining with excitement. Bueno. Please, I really miss having our talks with you." Upon hearing those words, Sava felt another whirlwind of emotions inside him and immediately nodded, making Emma smile happily. "Also, remember that I'm your advisor and you haven't come to my classes for a whole month, so get ready because the classes will be long." "Why yes, I accept," nervously, knowing that Emma's classes were very strict. "Perfect," she said with a charming smile, showing that her happiness at seeing Sava again was genuine. "Now, the important question. What is the reason for your visit today?" Well, Maxim asked me. "Hey Sava. What are you doing, friend?" The pleasant and affectionate atmosphere between them shattered the moment someone interrupted the conversation. Emma's happy expression turned into an uncomfortable and scared one when she saw who had arrived. And Sava's expression changed to one of annoyance and anger as he turned around and looked at that person. "What do you want, Pete?" Sava asked seriously, looking at the werewolf. "Ahaha, what's with that look? Be careful how you look at me, little support," he said, stroking Sava's hair, who quickly moved his hand away. Behind Pete were four of his friends who only had slight mocking smiles watching the interaction. "Well, the puppy is showing his teeth," Pete mocked, looking at Cranel with a mixture of superiority and annoyance. "Just don't bother me," she whispered, looking down. "What's wrong? What happened to the Sava who wanted to stand out? Did you give up?" "Hahaha. Don't bother him, Pete." Upon hearing his name, the werewolf looked up, seeing Emma's uncomfortable and frightened expression. "Why? Sava and I were just playing," he said with a friendly smile. "Well, it doesn't seem like it." "Haha, how are you, Emma?" Pete asked, leaning against the counter. "Anything you want to tell me?" What have you come for?" While they were talking, Sava kept his gaze lowered, thinking about leaving the guild. After all, he was the third wheel there. Emma was with her partner, so he didn't have to bother her. What infuriated her the most was that Pete was only using her, and even if he told Emma the truth, she doubted that Emma would believe him and that in the end she would distance herself from him even more. I hate this, he thought in pain, a pain stronger than the blows he was receiving. So I slowly looked up to see Emma's face one more time and then left. But what she saw made her open her eyes in shock. The werewolf woman did not have the look of a happy girl seeing her boyfriend, the look of a woman in love. In her eyes I could only see discomfort and fear, a lot of fear. It was the first time I had seen that expression on her beautiful face. Then my Emma-chan, if you want me to stop bothering this idiot, have a date with me, Pete proposed. But the girl just lowered her gaze and refused his proposal. Just stop bothering him. Oh come on. Sava isn't even complaining. Be enough, Pete, please. Don't look at me like that, Emma-chan. At that moment Pete stopped talking as he felt Sava lightly touch his shoulder. What is it you want? The werewolf's question was cut short when he received a strong punch to the face from Sava, who had an expression full of anger. You damned bastard. What did you do to Emma? He exploded in anger, shouting those words. The rest of the people in the union stopped what they were doing when they heard the scandal that was brewing. As Sava whispered the werewolf woman, frightened of what they were going to do to her. Answer me. What did you do to Emma, you bastard? She never looks at anyone with fear. What did you do to her? Pete slowly brought his hand to his cheek. He had to admit that he had felt that blow, probably because he had his guard down, never expecting Sava to have the courage to hit him. Sava, stop, Emma pleaded. Speak up, Pete. And filled with rage, Sava threw a second punch, but before it connected with Pete, Pete easily caught the fist with one hand. What do you hope to achieve with this? Show off the fangs you don't have. Pete asked, glaring at Sava and tightening his grip, making the bones in his fist creak. What did you do to Emma? He whispered through gritted teeth, filled with anger. I don't have to give you any explanations. And with that said, I threw a powerful punch toward Sava, which hit him squarely, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud. Sava? Emma shouted worriedly. Ha. Hey Pete, smash that idiot's face in. One of his friends shouted excitedly. You don't need to tell me twice. And before Sava could stand up, a powerful kick to the jaw sent him crashing to the ground again. And immediately Pete began throwing a large number of punches at his face over and over again, causing blood to fly across the floor and tear his face apart. People in the surrounding area watched in horror, not having the courage to get involved in the fight. He was a level 6 member of the Zeus family. Many were afraid of him. There was only one person who defended him. No, Pete. Don't do it. The desperate Emma came out from behind the counter, wanting to prevent the werewolf from killing Sava. Don't interfere, bitch. I have to remind this bastard where he belongs. He yelled, punching him hard in the head, feeling his skull crack from the many blows he was receiving. Sava was already beginning to lose consciousness, but the enormous pain wouldn't let him. His head was being smashed. You're going to kill him. Please don't. Emma cried through tears, grabbing Pete's arm to stop him from hitting him. Get out of the way. But he, applying only a little force, pushed the werewolf woman, who fell to the ground, her arm a little sore. That's still not enough. This piece of shit dared to hit me, Pete said, looking at Sava's face completely covered in blood. I'll leave him on the verge of death so he never does it again. Meanwhile, Pete's friends laughed, wanting him to keep hitting him. And Emma wept in despair, believing that her friend would soon die. And when Pete was about to throw another punch, a powerful kick hit him squarely in the face, sending him flying through the air, smashing through the counter, and landing on some tables with his jaw slightly dislocated. The guild fell silent as they watched someone dare to strike the werewolf without hesitation. That's enough, you damn idiot. The one who said those words was Galadia, who had an angry expression looking at Pete, who was slowly standing up. Yes, Bequina Sonrisa. How scary. These were the whispers that some advisors let out, knowing about the power of the purple-haired woman. And what about you? Is there a problem? Galadia asked, looking annoyed at Sava's friends. These were level 4 and 5, but despite that, they were very hesitant to engage her in battle because they knew the strength of that woman. And why the hell are you getting involved? Pete asked, glaring angrily at Galadia. Do I need a reason? I'm disgusted by people like you who think they're superior to others just because of some stupid level, Galadia said with distaste. You're the most pathetic kind of person there is. You seem like a neglected child. Didn't your parents pay attention to you when you were a kid? The veins on Pete's face bulged as he heard those words, wanting to punch the purple-haired girl in the face. But even so, he didn't do it. He was a superior level. He could beat Galadia in a one-on-one battle. But that woman was a demon. She knew that even if she won, she would cut off one of his arms and a leg before being defeated. In the worst-case scenario, she would cut off his head. Galadia had the expression of someone who had the courage to do that and more without caring about the consequences. What's wrong? Where did your courage go? Galatea asked. DSK. And clicking his tongue, the werewolf walked towards his friends with a grumpy expression. Let's go. And with those words the group left the guild in the direction of the dungeon, although upon arriving at their headquarters, they would be surprised to find a fine for causing disturbances in the guild. You damned idiot, Galatea said with disgust, then looked at the people in the guild who were staring at her. And what about you? Keep working. And quickly everyone went back to what they were doing, relieved that the fight was over. Yours? Meanwhile, Emma, with tears in her eyes, ran towards her friend, seeing his face completely covered in blood as he lay unconscious. Seeing that caused him enormous despair, believing he was dead and threatening to cry again. He's still alive, Galatea said, kneeling down and checking his pulse. We have to take him to the guild's infirmary. Why yes. Emma agreed, her hopes returning to her once more. So Galatea picked Sava up like a sack of potatoes, followed by Emma who hoped and prayed that he hadn't suffered anything serious from that beating, heading towards the infirmary under everyone's watchful eyes. He deserves it for being disrespectful was the whisper that Royman let out, who was satisfied with the beating Pete gave him. Hours later. Slowly, Sava opened his eyes, wincing and feeling a throbbing pain in his face. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was a white ceiling, immediately realizing that it was the infirmary. What happened? He thought, feeling a strange discomfort inside him. He felt strange, very strange. Although he remembered everything that happened, his fight with Pete over Emma, although more of a beating than a fight, he wouldn't be surprised if his face was disfigured. You damned wretch, he thought with enormous hatred inside him. Yours? His thoughts were cut short when someone opened the infirmary door, realizing it was his beautiful advisor Emma, who had a relieved smile on her face upon seeing him awake. I'm glad to see you awake. For a moment I thought you'd be unconscious for many days. We had to call a healer from the Dine family to help you, the wolf explained, approaching the bed with a slight smile, trying to hide the guilt and worry she felt. How are you? Well, I think he whispered his answer, still feeling that strange discomfort inside him. How long was I unconscious? I think it was only about 4 hours. The healer said it would take days to wake up, but you woke up in just hours, the girl said, happy that hadn't happened. Although unfortunately. What's wrong? He asked, confused, seeing the wolf's expression turn sad. Your face was left with scars. Upon hearing those words, Sava touched her face, feeling something strange within it. But it's not so bad, they're just scars, nothing more, she said, not wanting him to feel bad. Her face was scarred under her eyes and mouth. It looked as if part of her skin had been torn off, as the scars were bright red. Pete's punches were truly intended to kill him. What did he do to you? Sava asked, his gaze darkening. Pete. What did that bastard do to you? He asked with hatred in his voice. Then nothing, I don't know what you're talking about, Emma replied nervously and fearfully, but not fear towards Sava, but towards the werewolf. I've known you for years, Emma. I know you never look at other people like that unless there's a good reason, he whispered, turning to look at her. What did he do to you? Emma. Me too. Sava slowly emerged from the guild's infirmary with a subdued expression. In the end, Emma didn't tell him what was happening because she had started to cry, and all Sava could do was hug her, promising that he wouldn't insist on it anymore. But even so, the anger remained in him. He knew that that bastard had done something to Emma to make her act like that, and that enraged him. What the hell are you looking at? Sava asked hatefully, as the advisors and adventurers who were there turned to look at him the moment he stepped into the guild's main hall. Although they immediately looked away upon seeing the hatred in his eyes, they didn't know why, but the scars on his face made him look a little more intimidating. Seeing that nobody said anything, Sava continued on his way to the guild exit. It felt strange, very strange. It was as if something wasn't right with him. Something is broken. Hey, how are you? Upon leaving the guild, he saw Galatea leaning against a wall with her arms crossed and a calm expression. If it makes you feel better, the scars suit you, the purple-haired girl tried to encourage. Oh really? No, they're horrible. Funny, I whispered with a grumpy expression. Well, I'm leaving now, I was just waiting for the news that you were dead, but you survived, you're lucky. And with those words Galatea turned around, ready to leave. Why? Why did you help me? He asked, puzzled. Because I hate Pete. I've always detested that arrogant bastard, he replied simply. Besides, I couldn't allow a murder in the guild. As a member of the Hera family, it was my duty to stop it. I would have helped anyone, I hate when someone uses their strength to intimidate others. Thank you, although I didn't ask for your help. I don't need it, I stick my nose where I want, goodbye. And with those words Galatea left, leaving Sava alone at the entrance to the guild. The moment he was alone, that strange discomfort returned to his body. It wasn't annoying. In fact, it was nice. Very nice. And at that moment he could only do one thing. As if his brain had asked him to do it. Hahaha. Laugh. The week went by. And things had become increasingly strange in Sava's head. He didn't know how to explain it, but it was the strangest thing that had ever happened to him in his entire life. Ahahahaha. People walking along the streets were startled when they saw Sava start laughing for no reason as she walked. Haha, sorry, she apologized, trying to stop laughing, but the laughter wouldn't stop. Laughter attacks, or rather, loud fits of laughter. They appeared for no reason all the time. It was something I didn't know how to control. At first he felt fear, but that fear gradually disappeared as laughing like that filled him with joy. Haha. Hahaha. When people saw him laughing like that, they preferred to stay away from him, thinking he was some kind of crazy person or something. What's wrong with me? He thought with a crooked smile without stopping walking. Sava was changing and didn't even know why. A few days ago I was perfectly fine, just being a normal guy wanting to live a quiet life away from problems. And now he was a madman who started laughing uncontrollably for no reason at all. But that wasn't all. Mom, buy me an ice cream. In a park, Sava was sitting with a lost look, only listening to the voice of the child who was on the bench next to him. Mother. Mommy, I want an ice cream. Sava's brow furrowed more and more as that boy spoke. Mom, a chocolate ice cream. Mother. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Evit. Shut your mouth, you bucking shitty kid. The park fell into total silence upon hearing Sava's angry scream as he glared at the little boy with hatred. What's wrong with him? Why are you yelling at the child like that? Damn madman. These were the comments heard around him as people looked at him with disapproval. Small tears began to form on the face of the little boy as he hugged his mother, who looked at Sava with a mixture of anger and fear. Sava realized what he had done after a few seconds. And I am sorry. And quickly getting to her feet, she left the park trying to hold back another fit of laughter. And another problem with Sava was that in addition to his fits of laughter, he also had fits of anger. Without any explanation, anger and impatience appeared within him, making him angry over the smallest thing. In the worst cases, he felt the need to hurt people, like that little boy who wanted to punch him a couple of times. Fortunately, I could control that. But how much longer would that last? What's wrong with me, haha. He thought, sitting in a lonely alley. I didn't know what was happening to him. I was scared. But at the same time it felt so incredible. When was the last time you felt immense happiness and excitement in your heart? I didn't remember it, but there I was, feeling it for no reason at all. It felt wonderful. It was as if their worries were slowly disappearing. But at the same time, his deepest and darkest desires surfaced. I knew that wasn't normal, there was something wrong with him. I needed to talk to someone about it before it got worse. Talking to someone? What? You have a new skill. The next day, Sava decided to go and update his status with Zeus and see if anything had changed. He could talk about his problems with his god, but honestly, he didn't trust him. He had lost all respect for him since he let Pete do whatever he wanted. Speaking of Pete, I'd been avoiding him all week. For some reason, I felt I would do something crazy the moment I saw him. Just skill. Leela. Zeus handed the sheet to his son, who took it and read it curiously. Grave robber. The user can steal other people's magic as long as they meet the 3 requirements. Knowing the name of magic. Knowing that it works magic. And that the previous user is dead. You can steal 4 spells. If you want to steal another one, you will have to remove one of the ones you already have. After reading for a few seconds, a strange smile appeared on his face. Yours? What? It's a very curious and dangerous magic, I hope you use it well, I trust you. SC. By the way, you seem strange. Is something wrong? And nothing, I'm fine. And with those words, Sava stood up and left the room, but not before burning the leaf with the fire of a candelabra that was in the room, leaving Zeus puzzled since he could see that she was clearly lying and also puzzled by that ability since most of the time these were awakened by people's deepest desires. But that took a back seat when they remembered that today the goddesses were bathing in the city's hot springs, so it was their time to spy. But Sava. Hee. She walked slowly through the headquarters corridors, letting out soft laughs so as not to attract too much attention. Luckily, he was always very irrelevant in the family, so it's not like anyone else cared about what was happening to him. I need to talk to someone. Perhaps at first he didn't feel so much fear, but now the fear was returning because he had the need to want to hurt people. It was as if his mind was asking him to. There was something wrong with him. And I didn't even know what the hell had caused it. Speak. He whispered, watching his younger brother Silver leave his room in the distance. Sava had hope. Hope that Silver would listen to him for once in his life and see if they could find a solution together to this strange problem. She was the only person I trusted enough to talk to about it. He was his brother after all. Silver. Sava. Silver greeted him with a smile. What's up? Me too. Are you feeling okay? I asked, surprised by her attitude. She seemed uncomfortable and her face was pale with those bright red scars. Silver found out about the beating Sava received from Pete, but there wasn't much he could do against him. Why yes I think so, she whispered, looking down. Silver, do you have a moment to talk? I want to tell you something. Of course. I'm listening, I'll always be here to listen to you. Thank you Silver, he said, relieved to be able to tell someone his problem, at least the only person who would care, or so he thought. You see, Hey Silver. But before he could say anything, a member of the Zeus family called to him from the other end of the hall. All the musicians are ready for the serenade you're going to give Materia. Really? He said excitedly. Yes. And you'd better pay us well, because we're not risking Alfia killing us. Hurry up. Of course. He shouted, then looked at his brother. I'm sorry, Sava, but my Materia-chan needs me. We'll talk about this another day. Goodbye. And with those words, Silver ran off excitedly to dedicate that song to his favorite girl. Meanwhile, Sava just stood there watching his brother walk away. It seems I was wrong. The only person I thought would care was gone. Good luck with your serenade, he whispered. Why? Why him? Hahaha. For the first time since that thing appeared, I laughed of my own accord. Although I was only laughing to keep from crying. Sir? Did you hear what I said? Sava was in the Orario hospital in one of its many rooms having a conversation with a professional healer after having a checkup. Perhaps the healer wouldn't care about his problems, but at least he would give him an answer about what was happening to him. And what he heard surprised him. Are you listening to me? Hee. Did you hear what I said? Why yes, he whispered, lowering his gaze. The severe blows I received to the head have caused me a serious head disorder. Exactly, that's the reason why those sudden fits of laughter occur, because of his disorder, the man said, looking at the medical checkup sheet. Sava couldn't believe it. The blows Pete had given him had finally ruined his life. He had ruined the only good thing he had left in his life besides Emma. His sanity. You know, I don't know who hit him, but I should file a report against that person for attempted murder, since the damage they caused was too serious. A complaint. What he had just said seemed like a joke. Nobody would care about his problem, and he was sure the guild wouldn't punish Pete since he was a level 6 who helped the city. He had everything to lose in any trial, his problem was irrelevant to them. But there's something worrying, and I want you to be honest with me, the man said, adopting a serious expression. Besides the violent fits of laughter, what other problems do you have with your disorder? Do you have desires to harm other people? Because that would be a very serious problem that would have to be treated immediately, be honest. No, it's just fits of laughter. Lies. If he had the desire to harm people. Desires that were becoming increasingly difficult for him to control. But I didn't want to say it. What would they do to him if he answered yes? Would they isolate him from the world for the rest of his life? He didn't want that. He didn't want them to take away the only thing he had, which was, in quotes, his freedom. He was fine. I didn't have a disorder. That man was lying to her. I trust you're not lying, so I'll believe you, said the healer, writing something in his notebook. But we're not sure if these desires will reappear later, as these disturbances are very worrying. So come back tomorrow accompanied by a trusted person to keep an eye on you. Tomorrow we'll begin a process to try to control your problem. Is there no cure? Unfortunately, there's no cure for that type of problem right now, but there are a variety of treatments to keep it under control, so that will allow you to continue leading a somewhat normal life. I'll expect you early tomorrow. And with those words and a light handshake, that conversation ended, during which he learned about her problem. And that her life was definitely ruined by that damned disorder. His luck couldn't get any worse than that. True. Through the dark streets of Orario, Sava walked slowly without any direction. A few hours had passed since she left the hospital and received that shocking news. He had no desire to return to his headquarters. I just wanted to wander around the city endlessly, and before I knew it, night had fallen. And during all that time there was only one question that lingered in his mind. Why me? Why did life treat him like garbage? Had he done something wrong to deserve all that? I didn't understand it. I really didn't understand it. Ha 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 ha. But at the same time, he was loving that disorder. It was as if many things had begun to lose their importance for him. He had gotten rid of many troublesome burdens, and that was a great relief for him. Little by little, he began to care less about what people thought of him. He even stopped caring about laughing in public and people staring at him strangely. It felt good. More than an illness, it was a cure that was healing all that depression that the Zeus family had been suffering for many years. The only thing that scared him about that disorder was his desire to hurt people. He didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Emmer, his brother, who, even though he never hurt him, was still his little brother. Even though inside she hated him. Someone I can trust. The healer had told him to go tomorrow with someone he trusted to begin his treatments for the disorder. I didn't know anyone who could help me. He could ask Emma, but he was afraid that she would distance herself from him when she saw that he now had mental problems. He wouldn't ask his brother for obvious reasons, since he never listened to him. There was only one person I could trust. Eladia, he whispered. Yes, the purple-haired woman. She didn't give a damn about his problems, but she knew she would help him with them and keep his secret. She was the kind of person you could trust even if she wasn't interested in anything. I would think about it for that night and see if I wanted to return to my life full of depression or stay with that life in which I felt happiness and madness for no reason. Unfortunately, something happened that prevented him from ever asking Eladia for that favor. And that was the beginning of Sava, the smiling one, the greatest assassin in all of Orario. Eggs? Sava, while walking through the dark streets, was confused when she heard a laugh, realizing it belonged to Pete, who was coming out of a bar. He was drunk, too drunk, he could barely stand up. For a level 6 adventurer to end up in that state, it's because he had drunk an absurd amount of alcohol. Well, if it isn't that piece of shit, Sava, Pete mocked, staggering from side to side as he approached him. She looked so vulnerable. Sava, though he didn't want to, had a smile on his face because of his disorder, watching the werewolf approach. Hey, what are you doing here? Pete asked, emanating a huge stench of alcohol, making Sava uncomfortable, who didn't drink much. But suddenly Sava started laughing, as was normal for him. And Pete also started laughing at how stupid the older Cranel looked. Unbeknownst to him, he was harboring a massive amount of bloodlust within him. Her body was screaming to kill Pete at that moment. It was the first time I'd felt such a strong desire, because with everyone else I just wanted to hit them. But with him, I wanted to kill him in the worst way possible. So wanting to avoid all that, Sava quickly turned her back on him and started walking, wanting to get away from him and ignore all those feelings, even though he was the cause of her disorder. He didn't want to become a murderer. But at the same time, I did want to. Hey, don't go. And Pete, wanting to make fun of him, started following him while he continued to stagger. Hey, are you mad because I punched you in the face? You deserved it for hitting me, he said, giving him a light pat on the back. Thanks to alcohol, his punches were weak. I was too vulnerable. Let's take a walk over there, my little friend. I'm not your friend, why not? I'm your best friend. I've done so many things for you. Madelo. The voices inside him kept demanding blood. I didn't know how much longer I could hold all that back. I didn't want to kill anyone, not even Pete. But there was something that was the biggest trigger for me to make that decision. A decision that would change him for the rest of his life. You're very drunk, Pete, go back to headquarters. A little shit like you is giving me orders. How funny. The street they were walking on was completely empty. They didn't even know what part of the city they were in. Just leave me alone. Sava whispered as he continued walking, but the wolf's shoulder was persistent and followed him. Perhaps it was because he was very drunk, but he started talking too much. Things I wouldn't say if I were completely sober. Hey, I noticed you've stopped acting like an idiot trying to stand out in the family. Why? He asked with a mocking smile. Was it because that brat slipped through your fingers? It wasn't like that, Sava whispered, remembering that day. Previously, it hurt her a lot to remember that moment, but now she didn't care. She didn't feel a trace of sadness when she remembered it. His disorder was eating away at him more and more. Someone attacked me, pierced my arm to make me release the child. Oh. And do you have any idea who it was? I don't know, maybe some member of the Osiris family, they cause a lot of damage. And with those words, Sava continued walking, not wanting to talk about it anymore. But what Pete said next made her freeze. It was me. Sava stopped abruptly upon hearing those words, turning to look at him. It made me angry to see you about to do a heroic act in front of so many people. It was more than obvious that you were going to come across as a hero. I had to ruin that moment of glory, and what better way than to pierce your arm with a rock. When you cried in the park was the best. And it worked out in the end. Why, you finally abandoned your stupid idea of wanting to stand out. I laughed a lot. Sava didn't know how to act at that moment. They're suffering. The reason why he was repudiated and hated by many people. It wasn't because he made a mistake when carrying the baby. It was Pete, it was always him. The reason for all the misfortune she had suffered in her life was his fault. But despite that, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to kill him. despite the fact that his enormous thirst for blood was becoming ever more immense. He didn't want to cross the thin line that still remained of his sanity. Since there was no going back. Haha, it was fun. Pete, still laughing, started walking past Sava and stopped a few meters in front of him. "Don't you have anything to say, Sava?" I asked, turning to look at him with a huge smile. Was he supposed to be a good person? What was different about him compared to the criminals of the Osiris family? He was scum. He was the biggest piece of scum he had ever met in his entire bucking life. I didn't understand it. Because he. Why was such a worthless person doing so well in life? Why? 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 Why did life smile on those who didn't deserve that smile? The image of that kind elf who sold dolls flashed through his mind. The kind and good-hearted girl who suffered in horrible ways. And then there's Pete, an arrogant piece of shit who just wanted to ruin people's lives, someone who was praised and loved by civilians while having everything at his disposal. Why were things like that? It seemed like a joke. The comedy. The damn comedy. A joke. Oh right. I haven't told you anything interesting. Staggering, Pete walked over to Sava and put a hand on his shoulder, looking at him with a mocking smile. Emma is pregnant. What Sava felt at that moment was the most horrible feeling he had ever felt in his entire life. Emma. That pure, kind, and gentle woman. Expecting a child from that bastard. Why? Haha, today your expression is funny, Pete mocked, seeing Sava's pained expression. A few days ago, that bitch told me the news, asking me to help her with it. She's really stupid if she thinks I was going to help her. Sava's gaze sharpened as she heard that damn bastard call Emma. She knew she had done something to her. The werewolf wouldn't cry like that for no good reason. Weren't you dating her? He asked, gritting his teeth in anger. Go out. Of course not. He said playfully. There was never anything like that between us, just fun just for me. Pete wouldn't say that so openly, but since he was speaking under the influence of alcohol, he was saying things he shouldn't. Very serious things. In fact, the dog rejected me. What? A bewildered expression appeared on Sava's face upon hearing those words. There wasn't a day that I didn't invite her to dinner and she always refused, TSK, it was irritating me. Fortunately the last time she accepted simply so that I would stop bothering her and to make things clear to me. And we went to dinner. She was so boring that she didn't want to talk about anything with me. And so I spent the night eating and chatting hahaha. But before we left I asked her that question, Emma, would you be my girlfriend? I thought he'd accept since I'm the great Pete, but do you want to know what he told me? She rejected me. She rejected me because she was in love with some nobody named Sava and didn't want to date anyone but you. Can you believe it? She rejected me for wanting to go out with trash like you. Haha, and after that she told me not to bother her anymore about going out. But I wasn't going to end that dinner without a prize. It's a real shame for Emma that the waiter is my friend and drugged her drink. Sue said. His thirst for blood. Sava was crying. Tears. Blood trickled from his mouth because of the force with which he was biting his lip. Her nails had dug into her hand. He was trembling. Emma. The next morning when she woke up she started crying loudly, the noisy thing. Maybe she's beautiful and has a good body, but when she started crying it irritated me. I intended to run away, but I said a few words to him. If you tell anyone, I'll kill Sava. Haha, it was so much fun. The good little wolf kept her mouth shut, although sadly, I couldn't have another night with her since she always avoided me by staying with her friends, so I couldn't get close. But that night was incredible even though he was unconscious. But who would have thought she'd get pregnant after just one night, haha. Let her sort it out. The little sanity that Sava had left. That thirst for blood that he wanted to hold back. His self-control. He had disappeared. As those thick tears streamed down her face. Emma. That beautiful, kind, pure, and compassionate woman who always sought to help others. That woman he loved so much. She had been hurt, humiliated and broken. Because of that piece of shit that was in front of him. And he could do nothing to prevent it. Because he was a weakling who couldn't even defend himself. Now I understood Emma's tears. She was suffering. Because of him. You're probably wondering, why am I telling you all this? Pete asked, swaying. Because you won't do anything, why you're just a damn crybaby coward, you've always been that. And if you want to tell someone, think twice or you, dear Emma, will pay the consequences. Is that clear, little Sava? Pete reached for his dagger to threaten Sava, but when he touched the sheath he realized the dagger wasn't there. Sava the smiling one had been born. A large amount of blood spurted from Pete's mouth the moment his own dagger plunged into his neck. And the one responsible for that was Sava, who stood before him with a huge psychopathic smile on his face as his tears continued to fall. I'm damned. The loud laughter echoed through that lonely street. Laughter filled with rage, anger, and pain. Pete's strength was leaving his body due to the large amount of blood he was losing. He wouldn't normally have an attack like that, but being drunk made him so vulnerable. "You're a damn bastard." Raising his fist, Sava delivered a powerful punch to Pete, sending him crashing to the ground and bleeding profusely. Emma. 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 The image of her beautiful and kind advisor with a lovely smile flashed through her mind. And that image was replaced by her crying in pain. You. Sava's enormous thirst for blood was immense, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Why her? Why did you hurt Emma? Filled with rage, Sava raised the dagger and plunged it in again with force. But. I nailed it into Pete's genitals. Even though his throat had been cut, he could not hold back the loud scream of agony and pain as he felt Sava twist the dagger from side to side, tearing him apart down there. At that point, all his drunkenness had disappeared, allowing him to feel all the pain in his own flesh. But because of the enormous amount of blood he had lost, he couldn't move. After twisting the dagger for a few more seconds, Sava left it stuck there and then began throwing punch after punch at Pete's face, who unfortunately was still conscious and feeling all the pain. But even so, he tried to defend himself by throwing punches at Sava's right side, which, being 3 levels higher than him, was hurting him. But Sava did not stop. "How does it feel, you son of a bitch? The person you mocked so much is ruining your fucking life." With hatred and no longer caring about anything, Sava brought his 2 thumbs to each of Pete's eyes and began to apply great pressure, starting to sink them in. Scream. Suffer. Why Emma? She never hurt anyone. Why? Blood gushed from both of Pete's eyes as Sava dug them deeper, his cries of pain becoming increasingly muffled. Sava's right side was bruised from so many blows, but that only made him increase his strength, digging his fingers in deeper. You damn piece of shit. And after minutes of screams of agony and suffering, those screams ceased. Slowly, Sava took both thumbs out of his eyes, seeing his hands completely covered in blood and Pete's inert body. Even though he no longer had eyes, you could see the agony and suffering in him before he died. Eggs. Sava just stared at his blood-covered hands as tears streamed down his face. "Welcome. I will be your advisor from now on. My name is Emma Fanad. Nice to meet you." That advisor. The only person who had treated him well and kindly since she met him. That woman he loved and promised to take care of. He suffered terribly and he could do nothing to stop it. Sava's scream was stifled as she stared at Pete's bloodied body. He had killed someone in a horrible way. And the worst part of all that is. It felt wonderful to make someone suffer. Eggs. Tears kept streaming down her face. And his desperation, adrenaline, and bloodlust grew. And at the same time, her suffering, pain, and sadness upon learning what they had done to Emma and how much she was suffering. Eggs. And. No. After a long time. And no. After having endured so much. The Emma. Sava at the end. It had been broken for good. End of chapter. Chapter 66. A Near War. Through the dark streets of Orario, a smiling boy was walking, his eyes showing the enormous happiness he felt. And it's no wonder. The girl he loved and had been trying to win over for a long time, finally accepted his feelings and became his girlfriend. Yes, that happy boy was Silver. "I can't believe Materia agreed to be my girlfriend. It's incredible." I mentally shouted happily. "Just for her, I'll stop being a womanizer, I'll respect her, and I'll show her that my love for her is genuine. You'll see, Materia. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world." Despite Alfia's refusal to allow her sister to have that relationship and her constant desire to kill Silver, he was willing to accept that risk. Besides, their relationship was secret, so he wasn't stupid enough to go and tell Alfia about it. But there was one person to whom he wanted to give that great news. Sava won't believe it when I tell him, I'm excited to see his face. Thus Silver, eager to give the news to his older brother, continued walking through the dark, empty streets of Orario towards his headquarters. He had to visit Materia at night because Alfia was asleep at that time and wouldn't notice his presence. Silver stopped when he saw a person slowly walking towards him from the darkness. At first he was scared because that person was walking strangely and a strange liquid was dripping from his hands. Although that fear returned to surprise when she recognized that person. Yours? He was her older brother. Quickly and very worried, Silver ran towards Sava, who had stopped the moment he shouted his name. "Sava. What happened to you? What did they do to you?" He shouted in alarm as he stood before him, horrified by the large amount of blood on his hands. Worried, he tried to take his hand and see if he had a serious injury. "Do not touch me." But Silver was startled to hear his brother's angry scream and see his eyes filled with rage. "Sava," he whispered, finally realizing that this was not his brother's blood. "Enjahahahahaja." And suddenly Sava began to burst into loud laughter, scaring his younger brother even more, who didn't know what was happening to him. "Sava, what's happening? What's going on?" "Of course. You never know a bucking thing because you're behind materia." Silver had to admit that those words hurt him, as it was the first time Sava had spoken to him that way. He had been acting very strangely the last week, but now I had definitely noticed his change. What's wrong, Sava? I just want to help you." "Help me? Ha 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 ha, help me. It's too late. Too many years late." Silver only took one step back, feeling intimidated. "Of course. Well, you were happy as could be, your brother had a miserable life and you didn't even notice." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you don't know. Because you never made the effort to find out." Small tears appeared on Sava's face, and Silver didn't know what was happening. "Why? Why is this happening to me?" Sava screamed, wanting to tear her hair out. "Why? Brother. I was mocked every single day. I was beaten up one after another until they finally caused me a bucking disorder." Disorder? People insulted me. They looked down on me. I earned the hatred of many for the death of a child that wasn't even my fault. And I want to understand you." "Understand me? You can't understand anything. You weren't mocked, you weren't beaten, you weren't scorned by people. No bucking piece of shit abused the woman you love." As she said those words, Sava's voice broke, feeling enormous pain. Silver opened his eyes in shock upon hearing that last part. "What? Is Pete?" "Yes. That bastard did it. We have to report it." "It's not necessary, he's currently being judged but in hell," he whispered with deep hatred, showing his blood-covered hands. "Ahahahaha. It was so incredible. I enjoyed his screams of pain as he died." "Sava. I'm not crazy. I don't have a disorder. All I've done is open my eyes and realize once and for all what a garbage world I live in, a world that never deserved any help." Silver looked at Sava with fear, although he didn't say it directly, he quickly understood the message. Sava had murdered Pete and didn't know how he did it. "Me too." "Shut your mouth. Shut your damn mouth, Silver. I'm sick of you, I'm sick of this family. I'm sick of this bucking city. If only you had listened to me once, I wouldn't be the damned lunatic I am now," he whispered, his voice breaking, seeing the bewildered expression on his younger brother's face. I'm tired of trying, Silver, and I can't keep holding back this turmoil that's eating away at my mind. I hate you, Silver." "S." And before he could say anything, a powerful blow struck Silver in the stomach, causing him to instantly lose consciousness and fall to the ground under the blank stare of his brother. I hated him. But despite that, his enormous thirst for blood and his great desire to kill did not appear with Silver. The desire to kill him did not appear, no matter how much he hated him. "Perhaps this is the world where I belong, the world of the mentally ill," he whispered, looking at his unconscious brother. "And I like it." Gradually, a smile accompanied by a few tears appeared on her face. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he was able to hear the word Silver said before they met. He was speaking rather loudly after all. Congratulations on your relationship with Materia, protect her and don't let anyone lay a finger on her and don't make the same mistake as your older brother." He whispered, turning his back on his brother's unconscious body. "Emma," he whispered through tears, gazing at the moon in the sky. I'm sorry." In some house in Orario. Sitting on a sofa with her arms resting on a table was a certain she-wolf with a worried expression looking at some calculation papers on the table. She was Emma. "And no matter how many calculations I do, I never get a good result," she thought, trying hard not to burst into tears. Damn it. Emma was calculating all the money she had saved, which wasn't much since she had to pay rent for the house where she lived, preventing her from saving much. The she-wolf wanted to see if she could be off work for a while during the final part of her pregnancy and at least have some time to take care of her baby, but no matter how much she calculated, she realized that she wouldn't be able to live for even a month on the meager salary she had. And that was eating away at his mind. Small tears began to run down her face as she didn't know what to do with all of this. She didn't want to abort the baby. She didn't have the courage to kill an innocent little child who was not to blame for anything. But even so, great despair began to overwhelm her as she realized that things would be too complicated for her in economic matters. She could ask for a raise at work, that way she could save more, but she didn't trust her boss Royman. That old man had never inspired confidence in her. What do I do? She thought, wanting to burst into tears again. She cursed the day she agreed to go out with Pete because he was the cause of all her misfortunes, and so was she. She kept telling herself that she was stupid to go out with him, but she was somewhat innocent in that respect and never believed that he would do something like that, mainly because he was a member of the Zeus family. The only reason I agreed to have that dinner was to make everything clear to her and to stop bothering her about going out, hoping she would understand. But in the end it had that tragic outcome, bringing enormous despair and fear to her. For a moment he thought about reporting the wolf, but he was afraid that it would hurt Sava and kill him. He was a level 6, so he wouldn't have any problems. Small tears began to run down her cheeks as she realized how much her relationship with Sava had grown distant. When he stopped showing up, she was afraid that Pete had done something to him, but that fear was dismissed when some members of the Zeus family arrived at the guild and asked them about him, telling them that he was around. But she was still very saddened that he would never see her again, thinking that perhaps Pete had told her some lie, and he believed it, walking away from her. It hurt her a lot and at the same time she felt stupid because, due to her fear of rejection, she never told Sava her feelings. How much she loved him and what he meant to her. Maybe I should leave the city, she thought, still shedding tears. She decided to take her meager savings and move to a less expensive town to live in and raise her young son there. She was afraid to stay in Orario and that Pete would hurt her again. The only thing that prevented him from making that decision was that he would never see Sava again, and that hurt him, showing that the affection he had for him was genuine. He hated his luck at that moment. I'd better go to sleep. No matter how many calculations I do, I'll never get the result I want, she thought, standing up and wiping away her tears. I'll keep thinking about what to do tomorrow. Talk. And when she was ready to go to bed, there was a knock at her front door, startling her a little. Her gaze led her to the clock hanging on the wall, seeing that it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Who would come at that hour? Without being able to stop it, she began to feel afraid, thinking that perhaps it was Pete who had come to hurt her again. Emma. But all that fear disappeared when he heard a very familiar voice, one he loved dearly, on the other side of the door. Yours? It was the whisper that came out of Emma's mouth, surprised, when she opened the door and saw the boy there in front of her house. There was something strange about him, I didn't know what it was, but I noticed he was different from how he had always been. Furthermore, thanks to being a beastman, she could smell the faint scent of blood on him, even though he had no trace of blood on his body. It was strange. What are you doing here? The girl asked, looking into his eyes. Eyes that conveyed a strange feeling, but he didn't dislike them. After all, his red eyes were something she liked about him. All he did was stare at her, his strange gaze changing to one full of love and guilt, and at the same time, one full of relief. His immense thirst for blood did not appear when he looked at her. His greatest fear was that his psychopathic side wanted to harm the woman he loved. But that fear disappeared when he saw her, and instead of his enormous thirst for blood, only the deep love he felt for her appeared, along with sadness and guilt upon learning what they had done to her. And yet he remained strong in front of others even though he was suffering. Slowly, he raised a palm of his hand and brought it to the girl's cheek and gently caressed it. Although Emma was surprised, she did nothing to move his hand away and simply let him continue caressing her cheek. It was warm. What's wrong, Sava? She asked, slightly embarrassed. He had come to her door in the middle of the night and all he had done was stroke her cheek, although she didn't complain, she liked his touch. She felt loved. Huh? And her confusion turned to surprise as she felt him gently take her by the waist and slowly pull her towards him. She knew what he was going to do, but her body didn't move to stop him. Although it was quite the opposite. If I kiss her? But it wasn't a kiss on the lips like she had hoped for. It was a soft, loving kiss on her forehead. When I met you, the first thing I thought was how beautiful you were, Sava whispered, looking into the girl's eyes. That red hair was so beautiful, and those eyes were so full of happiness, that I simply couldn't help but stutter when I asked you to be my advisor. You were always the only one who always cared about me. There were days when I wanted to give up and let some monster kill me in the dungeon, but I remembered that there was a beautiful redeeted advisor waiting for my return on the surface. That was more than enough for me, it was my motivation to keep going in this life. Emma listened attentively to the words he was saying, feeling an enormous warmth in her heart, a warmth that only grew, crushing her negative feelings and worries that tormented her. Words cannot express how much you mean to me. A slight blush appeared on Emma's face as she heard those sweet words. I love you, Emma, the best thing that ever happened to me was meeting you, it's the only good thing I've had in my life, I love you so much. The blush and joy in her heart only grew stronger the more words Sava spoke. Had I misheard? Did he love her? Why are you telling me all this? Even though she was happy, she couldn't help but be surprised that he came to confess his love for her in the middle of the night. Because if I don't do it now, I'll never be able to do it again. I'm a fool who confesses his love in the middle of the night. Emma's eyes were shining. And those from Sava too, who fortunately had not even had an attack of laughter. The warmth was felt around them both as the beastman's tail swung from side to side, showing how happy he was. "But there's a problem with all this," Emma whispered with a slight blush and a faint smile. "The fact that the kiss didn't happen where it was supposed to." And with those words, Emma stood on her tiptoes to reach Sava and kiss him on the lips, taking the boy by surprise, who hadn't expected that. Her lips were warm and soft. What he thought was unattainable, he had within his grasp. So many years watching her with love from afar. And now she's kissing him of her own free will. It was like a dream come true for him. It's a shame it was already too late. After a few seconds of that kiss filled with love, Emma pulled away slightly and looked at him with that sparkle in her eyes. "I love you too, Sava." Those words. Those beautiful words she always wanted to hear. Why? Why now, just when her life had gone to shit? Why? Yours? Emma's happy, loving smile disappeared when she saw him start to cry in front of her. "Are you okay?" "My beautiful Emma, I'm sorry." Slowly, Sava brought her hand to the wolf's belly while pressing her forehead to that of the surprised girl. "I know you don't have the courage to kill the baby you're carrying inside you. You're the kindest and most wonderful woman I've ever met, so why would you do something like that?" The beastman opened her eyes in shock upon hearing those words, feeling Sava gently caress her belly. "If it's a girl, name her Rose. You like roses, so that would be a beautiful name for her." Small tears began to appear on Emma's face as she heard those words. "Sava, are you perhaps?" "I love you, my beautiful Emma." And before she could say anything else, Sava gave the girl a light tap on the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious, and gently carried her in his arms. Sava, struggling not to cry, carried the girl in her arms to her room, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with the sheets. He stood there for a few minutes admiring her beautiful face, lamenting that he could not be with her since it was impossible. His enormous thirst for blood was becoming increasingly difficult to control, and he seriously doubted that it would disappear with treatment. The only thing that would work with him was prison or death. Being with Emma would only cause her problems, and that's the last thing she wanted. Besides, they would soon realize that he murdered Pete and he would go to jail sooner or later. His future was already ruined, or rather, he had no future. Sava finally understood that he could not be happy. "I love you. It was a pleasure meeting you, my beautiful advisor. Be happy." And with that whisper, he gave her one last kiss on the forehead and left the room. Now he had no goal, perhaps just to wander around and quench his thirst for blood with any imbecile. Before leaving, however, I noticed some pages that were on Rose's table. Those were his accounts. Slowly, I took one of the sheets and read it all, causing the page to crumple in pain. I wanted to resurrect Pete just to kill him in a worse way. Although he calmed down immediately, he did not want to unleash that bloodlust in the home of the person he loved. "No, there's still one more thing I have to do, just one more." And with those thoughts, Sava left Emma's house and closed the door, beginning to walk through the dark streets of Orario in the direction of his final objective. In the Orario Guild. Even though it was already night, there were still a very few workers still working their night shift. They usually just did paperwork and nothing else since no adventurers arrived at that time, but they still left a worker at the counter in case someone came to ask something. "I hate night shifts," complained a young man at the counter. "And there are still many hours until I can leave. Ugh, if it weren't a well-paid job I would have quit already." The rest of his companions were further inside the guild doing their work, so he was the only one in the main place looking boredly at the entrance to the guild. Although his boredom turned to confusion when he saw a boy slowly enter the place with dull eyes. I knew him very well, it was Sava. I never exchanged many words with him, but since Emma was his friend, I knew who he was. I calmly waited for Sava to arrive at the counter, walking very slowly. He almost looked like a zombie. Is he sick? Why is he here at this hour? He thought, puzzled, looking at the lifeless eyes the man had as he stood before the counter. "Good evening. How can I help you? Is something wrong?" The advisor asked when he saw that she wasn't saying anything. "Emma isn't here if you want to talk to her. Her night shift starts next month. Are you okay?" "Hypothetically speaking," Sava began, "if tomorrow I were to become a dangerous killer in the city, what would happen to all the money I've saved?" The advisor, surprised by his question, decided to answer. "Well, everything would cease to belong to you and would become the property of the guild," he said, confused. "And what if, before that person becomes a murderer, they give that money to someone else?" Sava asked again in a whisper. "Nothing, even if you become the biggest terrorist, nothing will happen to that money since it belongs to someone else," the advisor replied, increasingly puzzled. "Why are you asking all these questions? How much money do I have saved?" But Sava ignored his question and asked again. I don't know. What's your full name?" "Sava Cranel." Upon receiving the name, the boy began searching for it in the bank account records of people from Orario, eventually finding Sava. Here it is, you currently have 8 million and a bit more saved. For a supporter, you have quite a bit of savings, he said, looking at Sava. Would you like to do something with it? Sava thought about it for a few seconds and then smiled slightly. Transfer all that money to Emma Fanet's bank account. Huh? Didn't you hear? Transfer all that money to his account. Are you sure? I think that's all your savings. I don't care. Money is the least of my concerns right now. It'll be more useful to her, I whispered, looking down. So just do it. Good. The boy just did his job and took out multiple papers under the watchful eye of Sava, who occasionally let out light laughs, confusing and slightly scaring the boy. About half an hour passed during that process where Sava signed many times, thus finalizing the transfer. And that's it, now all of Sava Cranel's savings become the property of Emma Fanet. I hope you don't regret that decision. Believe me, I'll never regret it, haha. Anything else? One last thing, he whispered, resting his arms on the table. I want you to destroy all my records in this guild. I don't want you to leave a single trace of my existence, erase everything related to Sava Cranel. Status, skills, level, everything. Do you understand? I can't do that, it's against the law, he said, frightened as he felt all the murderous instinct that Sava was unleashing. Do it. If you haven't done it in a week, I'll kill you just like I did Pete. Tomorrow you'll know what I mean, he whispered with a psychopathic smile. You've been warned, And with those words, Sava turned around and slowly walked away from the guild, leaving the boy frightened. He didn't know why, but the great murderous instinct he unleashed left him frozen, not to mention that his face full of scars frightened him. He felt like he had seen the devil himself. He's probably just playing around, I don't think he's going to do anything, she whispered with a nervous smile. Meanwhile with Sava. He had decided to walk slowly through the dark streets of Orario until he reached the famous Daedalus, getting lost in its many alleyways. A small, sad smile played across his face as he walked, remembering Emma's beautiful face. I hope that money helps you raise your baby, it's the only thing I can do for you, I'm sorry for everything. Although he felt deeply sad, a small happiness began to grow within him. She felt that little by little she was finding her way, her place in that world. His disorder was eating away at his mind more and more. Soon his sanity would be shattered. Ha 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 ha. While Sava was laughing and crying, he stopped in an alley when he saw a person lying on the ground at the end of it. He slowly approached that dark place, able to see perfectly who that person was. And he recognized her instantly. Lilith, he whispered. It was that shy and happy elf he had met a few weeks ago. She was there, lying on the ground, her face very swollen with a lot of blood running down it. Her clothes were dirty and torn, and she had bruises and cuts all over her body. And multiple dolls with a box were lying scattered all over the floor. It was more than obvious what had happened. He had been given the biggest beating of his life, or so he thought. They probably wanted to rob him. He was still conscious, but his breathing was slow. If he continued like this he would soon die. It's sad, isn't it? Sava whispered with a smile. No matter how hard we try and do things right, life always deals us the biggest blows, it's so frustrating. He slowly knelt down and picked up one of the dolls on the floor, noticing that it was more or less well painted compared to the one he had been sold. You've practiced a lot, even though it didn't help, he whispered, taking out the little doll he'd bought and comparing it to the other one. You could say this is me, the badly painted little doll, someone who in the past didn't know what the hell to do with his life, someone who didn't belong. Then I turned to look at the other little doll, which is better painted. Now I am this, I'm not better, but little by little I'm finding my place in this world, even though I had to get beaten up like you to open my eyes. After that, he put the two little dolls in his pocket and turned to look at the elf, who was conscious and looking at him with her one eye, since the other one was swollen. For some reason, my urge to kill doesn't come to me with you either, even though you're so vulnerable, he whispered, gently stroking the girl's hair, which began to shed tears. Poor thing, you try so hard, and this is how life repays you. Do you have a family? In response, the elf shook her head slightly as best she could. The beating she had received was enormous, it was a miracle that she was still alive. I see, so you're like me, he said with a slight smile. Since you have no one, do you want to come with me? Maybe I'm a damn psychopath, but I promise I won't hurt you, at least not you. I'd like to have someone by my side, at least to remind me that I was once human, he whispered. So tell me, Lilith, do you want to come with me? SSSS. It was the weak answer she gave, with tears of pain streaming down her face. Well, welcome to my family, Lilith. And with those words, Sava gently took the elf in her arms, who let out moans of pain as her body ached. With you I won't feel alone in this shitty world. And leaping across the rooftops with a badly wounded elf in his arms, Sava disappeared into the darkness of the night, a night that would mark the change of Orario. An Orario which awoke to a girl's scream of horror upon finding a completely dismembered werewolf body in the middle of the street. Things started to change. News and rumors began to circulate that a killer was on the loose in the city. Every day there was news of a new atrocious murder. But in the end it turned out that the person who had died was a thief, murderer, or rapist. People calmed down when they saw that he only killed bad people. But that only lasted 3 months. Because after that time a massive number of murders began to appear as a small group began to grow from the shadows, causing panic among the people. Years later, the leader of that organization was defeated and imprisoned by the Hera family member Galatia, bringing peace to Orario by the fall of the great leaders one by one. It seemed that this group of criminals would be wiped out until the Zeus and Hera families were eliminated. It was at that moment that they had their boom, becoming the biggest threat that could have been born in Orario. That organization known as Evilis. An organization that would forever mark the city in the future. Present. Sitting on the edge of a bed was a certain albino with a dull expression, looking at an album in his hands, specifically at one particular photo. The photo of an albino and a redeed with puzzled expressions and a smiling black-haired boy. Say hex. What? Yes, the people in that photo were Bell, Welf and Let, one day before that mission where Bell and Let died. Bell's birthday, where he received an album and a camera from his 2 friends. And now one of them had died at his hands. Bell slowly looked up and saw a shattered sword lying on a table. 1, 2, 3. Ha 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 ha. The same sword I used to kill those innocent children. The veins were standing out on Bell's face as he clutched his album tightly, revealing the enormous anger he was holding back. The fact that he's your uncle doesn't change our current objective. Bell didn't even deny the words that voice in his head said. His anger was so intense that he said nothing. You're Sava's nephew. He still remembered what had happened the night before and the words his aunt Alfia had said to him, those shocking words that left him in total shock. Bell didn't know what happened after that because later he opened his eyes and realized he was receiving a lap pillow from Alfia still in the church. At first she didn't understand how he got there, and Alfia explained that when she was shocked he started laughing like crazy, releasing a huge bloodlust and wanting to hurt her too. Obviously, Alfia didn't give up, and although it was very difficult, she managed to subdue him with 5 gospel songs and a few powerful punches. The woman was surprised at how much it took to control the albino's state, as it was completely unpredictable. If they had been at the same level, she probably would have suffered a serious injury. At that moment Bell realized that his state of shock had left him vulnerable to that voice in his head, taking control of his body and attacking. Luckily Alfia was with him and stopped him. Otherwise, I was afraid of what would have happened. Thus the conversation between the two continued with Bell still in Alfia's lap, who stroked his hair, explaining how little she knew about Sava and how he ended up that way. Fortunately, Bell did not lose control again, but his gaze became much duller than it was, as if he were holding back a sea of emotions. Here, when I left the school district they gave me this as payment, but I never used it, it will be more useful to you than to me. And when the conversation ended and they both returned to headquarters at 1 in the morning, Alfia handed Bell a grimoire and went to sleep, hoping that her nephew had calmed down. And all Bell did was walk to his room and sit on the edge of the bed with a blank stare, leaving the grimoire aside. And now it was 6 in the morning, and Bell had remained in that position for hours without moving. It wasn't until a few minutes ago that he stood up to pick up the album and look at the first photo in which he and his 2 best friends were remembering that day of his birthday. The information that Sava was his uncle had left him in total shock, not knowing what to do. That was something that was truly unexpected. Why? If they were his family, why had he done all that to them? It doesn't matter if he's your uncle, you have to kill him. You know I'm right, that's what you want, or what the real Bell wanted. Come to let to your fellow missionaries and all those children. It's our job. Ignoring the voice, Bell picked up the grimoire that was on the bed and stared at it intently. It was a large golden book. It was more than obvious that it would grant powerful magic for that final war against Evilis. Hamid Azure had been taken from him. He had to get something new to be able to attack. Something equally destructive or even more so than his previous magic. One capable of. Kill Sava. The kill Sava. They both said at the same time with an enormous thirst for blood, with Bell clutching the book. From what little Alfia told him, he had had a bad time in the past, or so it seemed. He didn't know most of the details. But Bell didn't give a shit about that. He just wanted revenge, to eliminate that guy who hurt his friends, who killed innocent people, who killed his classmates. The wretch who murdered his best friend. He had to do it. He didn't care that he was his nephew and hurt him in the worst possible ways, so why should he care that he was his uncle? Or so he wanted to believe, but his head was a complete mess. That information had truly blocked him. Haha, damn it, she laughed under her breath, wanting to grab all the furniture in her room and destroy it. His anger and despair only continued to grow. He would go even crazier if he continued like this. I had to control oneself. Talk. But before Bell could sink further into his suffering and darkness, there was a gentle knock at the door. Adelante. Upon receiving approval, the door opened, revealing the beautiful goddess Estree, who smiled slightly at the albino. It was good that she had arrived. Seeing her beautiful smile and that warm aura that surrounded her calmed him down a little. Good morning, Bell. Good morning, Estree-sama. The goddess stepped forward and closed the door, looking at the albino with that same kind smile. Apparently you and Alfia arrived late yesterday, we all went to sleep and you didn't arrive. Sorry to worry you, we arrived at 1 in the morning, we were talking about important things. I understand, I whispered, looking into Bell's dull eyes, much duller than when they had first met. Can I sit with you? In response, Bell nodded slightly. He would never deny the company of his beautiful goddess, who had stayed by his side despite everything he had done. Bell felt lucky to have her and all the girls. He felt a little scared when he wondered what would have happened to him if he hadn't had anyone supporting him. Did you sleep well? You arrived at 1 in the morning and it's 6 o'clock now, if you're awake then it means you didn't sleep much. I haven't slept, I haven't been sleepy, Bell said, being sincere in his answer. He saw no reason to lie to her. You should sleep more, it can be bad for your health. I'm half monster, I can go a whole week without sleeping. You're not a monster, the goddess whispered, taking the albino's hand. Please, never say that again. Sorry. After that, they both remained silent, although Estree did not let go of the albino's hand, gently caressing it with her thumb. When everyone goes to Nasos to finish off Evilis, what will you do in the meantime? Can you help me take care of the garden? The goddess asked, feeling a pressure and fear in her heart, fear of the answer she would give. What will I do? Bell whispered. Isn't it obvious? I'll go to Nasos too. And what Estree feared came to pass. It was more than obvious that Bell would want to go. He wouldn't just stand idly by. And that scared Estree. Ever since I heard from Galatea that Bell was Sava's nephew, I was much more afraid of him going to that war. I felt that something bad would happen. Is it necessary? Estree asked. The king is going, and probably the other Freya executives too. Alfia and Galatea will also be there. I think they're more than enough to. I don't mind. But before Estree could finish speaking, Bell interrupted her. Estree-sama, I respect and love you very much. You and this family mean everything to me, but nothing you say will change my mind. I will go to that war whether you like it or not, he whispered seriously. I'm sorry, but that is my decision. Upon hearing that answer, Estree gently squeezed Bell's hand, seeing how determined he was to go. She could give him a divine order not to go, but she felt that if she did that, Bell would get angry with her, and she didn't want that. Estree-sama, if I don't participate in this war, I won't be at peace with myself for the rest of my life. You will hear this voice forever. I have to go, it's my duty to go, I have to be there with the girls. I can't be here at headquarters resting while they risk their lives. I'd feel like garbage if that happened. You have to kill Sava with your own hands. Estree-sama, please, understand me. And before the albino could speak further, Estree gently hugged him. I don't want to lose you a second time, the goddess whispered, fear in her voice. I don't want to feel that horrible sensation of your Felna disappearing again, not with you, not with anyone. If it were up to me, none of you would go to that place, I'm afraid of losing you all. Bell's dull gaze softened upon hearing those words, as he wrapped his arms around his goddess and gently stroked her hair. That won't happen, Estree-sama. We'll all return to headquarters with you, he whispered softly, continuing to stroke her hair. I won't die, I give you my word. You said the same thing last time and you didn't come back with them, he said bitterly, remembering that day when a heavy storm was falling as his daughters returned to headquarters and he was not with them. I was weak back then, I'm not the same anymore, I won't lose, he said, his gaze darkening as he looked at the grimoire on his bed. One way or another, I will always return to your side, Estree-sama, I promise. I had many scores to settle in that war, honestly I also wanted to defeat Fulax and Sava, and for some reason I felt there was someone else out there to defeat. That war would put an end to many problems that had been plaguing him for a long time. Do you want to take care of the garden with me today? Estree asked in a whisper, realizing that she couldn't change his mind about going to that war. I would love to spend time with you, Estree-sama. Perhaps being with his goddess in the garden would calm those dark thoughts in his mind. We'll go after breakfast. Yes, my goddess. And so they both continued embracing, with Bell caressing Estree's soft hair, who felt the warmth transmitted by the albino, tightening the embrace a little more. No, I don't want to lose you. Damn door, we never found it. Calm down, we'll find her soon. Deep in the Dedlow Street, a group from the Ganesha family walked with the key to Nasos in their hands, hoping to find that door. They had already looked everywhere and found nothing. Only that place remained, very far away from everything, and they were beginning to lose hope. But as they passed by a certain wall in an empty place, the stone shone and the wall made a sound. Everyone watched in amazement as the wall began to open wide, revealing a path filled with darkness. Rah! And when the door was fully opened, a 1-meter-tall black goblin came running out of that dark place to attack the members of the Ganesha family. Quickly one of them drew his sword and clashed it with the small sword the goblin was carrying. And at the moment the two swords clashed, the boy opened his eyes in surprise. The level 3 goblin. He thought, not believing that was possible. Brian. But before the monster could do anything else, another adventurer decapitated it, quickly turning it to dust. Is something wrong? He asked, surprised to see the perplexed expression on his companion's face after clashing swords with the goblin. Then no, I think I just imagined it. Hey guys. Upon hearing their companion scream, the others went to him, standing and observing the entrance to Nasos, which was in complete darkness. The place emanated a strange, deathly feeling just by looking at it. Go to the captain, tell her we found the entrance to Nasos. The final war was very near. End of chapter. Chapter 67. One night. Standing on the roof of the Estree family headquarters was a certain albino, observing with a dull expression the beautiful sunset that was beginning to cover the entire city. He had been on the roof for over an hour and had stayed there without saying anything to anyone. He had been very quiet. Away from everyone. Ever since she learned the truth about Sava, she had remained like this, worrying her family who didn't know what was happening to her. The only one who knew the reason was Alfia, although she hadn't told anyone. Sava Cranel, and to think that all this time I shared a last name with him, she thought, looking at the orange sky. It was strange that no one in the guild suspected that he was related to a psychopath, even though they had the same last name, and in theory they should have his files since he was an adventurer. It was as if all information about him had disappeared completely. Perhaps someone deleted it in the past. Although that no longer mattered. He was the nephew of the city's biggest killer and psychopath. It was even funny because in some ways they were both similar in many aspects, starting with their red eyes. I wonder if I'll ever be like him, she thought, looking down. You were very close to being one, it's likely you'll go back down that path. After all, you really enjoyed murdering all those Evilis members. How many did you kill in a week besides all those leaders? 100. 200. Can you shut up? Belle whispered in a subdued voice. I don't want to deal with you. I will continue to torment you until you accept me as a part of you. I'll never do that. Then you will hear this voice forever. You know, searching through your thoughts and heart, I've realized something. You want to die in this war, right? Yes, that's probably for the best, that's what you think. Haha, you already died once, I highly doubt you can resurrect a second time, so think very carefully. It seems you're going to be very quiet. Okay, I leave you now, I'll torment you when you least expect it. And with those last words, the voice in Belle's head disappeared, causing him to let out a tired sigh. She was certainly starting to get used to hearing that voice in her head, although that didn't change the fact that it was very annoying. I have to ask Estree Sama to update my status, she thought, remembering that morning she read the grimoire that Alfia gave her. She had a dream which she no longer remembered, now she was only curious to know what magic she obtained. Still standing on the roof, Belle watched curiously as the senior Varma emerged from the headquarters along with RD, who noticed his presence, raising her hand in farewell and with a beautiful smile. And Belle, unable to prevent it, a slight smile appeared on his face, returning the farewell with his hand. I wonder what happened, Belle whispered, somewhat curious. Shakti came to give us important information. Upon hearing a familiar voice behind him, Belle turned around and saw Nies standing on the roof with a slight, shy smile. Hi Belle, I greeted in a soft voice. Go. The she-wolf smiled happily upon hearing her name. She was pleased that Belle remembered her, unlike allies, who last time called her Welf. The Redeed fainted at that moment. Why are you standing? We should sit on the edge of the roof and watch the sunset. It's very beautiful today. And? Belle accepted the wolf's proposal and sat on the edge of the roof, just like her, looking at the sky. Belle would never tire of saying it, but being with each of them always calmed his heart. You've been very quiet and withdrawn these past 2 days. Is something wrong? Nies asked, her concern evident in her eyes. No, nothing bad is happening, so don't worry Nies, she whispered in a soft voice. For some reason, she always behaved that way with them, bringing out her kindest side, although since she spoke with Alfia she had stopped pretending, abandoning that shy and feigned attitude, which was immediately noticed by all of them, although they said nothing about that change. They knew that Belle was still mentally unwell, even though he didn't show it. I don't know if I believe you're okay, you've always lied about it so we wouldn't worry, Nies said, already knowing how the person she loved acted. No matter how many memories he lost, that side of him that didn't want to worry anyone with his problems would never disappear. And to think that someone like that was Sava's nephew. In Nies's eyes, they were so different. To her, Sava was a heartless monster who only enjoyed killing innocent people, the complete opposite of the albino. And even though she and everyone else knew the truth, their way of thinking about Bell hadn't changed. They still loved him. It seems you know me very well, I whispered, lowering my gaze. But don't worry, I just get lost in my thoughts, that's all. I'm sorry if I worried you. Relax, we know you need your space, although it's funny since in the past we never gave you your space, haha. The she-wolf laughed with an embarrassed smile. Huh? What do you mean? You probably don't remember much, but before all this happened, you hardly ever spent any time alone, he began to explain to Loba. If you weren't training with me, you were with Lyra in the workshop, or in the living room playing with Noin and Astrea, or with Rihanna doing the shopping, or with Estree Sama taking care of the garden, or going out with Ryu, Celti, and RD. Wow, I only remember a few things. Even though you didn't spend much time alone, you never complained. In fact, you always smiled, showing that you liked being with us. I think that's why everyone wanted your company. It's very nice being with you, Belle, she whispered, lowering her gaze, slightly blushing. Upon hearing those words, Belle couldn't help but feel a pleasant warmth in his heart. Their words always calmed him. And now that I think about it, this is the first time it's been just you and me alone since you came back to us, she said with a happy smile. It feels like it was a long time ago that we were alone together. He remembered perfectly his last moment alone. At night in the dungeon, both of them sitting in front of that bonfire, kissing each other with great affection. That was one of the memories the she-wolf kept in her heart with great love. It was a very special one for her because she felt loved by him, she could feel his love for her through those kisses. Although she also remembered it with sadness since hours later he died, it was probably the most horrible thing she could have felt in her entire life, since she saw him die in front of her, although now he was alive by her side, that horrible pain and horrible experience never disappeared from her. The pain of losing someone you love right before your eyes without being able to do anything. And now she felt sadness thinking that Belle's love for her had disappeared along with her memories. It was more than obvious that he had also forgotten that "I love you, Nies" that he had said to her before he died. Although it was only for a short time, she was the owner of his heart and that made him feel happy, even though now it is the reason for his sadness. By the way, I updated my status this morning and finally decided to level up to 5, said the she-wolf with a proud smile. Oh really? Yes. Although I could have leveled up much sooner, I wanted to improve my stats more, and I can say it was a good decision since Galadia-sensei's training paid off. All my stats are at S rank, she explained with a happy smile. I feel much stronger than before. Wow, that's incredible, you're a first-class adventurer, few managed to get there. Thanks, she laughed happily at the compliment. Although I think I wasn't the only one, Allies and Kagaya probably leveled up too, and maybe Ryu and Rihanna as well. They were already at the end of level 4, though I'm not sure. Belladi and Alfia's training had truly strengthened each member of the Estree family, although the greatest improvements were for Allies and Nies, and perhaps Rihanna, because of the way she now used her magic. It was a very painful training, too much, but it was worth it. I feel that this time I will be able to be useful in battle and help my comrades. I want to be of some use and not just stand there watching them die. Nies, Belle whispered as he saw her struggling to hold back her tears. Nies appeared happy and calm in front of all her friends, but the reality is that inside she was still very broken and affected by what happened in the dungeon. Hashanah, Alan, Raul, Irene and especially Belle. Seeing all those deaths really broke her, and Sava's words finished her off when he called her trash. Nies was a strong girl, but inside she was very emotionally fragile, being the one who cared least about showing the enormous pain she felt for Belle's departure. Although all that pain was the impetus to strengthen and become stronger for the battles to come. Perhaps her heart was fragile, but that didn't mean she would always sit around crying without doing anything. Nies wasn't that kind of person. Sorry, I just remembered things from the past, she apologized, wiping away the few tears that escaped her eyes before smiling. The point of all this is that I'm happy all this training was worth it. I'll be of use to my family and friends. You've always been useful, you're the strongest and bravest girl I've ever met, so don't think of yourself as useless, Belle whispered, gently taking the wolf's hand. She was a little embarrassed by the contact but smiled happily. Thank you, Belle, you have no idea how happy those words make me. And her happiness was evident as her tail moved from side to side. Belle thought that was cute. Being with them truly made him forget that he was someone prone to becoming a future psychopath if he took a wrong step. They were like a cure for him. Hey Belle. And? How much do you remember about you and me? about our time together?" I asked, a little shyly. It was likely that he wouldn't remember much, but she wanted to know how much he remembered about her. "Well, our training sessions together," Belle whispered, looking down from the rooftop at the courtyard. "You and I training there every morning, those were very pleasant moments." "Yes. I really enjoy training with you, you're the only one who could keep up with me," she said happily, glad he remembered that. For Nies, those moments were special, especially because it was in that place that her love for Belle began, and because at the end of a training session, she finally had the courage to confess her feelings, which ended with a kiss. Although now that she realized it, the kisses she shared with Belle were never sudden. She would steal them when he was distracted. They were always mutual kisses where both sides agreed to it. Unlike Kagaya, allies, or RD, who kissed him when he was off guard. You could say that those were points for her, since the rabbit had kissed her of his own free will. All I hoped was that those weren't the last kisses. I wanted to have more special moments with him. "What else do you remember?" the she-wolf asked, curiosity in her eyes. "Or is that all?" "Well, the training sessions are the memories I have most vividly. That's something I never forgot. Even though I forgot your name when I fell into darkness, I always had the image of a wolf girl training with me," she whispered, recalling those times. "Those memories always stayed with me, no matter what else I forgot." As he said those words, Belle turned to look at the she-wolf, whose eyes were glowing slightly. "I think that was the reason why I recognized you instantly when we met again that night. I was so happy to see you again since the last thing I remembered about you was what happened down there. When we fought Fulax. I was afraid something bad had happened to you when I died, but my cowardice and fear never allowed me to come to headquarters. That's why when I saw you I was relieved to know you were okay." "Belle." "Nies," he whispered, taking the beastman's hand. "Even though it might not seem like much, that hug you gave me that night was exactly what I needed at that moment. It was just a simple hug, but it was so much more than that. For a long time, I doubted whether I was ever human, but when I felt your arms, the warmth, the affection, I remembered so many things that had disappeared from me. That hug brought back so many things I had lost. Thank you, Nies. Thank you for being with me from the beginning. You were the first to believe in me. If you hadn't, I don't know what would have happened. You saved me, Nies. Thank you." A sparkle appeared in the wolf's eyes upon hearing those words, while her tail swished from side to side, demonstrating the immense happiness she felt. "I would always remember that moment at night, everyone looking at Belle with distrust, doubt and fear after almost having beaten that clown's head to a pulp. Except for her. For some reason, she never doubted him from the moment she saw him at the Rudder family base with that mask. The moment she smelled his scent, her heart told her over and over again not to doubt that the boy in front of her was the man she loved, that he wasn't an impostor like Kagaya said. But he was Belle. And so it was. Nies believed in her heart, caring little for her friend's doubts. She simply ran to hug him. He never thought that simple hug would mean so much to him, and that brought him enormous joy. She would never regret falling in love with him. "I'll always be by your side, Belle, no matter what, so don't thank me," she whispered with a beautiful smile, gently squeezing the albino's hand. "If you ever want another hug, I'll always give you one, no matter how many." Little by little the sun was hiding more and more, leaving the city in darkness, which was faintly illuminated by the moon, the same moon that illuminated that wolf and human on the roof. "Remember, I'll always be there for you," she said, moving closer to him, still holding his hand. "And if you're close to falling back into that darkness, I'll pull you out myself. I already lost the man I love once. I don't want to lose him a second time without doing anything. You owe me a date, after all." "A date?" he whispered, puzzled and at the same time feeling a warmth upon hearing those words. You'll remember soon, I'm sure," she said with an amused smile. "In the meantime, I'll be patient and wait until you've recovered all your memories. I'll wait as long as it takes." And with those words, Nies let her head fall and rested it on Belle's shoulder, both of them remaining silent, observing the sky full of stars. It was nice for both of them to be like this. "When all this war is over. You will be my boyfriend," the she-wolf whispered with a smile, hugging the albino's arm. "What? My boyfriend?" she repeated. "I've decided, if you don't remember what we went through together, then I'm going to work hard to make you fall in love with me again and have you say, 'I love you' to me again. Come. After all, you said you have some interest in beastmen, so I hope it won't be too difficult." "That's true, Belle has a certain fetish for werewolves that always bothers me." "Exactly." Nies cut his words short upon hearing a third voice behind them. Slowly they both turned around, seeing Galatea standing with a serious expression and her arms crossed. "I was worried sick about where you were, and you end up here all cuddled up with Nies, very sweet," the purple-haired girl whispered, narrowing her eyes. "If you want to hug someone, I'm here, you know." Ugh, Nies groaned as he saw the purple-haired girl's serious expression as she stopped resting her head on the albino's shoulder. "Is something wrong?" Bel asked, confused, since the same mental problem he had prevented him from getting nervous or embarrassed. Galatea sighed wearily, realizing she couldn't do anything. Though she disliked it, she had to accept that many women were interested in her handsome student. It was annoying, but it wasn't as if she could keep them away. These girls were the ones who kept Belle from falling into depression or despair. It pained her to admit it, but to Belle they were just as important as she was. In the village it was just me, cursed be the day Hera gave her the idea to come to Orario, the purple-haired girl thought jealously. Although Galatea obviously never knew about Belle's first girlfriend, much less what she did to him, things would have turned ugly if she had found out. Estree is having an important meeting and wants everyone in the room, the woman informed, looking seriously at the nervous wolf. After so many beatings, she had unwittingly developed a certain fear towards her teacher. That's right, I came here to tell you what Shakti said, but in the end I stayed and talked to you about other things. Nies laughed, a little embarrassed. Who is it? Come on, it's something you're very interested in, Galatea said, turning her back on them with a serious expression, knowing what was coming. And whatever decision you make, I will respect it, Belle. I won't stop you. And with those words, the purple-haired girl left, leaving them both alone on the roof. Well, I suppose we'll continue our conversation later, the she-wolf whispered, turning to look at the albino with a slight smile. Sorry for coming unannounced. You wanted a moment alone, and I ended up ruining it. Don't worry, your presence will never bother me, thank you for keeping me company, Nies, she said with a gentle look. Having said that, Nies approached the albino, taking advantage of Galatea's absence, and gave him a short kiss on the cheek. Despite having difficulty showing his emotions, Belle felt a warm feeling inside because of that kiss on the cheek. Let's go, whispered the she-wolf with a smile, taking Belle's hand and leaving the rooftops to go to that important meeting. A very warm and pleasant moment was experienced on that rooftop for both of them. Another moment full of affection that will be etched in both their memories. Meanwhile, in another part of Orario. At the Freya family headquarters. Well, obviously Otter will go to that battle, said the goddess of beauty, looking at all her children gathered in a huge hall, herself seated at the front with her captain beside her and her vice-captain Hedin on the other. Will anyone else be going? I'm not forcing anyone. We'll go. Shouted four hobbits loudly, raising their weapons. They were the Gulliver brothers. We want to fight. We want to see how strong the guy who defeated the mangy cat really is. We'll crush him. It'll be a piece of cake. The brothers spoke one at a time, their bloodlust evident. It wasn't because they wanted to avenge Alan's death, although they didn't show it, they felt a certain anger that he had been murdered, but their greatest anger was because their goddess was sad about the cat's death for a long time. They wanted to make the culprit pay. I see, so the four of you will go, the goddess whispered, looking at the hobbits. I didn't tell Alan because I didn't think it was necessary, but don't be fooled. Evilis has shown that he's not the same as he used to be. I still think Alan's defeat was dirty, said the elf Hedin, adjusting his glasses. That cat was very strong. I don't deny that the enemy was too, but for Alan to have been defeated, there had to have been some dirty trick in that fight, he offered his theory. Dirty trick or not, the reality is that Alan lost and is now dead. You must not let your guard down, the goddess ordered. Will you go, Hedin? Otter will be there, I think he'll be more than enough, but, the elf replied, that stupid organization has been bothering you Freya-sama a lot already, it's time to exterminate it once and for all. Besides, I'm a little curious to see how strong those leaders are. So you're going? Of course, Freya-sama. Why to Hogni? No, the darkness will disappear and my presence is not necessary, replied the dark elf. Translation: the Gulliver brothers asked Hedin. We will win, and your presence on the battlefield is not necessary, Hedin said irritably. That seems fine to me, a first class has to stay at headquarters, since Loki was eliminated, I expect anything from that organization, the goddess whispered with a frown. In fact, on that night when the Loki family was exterminated, she intended to send her children to help the moment the pillar of light rose to the heavens, but she stopped because through her divine mirror, she saw two incredible souls enter the city in the blink of an eye. They were Alfia and Galatea. At that moment he knew it was no longer necessary to intervene, and he was also angry to see that Hera was there too, knowing that she would be a headache. We're more than enough, Otter said seriously. The rest have to stay and take care of Freya-sama. Don't give us orders, Musclehead. The rest shouted. In fact, I think Otter's decision is fine, the rest have to stay, the goddess said. Yes, Freya-sama. Otter, Hedin and the Gulliver brothers from the Freya family. I know you are strong, but when you are in that place, do not let your guard down. It is a divine order, the goddess commanded seriously. As you command, my goddess, said the elf, bowing slightly, as did Otter and the hobbits. The Freya family was prepared for the final battle. At the headquarters of the Ganesha family. I feel strange having the absence of someone who isn't Loki, Alicia whispered, sitting on a bed, watching Aki, who was cleaning her sword. It's frustrating, but there's no other way if we want to move forward, said the cat with a serious expression. Aki and Alicia had joined the Ganesha family, the latter at the insistence of her cat friend. Are you really going to that war? Alicia asked, worried. Of course I have to participate, it's my duty to the whole family, Aki replied, gripping her sword. I won't be at peace if I don't participate. And then I. No, Alicia, she began, but before she could finish speaking, Aki interrupted her. Don't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. I know you're scared, and I understand. Our family was wiped out in less than an hour, which is still hard to process. I understand your fear of facing them. I feel it too, since I came face to face with one of them. She whispered angrily, remembering Fulax. But that only makes me want to fight them even more. I want to be on that battlefield when Evilis is defeated, and I want to go to the graves of all our friends and tell them that I participated in the battle to avenge their deaths. If I don't do that, I'll never have peace. I want to go, but the elf whispered, her fear still lingering as she recalled the great massacre that had occurred that night. I'm trying but. I already told you not to worry and leave it to me, said the cat with a smile. Well be, but what about Reveria-sama? Well, she'll be going too, she told me so herself. Really? Well, at least I'm happy to belong to the same family as Reveria-sama. I wonder if she's received the founding yet. Upon hearing those words, Aki smiled nervously. In fact, there's something I haven't told you, Alice whispered the nervous cat. Huh? What? Miss Reveria will participate in the war, but not as a member of the Ganesha family. What? Am I not in the same family as Reveria-sama? The elf asked in shock. I tried to tell you but I didn't have time. Miss Reveria made her decision and I respect it. She already knows exactly what she will do. She. What? Why didn't you tell me here? Sorry. Returning to the Estree family headquarters. Everyone, including Belle and Nies, was already gathered in the room of the venue, ready to have the important meeting. Where were you two? Allies asked, raising an eyebrow. Walking around their knees replied with a nervous smile as he felt Hera's penetrating gaze. Kagaya just squinted at the wolf, it was more than obvious that she was lying, but she wasn't going to complain either. After all, she herself had put the wings back on her when they had fallen off. She still didn't understand why she encouraged her not to give up when she was her rival, and the girl became depressed thinking that she and Belle were in a relationship when they weren't. She didn't know why, but she didn't like seeing her so depressed, so she simply wanted to help her. It's really annoying that almost all of them are in love with Belle, Kagaya thought. This is going to be difficult and I don't see any good coming of it. Well, I think it's time to start the conversation, said Estree in a soft voice as she saw everyone gathered, including Alfia who was leaning against a wall. Did something bad happen? Rihanna asked, worried. After so much bad news in recent weeks, anything was expected. No, rather, Shakti came to headquarters to deliver important news. The entrance to Nasos has been found, she announced, causing some to be surprised or change their expression to a serious one. Belle, who maintained a calm expression, although inside he felt different. It took them a while to find that damn hiding place, said Galatia with annoyance. Evilis is a huge place, so it's obvious they took a long time. There are too many passageways everywhere, it's very easy to get lost, the goddess explained. Damn Sava, he could have at least left a clue, but no, the wretch wanted to play hide and seek, the purple-haired girl whispered angrily. And what happened? What else did he say? Ryu asked curiously. Tomorrow they will enter Nasos. What? Some screamed in surprise upon hearing those words. So soon? Salty asked nervously. Soon? It's been more than a week since they started looking for him, Galatia said, raising an eyebrow. But it's so sudden, we thought they would give us a few more days to prepare before leaving, Noin whispered, still not feeling quite ready to go to that place. Don't you want to go? Galatia asked seriously. You've been training very hard for this all this time. I didn't train anyone for nothing. It's not that we don't want to go, it's just so sudden, Astrea whispered. We're going to Nasos to start one last war with Evilis, it's. If you don't want to go, then don't go. We don't want any dead weight, Alfia said, leaning against the wall. If you're going to have a lot of doubts, it's better to stay home, since you'll only be hurting your classmates. It's normal to be afraid, so it's best to make the decision now because once you're inside that place, it will be too late to regret it, Hera said, arms crossed. What are you? Lionesses or chickens? Galatia shouted, raising her fist. I didn't train cowards. If you're going to die, then let it be in an epic way in that war. What kind of mood is that? Ryu whispered, with an anime-style sweat drop. Exactly. We're all going to die from Fatman's shockwave. Lyra shouted excitedly, eager to finally use her invention. She's mentioned it so many times that I'm starting to feel scared, Mariu whispered with a shiver, wondering if that thing was as destructive as the Hobbit said. Nah, he's just exaggerating, Moine whispered with a nervous smile. Does anyone not want to go to that battle? Estree asked, looking at all her daughters. Although many had their doubts and fears, they still did not raise their hands. If one of them went, then they would all go, it was something they had all decided. This time they wouldn't leave anyone behind, and they wouldn't let there be just a few of them. They didn't want what happened last time to happen again, when only one of them returned. That's the spirit. All my students are very brave, Gladia said proudly. Just wait, when you're on the battlefield you'll show how much you've improved, so much so that Evilis won't stand a chance. That was an exaggeration, but they knew very well that the purple-haired girl was only saying it to cheer them up and not make them feel so nervous. Maybe it didn't work, but it's the thought that counts. We're all going to Nasos, that's obvious, Kagaya said seriously. The question is, what will we do when we get there? We don't know anything about it, even though we're going to fight. You could say that in that respect Evilis has all the advantage since it's their territory. They can have any trap prepared, Allies whispered with her arms crossed. We're at a disadvantage. We need an attack plan, said Ryu. What would the plan be? Let's throw down without fear. Gladia shouted excitedly. Gladia, take this seriously, Hera scolded angrily. But it's true, we don't know anything about the enemy base, so it's pointless to be thinking about a plan, and I'm sure the other families feel the same way. The best thing to do is go in and fight, and the more we learn about the enemy base, the more we can come up with new ideas, the purple-haired girl explained her plan. I've always said that the best strategy is the one that doesn't require much thought. Now I understand why Bell always rushed into fights without hesitation, he learned it from her, Kagaya whispered, glancing sideways at the albino who was looking down, listening to the conversation. I think what Gladia says is true. They can't create a plan if they know nothing about that place, the goddess Estree said. Let's just hope things go well and the structure of that base isn't too complicated. So what? Rihanna asked. Do we just have to wait until tomorrow? Indeed, take advantage of this night to rest and spend quality time together, we are going to war, Noin is unlikely to survive, said Gladia. What? The frightened girl whispered. No one is going to die. The Redid shouted, making a vein pop out on Alfia's face. We'll all come back victorious from that war. I'm sure of it. It's good that you're positive, but you also have to keep your feet on the ground so the fall isn't so painful if something bad happens down there, Hera advised. I know from experience. The Zeus family and my family were overconfident after defeating the other two beasts. They thought it would be the same against the black dragon, but they were wrong. Ugh, don't remind me, whispered Gladia. I think it's the only thing that's ever scared me in my entire life, and even though Alfia seems brave, I'm sure she felt the same way. Shut your mouth. Was it that bad? Salty asked. Horrible. He didn't even hit me. Just the shockwave from his attack knocked me out. The purple-haired girl shouted. Incredible, whispered Lyra. While Estree just watched all her daughters chatting with that worry in her heart, knowing that tomorrow they would go to war. Then I looked at Bell, who was standing quietly to one side with his head down. It was more than obvious what he was thinking. The others don't yet know that Bell made the decision to go to that war, the goddess thought, knowing that many wouldn't agree with that decision. They have to know, and even if we don't like it, we have to accept it. Talk. But before Estree could say a few words, there was a knock at the headquarters door, catching everyone's attention. Who could it be at this hour? Allies asked. Could it be that Shakti forgot to tell us something? Nies said. I'll go and see. Curious, Estree left the room and headed towards the main door of the headquarters, followed by Kagaya, who was watching over her just in case. When she reached the door, she opened it and was slightly surprised to see who it was. Jade hair and long ears. He recognized her instantly. Good evening, greeted the elf who was alone. Reveria, good evening. What brings you here? Estree asked, puzzled. Goddess Estree, I would like to ask you a favor. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.